Hello everyone's this masterpiece in start you get bored but wait for few chapter I start MC try harem but after come chapter MC built civilization full of wars and interstellar fights. And this month pocket money is over and I need some support me on Google Pay love you enjoy bye. Chapter 1. Oracle cheats. Just today, the great Krypton died. Never thought that the Kryptonian Empire has hundreds of thousands of years of glorious history, and it has conquered countless star regions. Every Kryptonian has stepped on tens of thousands of living planets, and a reconnaissance ship radiates the entire planet. The universe, in order to survey the width of the infinite universe. It is a pity that this great giant is already old, conservative, backward, and no longer expanding, which is the national policy of the entire Kryptonian Empire today. In the end, the nuclear energy of the planet is completely dried up and resources are exhausted. Boom. The entire starfield began to collapse, and the red sun that gave birth to generations of Kryptonians also exploded, and a vast and endless catastrophe baptized the entire Kryptonian Empire. The starfield was completely annihilated, the Empire was reduced to nothing, and there were only a handful of survivors. The Kryptonians, who were lucky enough to escape catastrophe, are also famous. The future Superman Clark is well known and known to everyone. There is also General Zod, who was expelled into the phantom space because of the rebellion, and a group of soldiers. But in addition, a long time ago, a reconnaissance ship detected outside the starfield, thus avoiding the baptism of this catastrophe. Sizzle. The icy mist sprayed out, and the dormant cabin was completely opened. One after another, the figures lying in it woke up one after another. It is worth mentioning that interstellar travel is a very boring journey. If you want to survey the edge of the infinite universe, just going back and forth, time is a terrifying number. 15 years after the demise of Krypton, the members of the wandering interstellar scout ship finally woke up. It's over, Krypton is over, everything's over. Kryptonian Captain Edward hugged his head and cried. He never expected to receive such unexpected news when everyone woke up. The 11 people on the ship, including the captain, adjutant, 3 soldiers, 2 scientists, 2 engineers, and a medical soldier, could not help but fall into sadness. Counting carefully, the numbers don't match. What is one more person doing? As for the reason, the spare person touched his head. Damn, am I crossing over? Time just passed a month. Yun Chen stayed on such an interstellar battleship. In his previous life, he was a cynical rich second generation, with a smooth career, and was keen on games in his spare time, more like an otaku. But I didn't expect that after waking up once, I came to such a world and traveled to a person with the same name as myself. Battleships, interstellar, and cosmos are indeed very exciting. Yun Chen's interest did not drop. In the meantime, he knew that he was an excellent soldier on Krypton, and he was quite famous when he was still a teenager, so he boarded this reconnaissance ship to escort him. The keyword Krypton also made him quickly understand that there are DC elements in it. But in the past few days, when he learned that there are Sakaar and Xandar stars in the interstellar coordinates, Yun Chen suddenly realized that this is still a Marvel plus DC world. After all, Sakaar is the planet owned by Gao Tianzun in Thor 3. And Xandar star has frequently appeared in the Guardians of Galaxy series. It is a famous neutral planet. Just imagine, it is somewhat difficult to survive in such a world where the universe is restarting at every turn. But Yun Chen is not worried because he has found a stronger gold finger. Oracle system. Suddenly, a template appeared in my mind. Host, Yun Chen. Skills, Extraordinary Self-Healing LV1, Extraordinary Strength LV2, Extraordinary Defense LV3. Unexpectedly, there is an oracle system that follows me. You must know that Yun Chen was obsessed with a fantasy game at the time. In order to quickly and directly kill the gods of the Great Wilderness and win Pangu, he directly started to develop a cheating device, which could make his game characters instantly full of skill points. Because it is extremely simple, there are no other strength, agility attributes, and no other buttons. The only option is the skill, which is extremely simple. A closer look reveals a very subtle plus behind the extraordinary self-healing LV1. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, his mind moved, and he pressed the button. Ding! Superb self-healing LV2. Done. Yun Chen was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Cheaters really work. Without thinking much, Yun Chen just continued to press it. Ding! Amazing self-healing LV3. Amazing self-healing LV4. Superb self-healing LV5. Amazing self-healing LV6. Regardless of how easy it is to level up, the Kryptonian's self-healing ability is no trivial matter. Even though Yun Chen was an elite Kryptonian soldier, his combat power simply scared Deadman. Just his extraordinary defense LV3 was enough to make ordinary hot weapons useless against him. The bullets are useless at all, and you are lucky if you can scratch a little skin. And the extraordinary self-healing is even more terrifying. It is one thing to make the wound heal quickly. When it reaches the deep end, it is extremely easy to reborn the broken limb. Therefore, Yun Chen did not forget to activate the other two skills one after another. Ding! Extraordinary Defense LV4. Extraordinary Defense LV5. Extraordinary Defense LV6. Extraordinary Power LV3. Extraordinary Power LV4. Extraordinary Power LV5. For a time, Yun Chen lit up his skills one after another. Chapter 2. Ding! Supernatural Self-Healing LV14, healing quickly regardless of any injury. Unlock the stunt, cell activation, rebirth from a drop of blood. 10 days have passed, and Yun Chen has changed a lot through the cheater. After upgrading to a certain level, 2 special abilities are unlocked. Activation of cells, rebirth from a drop of blood. Oracle. Yun Chen whispered softly, and the panel in his mind was completely activated. Host, Yun Chen. Extraordinary Self-Healing LV14, Extraordinary Strength LV13, Extraordinary Defense LV13. He squeezed his palm a little, and he could feel a surging force emerge. In just 10 days, Yun Chen knew that he had ushered in an earth-shaking change. With the activation of cells, the trillions of cells in the whole body were highly active like elves, constantly absorbing cosmic rays from the outside to increase themselves. For a time, the external energy turned into a warm aura rushing through the body. It's time. The plus behind the extraordinary power LV13 was pressed again by him. Ding! Extraordinary power LV14. At the same time, the cosmic energy flooded in Yun Chen's body seemed to have plunged into a vortex, dissipating more than half of it. That's right, it takes some consumables to easily add points to skills. The energy lingering in the body is one of the consumables. At the beginning, the low level could not be detected. After reaching the high level, it was obvious that the energy filled with cells in the body dissipated at the moment of upgrade. That's too acceptable. It can be said that a pie has fallen from the sky. After all, Yun Chen can easily absorb the lingering energy from the outside world, and it has nothing to do with him losing this energy. Especially the unlocked stunt, cell activation, the cells are extremely active, and they devour external energy every moment, which can be called a whale swallowing, abnormally fast. After only half a minute passed, I felt a little more energy in my body again. The quick recovery is evident. Boom. At this time, the entire reconnaissance ship trembled for half a minute. Okay, hurry up and refuel. Captain Edward commanded. The Krypton reconnaissance ship landed on a neutral planet called Dark, and in order to make the next lightspeed jump, the ship had to be replenished. With all due respect again, this is not a very good choice. A Kryptonian scientist stood up, looking very worried. After all, staying on such a neutral planet is also very dangerous. A neutral planet is just as its name suggests. It is neutral and is not ruled by any imperial regime. But behind it, it means that such a place often breeds evil, and it is the most yearning place for all interstellar criminals to avoid power. So the concerns of Krypton scientists are quite normal. It's just that Captain Edward looked a little hysterical, and scolded with disgust, "Are you the captain or am I the captain? UBD, buy fuel for me now." After speaking, Captain Edward turned and left. The Kryptonian scientist on the side was flushed with anger, but he was too choked to speak. Don't take it to heart, the captain may also be emotionally unstable because of the demise of Krypton. Someone came over and advised. But someone whispered, the captain may have gone mad. The news of the annihilation of the Kryptonian Empire has had a great impact on everyone, especially Captain Edward, who has been extremely short-tempered recently. It is worth mentioning that Krypton is inherently a social structure with a strict class. Every Kryptonian is artificially hatched. Not only that, but each person is destined for a career under specific genes. A general is destined to be a general, a soldier is destined to be a soldier, cannot rise, cannot change. This is the fate of the Kryptonians. Therefore, Even if a scientist is angry, he has no choice but to act according to the order. But it has to be said that his concerns are justified. Less than half an hour. Boom. The sound of fierce fighting came, and there was actually a dispute. In a neutral place, fish and dragons are mixed, and there are many people with bad intentions, but some interstellar criminals are eyeing this ship of unknown origin. Run, someone took a fancy to us. A Kryptonian engineer rushed over in a panic. It's the rebels of the Kree Empire. Not far away, a Kryptonian warrior tried to intercept the chasing thugs, but in the blink of an eye, he was directly knocked out by the high-energy beam. Damn. Seeing this scene, Captain Edward in the driver's seat looked very frightened, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He gritted his teeth, and actually roared, "Leave quickly and leave." "Captain, they haven't come aboard yet." "Dog thing, let me ask you one more question, are you the captain or I am the captain, you dare to question me?" The captain roared. But at this moment, a tall figure had already stood in front of him. "What do you want? Do you want to be a dog too?" Seeing someone stand up, Captain Edward subconsciously became angry. But inexplicably, he felt a pressure from the young man in front of him. Strange, this guy didn't notice how his temperament changed drastically for a few days. "Soldier, pay attention to your identity. Give me back to your post." Captain Edward increased his tone. Yun Chen traced a smile, stretched out his hand, but moved it directly. "You." Before Edward could fully react, Yun Chen grabbed his throat with one hand, and the terrifying giant force directly lifted his body. "I also ask you, do you think you are a great captain?" Yun Chen smiled sarcastically. Edward's feet were already off the ground in front of him, struggling like a drowning man, but Yun Chen's single-handed strength made him unable to resist. Click. A sound of brittle bones sounded. The bones were easily broken by Yun Chen like pieces of paper, and he threw the waste in his hand. "Open the cabin and save people," Yun Chen said with great confidence. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Open the cabin, save people. Simple phrases that convey confidence. Most of the Kryptonians in the cabin froze in place, as if they had not yet reacted from the visual impact just now. "Captain Edward is dead? My God, is this true? As I said just now, the social structure of Kryptonians cannot make a leap, and your genes are destined to be who you will be in the future? The son of a general is a general, and the son of a worker is a worker, all his life. The following commits are even more rare. But there was such a scene in front of me. Edward, the captain of a dignified ship, was killed like a chicken so easily? At this time, the hatch opened wide. Only the medic Lucini in the ship responded and quickly opened the hatch. Whoosh. I saw that Yun Chen's figure had already rushed away like a storm. Death to me. Not far away, the Kree rebels, who were chasing after them, had no intention of keeping their hands at all. Mindful and careless. The Kryptonian warriors were already very passive in the first encounter. If it weren't for the unique and powerful physique of their Kryptonian people, they would have already died in the Yellow Springs. It's a pity that if faced with a bunch of thugs, he can confidently block 100 with one. But the Kree rebels in front of them came from the rebels of the Kree Empire, one of the 3 major interstellar empires. They were neatly armed, brave and strong, and they were not ordinary soldiers at all. Hey, it turned out to be a Kryptonian? It's rare, your empire has been destroyed for so long, and you can still find you here for me. The Kree rebels were extremely embarrassed. After all, the Kryptonian warriors in front of them had already been exhausted. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew from the front, and the face was painful. Damn, this is a person. It's too late, it's too soon. Yun Chen's body flew directly like a cannonball, without any sign of slowing down, and crashed directly into the body of a Kree rebel in front of him. Bang! The strong impact was so terrifying that it knocked the poor rebel out of the sky and hit the ground 3 times before stopping the impact. Seeing that the rebel's body was completely dislocated and blood was dripping, he was killed on the spot. BD.U. The Kree rebels were taken aback and looked at the sudden appearance of the young man with a ferocious face. Yun Chen, it's you. Todd, the Kryptonian soldier who was trapped in the siege just now, wiped his eyes, as if he couldn't believe Yun Chen's actions just now. Definitely, if he knew about the scene on the ship, he might even subvert his 3 views. Yun Chen nodded to him, looking at the Kree rebels who were eager to try, but there was no fear in his heart. With the continuous improvement of Oracle cheats, he had long wanted to verify how strong he became. The Kryptonian engineer who was also hunted down just now wiped the sweat from his face. Let's go quickly, these people are rebels in name, but who doesn't know that these people are actually people from the Kree Empire army? This is indeed the case. The Kree Empire has always been insidious and sinister. Some things are not easy for them to do openly. They often let their military personnel pretend to be defectors and pretend to be wanted people to do some unconscionable activities. The Kree rebels in front of them are exactly like this, which explains why they dare to shoot unscrupulously on a neutral planet. Humph. Bad old man, you know a lot, but you can sell for a good price. The Kree rebels made no secret of their evil motives. The leader waved his hand and let the soldiers under him start attacking. The triggers in their hands were pulled one after another. Unlike human thermal weapons, the scorching high-energy beams represented terrifying black technology, and their attack power was not trivial. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the beam of destruction that flew from his face indifferently. That motionless appearance seems to make people mistakenly think that he is completely scared and stupid, so that he can't move. Not good. The engineer was shocked. Yun Chen didn't change his face, and let the beam attack fall on his body calmly. The vast impact sounded, and the smoke and dust flew up. But a warm voice came out of it. That's it? Your attack is tickling. Yun Chen waved his hand, directly letting the dust around him dissipate, and his figure suddenly came into everyone's eyes. Impossible. No. Nothing happened to him. Suddenly, surprised voices sounded one after another. The fingers of the Kree rebels kept trembling, and their eyes were as big as copper bells, as if to find a scar on the other side. Sadly, no. Yun Chen was fine. Mosquito bites. Your attacks only hurt so much? It's ridiculous. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Just as the extraordinary self-healing LV-14 unlocks the stunt, the same extraordinary defense LV-13 not only increases his defense, but also unlocks two stunts. Damage save. Energy drain. As the name suggests, damage save can save almost half of the attack damage. And energy draw is even more exaggerated, drawing all the energy from any attack. With these two special skills, it was like a fantasy to break Yun Chen's defense and cause him a little bit of damage. The opponent's beam of destruction turned into streams flowing through Yun Chen's body. Energy drain is like the Black Emperor of Hellfire Club, absorbing any attack energy. Readily. Yun Chen sketched a smile. If you let them know about their attack and turn it into a tonic for them, I don't know what they will think. But it's time to end. Yun Chen said. You guy. The Kree rebels are still puzzled, how did the other party get unscathed? But soon, Yun Chen's attack has arrived. He just stood so far away, pushing his fist into the air. Give me death. High-level extraordinary self-healing and extraordinary defense can unlock special skills for Yun Chen. So naturally, the extraordinary power LV-14 naturally has matching stunts. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Give me death. With a low growl from Yun Chen, he punched straight forward. To be precise, Yun Chen punched the air far ahead. But just like a fist that fell in the air, it set off a great momentum, and the air in front of him was like a lake with ripples. Space shock. Extraordinary power LV-14 naturally also unlocks special skills. One of them is called space shock. Boom. After Yun Chen punched, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and the air rippled like the surface of a lake that was thrown into by stones. Caca. As if the sound of glass shattering constantly sounded, the air seemed to be torn apart by black gaps. Not good. The Kree rebels shouted, panicked expressions showing their heart palpitations. Feeling the majestic momentum swept in front of him, even the stupidest person could smell the dangerous aura, and the chaotic pace suddenly sounded. However, Yun Chen's punch spread out, and the momentum was like a shockwave, sweeping all around. Boom. The earth suddenly cracked like an earthquake. It was like a hurricane raging across the border, and a terrifying momentum set off the land in front of him. Before they could leave the battlefield, the backs of the Kree rebels seemed to be hit by a train, their spines shattered when they touched, and they flew forward. What is even more terrifying is that once the black gaps that tear the air fall on the body, it will cut his body like a sharp blade in the air. Do not. Several Kree rebels screamed in agony. Their armor and even their sturdy bodies were like tofu, cut by Invisible's sharp blades. It's smooth without any blockage. As if a gust of wind blew, the blood immediately soaked the ground in front of him, and a fragmented corpse lay on the ground run over by the storm. This. The engineer beside him looked at the scene in front of him and still couldn't believe it. Those who fell to the ground can't get up again. Oh my God. Is this the same handsome young man from before? How did he become so strong? You're too strong. Todd, another Kryptonian soldier, looked a little messy. He never expected Yun Chen, who was also a soldier, to suddenly become so strong. This simple punch, but the regiment destroyed a small team of Carry rebels. Space shock, worthy of the name. Yun Chen whispered. This attack-type special skill is a bit like Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Through the effect of shaking, Whitebeard shatters most of the entire naval base with one punch. In principle, the effect is indeed much the same. But obviously, Yun Chen's ability limit is not limited to the power to destroy the city. Okay, we should go. Yun Chen glanced at the corpse in front of him that was no longer moving, and didn't pay much attention to it, and walked directly towards the ship. With the annihilation of the Carry rebel squad, on the neutral land, there are no longer people with long eyes to test. Fuel, food, and supplies were transported into the Kryptonian reconnaissance ship Aquarius unharmed. The crew on the ship had already witnessed Yun Chen's great power through the glass. How did this guy become so strong? What kind of Kryptonian soldier is this? No one will question it if it is a general. Yeah, it's too handsome. Medic Lucini said with a face full of madness. No matter what, at least there is safety on the road. The hatch closed again, and the reconnaissance ship Aquarius rose far away, broke through the planet's atmosphere in the blink of an eye, and flew toward the boundless starry sky. The death of Captain Edward was also mentioned by everyone. A captain who was hysterical, a little crazy, and even willing to abandon his compatriots at a critical moment, died in such a tragic way, and did not arouse much sympathy. Damn guy! An aggrieved Todd yelled. Nearly killed by him. Not only the soldier Todd and the engineer, but also the adjutant and a scientist got off the ship. If Captain Edward had really asked Captain Edward to open the ship just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There are only 10 of us left. Someone sighed. 10 people. The last known 10 Kryptonians. Since they woke up, they have tried their best to transmit quantum signals, trying to contact the surviving Kryptonians, but until today, there is no signal in return. Clearly, after 15 years, Krypton may have no survivors. And they are the last Kryptonian fire. If they didn't unite, Krypton's history might just die. There is no doubt that we need someone who will lead us into the future. That person can't be insane and can't be hysterical. He needs to be rational, which allows him to calmly deal with anything he may face in the future, and he needs to be more brave, because this allows him to bless us all. Obviously, only you, Yun Chen, meet our goals. Quite naturally, Yun Chen was elected as the new captain. Definitely, this is also in Yun Chen's vision. He was by no means a passerby. In his previous life, even if he was a rich second generation from a wealthy family since childhood, he did not miss a career in society. Now, living in such a beautiful world, Yun Chen feels an unprecedented surging meaning. Not being brilliant here, I'm just sorry to cross and own oracle cheats. Whether it is the so-called 3 interstellar empires, the 5 entities that were born with the beginning of the universe Ming, or Thanos, the son of a titan who snapped his fingers and killed half of his life, he had to see it before he would live his life in vain. The future of Krypton will not continue to be bleak. This is the foundation for me to dominate the interstellar space. Yun Chen secretly said in his heart, he already had some blueprints in his mind. Perhaps it is the blessing of the goddess of fate. A few days later, on the Aquarius, which was wandering in the boundless starry sky, it received a familiar signal fluctuation. It's a Kryptonian ship. Someone responded to us. OMG. Finally found a survivor. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Received feedback from the signal? Before that, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius continued to spread out quantum signals, trying to find the Kryptonians who were also displaced. The feedback from the signal received at the moment is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for everyone. Really? Yes, Captain. After Edward's death, Yun Chen was unified with the name Roar as captain. The glory of the Kryptonians is no longer, the empire has collapsed, The Supreme Council and the people have disappeared, and the survivors can only rest in this reconnaissance ship. Driving such a reconnaissance ship and commanding the remaining 10 Kryptonians is somewhat disappointing. But Yun Chen is full of self-confidence, and he is very confident to make some prestige in this star field. The signal is correct. It is indeed the quantum signal transmitted by the Kryptonian ship. We are now establishing contact with each other to try to identify whether it is a Kryptonian. Adjutant Lilith stepped forward to report. As a group of genetically modified products, Lilith, as an adjutant, is a model of an encyclopedia. As the captain's right-hand man, he is proficient in flying spacecraft, engineering, and interstellar science. The boundless starry sky, the galaxy race, there are countless treasures. There was an intellectual taste on her delicate face, especially against the short blonde hair of the shawl, which seemed somewhat bookish. Wisdom and reason are her labels. Yun Chen looked at her and had to admire Krypton's genetic engineering at its peak. As we all know, Krypton abandoned natural incubation a long time ago, and instead chose the method of artificial genetic modulation to carve each Kryptonian. The great scientist Joel was unwilling to let his love crystallization also become a product of this assembly line, so the future Superman Clark was born. I have to say that Superman Clark is indeed lucky. His genes give him infinite possibilities. He is no longer destined to be a soldier, but a scientist. He can do whatever he wants, even a reporter. However, the surviving Kryptonians in front of them were destined for their future careers at the moment they landed. Yun Chen sketched a smile, but obviously it didn't include him. The shackles of a soldier can't hold me anymore. The Oracle cheat somehow broke his genetic shackles, allowing him to have powers he shouldn't have. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tries and spends his life, he will not be able to defeat the General Krypton above the soldiers. Because this is destined by God, it is so realistic and ruthless. The reconnaissance ship continued to wander in the boundless starry sky. Adjutant Lilith gave Yun Chen 3 reference instructions based on the current situation. 1. As soon as possible to establish contact with distant and unknowable quantum signals. 2. Find the outpost left by Krypton in the starfield in the past. 3. Find a planet of life suitable for life, and slowly restore the Kryptonian civilization. 4th, now start artificial embryos to create people and reproduce hope. The 3 instructions were very successful, and Yun Chen adopted them all. Needless to say, the first article, the other survivors, naturally cannot give up. According to Lilith, the adjutant, the Kryptonian Empire once had an extremely glorious period of interstellar hegemony, leaving a large number of outposts in various star regions. The resources, technological objects, and nutrient solutions that are in the same line can be replenished from it. In addition, interstellar drifting is not their future life, and a living planet suitable for their survival must be won as soon as possible. But this is very difficult. Kryptonians have a glorious history of wars, and naturally have a thick history of hatred. Many interstellar races hate us to the core, and the Carey Empire is one of them. What's more, most living planets have owners. It is very difficult to find an unowned planet. Hearing this, Yun Chen smiled at Lilith. Unowned planet? No, just find a suitable one. If they don't want to, can't they just grab it? This robber's logic is unreasonable. Captain. Lilith was subconsciously angry, according to Article 37 of the Kryptonian Code, no. Supervising the enforcement of the law is also the duty of the adjutant to assist the captain. But halfway through the words, she stopped. Lilith smiled bitterly. The Supreme Council that maintained order has long since disappeared. Who else patrols and enforces the law? The future of the survivors is bleak. Do you still need to restrict yourself? Thinking of this, she said no more. Hope is still there. The biggest good news is that the hatchery is safe and sound. They have begun to awaken the embryonic cells and artificially hatch new Kryptonians. 7 new lives have already started to hatch in the breeding pool. Fortunately, we are reconnaissance ships. Each reconnaissance ship considers that it is too far away from the parent star, so they have installed small hatching warehouses in the ship to replenish lost units or increase wasteland personnel. I am afraid that it will not be long before the new Kryptonians are born. And under the extremely mature life engineering technology, it may be possible to give birth to an adult life in a very short period of time. This is undoubtedly a great news. Yun Chen touched his nose, but smiled. Give me a woman, I can give you a nation. I didn't expect my spring and autumn dream to wake up so soon. Lilith blushed when she heard this, and she gritted her teeth and reprimanded, "Captain, natural reproduction is against the code. Again, Daking is dead. Well, it's not right anyway. That kind of genetically mixed newborn can naturally exist. However, what is Daking?" The knowledgeable Lilith suddenly became curious. Yun Chen also wanted to tease this intelligent little adjutant, but suddenly, the vision of his eyes changed, the beautiful skin of the woman in front of him completely disappeared, and the skeleton organs below came into view. Damn! How is this going? Yun Chen was a little dazed, but soon realized that this might be a new ability. Oracle. To be sure, he decisively turned on the cheater. Sure enough, there was an extra piece of information in the template. X-ray, not getting started. A new ability suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 6. X-ray, not started. When the Oracle system was activated, a new ability was added to the skill template. Not getting started? Yun Chen was surprised for a while. How did this ability come from? But he reacted quickly. Superman Clark went through that change too. That's right. When Clark was a child, ability got out of control, and a bunch of new abilities appeared one after another, which made him panic a little bit. X-rays, infrared rays, fluoroscopy, etc., all the abilities all sprung up like mushrooms in that period. Yun Chen at the moment has broken the genetic shackles, and under the stimulation of the external environment, I am afraid that a new round of evolution has also begun. The first to appear is a new ability called X-ray. The vision in Yun Chen's eyes kept changing, and it was obvious that he couldn't control this ability at will. But don't worry, he has a cheater. Looking at the plus behind uninitiated, he quickly pressed the button. X-ray LV1. In the blink of an eye, the ability that was out of control just now stabilized. Ding! Yun Chen accelerated the upgrade pace. X-ray LV2. X-ray LV3. X-ray LV4. Under the low-level ability, the energy consumed is very weak, so Yun Chen increased his X-vision to level 10 in one breath. Coincidentally, just one morning has not completely passed, yet another new ability has emerged. Oracle. Turn on the cheat tool, and there is a new one on the character template again. No, it's two new abilities. Twilight vision, not getting started. Infrared vision, not getting started. This time, it was very lively. However, it also verified Yun Chen's conjecture. In a sense, the Oracle cheating device did help him break the genetic shackles and directly tap the potential of all parts of the body. Change to other Kryptonian soldiers with the same genetic template, no matter how much effort they spend, they may not be able to tap other abilities in their lifetime. And Yun Chen directly broke the blockade of the gene chain and allowed himself to evolve continuously. In the same way, after he upgraded these inexperienced abilities, the low-light and even the infrared no longer got out of control. When he upgraded the low-light and infrared vision to LV10 together, something similar to a pop-up window suddenly appeared in his mind. Detected X-ray LV10, low-light vision LV10, and infrared vision LV10 have similar empathy. Does the host choose to synthesize? Interesting. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows. The system automatically concluded? However, he clicked synthesis with great confidence. Ding. Eye of Insight LV1, provides switching of any vision and sees through all delusions. Clear and easy to understand. 3 ability synthesis for a new ability, Eye of Insight. Yun Chen stood up from the driver's seat and stood in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. His eyes were fluctuating, and he kept switching perspectives. The low light allows him to see visions that ordinary people can't see. Infrared, X-ray, as the name suggests, allows him to master the changes in other fields of vision. Ding. The Eye of Insight LV2. The Eye of Insight LV3. The Eye of Insight LV10. Soon, Yun Chen added this ability to level 10 through the cheater. Eyes of Insight LV10, unlock special abilities, dynamic vision, beyond line of sight. Over the horizon. In the field of vision in front of him, a nice blue planet suddenly fell into his eyeballs. With the help of the special skill beyond the visual range, Yun Chen's eyes are like the Hubble Space Telescope, and he can see the planet belt and meteorite communities far away light years away. Zoom in, zoom out, very freely. For a moment, Yun Chen suddenly felt a cold sting in his eyes, and under the pain, he quickly dissipated the beyond vision ability. It turned out that the blue planet just watched was a planet that released ice and cold all over its body. Unlike the sun that released fireworks, this blue planet was sprayed with a terrifying icy aura, making people feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Warning: the reconnaissance ship Aquarius is traveling through the Cambrian star territory and has begun to quickly disengage. On the reconnaissance ship, a small number of personnel have been busy doing a group. Kryptonian engineers have been quick to deal with possible problems with the scout ship. Adjutant Lilith even ordered to strengthen the engine's energy output and enter the next round of interstellar transition as soon as possible. Is that okay? It shouldn't be a big problem, but in order to avoid problems with the Aquarius, I think it should jump directly in space and escape from this world. It's up to you. Yun Chen didn't understand the issue of interstellar travel, so everything was entrusted to Lilith, the adjutant. However, he had never seen the space transition technology not so long ago, which could make an interstellar spaceship quickly travel across light years and rush to different star fields. Definitely, this is just a conventional technology in the interstellar space, and many living planets have mastered this technology. Yun Chen once thought about flying directly over the Earth to see what the Earth looks like today, but he just thought about it. According to Lilith, the adjutant, the interstellar jump is not a jumping space at will, but requires a stable interstellar coordinate. Without the precise coordinates of Earth, Aquarius was simply not allowed to rush to Earth. It was at this moment that Lilith, who was beside him, suddenly snorted and said, "Captain, your eyes." "My eyes?" "Yeah, your eyes have turned blue. Is the captain all right?" "Fine." Yun Chen didn't care too much, and thought that the other party noticed that he had obtained a new eye ability. But, turn blue? That is how the matter? Did the field of vision switch also dye his pupils a color? Wrong. Suddenly, Yun Chen felt the energy of his whole body flowing into his eyes, and an inexplicable itch arose from his eyes. Damn. Another new ability. Yun Chen soon realized that he had created a new ability, and it started to get out of control again. Out of control came so fast that he didn't have time to open the template and upgrade quickly. The pupils were completely occupied by the icy blue luster. With the energy in his eyes, Yun Chen shouted, and a terrifying icy blue beam shot out of his pupils instantly, and quickly crashed into the alloy in the ship in front of him. On deck. Ability accidentally got out of control. What's a bit bad is that this turned out to be an attack-type eye skill. Chapter 7. An icy blue light instantly cut through the space, and the moment the icy blue beam burst out of the pupil, it directly penetrated the alloy deck on the ship in front of him. Not good. Adjutant Lilith called out. The cold light that suddenly burst out was like a peerless sword, piercing through several decks and destroying many facilities. What's even more frightening is that the cutting deck has no blockage. It is like a knife inserted into a cake, and it is extremely smooth. The air was even more inexplicably cold, and the temperature dropped extremely, making Lilith feel a bone-chilling cold. Damn. Yun Chen scolded, and when the energy was exhausted, he forcibly closed his eyes, and the ice blue light beam disappeared urgently. Only the undissipated cold in the air, and the messy deck facilities in front of him, showed what just happened. Warn. The damage rate of the reconnaissance ship has reached 14%, please repair it in time. On the Aquarius, the artificial intelligence detected the damage to the facility and could not help but issue a reminder. Enemy attack. Not only that, but personnel from other posts on the reconnaissance ship quickly rushed to the cockpit. Someone attacked us? Soldier Todd asked. Everyone quickly discovered the anomaly. After all, besides the captain and adjutant, how could there be any enemies? How come the enemy attacked? It's so cold. Everyone also felt the meaning of a penetrating cold frost. Hey, what's the matter with this temperature? Some people couldn't stand it. The reconnaissance ship naturally isolates the icy temperature of the Cambrian star field. At the moment, I suddenly felt the cold of becoming a shareholder. It is no wonder that everyone could not bear it for a while. But what's going on? Looking at the cut alloy deck and the armor that was pierced by layers, everyone present had lingering fears in their hearts. Darling. This is still a special aviation armor, which is easily torn apart. Just imagine, if the body of an ordinary person can't bear it at all. After all, who would dare to say that his body is stronger than aviation alloy? Don't worry about it, it was the captain's ability that suddenly appeared out of control. Everyone went back to their respective positions to work, and the engineer stayed to repair it. Adjutant Lilith ordered directly. A new ability? What ability can easily cut off the deck in front of him? How terrifying is that power? Thinking of this, everyone was envious. Everyone is basically aware that the new captain must have broken the genetic lock, otherwise he will not have the power that the soldier should not have. At the moment, a Kryptonian scientist clapped his hands in praise and said, "I heard that the Kryptonian Superman in the front row of the genetic sequence has a power that Superman can't match." In the period of awakening, a bunch of countless abilities emerged, with the reputation of being omnipotent and omnipotent. What's more terrifying is that Krypton Superman can easily cope with all kinds of extreme bad situations, because their genetic sequences allow him to quickly adapt and evolve. That's the horror of Krypton Superman. When the Kryptonian scientist spoke of his excitement, he could not help clenching his fists and shouting, "Look at the sky, the Kryptonian Empire has been wiped out, and I thought it was going to fall. It must be the fate that has opened another door for us. Otherwise, how can we break the genetic lock of Captain? Captain, the hope of ZTE Krypton is all entrusted to you." This scientist is babbling and full of nonsense, more like a religious priest than a scientist. However, his remarks were obviously very impactful, and many Kryptonites nodded in agreement, and their admiration for Yun Chen deepened a lot. After all, this is too coincidental, otherwise, how can you explain that Yun Chen's genetic lock has been completely broken, and it has continued to evolve in the direction of Krypton Superman? If it is correct, the ability to cut the deck just now must be a heat sight. No, how can this air be cold? Kryptonian scientists are still showing off their knowledge, but they soon discovered that something was wrong. The air is cold. Could this be the variant's heat sight ability? It's a freezing ray. Yun Chen took over. Just now, he had watched the blue fixed star from beyond the line of sight, and was stabbed by the cold for a while. Perhaps because of this incentive, he suddenly awakening the ability of freezing rays. Oracle. Frozen Ray LV1. In his template, there is also this new eye ability. Hot Sight. A very conventional and typical Superman ability. Superman Clark is one of the models. This ability is like a supreme blade, cutting unparalleled. The attribute of definitely Hot Sight is fire, but Yun Chen's own is cold. Frozen rays are a bit interesting. Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Captain, whether it's freezing rays or heat sight, according to the records left by the Supreme Council, the once terrifying and invincible Krypton Superman can see at a glance, reach the power of a star destroyer, and instantly destroy a planet directly. Hiss. The crowd took a breath. At a glance, a planet is dying. What terrifying power is this? The super laser cannon Death Star that claims to be able to destroy the entire planet is nothing more than that. For a time, the gazes of the Kryptonites looking at Yun Chen became more and more worshipful, as if they were gods. Okay, let's go down first. Yun Chen waved his hand and told them to retreat first. After that, he just wanted to explore the specific ability of freezing ray by himself. Definitely, he didn't explain anything about the far-fetched speculations of the scientist. After all, things like oracle cheats would naturally not be said. Let them mistakenly think that they are instructions from Krypton. It may also be a beautiful misunderstanding. Even Lilith, the adjutant who has always been intellectual and intelligent, can't help but believe it. No matter how she fills her head with the interstellar encyclopedia, she may not be able to figure out the reason. Is the captain really the hope of revival? Otherwise, how to explain what happened these days? Her delicate face was full of confusion, and Lilith murmured in a low voice, but her mind is full of natural reproduction, violence, and other behaviors that violate the code. It seems that the captain needs to supplement the code knowledge. Chapter 8. Ding. Frozen Ray LV-15. Another few days passed, and the Frozen Ray was no longer out of control, but was upgraded by Yun Chen. Oracle. Simple cheater templates come to mind. Host, Yun Chen. Supernatural Self-Healing LV-15, Supernatural Strength LV-14, Supernatural Defense LV-14, Eye of Insight LV-10, Frozen Ray LV-15, Energy Absorption LV-3. Because the Freezing Ray is a rare killing ability, the cosmic energy that Yun Chen has recently absorbed has almost been turned into the nourishment for the Freezing Ray upgrade. Freezing Ray LV-14, a beam of ice that erodes and penetrates everything. Unlock perks, Frost Erosion, Powerful Piercing. The two special skills are obviously passive abilities, which strengthen the erosion effect of the Freezing Ray and the penetration effect respectively. As for the energy absorption that the template has more, it is the ability that suddenly emerged. Definitely, this is not the same as the special skill, energy drain, of extraordinary defense. The energy drain that belongs to the defensive type is only to turn the opponent's attack damage into energy to supply itself. An energy absorption is an ability that can absorb the light and radiation of fixed star. Absorbing and storing external energy can greatly increase one's own strength. If one compares one's body to a powerful aero engine, then external energy is the fuel. And these fuels are usually idle in normal times, and they are all used as nutrients for their cheaters, and their abilities are upgraded. It is worth mentioning that with the active ability of energy absorption, at least the speed of absorbing external energy is much faster. However, compared to other abilities, this energy absorption also consumes more energy than other abilities, and it is more difficult to upgrade. Yun Chen is making the trillions of cells in his body energy absorbing all the time, and the significance of storing it is definitely more to make his new ability quicker. That's the trouble of happiness. The new ability is just like mushrooms after a spring rain, constantly emerging. Night. In the rest cabin, Yun Chen, who was sleeping on the couch, woke up inexplicably. He covered his ears. But no matter how much you cover it, the complicated sounds from the outside world are like magic sounds, and they keep getting into your mind. It's just distressing. Yun Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Not only did he hear the sound of the engine clearly and unmistakably, but his ears were so terrifying that he even heard the subtle sound of the screw twisting. Not even the surrounding aviation deck could stop his hearing. The subtle electromagnetic wave sound in the boundless starry sky was captured by Yun Chen. Jesus is above, this is too torturous. Yun Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has completely upgraded the sudden new ability. Super listening, not getting started. Ding. Super hearing LV1. In order to achieve a state of being able to turn it off and on at will, Yun Chen clicked a few times in one breath and directly rose to level 5. In an instant, the chaotic voice disappeared from the ears. Only a fragile and uncertain voice lingered, telling himself that there was chaos just now. But not right. Yun Chen abruptly sat up from the couch. No, I heard some very faint engine sounds just now. Yun Chen took off the sheet and walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window. Now he not only used super hearing, but also the ability of the Eye of Insight. Under the perception, the illusion just now is not wrong. Under the beyond the horizon field of vision, Yun Chen discovered that there were a dozen or so interstellar spaceships of unknown type trailing in the distance. Interesting. It's hard to tell if it's friend or foe. Is there still a possibility of collision routes in such a huge star field? Yun Chen narrowed his eyes, but there was no meaning in his eyes. Seeing that the opponent's formation was surrounded by a crescent moon from afar, Yun Chen, no matter how stupid he was, knew the opponent's intentions. Where did the wicked dog come from? He scolded in a low voice and prepared to go to the cockpit to activate the alarm button, so that the entire ship's personnel were ready to take their posts and deal with the possible crisis. But before Yun Chen walked out the door, Lilith, the adjutant in a white uniform, came to her door first. Captain, it's not good. We got in touch with another Krypton signal, and the other party asked you to report your identity, Captain, and return to the team immediately. Quickly return to the team. Yun Chen frowned. What's going on? How dare you order yourself to return to the team? Lilith, who was rushing in, also looked unsightly, and she said with some fear, yes, his background is much bigger than yours. The other party is the Kryptonian military commander General Zod. It turned out to be Zod, the military commander of the Megatron Star Territory who murdered Lycanum. He didn't even die. The Kryptonian who followed closely was also shocked. Wrong. The guy was exiled to the Phantom Space by the Parliament because of the rebellion. It's no wonder that this guy didn't die, but unexpectedly took his life. The voice of discussion is endless. But they all have one thing in common, fear. In the final analysis, everyone is just the staff of a reconnaissance ship, while the other side, General Zod, is the top class of the Kryptonian Empire. Although General Zod was indeed expelled, the final demise of the Kryptonian Empire also confirmed his conjecture. I don't think he was guilty. Yes, their spacecraft is the World Engine, which can transform the atmospheric environment and quickly create a device that can adapt to the survival of Kryptonians. An engineer said in a low voice. He did not dare to look up at Yun Chen. After all, the leader of the future leadership would definitely be the military commander Zed, not just a small captain. But I really want us to return to the team. According to General Zed's brutal and ruthless temper, I don't know what will happen. Some people were worried about their own safety. Yun Chen saw the changes in the expressions of some people, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. General Zed, he naturally knows who it is. That is one of the only remaining Kryptonians, and it is indeed much higher than the captain in terms of status. But if you let General Zed lead, maybe let him lead everyone into the gutter, so that he can send the head of Superman Clark on Earth. Yun Chen shook his head non-committally. It seems that some people still don't know how big their fists are. Either way. By the way, I forgot to tell you that there are unknown fleets following closely. You wait here, I'll go meet them right now. Yun Chen patted his head and reminded. What? At this time, everyone panicked. Before asking in detail, they saw that Yun Chen only left them with a back view and an indifferent remark. Isn't it just as it? It seems that you really don't know how big my fist is. Chapter 9. In the infinite starry sky. Starships roamed among them, and more than 10 battleships were lined up in a row, like a bird swallowing home, posing a crescent formation. It's like a pocket that wraps the small things in front of it in one bite. Casper, the general of the Kree Empire, showed a gloomy smile. Not long ago, they received an unexpected letter and found traces of Kryptonians. Be nice. The Kryptonians who have been dead for a long time still have the only living creatures that survive? This time, Carrie General Casper was very excited. In the turbulent galactic history, the Kree Empire and the Krypton Empire had a very disgraceful period. 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi. The Kree Empire is now one of the 3 major empires in the universe, and the Kryptonian Empire has disappeared, but it is just dust swept into the garbage by history. This is the gap today. But if you can catch 1 or 2 living Kryptonians to vent your anger, it's also a good choice. General Casper squeezed his fist excitedly. It's best to catch them alive. After all, Kryptonians are out of print, and the slave market is absolutely in short supply. I don't blame you for not being able to catch me alive. Just whip the corpse for me. Casper waved his fist and launched a pre-war declaration to the members of the fleet's army. The engine instantly increased its output, and the Carrie fleet no longer concealed its whereabouts, preparing to surround the Aquarius in front. It is very ironic that the message of this operation was conveyed by the so-called Kree rebels, and it is no wonder that the Kree Empire gave the outside world a very despicable and shameless impression. Sir, it seems that someone is in the starry sky in the distance. Not long after, an unexpected message came. Casper laughed out loud, but didn't agree. How come there are still people trying to resist the entire Starfleet alone? Wishful thinking. The Mantis arm is just a car. The crowd laughed heartily. Some people even said suddenly, I just can't think of how to catch each other alive, so some people will fall into the trap. The first act is mine. Damn BD, don't grab it. The captain really went out alone. No. I'm going to, he gave me my life, how can I let him face it alone? Soldier Todd roared loudly, trying to put on a battlesuit for a single soldier. But Lilith, the adjutant, scolded lightly, don't cause trouble for the captain, this is the order left by the captain. But, soldier, this is an order. Under the repeated emphasis of the adjutant, the soldier Todd put down his weapon a little dejected, but at this moment, there was a roar outside, and through the porthole of the spaceship, an orange-red firework could be seen lighting up in the boundless starry sky. This is. Vaguely, everyone could see a nice blue beam of light streaking across the boundless starry sky. Whoosh. There was a blue luster in Yun Chen's eyes, and a nice blue light flashed around his pupils. In an instant, a nice blue light beam burst out of his pupils. The spaceship in the distance has left the fleet, and is dreaming of a beautiful spring and autumn dream for the first time. In the cockpit of it at the moment, everyone looked flustered, but they saw a beam of frost coming directly. Do not. The crowd shouted unwillingly. Boom. However, the entire ship was completely penetrated by this ice blue beam in an instant, and with a bang, orange-red fireworks instantly resounded throughout the entire Xingyu. The aviation deck, which was strong enough to resist thermal weapons, was as fragile as a piece of white paper in the face of such a beam of light. In just an instant, it was completely penetrated, hit the engine device, and completely turned into fireworks. No, change direction. Also grabbing the first credit, shouting that the two ships that captured the Kryptonians were not good, and suddenly wanted to change their flight direction. However, they are separated from their flight phalanx, so rushing forward, how can they easily escape the frost beam swept in front of them? The icy blue beam that pierced the starfield followed the trend, as if a sharp sword was swung. The two ships were too aggressive and could not dodge at all, and they were cut by this beam in an instant. Boom! Another two orange-red fireworks lit up in the starfield, and Yun Chen swept the two ships into the sky again. Since then, the domineering icy blue light column has disappeared. What is this ability? Karpaz was completely stunned, and the excitement on his face just now dissipated. Even the members of the army around him, and even the important members of the fleets, fell silent for no reason at the same time. The armor of the Imperial fleet was vulnerable. Inexplicably, it was completely penetrated by a beam of light that flew from a distance. Damn, what's going on? Looking at the three bright orange-red fireworks in the distance, everyone's situation suddenly fell to the bottom. Not good. Suddenly, a shout made everyone walk out of the silence. I saw a carry soldier with a trembling finger, pointing to the red fireworks in the distance, and I saw a meteor-like thing directly pierced through the fireworks and flew towards the fleet. What is that? Meteor? Karpaz shouted. No. That's a person, someone screamed loudly. At the moment Yun Chen was wearing a Krypton single combat uniform, full of fighting spirit, and his eyes were cold. It is worth mentioning that the Kryptonian single combat suit provides the ability of spaceflight, which allows a Kryptonian soldier to walk in space as if on the ground. But what Yun Chen didn't know was that the suit was not enough to make him fly so fast, like a shooting star. The reason is that he has awakening the super flight ability by himself without knowing it. Nothing got out of hand. As soon as it appeared in the Oracle cheat in the form of Super Flight LV7. Chapter 10. Super Flight gives Yun Chen unparalleled flight speed. Under the boundless starry sky, his body was as fast as a shooting star, heading straight for the carry fleet. Not good. Karpaz on the main ship shouted loudly. The crowd of Kree people present were also stunned, and they didn't expect such a figure to come out of the sky. Damn. Throw the artillery fire, don't let him get close. For a time, ships began to project their own firepower, lasers, and light cannons, constantly spraying forward, trying to block the approaching figure. It's just that the lightning-fast body took the lead, broke through the layers of barrage, and crashed directly into a ship with a bang. Boom. The entire ship trembled violently inexplicably. This guy is a monster. What made the scalp numb was that the flying figure had directly smashed through the armor of a ship. Not only that, as if Yun Chen of the prehistoric beast collided, the strong impact made him penetrate back and forth, completely sinking the ship. How could a person's body be so terrifying? A hole. Put some distance away. Capiston felt bad. This guy's physical strength was beyond expectations. After the Kryptonian Empire was destroyed, how could such a monster survive? Everyone in the cockpit was busy, the engine kept spewing fuel, trying to keep getting away. But what happened next took them by surprise. Whoosh! A nice blue ray cut through the starfield and hit it straight, and the fleeting light completely penetrated a ship in an instant. Boom! The orange-red fireworks have not yet fully bloomed, and this frozen ray that ripped through the starry sky remains unabated, swept past obliquely, and once again blasted a ship into the sky. The wreckage of the body, a little fireworks, sprinkled all over the starry sky. Carry General Karpaz has been so frightened that his body is constantly shaking, and his face is even more frightened with cold sweat. This beam of light was actually sprayed by him. What monster is this? It turned out that the ice blue light beam that flew from far away was the ability of the person in front of him, but this discovery made the faces of the Kree people bleak, and the bottom of their hearts was like falling into an ice cellar. Live to grab the first power. It doesn't matter if you die, just whip the corpse hard. Now that I think about it, the words that made fun of the Kryptonians just now were undoubtedly ironic. With the speed of a meteor, with the power to sink the spaceship with a fit, and the ability to spray freezing rays, just such a monster, what can we use to compete? A morning Kree said in pain. BD. Disturb the military. Karpaz kicked the loser in front of him to the ground. At the moment, there was another roar outside, and outside the porthole, I saw another carry ship destroyed in the starfield. Whoosh! Yun Chen's black and white clear eyes turned completely ice blue, and the deep blue eyes kept shooting out a line of freezing rays, streaking down the starry sky and destroying the spaceship. At the same time, the remaining fleet in the face kept spraying fire power on Yun Chen, splashing on him. It's just that the light cannons were easily avoided by his like a duck in water. Even if it fell on his body, Yun Chen himself was left unscathed by the characteristics of energy absorption, and he also absorbed a lot of energy from it. Tickle attack. Yun Chen murmured, with the absorption of energy, his momentum is constantly rising, the trillions of cells in his body are full of vitality, and the blood flowing in his body is full of vitality like a rushing stream. Boom. He activated his body again, and like a meteor, he quickly swept across the starry sky, and a ship in his field of vision soon came into his sight. The whole ship is obviously much more majestic and atmospheric than other ships. Obviously, this is a big fish. Not a shred of hesitation. Fit and hit. Boom. The armor that was strong enough to resist the impact of the light cannon was as fragile as tofu. Yun Chen's body was directly smashed, and he rushed in completely. The Kree people in the cockpit were stunned for a moment, and they were completely stunned when they saw this unreasonable person coming. Why are you standing still? Hurry up and attack. Karpas roared. Yun Chen, who just rushed in, ruthlessly activated ability again. The air temperature dropped in a matter of seconds, and a freezing ray swept across. Swish. The Kree people in front of them couldn't resist this beam at all, and how could their bodies be on a par with aviation armor, and the whole body was cut off by the beam in the blink of an eye. Even the Kree who were hiding behind the wall pillars could not escape death, and the freezing rays shot out through the decks, killing a person hiding behind. The beam was so powerful that it even passed through the end of the ship and broke out. In an instant, the power source of the entire ship was completely destroyed, and the explosions continued. After losing most of the power, the entire ship swayed in space, and it could be a complete sonic boom at any time. Damn Kryptonian! A roar came from nearby. Casper, the general of the carry fleet, just ducked to avoid the beam. At the moment, he roared and charged straight. As a general, he naturally possesses a good martial arts. Death to me! General Casper held a lightsaber and came to the front. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He squeezed his right fist and simply delivered a straight punch. But it is such an understated action, but it is brewing a terrifying power. Space shock. Bang. Casper, who was rushing in front of him, didn't have time to get close, and was instantly smashed into blood by an impact force. Not only that, the terrifying force of shock impacted the surrounding space structure, and in an instant, the entire ship was torn into pieces of wreckage. Boom. The main ship of the carry fleet finally couldn't withstand the blow, and at the moment completely turned into a sea of fire and burned in the starry sky. Chapter 11. Boom. The main ship of Carry Star exploded, forming an orange-red fireworks blooming in the starry sky. Yun Chen's blow of space concussion caused the wreckage of the battleship to spread out like a rain of fire. Do you still want to run? With the annihilation of the main ship, even the most stupid person knew that this person could not compete at all, and the remaining ships had no fighting intentions, so they quickly fled. But no matter how fast the battleship is, it can't beat the speed of light. A little icy blue light lit up from far away, but for a moment, the light became bright, turned into a thick beam of light and burst into the air, and a rumbling sound instantly exploded a battleship in the air. Boom. The fire continued, and the wreckage of the battleship scattered in the starry sky. The icy blue trajectory continuously cut through the stars, and at the end of the light were battleships that kept fleeing. It's just that their escape was in vain. Boom. With the last fireworks rising in space, the entire carry fleet was completely drowned under this starry sky. Under the boundless starry sky, only Yun Chen's body stood proudly in it. I actually learned flight without a teacher. Yun Chen whispered. After the collision just now, the Kryptonian single combat suit on his body has long been damaged. After all, it is unreasonable to rampage like him just now. His body can stand it, but the battle suit can't stand it. Roar. Yun Chen also took a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had awakening flight at the right time. Otherwise, if there was an accident in the battle suit, then he would play a big game. Flight feels really good. Yun Chen opened his arms and moved in space like a duck in water. Who didn't think about flight since he was a child, so Yun Chen inevitably flew in space for a while, and the radiation fluctuations in space fell on him, which made the cell vitality more and more enjoyable. Before long, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius has gradually come to the front. When Yun Chen left alone, everyone was worried to some extent. After all, facing a fleet alone, it seemed a bit far-fetched. Even Lilith, the adjutant who always kept everyone rational, was heavy and worried. But now, the carry fleet was completely wiped out. He was just such a person, and he completely overturned the fleet. A crowd of Kryptonians couldn't imagine it. Thinking of the firm back of the other party's departure, everyone felt how confident Yun Chen really was. Yeah. A Kree fleet? Usse? It seems that we really don't know how big the captain's fist is. Medic Lucine whispered. Soon, under the admiring gaze of everyone, Yun Chen returned to the Aquarius. He clapped his hands, as if he had done something trivial just now. What are you waiting for? Didn't the world engine number wait for my reply? Let's go. Before annihilating the carry fleet, the Aquarius successfully contacted the world engine through quantum signals. Facing General Zod, the military commander who once dominated one side, everyone seemed a little flustered. In the cockpit, a figure waited here for a long time. Under the black short-inch head is a resolute face, and under the black cloak is the same black Kryptonian armor. Against the background of the sturdy figure, the whole person exudes a ruthless and handsome quality. Obviously, this is the military commander General Zod. Why is this guy able to appear directly in the cockpit of the Aquarius? Because this is just a figure constructed by a holographic image. You made me wait for a long time. You are one of the people in this world who can make me wait for so long. General Zod said coldly. Looks like I'm lucky. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, but instead looked at the figure in front of him curiously. Seriously, this is the first time he has seen someone with a big face in a movie, so it's no wonder Yun Chen is so curious. But your presence surprised me. For 15 years, we have been looking for surviving Kryptonians, but unfortunately, no Kryptonians have ever been found. But unexpectedly, I received the quantum communication from your Aquarius today. General Zod paused again. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. He looked at Yun Chen like this and said, however, the lack of identity as a surviving compatriot makes me particularly charitable. Let me sympathize with you. Now I order you to drive me to the Tianling Star territory immediately, and I will wait for you here. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows after listening, and said with a smile, no wonder they are so afraid of you. It turns out that you are indeed a difficult person to deal with, but the interesting thing is, why do you guarantee that I will obey your orders? At this moment, General Zod's meticulous face drew a smile, and a sense of irony emerged. He said with disdain, boy, you made me wait for so long just now. Don't you know that this time is enough for me to completely locate your reconnaissance ship? Use your brain to think about it. Waiting for me to find the door in person is another way. A treat. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze, and General Zod's domineering attitude made the Kryptonians around him a little overwhelmed. Yun Chen also laughed at the moment, a pair of black and white eyes filled with murderous intent, and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you, during the time I made your old man wait for a long time, I have easily drowned a carry fleet. So I'm also looking forward to meeting you when you're in the Tianling Star territory, but let me see how resistant you are. Okay. Chase. Chapter 12. On the world engine number. General Zod sat on the throne with an expressionless face. Just now, the data flow of the holographic projection was completely shut down. This stinky boy. General Zod, who has never changed his face, clenched his fists, rage said. This captain is too ignorant of praise. In front of the supreme military commander, doesn't he know some respect? There are many voices of Kryptonians accusing them all around. And what did we hear just now? He dared to brag that he killed a fleet of the Kree Empire by himself. This guy is too whimsical. That's right. Maybe I can't stand the blow of the destruction of the Kryptonian Empire and I'm completely crazy. Playful banter sounded. For Yun Chen's claim that he just finished the Carry Empire fleet, everyone should make a joke. This is definitely well-founded. As the subordinates of General Zod, the highest military commander of the Kryptonian Empire, these subordinates almost represent the mainstay of Krypton's military power. The difficult act of annihilating a fleet. You must know that the captain is the captain, and his natural genes have determined that his force value has reached the upper limit. No matter how hard he tries, he will never be able to defeat these generals in his life. The ruthless words are very slippery, and I am afraid that the other party will not dare to come to the Tianling Star territory. It's no big deal. Because I've decided to catch up with him myself, I'll see if his body is more resistant or mine is more resistant. General Zed clenched his fists and said coldly. At the same time. Large Magellanic Cloud, Harris Planet. This is the home planet of the Carey Empire, one of the three major interstellar empires. In the at the moment Military Affairs Department, a group of generals and generals gathered together. Look, this is the culprit who wiped out one of our star fleet. Everyone present frowned, only to see that on the screen transmitted before the fleet died, a figure that swept the sky was constantly destroying their fleet. The terrifying body was simply unbelievable, and it slammed heavily, completely sinking a ship. What's even more bizarre is that the freezing rays ejected from the pair of eyes are very exaggerated, and they also destroy ships under the beyond line of sight. Interesting. In addition to noticing Yun Chen's terrorist attack power, everyone also witnessed the ability of the opponent to easily resist the artillery attack. I didn't expect that the Kryptonian Empire has not been around for so long, and there is still such a strong person who survives. A Carey general said. Humph. I'll take care of him myself. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the burly and tall figure. It's Ronan the Accuser. That is, a member of the Supreme Accusers of the Kree Empire. I've been looking forward to the coming of war for a long time, and I will definitely win this Kryptonian who is still alive. The Accuser Ronan said aggressively, his eyes red. The surrounding generals nodded slightly. As everyone knows, the Accuser Ronan is a complete war fanatic, and he is not thinking of invading others all the time. Not long ago, the Carey Empire reached a peace agreement with the central planet Xandar, but Ronan was so angry that he wanted to ignore the meaning of the Empire and directly overwhelm the Thorn in Xandar. Considering this factor, it would be a good choice to send Ronan out to deal with the Kryptonians. Well then, it's up to you to solve it. Without much dissent, the task naturally fell to the Accuser Ronan. It's just that a member who also belongs to the Supreme Accuser frowned. He was still a little worried about Ronan's temper, and he was definitely afraid that his strength would not be able to compete. So, the Accuser General ignored Ronan's objections and said, "My subordinates will also follow you, this mission must not be missed." Humph. Even stinky fish and rotten shrimps dare to walk with me. Ronan was very dissatisfied. Tell Captain Marvel if you have any complaints. Is her? Ronan's pupils shrank inexplicably, thinking of the recently emerging blonde woman. On the reconnaissance ship Aquarius. 2 days have passed since the Carey fleet was annihilated and the meeting with General Zed. Under the strong suggestion of Lilith, the adjutant, Yun Chen arranged for the medical officer Lucini to give him a full-body examination. You did break the genetic chain. This is not a sample of a soldier. In fact, your genetic sequence is changing all the time, as if it has been evolving. My God. Your cells are too active, as lively, and volatile as an elf, which makes your strength as strong as a prehistoric beast. Also, Captain, your body is even more powerful. The blade produced by Krypton may not be able to cut through your skin. Lucienne said in shock. If Yun Chen looked at her with interest, compared to Lilith, the intellectual and dignified adjutant, Lucini in front of her looked more attractive, and even her tall figure was incomparably uneven. Compared with the small body, an adjutant with a figure A, it is very pleasing to have such a medical soldier to take care of him. Captain, your physical data is beyond my imagination. To be honest, it may not be impossible to defeat General Zed. Lucini said still worriedly. In fact, Yun Chen kept his promise. After the last meeting with General Zed, he directly sent the Aquarius to the Tianling Star territory. A war seems to be about to break out, making many people nervous. According to the predetermined route, I am afraid that in less than 2 days, under the space transition, we will reach the Tianling Star territory. But at this moment, unexpected news came. No, the world engine is very close to us, coming towards us. Chapter 13. The world engine number appeared nearby? This sounds like very bad news. We are going to reach the Tianling Star territory in 2 days, but I didn't expect that General Zed would not worry about us at all, and let the world engine number approach us. Lilith, the adjutant, said at a glance. The Kryptonians looked at each other in dismay. This is obviously an act of distrust. Are they still worried that they will escape? When it comes, it comes. There is always a solution to a problem. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows indifferently, with an indifferent look on his face. Since the other party is so kind, it saves us a trip. Yun Chen joked. Is now the time for such a joke? The medic Lucini frowned and rolled her eyes at Yun Chen. Thanks to the physical examination, their relationship had improved a lot. They are here. Adjutant Lilith reminded at this time. Whoosh. Under the boundless starry sky, a majestic spaceship lies across it, and that huge posture is like a fortress of flight. This is the world engine number in Krypton. The entire battleship also has the function of biological environment transformation, which can transform the atmospheric environment of a planet into a comfortable environment suitable for Kryptonians. In the movie, General Zod once led this ship to conquer the Earth, but lost to Superman Clark. Wow! Through the porthole, the Kryptonian people on the reconnaissance ship saw the air fortress far away. Compared with the car under everyone's feet, it is undoubtedly very shabby. Not only the ability of environmental modification, whether it is attack or defense, the world engine is one of the best spaceships. Lilith, the adjutant, said enviously. Really? Yun Chen laughed noncommittally. Then this ship will soon belong to me. He sighed inwardly. Whoosh. The tearing air sounds came from a distance, and a carapace-like airship flew from the world engine, approaching directly towards the Aquarius. What do you mean? Are you still afraid of us doing something? Lucini muttered. In the distance, the world engine number hovers so quietly. Soon, the carapace-shaped airship had come to the front and issued a signal to board. Captain, do you really want them to board? Adjutant Lilith was a little hesitation. Yun Chen signaled that she didn't need to worry, but instead said meaningfully, don't worry, everyone is a rare compatriot, and I will make a difference. Open the internet. Lilith's delicate face was a little confused, but she didn't understand what Yun Chen meant. Thinking of this guy's hidden violence factor, Lilith got a headache. Since it is a spaceship technology that is in the same vein as Krypton, under Yun Chen's nodding, the door of the reconnaissance ship opened directly, letting the small airship like a carapace land on it. The gangway fell, and 4 people descended from the carapace-shaped airship. Dressed in uniform black, under the cloak is a quaint armor-like battlesuit, but this ancient-style battlesuit has the luster of nanomaterials, revealing a sense of technology. This is a more high-tech Kryptonian battlesuit, at least much better than Yun Chen's single-play battlesuit. Not only that, but the aura emanating from these 4 people was much stronger than the other 3 soldiers on the reconnaissance ship. Not a level at all. Worlds apart. Obviously, the genetic sequences of these few are not as simple as an ordinary soldier. As expected of the deployment of Krypton's highest military commander, there are indeed some unique features. The 4 who came down were also somewhat arrogant. After just curiously looking at the people present, they looked at the internal environment of the Aquarius for themselves. Yes, it's rare to have a well-preserved ship. Even the hatching warehouse of the reconnaissance ship has not been destroyed, which is rare. These people talked to themselves. Soldier Todd couldn't stand it and shouted, "Hey! You are too condescending. Are you looking down on us like that?" The burly and stout Kryptonian Derek looked down at Todd, who was not far away. A hint of irony was faintly outlined under his holographic glass mask, and he clearly expressed an attitude of contempt. A smile appeared on Yun Chen's face, and he said, "Could it be that General Zod dare not see me? He even sent a woman to see me." The person headed on the opposite side is a woman, with neat short black hair and a heroic face. Against the background of the Krypton battlesuit, the tall figure shows a sense of power like a female leopard. Fulla's deep eyes looked at Yun Chen, and said coldly, "You are the captain." Before the two had a detailed conversation, someone stood beside her. "BD, how did you talk to the officer?" "It's too late, it's too soon." Derek, who was so arrogant just now, rushed out straight ahead. "Speaking of you, you dare to contradict our General Zod, but you are so brave." Derek twisted his waist and stepped up, but the entire bulky body flew straight away like a cannonball. Under the majestic impact, there was a great momentum in the cabin. In an instant, the distance between each other was wiped out. Bang! A vast impact sounded, but it was the sound produced by the contact between the two. Not good. Fulla looked surprised. "I saw a figure flying out like a sandbag, but that cumbersome body was Derek, who was just a moment ago." Chapter 14. Did I speak to your face? An indifferent word came out of Yun Chen's mouth. Just now, he punched horizontally, knocking out the Kryptonian warrior Derek in an understatement. Not good. Boom. There was a heavy tremor in the reconnaissance ship. Derek's body hit the wall several dozen meters away, and fell to the ground like a tattered puppet. With this little means, are you embarrassed to come here for your generals? Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. A whole fighter can be described as a touch. Being so humiliated, the remaining Kryptonian warriors were completely unbearable, and they attacked Yun Chen without saying a word. The otherworldly Kryptonian physique gives them powers unmatched by other interstellar races. As if pulling out after images one after another, the burly and powerful body burst out with terrifying power, coming one after another quickly. Death to me. The two figures in front of them raised their fists directly and smashed towards Yun Chen's face imposingly. In the blink of an eye, it was within reach. Bang. The fist fell, and there was a sound of collision. Wrong. The expressions of the two Kryptonian warriors changed in an instant, because their fists were unable to move an inch, and they were firmly grasped by the other party, unable to move at all. Is this your attack? Yun Chen's hands came out quickly and accurately, and he directly held the opponent's fist. This is impossible. The faces of the two in front of them were very ugly. The momentum of the impact was so heavy that it could be called a train collision, but Yun Chen in front of him didn't see the slightest shake, and firmly caught the fists of the two of them. What a terrifying physical strength this is. It's up to you to save some energy. Yun Chen chuckled lightly, with a slight force in his hand. The surging strength appeared a little. The fist that was firmly pinched in the palm of the hand suddenly burst into a cracking sound, and the glove and armor shattered directly. Kaka. The bones also burst out with a sound like steel shape-shifting. What? In an instant, a heart-piercing voice burst out. What's even more terrifying is that the two Krypton warriors in front of them felt the pressure of great strength. It was as if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of them. They tightened their strength and supported them. Kneel down for me. Yun Chen reprimanded lightly. Bang. Under the pressure of Julie, the backs of the two Kryptonite warriors became more and more bent. As the strength on the other side became more and more high, the two could no longer hold on, their knees bent, and with a thud, they fell to one knee directly on the ground. At the same time, a strong wind came from Yun Chen's back. Be careful. Lucini reminded. But it was the short-haired beautiful who appeared directly behind Yun Chen like a phantom. With one hand out, she slammed into Yun Chen's back with a huge force. No matter the timing or the tricky angle, Fula grasped this strike very well. It even made her hit Yun Chen's back in an instant. But how can you hit me? Yun Chen laughed. Damage save. Greatly reduced the physical damage from impact. The energy extraction is to swallow up the remaining little kinetic energy shock. In this way, how much energy still falls on Yun Chen? Not to mention, this body is a real body of steel. Impossible. Fula looked at the unmoved man in front of him, her blue pupils shrunk instantly, and soon, a dangerous aura followed. Under the instinctive reaction, her body quickly retreated, pulling out bursts of after-images. It's just that Yun Chen, who turned around, was even faster. His toes touched the ground, and he flew away like a cannonball. Fula couldn't dodge at all. Hit a solid. Bang. Fula's back landed on the wall behind, and the force of the impact made the steel plate dent. What? Fula, the beauty of the iceberg, rarely cried out in pain, and even her cold and ruthless face rarely showed pain. But she was more tenacious than expected. The movements in his hands were still non-stop. Seeing that his brute force was not enough, he took Yun Chen's eyes directly. The most poisonous woman's heart. Yun Chen's pupils have a super dynamic capture ability, which is the effect given by the eye of insight, which makes his reaction speed to an extreme. Bang. Yun Chen quickly pulled out the probing arm with his hands, then squeezed his palm into a fist, and slammed forward on Fula's body. With a bang, the alloy wall could no longer withstand this huge force, and it shattered directly. And Fula's body also fell a few meters away from this, and the whole person curled up like a boiled red shrimp, holding his stomach and screaming in pain. Yun Chen glanced at her indifferently, then looked back at the Kryptonian who had fallen from the beginning. At the moment, he had already stood up and rushed over again. The body is fine. Yun Chen smiled. Kryptonian warriors are definitely not only unparalleled in strength, their excellent physical fitness makes their self-healing and recovery abilities outstanding. Definitely if I wasn't concerned about the quality of this ship, Do you think you could still stand up? In the face of the Kryptonian warriors rushing in again, Yun Chen did not block his momentum. No matter how much force the opponent used, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. A hint of sarcasm flashed through Yun Chen's black and white eyes. His right hand was lightly clasped at the opponent's throat, and he threw it violently, making him come into direct contact with the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, and the poor soldier's face was as red as a pig's liver, and he passed out completely. Chapter 15. World Engine Number. On the throne, General Zed's body was sitting upright, and his tall and majestic body exuded a strong momentum. In the cockpit, there are many figures of other Kryptonians. Thanks to being banished to the Phantom Space by the Supreme Council, they accidentally escaped the catastrophe of the Kryptonian Empire. However, in terms of the number of survivors, there is not much advantage compared to the reconnaissance ship. Roughly, it may only be more than 10 people. Definitely, the personnel composition is significantly different from the reconnaissance ship. The Aquarius reconnaissance ship was originally designed for postgraduate examinations, so the emphasis on personnel is naturally inclined towards scientific researchers. The world engine number in front of him is different. These are all exiles who cannot rebel against the Supreme Council, including the military commander General Zed, who are almost all warriors who can fight well. Didn't they let them bring people back? How did they go for so long? For such a long time, it seems that the captain suffered a lot. Just now, everyone was discussing how to teach the captain of the Aquarius, who was rude, a lesson. Obviously, the 4 Kryptonian warriors who stood out had bad intentions. General Zed looked at him coldly, watching the performance of his subordinates. After all, he would not condescend to teach a captain. Only. It took a little longer to go. Isn't it just to teach a lesson? And bring him back? How did it take so long? They're back. At this time, a Kryptonian warrior shouted. Under the boundless starry sky, a black beetle-shaped ship flew over. Compared with the world engine, which was like an air fortress, the beetle ship was hardly worth mentioning. Under the guidance, the ship quickly entered the hatch of the world engine. Hey! You guys had a great time, but don't kill people. That is, everyone is a compatriot, and it would be a pity to lose one. Before the ship came to a complete stop, the Kryptonian warriors were already waiting outside. After all, who doesn't want to see for themselves what that bold captain looks like? The gate of the ship slowly opened. The gangway fell. Surprisingly, the person who came down first rolled down the gangway like a ball. Damn, this is Derek. That burly body and bearded face, isn't it Derek himself? But this majestic Kryptonian warrior, at the moment, rolled down in front of him in a very embarrassed manner. Not only him. Spencer. Ellie. Surfula. One after another, familiar figures were thrown from the ship like garbage. Do not. This is impossible. Everyone's eyes were red, and a pair of pupils stared angrily at the only man on the ramp who walked down normally. Under the black robe, a straight figure is outlined, and the facial features are clear and deep, like a Greek sculpture, and those dark eyes with silky blue eyes appear wild and uninhibited. As soon as they glanced at each other, they faintly felt a great pressure in their eyes. This is a cruel man. Everyone is inexplicable. But sometimes reason still can't pull a person with a broken head. A hole, I'll let you die. The famous Kryptonian warrior was too hard to see, but rage came rushing in. Yun Chen looked at each other coldly, the smile on his face seemed to be mocking. This battle comes and goes quickly. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and before everyone could react, the Kryptonian warrior who was determined to take revenge just now slammed into the wall behind him like a cannonball. Puff! Under the strong impact, he vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. The warrior was half kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time, obviously having lost most of his combat power. Seeing that the opponent's black armor was shattered in half, everyone knew how the mysterious captain made his move. Having an elite warrior half dead with one punch. Damn, why is this guy so strong? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were a little ugly. Yun Chen looked at the warrior who was still trying to struggle in the distance, shook his head and laughed, and whispered, "It's just incompetent and furious. If I hadn't saved a lot of strength, you wouldn't be able to lift a finger now." Hearing this, the soldier who crashed into the wall and fell down immediately blushed, as if he had been greatly humiliated, desperately trying to rush over again. "Blood, it's okay. Yun Chen gave a rare compliment. At least the revival of Krypton needs a group of useful people. If there is no blood, this will not work. Yun Chen commented, with a tone like that of a leader. And this undoubtedly exposed the purpose of his arrival to some extent. Yes, I'm here to collect you. Yun Chen sketched a smile, and said with a sworn smile, this ship, including all of you, is mine now. I don't think General Zod will have an opinion. What do you say? Stinky boy, I'm not dead yet, and I can't tolerate your arrogant comments here. A sullen voice came from not far away. I saw a tall and sturdy figure walking out, a face with a national character without any emotional turmoil, full of ruthless temperament. Seemingly angry, a strong killing intent filled the audience, which only made Roar feel a little stagnant. The person in front of him is the former military commander of Krypton, General Zod. The main lord finally appeared. Yun Chen squinted his eyes, and said with disdain, still that sentence, I just want to see how many punches you can last me. Chapter 16. How many punches can you hold me? Yun Chen's reverberation echoed throughout the cabin. Those arrogant words made everyone's complexion change greatly. He never expected this person to be so arrogant. Didn't he know that he was facing General Zod? Damn shit. Being so humiliated, no matter how much you tolerate it, it is impossible for people to be indifferent. I don't agree. The fallen man cried out unwillingly. It was Derek from the fore just now. It's just that before he could stand up, an inexplicable force came from his back, and with a bang, Yun Chen stepped on the ground directly. Noisy. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, jumped directly over his body and continued to walk forward. There was a gust of wind in front of him, and obviously there were people who didn't agree. Yun Chen waved his hand lightly, and in a few words, he set off a lot of energy and directly knocked him out. What? Are you just hiding behind them? Yun Chen became more and more unscrupulous, and easily swept away any attacking opponents like a stroll in the courtyard. He patrolled the enemy's territory like a monarch. With his unshakable strength, Yun Chen felt like he was in a situation where no one else could deal with it. Go away. With an angry shout, General Zod could no longer sit still. He could see that the other party's influence here is nothing more than to increase his influence. Naturally, General Zod couldn't just sit back and ignore it. His whole body was tensed up, and it was like a cannonball shot straight at Yun Chen. Boom. Yun Chen's body retreated dozens of steps at the moment of impact. Plowing with both feet, 2 long dents were plowed into the alloy floor. Just as his body stabilized, General Zod in front of him roared, clenching fists with both hands and bombarding Yun Chen continuously. Yun Chen supported left and right, and it seemed that there was no pattern at all, as if he was a little passive. Boy, I see how long you can be arrogant. General Zod's momentum was high, and he made a move, and his body movements looked like teleportation. Bang! The two punched each other, and a huge shock burst out in an instant. Yun Chen's body directly retreated dozens of steps, barely colliding in front of the deck, and General Zod was not in a good situation, and was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. It's kind of interesting. I've never had a head-to-head fight with anyone. It turns out that fighting is such a cool thing. Ever since Yun Chen came into this world, any enemy he encountered was easily dealt with one punch and one kick. Even the Starfleet didn't give him too many opportunities for head-to-head battles, it was nothing more than a simple collision. Unlike General Zod in front of him, as a military commander, his physical strength has obviously reached a terrifying level, so that Yun Chen himself fell into a disadvantage for a while. But Yun Chen outlined a smile, and there didn't seem to be a trace of unhappiness on his face. Unfortunately, you are nothing more than that. Yun Chen's words were astonishing, and the people around them couldn't understand them. Obviously you have fallen into a disadvantage? Playing so passively? Still thinking about pretending? Although the Kryptonian warriors knew that their skills were inferior to others, they undoubtedly believed that Yun Chen was not as good as General Zod at all. It's just that everyone was afraid of being beaten, and they didn't dare to say anything more. They only hoped that General Zod would give each other a hard blow. Stinky boy. General Zod gritted his teeth, his face was very sullen, but there was a rare trace of fear in his pupils. Fear? That's right. In the contest just now, everyone seemed to have the upper hand, but General Zod knew that his right hand against Hung was still aching. And the other party? Damn BD, that guy is living like a normal person, as if his repeated attacks just now had no effect. How is this guy's body made? Or how terrifying his resilience is? In the face of such an enemy, how could General Zod have the possibility of being proud? He knew in his heart that he must fight quickly, otherwise he would be the one who would lose in the end. But before General Zod could make a move, Yun Chen, who was on the opposite side, took the lead. Since I let go of the harsh words just now, then I naturally have to honor my words. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. It's time for you to realize how far apart we really are. As soon as the words were finished, Yun Chen had already taken a step forward. Despair. With every step he fell, the momentum of his body continued to rise, and the breath rose up, like a wolf smoke rushing into the starry sky. At the moment, Yun Chen's billions of cells were functioning like a furnace, his whole body was fully activated, and his blood sounded like a rushing river. Why is Superman so strong? Naturally, the atmospheric radiation of the Earth's sun made every cell in his body extremely powerful. And Yun Chen, with a simple energy absorption, let the free energy around him continue to fill himself. The momentum is even higher. This is the first time he has gone all out, and the first time he has witnessed how strong his physical strength was in his heyday. Not good. Everyone around screamed. Even the stupidest person can feel that Yun Chen's aura has undergone an earth-shaking change. As if the sky was overturned, General Zod had no chance of dodging at all, and the fist slammed on the opposite side was really approaching the extreme. Boom. General Zod also punched unwillingly, but at the moment of the collision, his arm was broken by an inch, and his entire body suddenly broke off the ground, as if a cannonball collided and flew out. The terrifying Yue even made him break through the decks and directly knocked out the world engine number. Do not! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Whoosh! Just before Yun Chen's eyes flashed an ice blue sheen, a terrifying frozen beam cut through the air, penetrated the starry sky, and directly hit General Zod floating in the starry sky. Chapter 17. Bang! From the world engine, an icy blue light pierced through the starry sky, and in an instant, it hit the flying silhouette directly and unmistakably. Pfft! Blood splashed out, dyeing the starry sky. Boom! How terrifying the strong penetrating power of the freezing ray is! It is the ability that can directly penetrate a warship. In an instant, the ice blue light beam penetrated through General Zod's waist without any obstruction. The large blood hole penetrated directly from the front to the back. The moment the blood spreads, an extremely cold frost spreads out in an instant. That is the attribute of the freezing ray. The penetrating frost directly coagulates the blood, and the wound is also frozen. Frost even entered the whole body, causing secondary damage. This is a very painful process. General Zod has a very considerable recovery ability, but at the moment of frost erosion, he was completely frozen and could not recover at all. What? He cried out in pain, and the tidal wave of pain even made General Zod faint. Not only that, the arm that was forcibly hit just now has been completely broken, and the injury has increased, causing his combat power to drop by more than half. Floating between the starfields has made General Zod unable to stabilize his body at all, allowing his body to be driven by the current. Suddenly, General Zod only felt his vision turn upside down for a while. He was held by the neck like a young eagle, and was forcibly dragged back from the starry sky by Yun Chen without any dignity. Bang! A heavy landing sounded. General Zod was thrown into the cabin just now. At the moment, he lay down on the ground in a state of embarrassment and struggled hard. This is your General Zod, Yun Chen said indifferently. His clear eyes swept across the Kryptonian warriors on the opposite side. Those sharp eyes made people dare not look at them. Every time they passed over a person, the other party lowered his head inexplicably. The atmosphere at the scene was inexplicably condensed, especially under Yun Chen's high momentum. Everyone inexplicably only felt that they were short. So General Zod, it seems that you really can't resist my punches. Yun Chen smiled. No one dared to refute. No one continued to stand up to resist. Ironically, in this quiet atmosphere, only General Zod's painful cry was extremely harsh. What's more, Yun Chen was serious, and with a punch and a beam of light, he easily eliminated the strongest in everyone's mind. What reason do you have to resist? This is indeed the case. General Zod's strength is far from Yun Chen's. Why Yun Chen is confident to fight against General Zod? Because he knows that General Zod, who has not been strengthened by solar radiation, is just a Superman without special functions in a sense. Hot sight? Frozen beam? This powerful ability will not Even if Zed himself can get rid of the battlesuit and fly in the starfield alone, it is a question. By the way, his self-healing ability, which he may be proud of, has been crippled by the frost that invaded his body and limbs. Just like a Superman who can resist a little attack, Yun Chen didn't take it to heart from beginning to end. Too weak. The Kryptonian Empire has been destroyed, and if it needs to be revived, it obviously needs a stronger leader. Survival of the fittest. Zod is so weak and vulnerable, such a person must not be able to lead everyone on the road of revival. Yun Chen talked eloquently, thanks to the experience of founding a company before crossing, so that he did not spend much mouthpiece when speaking. Draw a blueprint, give the company future prospects, and make everyone believe that on the road to revitalizing Krypton, Yun Chen himself is only possible. It's definitely not enough. As the saying goes, sticks in one hand and desserts in the other. Hard and soft is the right way. Yun Chen said the last sentence meaningfully, this is the reason why I keep your hands on you. Remembering that you are talents, just the punch I gave Zed just now, you can bear it. The words reached the ears of every Kryptonian warrior present. Everyone became more and more silent, but looked at each other in dismay. They are all radicals of the Kryptonian Empire in the past. In order to revive Krypton, they would betray the Supreme Council. Now that the Empire has been destroyed, the road to revival is becoming less and less hopeful. In the face of Yun Chen, who was born out of the sky, it is impossible to say that he is not moved. If he can't, then how can General Zod be able to? A very simple truth emerged in everyone's mind. So, finally, someone stood up first, and the first to break the silence turned out to be a woman, that is, Fulla, who had just led the team to the Aquarius. Indeed, survival of the fittest, not to mention on the road to revive Krypton, we need a strong one. Although I don't know the name of the captain in front of me yet, as long as we know that he is a Kryptonian, our own, and the strongest Kryptonian in existence, that's enough. Fulla is the adjutant of the World Engine and the right-hand man of General Zod. At the moment, he jumped back for the first time, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 18. Fulla, the iceberg beauty, was the first to stand up, which was unexpected. However, since General Zod's embarrassing defeat, the Kryptonian warriors have not been in solidarity. Thinking of this, it can explain his behavior. When someone led the leader, many Krypton warriors soon stood up. Count me in. And I. Krypton does need a strongest leader, and only then can we see the future. They were the mainstay of the past empire, and they were also radical reformers. For this reason, they were banished to the phantom space by the Supreme Council. At the moment, seeing the downfall of General Zod, it is logical to surrender to Yun Chen. That's right, he is also a Kryptonian, and he is also everyone's compatriot. We have been drifting in the starfield for more than 10 years, and we have never met a Kryptonian. It is conceivable that everyone present is almost the only survivor. Under such harsh conditions, we don't want to become stronger, and sooner or later we will be eliminated. Being able to defeat General Zod is obviously a rare powerhouse in Krypton who breaks the genetic shackles, and his future is definitely bright. We need change makers like this. Definitely, some people stand up and some people stay silent. After all, I have followed General Zod for so many years, and I have some feelings in it. But at this time, clang. The sound of unsheathing resounded, and General Zod, who was lying on the ground just now, barely supported his body and picked up a short alloy blade in one hand. It's interesting, do you want to die? Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, not caring at all. This is not his habitual contempt, because in the face of absolute strength, no means are enough to make him take a second look. What's more, he is a defective person. The blood hole created by the freezing ray is still vivid in my eyes, and the transparent waist gap in the front and back is shocking. In the period of time just now, the ferocious wound still has not shown any signs of healing. It can be seen that the frost erosion effect attached to the freezing ray is so terrifying that it abolishes most of General Zod's combat power. I can save your life, but it doesn't mean you have this chance next time. Yun Chen said. Boy. General Zod gritted his teeth and roared. His blushing face seemed to have used up all his strength because of one sentence. He coughed a few times, and spit out a mouthful of blood. The former subordinates couldn't bear to look directly, but turned their heads to avoid this scene. Stinky boy, I admit that I lost. General Zod rarely said this sentence. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. Then General Zed stared hard at Yun Chen's face, and roared hoarsely, "BD, you won, but you have to remember that if you can't lead the Kryptonians to revival, then I won't die if I die. I'll let you go." These words were astonishing. Is this betrayal? Yun Chen sighed. But he didn't wait for him to say anything. Pfft. The sound of blood splashing burst out, and General Zed in front of him twisted his short blade and slammed into his heart angrily. Remember the words just now. After speaking, his eyes were completely scattered, and then he lay down on the ground without a trace of movement. General. The Kryptonian warriors never expected that General Zed would commit suicide. Yun Chen was also slightly taken aback by his actions. While greatly surprised, he also quickly understood the other party's actions. After all, he had completely seized his power, and the arrogant General Zed had no face. If you were General Zed, what would you choose to do and be willing to be a subordinate to Yun Chen? Naturally impossible for the arrogant Zed. Therefore, Zed, who had nowhere to go, chose to commit suicide. It's a pity, keeping you alive is just to have one more subordinate to serve, so why bother? But I respect your choice. Yun Chen said. At the same time. Pfft. There was no trace of hesitation anymore, and under the leadership of Chief Fula, the dozen or so elite warrior members in front of them all fell to one knee on the ground. I would like to serve you. Yun Chen nodded slightly, his eyes passed over the Kryptonian warriors who bowed their heads, and a conquest-like pleasure emerged in his heart. Very good, Krypton has you, why can't it be revived? Definitely, you can't treat a talent like General Zed badly, and the scenery will be buried. The world engine no longer hovered, and began to wander in the boundless starry sky again. Behind, the Aquarius followed closely. Adjutant Lilith, including Medic Lucini and other Kryptonian warriors, couldn't understand how Yun Chen subdued a group of unruly elite soldiers. That was the former Supreme Commander, and that was some elite warriors who were famous in the Empire, but they were completely taken over by Yun Chen smoothly. Everyone fell into a dream, not daring to imagine it at all. Without rules, a circle cannot be formed. On the road to revival, we need to support each other hand in hand. For Lord Yun Chen, we can no longer call Roar the captain. After all, there are already 2 Kryptonian battleships under the hand. Definitely, the name of the General Roar is also not appropriate. As a result, Lilith, the adjutant, finally thought of a name Roar in order to determine Yun Chen's supreme power. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire fell. The Supreme Council no longer existed. In order to overcome obstacles in the future ahead, this road must be very difficult. Today they only need one voice, one will, and one head of state. Lilith had thought about the name of the speaker, but if there is a speaker, there will naturally be a parliament, and there will also be members, so in order to ensure Yun Chen's unique and supreme power, she decided to restore the ancient monarchy of the Empire. Yun Chen has been the new Emperor of Krypton ever since. Chapter 19. Boom. The laser artillery fire was continuously released from the world engine, drawing a beautiful arc and falling directly on the planet in front of it. Above the Earth, one after another fierce beasts kept roaring towards the sky, seemingly venting their anger. It's just that the ruthless artillery fire covered the entire Earth in the blink of an eye, completely turning hordes of ferocious beasts to nothing, and even razing this forest to the ground. Definitely, there are still many beasts with wings fluttering up to the sky, trying to put out the steel fortress that keeps falling from the sky. Whoosh. Figures flashed across the sky from time to time. Those were elite Kryptonian warriors. Wearing armor like black combat uniforms, they tried to strangle the pterosaurs that threatened the world engine. Let me go. An indifferent word fell from the sky. Yes, Your Majesty. The Kryptonian warriors looked respectful, felt the invisible pressure from the sky dome, and immediately retreated towards the main ship. I saw at the moment Yun Chen was wearing a black robe, standing proudly above the sky like a god. He did not rely on the technology of a technological battlesuit, but only relied on his flight ability to step on the sky. Looking at the winged beast fluttering towards him, Yun Chen's strength began to rise continuously, and his aura shot straight into the sky like a smoke. He laughed loudly and said, "Cuck the birds and beasts, dare to sing. Say it." Yun Chen threw his fist and shot out, and a majestic force suddenly came out of his hand. Space shock. Boom. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens, producing bursts of hissing thunder, and a force that could subvert the sky suddenly fell from the sky. Bang. The beast that fluttered its wings was instantly blown into a piece of blood under a single glance. The shockwave continued to wave ripples in the air, and the strong tremors ripped open black gaps in the air. One move space shock, how big is the momentum? The last resistance force that rushed into the air was instantly annihilated into a blood fog. Since then, this planet named Nipton has no resistance. Not long ago, the world engine, drifting in space, inexplicably discovered a planet of life. This is a very rare find. According to the further investigation of the reconnaissance ship Aquarius, it was found that there were no primates on the surface, and there was no trace of human beings. Only vicious beasts survived on the surface. Obviously, this Nipton planet did not have the birth of an intelligent civilization, but instead became a cradle for incubating beasts. Capture this place. Yun Chen didn't say a word, and gave the order directly. A young planet with good air like this suitable for Kryptonian life is too rare. What's more, it is impossible for them to drift in space for a long time, and they also need a nest to rest. Without their own home, how can they continue to reproduce their own race, and how can they revive their own civilization? Thus, a fierce war began. Contrary to what he imagined, Yun Chen initially thought that the civilization here stayed in the Cretaceous period of the Earth, similar to the age of dinosaurs, which was nothing to worry about. But the ferocious beasts here are just too ferocious. Godzilla-like ferocious beasts with huge bodies dozens of meters high, not to mention, there are monsters with huge wings soaring in the sky. But, compared with the elite Kryptonian warriors, these monsters are still not worth mentioning. To completely eradicate the monsters within 10 kilometers. Yun Chen gave the order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Kryptonian warriors headed by Fula immediately scattered, chasing and killing the surrounding indigenous beasts. Boom. There was a loud bang behind him, and the world engine, which had been flying for more than 10 years, stopped on the mountain, and the blade-like base of the ship was deep in the ground, standing firmly on the ground. In the long sky, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius was on alert, continuing to guard against possible enemy attacks. Yun Chen stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking the primitive forest landscape, patrolling his land like a monarch. It is true that invading a planet is definitely a very bloody thing. But StarCraft, either you die or I die. On the road to revive Krypton, plunder, war, and death will all be themes in the future, and Yun Chen has long been accustomed to this. It's a gift from God. Krypton also had a large-scale alien beast colony, said Lilith, the adjutant. Speaking of this, Yun Chen just remembered that in the movie, in addition to the prosperity of science and technology, Krypton does have something like a very Dragon Knight, and Superman Clark's father has superb driving skills. Now we still have this technology, maybe we can easily tame and control them. Lilith said with great anticipation. Very good. Yun Chen nodded, it was a good thing to have these beasts to help. Now that we have an incubator, the new Kryptonian life will be born for a while, and now we have a territory, and everything is going in a good direction. Medic Lucini also sighed. But it would be nice if there was a central collection, which is Krypton's most precious life essence. It's a pity, since the Kryptonian Empire was destroyed, I don't know where the central collection has gone. Central collection? Something that claims to be a Kryptonian gene library? Has the most detailed Kryptonian genetic sample. Mentioning this, Yun Chen squinted his eyes, he definitely knew where this central treasure book fell. Clark, looking forward to meeting you. Asterisk. Chapter 20. A month later. The planet Neptune was completely occupied for a month. A wisp of cooking smoke rose slowly in the sky. On the long ridge mountains that stretch for dozens of kilometers, the original forest vegetation disappeared, replaced by a towering tower. The house style is full of technology and has an exotic flavor, which perfectly matches the architectural style of Krypton. Looking at it, dozens of buildings stand among the mountains and are dotted among the green forests and seas, which are very beautiful and moving. Maybe you have a question, the scout ship plus the world engine number, the two spaceships are full and add up to only 27 people. Can such a small amount of manpower create a city community in such a short period of time? In fact, even Yun Chen couldn't believe it at first. He was completely stunned until he witnessed buildings emerge from a box-shaped machine like an assembly line. 3D printer. Looking at this box-shaped machine, Yun Chen reacted instantly. Before passing through the past life, there was a creation called 3D printer in technology, which could easily manufacture cars and houses. Yun Chen patted his head and looked at the world's engine number rising from the ground. Then he remembered that he was in the era of super technology, and it was a little ridiculous to look at the phenomenon with the Earth's thinking in the past. As a result, this black tech creation called the material printer created buildings in an instant. There are also miniature airships, laser cannons, ion energy cannons and other weapon-like creations in the blueprint. Adjutant Lilith also warned. Certainly, matter is not something that can be created for no reason. The trees, vegetation, and even the stones that have been completely eradicated in front of them are the raw materials needed to build the house, but they have been transformed into exquisite high-rise buildings under the magic of black technology. As the Emperor of Krypton, Yun Chen naturally lives in a luxurious castle on top of a mountain. Wake up and take control of the world, drunk on the knees of beautiful women. Who never dreamed of something so beautiful? Taking the power of life and death on Krypton and ascending the throne. Although the population looks very shabby, you must know that Kryptonians are not naturally hatched, and Superman Clark is heretical. The hatching chamber on the reconnaissance ship has begun to hatch the new population. Although the genetic samples are only soldier and engineer, they have finally taken a step forward. And beauty. Yun Chen was not a Puritan at all, so he took down the tall and lovely medic Lucini with half a push. Your Majesty, you must pay attention to safety. We on Krypton do not allow natural reproduction. As for Lilith's helpless admonition, Yun Chen took it all as sarcastic words. People are naturally cool when they have a happy event. Definitely, Yun Chen didn't waste his strength on this. Now all prosperity is based on his own strength, and he definitely dare not take it lightly. Above the mountain palace, the dense energy elements formed a vortex in the sky, and the bottom of the vortex fell straight down, landing on Yun Chen's body. Under the energy extraction, Yun Chen plundered the cosmic energy from the outside world and fed back his body. But with such ruthless plundering, the energy flowing in his body disappeared quickly, as if a black hole appeared somewhere in his body, devouring the energy in his body. It went by so fast it scared dead man. It lasted for a full 3 minutes, the cosmic energy from the outside world was plundered, and even the energy in Yun Chen's body was almost empty. Ding! The voice of the system also came from my mind at this time. Extraordinary Defense LV-25. Successfully unlocked a new special skill, Kryptonite Immunity. Wait, this is Kryptonite immune. Yun Chen was about to jump up, and he almost forgot about it. By the way, the biggest weakness of Superman, Kryptonite, my god, no matter how awesome the body of steel is, the light of Kryptonite will instantly make Superman extremely weak. Even an ordinary person can't handle it. Yun Chen remembered his performance in the Superman movie, and he was instantly apprehensive. He definitely knows that the more powerful Golden Superman can eat kryptonite as a snack, but Yun Chen obviously hasn't evolved to that level yet. Thinking that he now has the ability to be immune to kryptonite, the big stone in his heart finally falls. Great. Yun Chen smiled contentedly. During this month, he naturally did not waste his gold finger. After all, it was impossible to upgrade his ability with a cheater, and the cost was just the energy he had drawn, as much as he wanted. So this month, he has been adding points most of the time, making his overall ability upgrade a lot. Oracle. With a low voice, a template suddenly appeared in my mind. Host, Yun Chen. Supernatural Self-Healing LV-23, Supernatural Strength LV-20, Supernatural Defense LV-25, Eye of Insight LV-19, Super Hearing LV-16, Super Flight LV-17, Freezing Ray LV-25, Energy Absorption LV-8, Super Roar LV-7, and Brain Activation LV-14. Definitely, in addition to the upgrade points, new abilities have naturally appeared during this time. Super Roar sucks. Brain Activation. It's the new ability. Chapter 21. Brain Activation. A passive ability that activates your own brain, allowing your brain to react as quickly as a supercomputer. In short, it is a skill that increases IQ. Yun Chen only felt that his thinking speed was indeed a lot faster, and the ability to reflect the characteristics of ability is undoubtedly the one he can remember today. Even if it is something he casually glanced at, as long as Yun Chen is willing, he can find the answer in his mind. As for another new ability, Super Roar Sucks. This is not a nominal roar suction ability, but a very powerful group killing ability. Yun Chen on the top of the mountain palace stood up, and at a glance, The forest that was razed to the ground in the distance was caused by super roar suction. Your Majesty, it's time for lunch. The pretty laughing words came, and Lucini, who was wearing a nightgown, came in gracefully. After the first time, and even after several times of moisturizing, the tall and graceful little girl in front of her became more and more plump and attractive. Yun Chen glanced at her and smiled. I want to eat lunch, but even you have to eat it together. At the same time, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius climbed up from the ground, directly broke through the atmosphere of the planet Neptune, and rushed to the boundless space. The material printer can indeed create a lot of items. However, some high-precision composite materials are powerless and can only be purchased from outside. Especially when Yun Chen taught generals a lesson, he caused a lot of damage to the world engine, and even the artillery and ammunition consumed by the attack on the planet Neptune needed to be repaired and supplied. Some specific high-tech supplies need to be purchased from outside. So, under the arrangement of Lilith, the adjutant, Fulla led a team to the neutral planet Xandar to buy the required styles. Fulla's combat power should not be underestimated. Even at the level of elite Kryptonian warriors, it is a top-notch combat power, and it is reassuring to be led by her. This iceberg beauty with short black hair, like Lilith, is also Yun Chen's subordinate adjutant. However, Yun Chen and the others did not know that a premeditated cloud had gradually begun to envelope them. Xandar Star. This is a great neutral planet that does not belong to any empire. There is no shortage of introductions about this planet in the movie, but it has undoubtedly weakened a lot of strength. The famous Nova Corps of Xandar Star is not a soldier who can only fly fighter jets, but a huge military organization with many superheroes. Among them, there is no lack of powerhouses with cosmic energy and easy flight. Therefore, Ronan, the accuser from the Kree Empire, has not been able to bite this hard bone for a long time. He was forced to go down to the Kree Empire and even signed a peace agreement with Xandar Star. Damn Xandar, sooner or later, I will bury you all in hell. On a spaceship, the accuser Ronan clenched his fists and roared angrily. In the sight of the porthole, the planet Xandar came into his sight. Lord Ronan, Xandar Star will definitely roll into hell as you wish, but we are now. A soldier's subordinate cautiously advised. The accuser, Ronan, turned his head and gave him a fierce look, and then he took back his thoughts and remembered the purpose of his coming. The other party has left Xandar Star. Yes, but I only saw the faces of some Kryptonians, and I didn't find the figure of the young Kryptonian Superman. That guy isn't there. Ronan gritted his teeth and whispered. That's right. The reconnaissance ship Aquarius, which is purchasing supplies from Xandar, has been completely targeted by the poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Ever since Yun Chen single-handedly annihilated a Kree fleet in space like no one, the Supreme Military Council of the Kree Empire has long been eyeing the remnants of Krypton that they hated in the past. In a period of more than a month, the Kree Empire, which the intelligence network claims to cover most of the star field, finally grasped the latest trends of the remnants of Krypton. Master Ronan, do you want to do it? Someone suggested. No, you are crazy. This is the sphere of influence of Xandar Star. We can't do it at all. We can only find a chance to do it when the reconnaissance ship returns. Both are neutral planets, different from the dock planet where Yun Chen first landed. The order of the Xandar planet in front of him is stable, and no one dares to break the law here. Therefore, even if the accuser Ronan's people discovered these remnants of Krypton, they would not dare to do anything to them on Xandar. But the accuser, Ronan, was not at all dismissive. From the beginning to the end, he was not interested in such a few Kryptonian remnants at all. What he cared about was the new generation of Kryptonian Superman. Intuition tells this bloody general who has been fighting on the battlefield all the year round. If he doesn't kill the young Superman at the root and seedling stage, he may have endless troubles. Don't scare the snake. The accuser Ronan frowned, and said with great determination, that guy is not on Xandar, and the living materials they bought show that these Kryptonian remnants definitely have a place to stay. Hide all the whereabouts, and give me all the means to track the Aquarius and find their whereabouts. And also, immediately mobilize more carry fleets for me. I will completely eradicate these Kryptonian remnants and not give them a chance to turn over. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the accuser Ronan. As for that young Kryptonian Superman, he clenched his fists and smiled savagely. Stinky boy, don't I know what you Kryptonians are most afraid of? And my favorite is killing genius. Chapter 22. The reconnaissance ship Aquarius was repaired on Xandar star. After purchasing living materials and technological supplies one by one, in order to avoid long nights, Fulla immediately ordered to leave Xandar star. The beauty of the iceberg, Fulla, is not a fool. After all, she is a brave warrior who can fight well, and an officer who can grasp the opportunity. Even if she didn't know that the Carey fleet was watching, with a cautious personality, she gave orders to travel through space towards a specific wormhole channel before she left the protection range of Xandar. What is a wormhole? That is a high-speed corridor built in the boundless universe, a point-to-point ultra-long-distance tunnel. It's just that the Aquarius has disappeared in this star field, but it has long been targeted by people with bad intentions. Damn little girls, you are quite careful, and ask people to keep watching. The accuser Ronan cursed secretly. If the Kree Empire and Xandar Star had not signed a peace agreement, he would now be able to let the Imperial fleet tear up the Kryptonian reconnaissance ship. The reconnaissance ship Aquarius walked through a long space tunnel and appeared in a starfield several light years away in the blink of an eye. It is worth mentioning that Aquarius has repeatedly shuttled through the wormhole several times since it left Xandar for the first time. Report, sir, there are still unknown warships in the surrounding stars. In the cockpit, a Krypton engineer reported the information. Can you find out the specific origin? Fulla frowned. As a commander, she inexplicably smelled a bad smell from this return journey. During this interstellar journey back, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius found at least 4 different types of ships on the way, just passing by, or intentionally. The model is unknown, it's just a merchant ship, maybe it's just a passing merchant ship. Merchant ship? Fulla frowned, and there was a hint of indescribable meaning on her inhuman and delicate face. We have collided with the fleet of the Carey Empire. Before leaving, Lilith, the adjutant, stepped forward and instructed. In the vast and boundless universe, countless interstellar civilizations know a clear and incomparable law, and they must not easily reveal their own planetary coordinates. This is the dark forest law of the universe. After a long time, Fulla said meaningfully, change the itinerary. And, contact your majesty. A week has passed. The accuser, Ronan, looked very sullen, and he couldn't hold back his temper. It is a very ruthless strategy to set a long line to catch big fish. Once successful, it can completely remove the last habitat of Krypton and completely stamp out the last fire of civilization on Krypton. But he did miscalculate his temper. Ronan himself, who was already short-tempered, couldn't bear this long-term stalking behavior. If it weren't for the constant admonitions from his subordinates, he would have launched an attack on the reconnaissance ship the day before. Fortunately, the tormented journey is finally coming to an end. Good news, the other party's reconnaissance ship has already started to land, and it is a planet that has not been discovered in the past. Very well, that's where their Kryptonian remnants are hiding. General Ronan, do you want to wait until the life fluctuations are discovered before launching an attack? A Carey technician asked cautiously. Wait? Still waiting. The accuser, Ronan, couldn't bear it for a long time, and immediately waved his hand and shouted angrily, everyone is ready to take this planet directly for me. There were waves of ripples in the star field, and a holographic stealth battleship finally lifted its veil, revealing its long and narrow shape. At the same time, the distant star field also began to become lively, like a stone thrown into the lake. The quiet and dark starry sky suddenly rippled. At the moment when the accuser Ronan issued the order, the Carey battleships scattered all over the starfield suddenly started the space transition, jumping from multiple places to space. At the same time, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius was breaking through the atmosphere and landing on the planet. Not good. Ding. The alarm device came on inexplicably, and the piercing alarm sounded. Frequent information about the appearance of unknown fleets constantly resounded throughout the ship in a high-frequency alert. Obviously, when the reconnaissance ship was about to land on the planet, the other party stopped lurking and directly made his wolf ambitions public. Commander Fulla stood up excitedly. The other party finally no longer bears it. Her delicate white melon seed face was covered with frost, and she watched the narrow battleships shuttle through the space through the porthole, and there was a ruthless look in her eyes. Emergency evasion action has been made, and a distant warship has begun to attack us. The technician reported. The outer star field is like dumplings, and there are constantly interstellar warships suddenly jumping from space. For a time, the reconnaissance ship Aquarius that began to land on the planet was undoubtedly the turtle in the urn, and it was difficult to escape the net that had been spread around. However, Fulla's inhuman face still unexpectedly showed a hint of smugness. Because her intuition is correct, there are indeed malicious people who are constantly following them by relying on their invisible technology and their identity as passing merchant ships. Sir, I have to admire your intuition, but although we introduced him to this planet, we were also forced into a desperate situation, the technician said with some fear. After all, it was the mighty Carey fleet outside, and the momentum that covered the sky was scaring Deadman. Fulla was full of confidence and smiled. This is His Majesty's plan. I believe His Majesty will never sit back and watch us die. Why is she so proud? Because until now, it's been part of their plan. The planet on which the reconnaissance ship Aquarius landed was not Neptune at all, nor was it a habitat for Kryptonians at all. After Fulla felt something wrong a week ago, he led the warship to a dead planet several light years away. What's even more wonderful and vicious is that on this dead planet, someone has long been waiting here. Because, a week ago, the Kryptonian Emperor of Neptune also quietly set off. He's here, His Majesty's here, I can already feel it, Fulla whispered. Seems to be in response to her roar. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the sky swept across the sky, and a terrifying thick beam of light suddenly rose above the surface. The thick beam of light had a terrifying momentum and hit an arrow in space in an instant. Chapter 23. Whoosh. A nice blue beam of light pierced through the sky, instantly tore through the atmosphere, and exploded a Carey battleship that followed. Boom. The fire and rain poured out, and the wreckage was scattered everywhere like a goddess scattered flowers. It's him. The accuser Ronan was furious, and the blue veins on his face revealed his emotions. Kill him. Seeing that the other party's nest was discovered, and the existence of the new generation Superman on Krypton was discovered, the accuser Ronan immediately issued an order. But what the subordinates reported next surprised everyone. No, this planet has no oxygen at all, and there is no sign of life at all. In other words, this is a dead star in decline, and it is impossible for anyone to choose to be a nest here. What? As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the Kree people in the fleet changed drastically. Yup. How could the Death Star, which has no signs of life at all, be a foothold? That means. Is this a trap? Is this really a trap waiting for us to get in? Someone said with a change of color. It was originally a game made by the Carey fleet for the remnants of Krypton, but the situation seems to have changed, and the opponent has made a game for itself. It would be fine if we attacked this reconnaissance ship directly at first, then it would be so troublesome. Someone whispered cautiously. The accuser Ronan's face was full of anger. It was his strategy to catch big fish with a long line. Seeing that the bait was used instead, he seemed a little embarrassed and angry. A hole. With a bang, he picked up his long-handled hammer and smashed to death the subordinate who dared to slander him. The bloody scene appeared, and everyone was silent for a while, not daring to say anything more. Ronan gritted his teeth and roared, "It's really trash, you dare to say that you can play a game for me, think about it with your brains, even if this planet is not inhabited by Kryptonians, but this young Kryptonian Superman is here, destroying his value is enough for us to make enough money." The words are indeed the case. As long as this new generation of Krypton Superman is strangled in the cradle, their action will undoubtedly be a big profit. But there is one problem. The other party can personally use his body as bait to lure everyone to this Death Star. How can it be so easy to kill? Not sure who kills who. However, all the Carey officers did not dare to say this kind of heartbreaking words. After all, the still hot corpse in front of them made them completely shut up. The whole army listened to the order and immediately mobilized all the artillery fire for me, and concentrated the firepower to kill all the Kryptonians in front of me. The accuser Ronan immediately launched an attack order. At the same time, the warships from this starfield jumped more and more densely. There are nearly 100 ships in the fleet in the front row alone. They resounded the order, mobilized all the artillery fire, and locked on the Krypton reconnaissance ship that was about to land on the planet. At the same time, a figure on the ground swayed up. It is Yun Chen, who has been waiting here for a long time. He jumped easily and stepped directly over the Aquarius. With a bang, Ling Kong's body suddenly accelerated, as if a rocket took off into the sky. A week ago, he received the news and then lay in ambush on this dead planet. Why this planet? The reason is that this dead planet was once the abandoned place of the Kryptonian Empire in the past. Naturally, the coordinates of Neptune could not be completely exposed, so the two sides were in perfect harmony and knew the exact location of the Death Star, so they chose to give the Carey fleet a annihilated ending. That's right. A total annihilation ending. This is a must-kill situation. It was not the Carey fleet that killed him, but Yun Chen who completely wiped out their existence. Boom. Under the super flight, Lin Chen's body was extremely fast, and he suddenly broke through the atmosphere from the Earth in a few seconds. At the moment, the Carey fleet stood in front of Yun Chen like a shield. Under the vast starry sky, there were dense battleships. Under the net of heaven and earth, Yun Chen is like a butterfly caught in a spider's web thread. This scene is really spectacular. Yun Chen could not retreat. Behind him was the reconnaissance ship Aquarius, one of the only two warships on Krypton. Definitely, he doesn't plan to back down either. Because he wants to bury them under this starry sky. Fire. Bang. At this moment, the Carey fleet on the opposite side was fully charged, and a burst of artillery fire and beam cannons were sprayed out as if they were free of money. At the same moment, Yun Chen also started. Roar. He opened his mouth, as if taking a slight breath. Super roar suck. He awakened this new ability. Then, he opened his mouth sharply and sprayed the air out of his lungs. Superman is Superman because they can do anything. The air that blurted out turned into a hurricane. Even the typhoon level in human history was not enough to explain how terrifying the storm was. Boom. An unprecedented hurricane quickly blew through the starfield in front of him, and the violent wind that ravaged the starry sky directly swept back all the artillery fire from the oncoming attack in front of him. Just a moment. Boom. The battleship suffered from it, and was unfortunately affected by the firepower blowing from the front. With a bang, the steel battleship exploded one after another. Like a romantic firework, the lights of the flames continued to flicker and ignite. In just an instant, most of the battleships were completely ruined and reduced to orange-red dazzling fireworks. Furthermore, the power of the storm was so terrifying that the cumbersome battleship could not hold steady under this storm. Boom. The two battleships collided with each other and exploded at each other. Coincidentally, because there are so many mighty troops, under the uncontrollable hurricane, they suddenly collided together in a series, and they exploded like a rain of fire. After a while, under Yun Chen's super roar, the Carey fleet in front of him was almost annihilated in this starry sky. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Boom. The orange fire completely bloomed under this starry sky, and the dark and quiet starfield was completely reduced to the purgatory on Earth, burning like a fire cloud. Just a roar inhalation, a hurricane formed from a mouthful, easily annihilated most of the Carey fleet. Such a sight is simply unimaginable. But for Yun Chen, he already knew it in his heart. Otherwise, how could he have done a game against the routine and waited for the Carey fleet to get into the cover? Awakening's super roar sucks, just not getting started, is enough for Yun Chen to destroy a forest in one bite. Now that the super roar suction has reached the 10th level and above, just one roar suction can easily make the ships flying in the starfield unable to stand firm, and the artillery fire that was blown back unfortunately spreads, so it is no wonder that under one face been hit so hard. What's more, this is a super roar suction. With his diligence, Yun Chen can blow out the fire of the sun in one bite, and then usher in a golden superlative stage. It is not impossible for a galaxy to be blown away by him. Now the Tuckali fleet still wants to live with him? I still want to kill us Kryptonians, and now this starry sky is the burial place of your Kree people. Yun Chen beat the underdog and didn't give him any chance. Whoosh. His black and white eyes glowed with a hint of ice blue, and the surrounding pupils were also rendered with blue light. With a bang, a frozen ray emerged from the pupil, as if a beam of light had directly hit the distant on a battleship. Boom. The battleship, which rarely survived the storm catastrophe, had not had time to turn, but a distant beam of light completely penetrated the hull of the ship, and the fireworks overwhelmed the entire battleship in an instant. Do not. The accuser Ronan's angry and unwilling words came from the main ship. The main ship, which was blown away several kilometers away, barely stabilized its hull at this time. Definitely, if it hadn't been in the back row, this main ship would have been annihilated along with most of the battleships. BD. This guy is getting stronger again. The accuser Ronan clenched his fists and said with a slightly fearful expression. The officers around Carrie kept their heads down and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the other party clearly dug a trap for everyone to jump together. It was because Ronan insisted on moving forward that most of the fleet was buried in the starry sky. You can imagine how heavy this loss was. But we haven't lost yet. The accuser Ronan gritted his teeth. Take the weapons specially prepared this time, and order the accuser guard to leave the fleet with me and kill that Kryptonian. The Kree people in space combat suits left the battleship. It is worth mentioning that several of them were holding a quaint cold weapon. Against the background of the beam guns held by the entourage, it seems a little out of place. But the blade-tip flashing green light also shows the difference between these cold weapons. The new generation of Kryptonian Superman? I'll take your life now. The accuser Ronan roared, and the frustration he had felt earlier was gone. Because he was determined to win this operation, not because of the terrifying Kree fleet, but because of the deadly weapon they relied on, a weapon made of kryptonite. Kryptonite. A radioactive mineral rumored to have formed when Krypton exploded. It has no effect on ordinary people, and it has no effect on Kryptonians without any super ability. The only thing is that it is a fatal blow to Kryptonian Superman with super ability. You can do anything, fly in the sky, but once the Kryptonian Superman encounters kryptonite, he will be completely reduced to a waste, so weak that even an ordinary person cannot defeat it. The longer the contact time is, the more ego will die. This has to be said that God is jealous of Superman and has changed his way to take Superman's life. So it is no wonder that the accuser Ronan is so confident. Although kryptonite is very rare and rare in a century, he still collects the kryptonite weapons that are currently stored in the Kree Empire in order to kill this new Superman with one hit. BD, I want you to die. Under the fast flight, each other's figure appeared in each other's field of vision. The incomparably flamboyant Yun Chen soared into space, and at a glance saw the figure of the Kree who flew away from the battleship. A group of people came flying, and the fatal blow just now didn't seem to affect their will. Their faces were crazy, and the red pupils seemed to tear Yun Chen alive. The blood feud is nothing but that. Incompetent and furious. Yun Chen chuckled. It was at this moment that the opponent launched the attack first, and beams of artillery fire came across. Yun Chen's body was very explosive, and he was still hanging in the air just now. With a single thought, he instantly avoided the opponent's fire power. Because the artillery fire was too dense, Yun Chen didn't dodge all of them, but it didn't matter, he was used to standing directly instead of just dodging. This also seems to be the tradition of Superman. They never focus their skills on dodging. Relying on their supreme steel body, regardless of defense, they fight directly against you to see whose body can't bear it first. After all, Superman's body is terrible, and his fists are not enough for everyone. Yun Chen didn't bother to dodge either, and let the opposite beam fall on his body. Under the energy drain and damage save, the fire power almost turned into a tickling. Just like that. So who gave you the courage to get off the boat and fight against me? The voice just fell. A green beam of light came directly, almost blinding Yun Chen's eyes like a flash. Came to the battlefield with a searchlight? Death to me. At this moment, the other party shouted loudly. The Kree people's popularity has soared, like a shark that smells bloody, rushing forward without fear of death. Yun Chen felt strange at first, but inexplicably, looking at the Kree people with green-lighted weapons, he suddenly understood what was going on. So that's it, kryptonite weapons? One after another, green rays of light continued to shroud Yun Chen's body, and it was like a net that captured him completely. Goodbye, Kryptonian Superman. Chapter 25. A soldier of the Kree Empire shouted loudly. He flew in with a spear-shaped weapon in his hand, and the cold weapon in his hand flashed green light, which was obviously the legendary kryptonite. Not only was he so bullying in front of him, the Kree people around him seemed to be taking credit, and their eyes were red. Death to me. A sharp blade gleaming with kryptonite kept charging forward. Yun Chen, who was surrounded and suppressed, was completely bathed in the green light from a distance, and his motionless appearance seemed to be completely petrified by the light of kryptonite. It's just that Yun Chen's handsome face with sharp edges and corners clearly had a smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with a hint of playfulness as he looked at the Carrie soldiers who came around. Is this what you rely on? King. A sound of gold and iron slamming burst out. It was the sound of the blade hitting Yun Chen's body. Even a well-informed Kree might have a hard time imagining why the sound of a blade hitting the body would make such a noise. But what surprised them even more was what happened next. Click. When the blade with a green glow slammed into Yun Chen's body, it actually produced traces of cracks, but after a while, the crack spread and the weapon completely disintegrated. It can be imagined how powerful Yun Chen's body of steel is, so that no cold weapon can be compared. Impossible. How is this going? A startled roar suddenly came from the mouths of the Carey soldiers around. Their triumphant attitude just now disappeared, and they looked at the broken kryptonite weapon in their hands in disbelief, as well as the unharmed Superman in front of them. Why is kryptonite useless? At the moment, their hearts are broken. What about kryptonite? Isn't it said that kryptonite is Kryptonian Superman's deadliest weapon? How can it not work? Not to mention weakening Superman, he couldn't see even a shred of blood. Who told you that Krypton is effective for me? Yun Chen looked at them with an indifferent smile. The cracked kryptonite fluttered in the air. He squeezed it lightly and wiped the texture of the surface of the ore. Kryptonite was indeed a radioactive mineral, but the faint green light that radiated from it didn't have any effect on him at all. This is the special skill unlocked after Extraordinary Defense LV-25, Kryptonite Immunity. Kryptonite that can easily destroy a Superman will no longer work for him. It's a deadly and insidious weapon. Yun Chen whispered. A trace of killing intent appeared in his clear eyes, and he flicked lightly with a full smile. The kryptonite fragment in his palm just now burst out with a terrifying speed. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking the air, and the Kree who was holding a kryptonite searchlight in the distance suddenly died. Damn it! The Kree was shocked. The tiny pieces of kryptonite in Yun Chen's hands turned into terrifying weapons that surpassed the power of bullets. Yun Chen smiled. It's a matter of etiquette, why don't you all go to Huan Quan together? The voice just fell. Everyone's expressions changed greatly, and they saw a terrifying wave swept across the starry sky. The boundless space background that they saw in front of them was actually cracked. What power can tear space apart? Yet this thought was almost the last thought of most Kree people. Space shock. Yun Chen flatly threw a punch forward, and a terrifying shockwave suddenly radiated forward, accompanied by a tearing effect. With a bang, the Kree people around in front of them exploded with blood mist, and they died without a whole body. No, go back. Yun Chen's punch completely wiped out the fighting spirit of the Kree people. The kryptonite weapons that can restrain Superman are ineffective, which undoubtedly tells them that they are invincible. The surviving Kree can't wait to improve their flight engine to the extreme, so as to avoid the pursuit of the killer behind. Definitely, the discipline of the Carey Empire's army should not be underestimated. Most of the bloody people pulled away from each other and began to grab their weapons and attack Yun Chen in the distance. No retreat. The accuser Ronan shouted angrily, and he completely killed a deserter with a hammer. All the envisaged plans were completely bankrupt. Ronan was like a gambler who had lost all his wealth. He was completely furious when he was forced into a desperate situation, and vowed to take Yun Chen in front of him. Under the order, the army of the Kree Empire restructured the formation, and even the warships that escaped the disaster began to continuously charge the beam and attack the enemy in the distance. But Yun Chen was like a god of death, letting the attack of the Carey fleet fall on him. At the same time, he also started to kill. His body moved like a teleportation, and quickly took away a life. What? With a bang, a blood mist bloomed in front of him, and the Kree's body was as fragile as a piece of white paper, which was easily harvested by Yun Chen. He doesn't bring any weapons, because this steel body is the best weapon, and the simple waving of the fist has already produced a terrible cannonball effect. Damn, we're not rivals at all. The Kree in front of them collapsed in the blink of an eye. This was a war without any meaning. Because the strength of the opponent is very different from everyone else. It doesn't make any sense at all. Everyone, run. The Kree gave up their imperial pride, ignored the orders of Ronan the accuser, and scurried about. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Whoosh. There were trails of icy blue trails in the starry sky, which were traces left by the freezing rays when they cut through space. Everywhere the battleship pointed by the edge was completely destroyed. The scene can be said to be a one-sided slaughter. Yun Chen tried to kill him. After all, if it wasn't for his kryptonite immunity, the outcome would have been reversed. Holding the revenge mentality of tit for tat and eye for eye, Yun Chen didn't hold back at all, and his explosive body maximized his strength advantage. Yun Chen stopped, and his eyes looked at a beautiful black figure flying in the distance. It was Fula, who was also the commander, soaring into the sky. Interesting. As the mainstay of the Kryptonian Empire in the past, Fula's combat effectiveness is undoubtedly the top level. Her seemingly slender arms erupted with unimaginable force, and with a single swipe, the armor plate of a Kree battleship was completely torn apart. As her graceful figure got into it, the sound of battle suddenly sounded inside the armor, but after a while, the internal energy engine device was artificially destroyed. Boom. The entire Kree battleship was just sunk in the starry sky. "You're not afraid of danger." The sudden words seemed to frighten the iceberg beauty slightly. After Fula saw who was coming, he relaxed his vigilance. "His Majesty," she humbly said, "I've seen even more dangerous situations, not to mention it's just a group of water dogs. Besides, how can His Majesty fight on the front line alone?" "His Majesty." Soon, several more Kryptonian warriors wearing single combat suits came to Yun Chen to take orders. They are all accompanying soldiers of the reconnaissance ship Aquarius. After the forced landing of the battleship, they naturally did not dare to stay underneath, and rushed out of the planet without a word. "Very good." Yun Chen nodded slightly. On the road to the revival of Krypton in the future, it is naturally impossible to let himself be personally involved. Everything is done by himself, and it is the right way to cultivate a team to assist him. "You are all listening." He stuck out a finger and pointed to an area not far from the starry sky. "All the enemies in this star field belong to you, and none of the enemies can run away, otherwise you will be held accountable." "Yes, Your Majesty." A group of elite Kryptonian warriors flew forward without saying a word. There are 2 warships and dozens of Kree people in that star field. With Yun Chen's understanding of them, he is not afraid of what will happen to them. You must know that these former soldiers of General Zod can easily wield a multi-ton vehicle, and ordinary Kree soldiers can contend. After Yun Chen explained their tasks, he also got up. As for his task, it was also very simple, killing all 17 battleships belonging to the starry sky area in front of him, and even the surviving Kree people. Whoosh! Yun Chen's pupils flashed a hint of ice blue again, and the freezing rays burst out again, turning into a terrifying thick beam of light, destroying ships. Suddenly, a strong wind broke through the air. Amidst the constantly collapsing flow of people, there was actually a Kree who was wearing a special battle armor and went upstream. Interesting. Yun Chen restrained the light beam, waved his hand lightly, and slapped the heavy hammer in front of him lightly and flew out. "Well, it looks a little familiar, Ronan the Accuser, so it's you." Looking at this blue-skinned strong man with a typical Kree appearance, Yun Chen felt extremely familiar. Isn't this the said accuser in the movie? It is impossible to have no impression, after all, it is the man who was conquered by Star-Lord with dance. Yun Chen almost laughed at the thought of him being beaten by dancing in the movie. "BD. What are you laughing at?" The accuser, Ronan, was furious, thinking that the other party was laughing at his cowardly and incompetent appearance. In a sense, this is indeed the case. Yun Chen was naturally too lazy to explain. He knew that the person in front of him had a high status in the Kree Empire. "So, you are the one who gave the order to attack Krypton." There was a killing intent in Yun Chen's eyes. "You can also understand that, definitely who told you to destroy our Kree fleet, but there is a feud between our 2 races, Kryptonian remnants, don't think your life will be good." As soon as the accuser Ronan finished roaring, he suddenly stretched out his arm and directly summoned the long-handled heavy hammer that flew out. Suddenly, his body suddenly accelerated, like a cannonball rushing straight towards Yun Chen. At the same time, with a big wave, the heavy hammer in his hand savagely attacked Yun Chen in front of him. The momentum of swinging the hammer was extremely heavy, and the accuser, Ronan, was also the number 1 figure after all, and a terrifying cosmic energy also poured out. Tips for carving insects. Facing the attack of the heavy hammer with enormous energy, Yun Chen didn't bother to dodge at all. He squeezed his fist with his right hand and swung it straight forward. Boom! The heavy hammer against the fist, the contrast is strong, but the victory and defeat have been announced in an instant. Click! The long-handled heavy hammer shone with energy and smashed directly. Impossible! The accuser Ronan looked terrified, but the next moment, between invisible, a fist quietly landed on him, slammed through his waist with a bang, and a blood mist flew out. When is the attack? Ronan was stunned. He didn't understand why the effect of the opponent's punch was actually several punches. Before he could understand, the terrifying power of the punch had already blasted him away for several kilometers. Multiple attacks. Yun Chen outlined a smile. This is the trick just now, the multiple effects of hitting several punches with one punch. Multiple attack belongs to the unlocking skill of extraordinary power. As an ability that has existed for a long time, Yun Chen has always regretted that he has not used it much. After all, the opponents in the past were too weak. But one punch is enough, so why bother with a second punch? Asterisk. Chapter 27. Under the special effect of multiple attacks, the accuser Ronan was defeated by one move, and he was directly defeated and withdrew several kilometers away. Here, there is almost no one who can match Yun Chen in the scene. The mighty carry fleet, soldiers with kryptonite weapons, and even Ronan, an accuser who doesn't know the heights of the earth, are all rubbish. Yun Chen was so arrogant that he commented on his opponent without a trace of face. Not only that, but even his subordinates have received good news frequently. Boom. The battleship was completely submerged in the sea of stars with fireworks. The inhumane female officer Fulla carried out her cold and ruthless, and the alloy short blade in her hand was very quick, and she directly hit the key point against the opponent. The rest of the elite warriors did not live up to Yun Chen's expectations for them. Derek and others, who had been beaten by him without dignity, were all showing their ferocity. Get up! Derek roared angrily, and on his broad shoulders was a multi-ton battleship gun chamber, which was the spoils he removed from the battleship a few minutes ago. Don't look at this guy being beaten all over by Yun Chen, as if he was a passerby, but Derek, an elite soldier of Krypton, threw the cannon on his back with a little effort. Not good. The Kree fled to flight in embarrassment like bereaved dogs, but the heavy objects in the gun chambers swept them to death in an instant. After the accuser Ronan was defeated, there was no more strength in front of him to try to fight back. The Kree only wanted to escape from this purgatory and escape from Yun Chen's clutches. It was a one-sided slaughter, and Yun Chen won the victory. Lilith's plan is brilliant. Not only did he kill a happy one, but he also kept the Kryptonians' habitat, Neptune star, not known to outsiders. Otherwise, once the Kree Empire knew the coordinates of Neptune star, even if the first attack was frustrated, one after another, the baptism of the fleet will definitely make Neptune completely reduced to a sea of fire. Therefore, unless the forces are powerful enough to easily protect the territorial security, it is definitely a very stupid thing to leak their planet coordinates between cosmic civilizations. What Yun Chen needs is a low-key development period, allowing the blessed people and territory to continue to develop. It's not that the adjutant's plan is excellent. If there is no His Majesty's wise and divine martial arts, even the most exquisite plan will be of no use. Ha ha. Yun Chen laughed heartily, looked at Derek, who was touting himself, and said with a smile, "Well, you are a strong man with thick eyebrows, but I didn't see that you are not bad at slapping horses." Derek rubbed the back of his head honestly and laughed. "And Fulla, I will also remember your great contribution, your intuition is right." Yun Chen praised and praised. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fulla bowed slightly, and the inhumane frost color on her face rarely revealed a hint of excitement. "Okay, Ronan shouldn't be completely dead yet, I'll help him get it back in person. After you've packed up your work, go back to the Aquarius immediately and prepare to return home." But just as Fulla, Derek, and others began to prepare to retreat to the battlefield, a long and narrow sword-shaped battleship quietly arrived on the battlefield. The events of the world are not so coincidental, they are rather late rather than coincidental. Ronan took out his anger in every possible way when he discovered our interstellar task force. To be honest, if it wasn't for the order of the Supreme Accuser, I would have completely knocked his head off. In fact, when the Accuser group entrusted Ronan with the task of chasing down the remnants of Krypton, they were not at ease, so they made second-hand preparations and let the fearful interstellar task force secretly follow. Definitely, there were a few hiccups in it that made them come too late. Why bother? Poor Ronan, I knew this earlier, why did it happen in the first place? All the members of the task force laughed. They came to this unfinished purgatory battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of their compatriots and the wreckage of ships. Everything told these interstellar task forces what happened here. However, they are calm and face this scene very indifferently. Because the 5 of them are used to it. In the long Kree-Skuru Empire War, the Interstellar Task Force has cleaned up this mess almost countless times. the defeated Kree fleet, and the embarrassed Kree compatriots. And in such a bad situation, these 5 people smashed the Skrull army so abruptly, and abruptly turned their disadvantage into an advantage. Since then, the Skrulls have heard the Interstellar Task Force, and they all hate it. Today, these 5 people quietly descended on this battlefield. Let's clean up this mess again. Dr. Minerva of the Interstellar Task Force laughed. She floated up and down, walking in the starry sky with ease. But after a while, she came to a body floating in the sky. Oh. This isn't our accuser, Lord. I heard that you don't need our protection. It's heartbreaking to see how you look. The accuser, Ronan, who was clutching his heart and coughing up blood, laughed wildly. It's you, just so I won't be lonely on the road to hell. Dr. Minerva frowned, not expecting this guy to still not appreciate it, but the next second she frowned, and a surging and terrifying momentum swept from the front. Not good. She felt bad, and only felt that the light beam attacked was very fast, making her movements a bit cumbersome in comparison. Get out. A light rebuke came, and in front of Dr. Minerva's field of vision, there was a graceful and incomparable figure, tall and slender, with blonde hair falling on her shoulders. Just such a breathtaking back is enough to make people feel the beauty of the world, but in the eyes of the Interstellar Task Force, it is a mountain that cannot be climbed. Team leader. That's right. This is the captain of their squad, the legendary Captain Marvel. Chapter 28. Whoosh. What came out of the sky was a frozen ray that flew from far away. The ice-blue trajectory was obviously pointing directly at the figures of them all. With a light drink, the graceful and moving figure of Qianli stood up first. Captain Marvel's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate face glowed with dazzling brilliance. Give me back. Captain Marvel gave a light reprimand, and a dazzling golden light wave burst out from his hands, hitting the freezing ray swept in front of him head-on. Boom. The energies annihilated each other, and the terrifying storm radiated all around, sending Captain Marvel back several steps. This power. Captain Marvel, or more precisely Ms. Marvel, was surprised, and this was one of the few people who could go head-to-head. Interesting. Yun Chen, who was far away, also looked at Carol with great interest, and he drew a playful smile with his fighting spirit. I solved it for you last time, but it won't be so easy next time. It's too late, it's too soon. The cells in his body were awake for a little while, absorbing the cosmic energy from the outside world. At the same time, Yun Chen's eyes that had not yet dissipated the meaning of frost once again had a strong luster. Whoosh. A frozen ray that was thicker than before shot out through the pupil, pierced the starry sky in an instant, and came straight to Ms. Surprise. BD, how did Shunji-un become so much stronger? Ms. Surprise's complexion changed, and her expression became more serious than ever before. She did not dare to retain her strength. In a short while, her whole body exuded bright golden light, as if a Valkyrie had descended. She was able to easily control the cosmic energy around her, and at the moment her hands burst out with terrifying energy light waves, rushing towards the freezing rays from a distance. Bang! The two beams of light collided in one place, as if the tip of a needle was facing Maiming. The golden light wave meets the ice blue light, which is extremely charming. But after only a few seconds of stalemate, the freezing ray emitting a strong frost still won the victory, directly smashing the golden light wave in front of him, and hitting the surprised Lady Carol. Bang! Carol seemed to be hit by a train, and the strong impact sent her body flying far away. In this strength struggle, she is somewhat at a disadvantage. You take Ronan away, and I'll join you later. Ms. Amazed Carol spit out blood, her body was bathed in golden light again in the blink of an eye, and her injuries disappeared in an instant. Captain Marvel, but the members of the Interstellar Task Force still wanted to keep it. They thought it was as simple as cleaning up the mess as before, but seeing everyone's mainstay suddenly fell into a state of anxiety. Don't be, you are just a burden to me here, let's go. The Interstellar Task Force did not dare to say anything, and left the battlefield directly with the long and narrow sword-shaped battleship. Under the super flight, Yun Chen came from a distance indifferently. He didn't even bother to watch the Kree leave, and his eyes kept staring at Carol, as if he was going to eat her. Carol. Yun Chen's unparalleled super listening ability heard the words of communication just now. Well, the new generation of Krypton Superman, have you heard my name? Carol's breath continued to rise, apparently not letting her guard down. Sure enough, Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Good. He continued to look at the blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful woman in front of him, her graceful tall figure, delicate melon-seeded face, skin as light as snow, beautiful and refined. Rather than being a shocking peerless powerhouse, it is better to say that this is a dazzling Hollywood movie star. Yun Chen had seen the movie trailer of Captain Marvel before crossing the road, and he was quite critical of Ms. Marvel's actor, and many people even ridiculed it as Aunt Marvel. Obviously, the real woman who appears in front of you is obviously not the one in the film and television who can be compared. But you actually worked hard for the Carey Empire. Do you know your true identity? Yun Chen folded his arms and looked down at her like that. You. Ms. Marvel Carol didn't know why the other party said this, but some memory fragments that she didn't remember in the past suddenly flashed in her mind. The Azure Planet, the military academy under the sunset, the fighter jet soaring in the sky. Scenes and scenes of déjà vu appear in my mind. Damn. In the past few years, she remembered that these pictures were constantly flashing back in her mind, and Carol even took action and searched for the answer herself. Just for some reason, she forgot everything in the past. Who are you? Ms. Amazed Carol looked at the other party vigilantly. How could he see his confusion? Looks like you don't quite remember who you are. Yun Chen laughed. Even though the films of Ms. Marvel's past life have not yet been released, most of the plots have been thoroughly interpreted. Carol, who was originally a female Air Force soldier on Earth, unexpectedly became the omnipotent Ms. Marvel. Under the coercion of the Kree Empire, she was forced to become their executioner. Today, Carol is obviously still in a state of brainwashing. In this case. Click. Yun Chen squeezed his fists, and his joints made a sound like fried beans. Looking at the graceful blonde beauty in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'll fix you up and you'll know who you are. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Repair it? This man is too arrogant. Ms. Marvel Carol frowned. But thinking that the other party seemed to know the secret behind her, she seemed a little absent-minded, and there was a look of confusion on her delicate face. It's a deadly thing to be distracted while fighting. The words that came suddenly resounded in his ears with incomparable clarity. Too close. Carol was startled for a while, and a slender figure appeared in his vision. Damn. She hurriedly crossed her hands and pushed forward, and hurriedly made a defensive posture. With a bang, her body still couldn't resist the punch of Yun Chen in front of her, and it flew out like a shooting star. However, Ms. Marvel's combat effectiveness is obviously much stronger than her accuser Ronan. Carol took a deep breath and stabilized his body. The cosmic energy around him gathered all over his body, forming a dazzling golden light. It's my turn now. After a few roar inhalations, Carol's breath kept rising. She raised a finger, golden light suddenly bloomed on the fingertip. Carol absorbed the flame of the nearby fixed star, and then turned into a terrifying incandescent light on the fingertip. The rays of light bloomed wildly, instantly dyeing the entire star field in front of them into a white light. The terrifying light is enough to completely burn the eyeballs of ordinary people, making people unable to open their eyes at all. Not only that, there is a faint burning meaning between the skin. Interesting. Yun Chen squinted his eyes and outlined a smile. But I not only have a pair of eyes of insight, but my ears are also very terrifying. The voice just fell. He raised his right hand lightly, and very prudently held the lurking lady of surprise. Carol. You thought that was it? The blonde beauty Carol drank softly, and her slender arms suddenly increased in strength by tens of thousands. That's because she absorbed the gravity around the universe, and the gravitational fluctuations suddenly made the strength of her arms reach a terrifying extreme. Bang! Carol blasted the figure on the opposite side. Don't underestimate women. The surprised woman, Carol, did not let up her offensive. She soared across the starry sky and dashed away at a rapid speed like a meteorite. It's just that Yun Chen didn't succeed for her, and the figure that was thrown out instantly stabilized. At the same time, the cells of his whole body also absorbed the cosmic energy from the outside world at this moment. Bang! The two faced each other at this moment, without any fancy kung fu, and without any weapons in hand, only pure physical collision. Boom! Every time they touched it, it was like a meteorite hitting the earth, producing a huge sound wave. Carol is not allowed to be a man. Such a graceful and tall blonde beauty actually competes against Yun Chen with a domineering attitude. Humph. She moved her body, but she didn't see how she was moving. The cosmic energy around her turned into energy shields, resisting and weakening Yun Chen's fist. For the use of cosmic energy, Ms. Marvel simply played tricks. After all, cosmic energy is a general term, summarizing all kinds of different energies. The light emitted by the fixed star can be used by Carol and directly turned into a strong incandescent light. The ubiquitous gravitational fluctuations were also used by her to increase the strength of her arms. Even the energy fluctuations that can be seen everywhere are also ingeniously turned into energy shields by her to easily defend against opponents. With such a perfect strength setting, it is no wonder that she will hold the throne of the goddess of Marvel in the future. Woman, you are really interesting. Yun Chen still had a smile on his face, a pair of incomparably clear eyes glowing with burning fighting intent. He dealt with Carol with ease, his fist waving produced multiple attack effects, breaking a face shield. Carol pushed back easily. It is true that Ms. Marvel is much stronger than General Zed, and she is the most powerful person Yun Chen has ever met. But even so, it's still a long way off. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for your tutorial. Now, let's ask you to check the teaching results, ma'am. Teaching results? Ms. Amaze Carol was stunned for a while, not knowing what the other party was trying to say. But the next second, her delicate face was finished with the meaning of sluggishness. This. Yun Chen, who was in front of him, also raised a finger slightly, and the rays of light from fixed star converged here, and then turned into a terrifying blazing white light that covered the entire star field. Not good. Ms. Amazed Carol was extremely shocked. How could the other party concoct her own ability? But she had no time to think about it, because a terrifying wind had been approaching quietly. Damn. She closed her eyes tightly, and judged the opponent's attack direction based on the airflow. So without saying a word, relying on her use of cosmic energy, she turned into pieces of shields to support her side. You thought it was that easy. Zhang Yang's words came from far to near. I saw that Yun Chen used the ability of energy extraction again, and his arms actually absorbed the gravitational fluctuations around him, and his power suddenly increased. What's even more terrifying is that he also superimposed the ability of space shock. Boom. The star field in front of her seemed to be torn apart, and the terrifying vast fluctuations suddenly set off, and the pieces of energy shield shattered directly, and the surprised Lady Carol, who was behind her, was fatally hit. It was like a boat in a stormy night, wrapped in the energy flow, and was completely thrown out. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. It turns out that there are also these contents in the use of energy. Yun Chen did not conceal that he copied Ms. Marvel's ability. Under the passive ability of brain activation, he can quickly analyze the ability of the opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 30. I have to mention that brain activation is indeed a good ability, not only for Yun Chen to remember, but also to help in ability analysis. Definitely, Yun Chen just copied the premise of Ms. Marvel's ability, no doubt that he was able to draw cosmic energy in the first place. Instead, Ms. Marvel opened a door for him. The light emitted by the fixed star, the gravitational force, and the shielding of energy all opened Yun Chen's horizons, and he learned to use it. When Yun Chen finished his studies, he naturally didn't want to continue joking. It's time for you to wake up completely. At the moment, the trillions of cells in his whole body are functioning like a furnace. Under the absorption of cosmic energy, his heart beats more and more powerfully, and even the blood is like a galloping river. As the momentum continued to rise, a faint luster lingered around the body. Yun Chen seemed to be above the starry sky like a god. Bang! His toes stepped on the void, and with a roaring explosion, his body flew straight away like a meteor. Yun Chen caught up with Carol's body, and did not show weakness in the face of the opponent's fist. Good come. Bang! He also punched. The incomparably simple fist erupted like a cannonball, and the space was distorted. Carol only felt a dull pain in her right arm, and her body was thrown backwards weakly. Damn! This. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a tugging force suddenly came from her right hand, and it was grabbed by Yun Chen, who didn't know where it came from. Soon, a huge force suddenly came, and Yun Chen was abruptly pulled to the front, and then a huge fist suddenly caught the eyes of Ms. Amazed Carol. Bang! He was punched hard in the head. According to ordinary people, how can they withstand this punch? The fragmentation explosion is the minimum. Even General Zed, who was beaten on the head so hard by Yun Chen, may have been directly seriously injured. It's just that Ms. Marvel is the darling of the universe after all, and after just being dizzy, she began to resist Yun Chen's methods. Bang! Yun Chen is another ruthless punch. Tell me, are you a Cree? Remind me of who you are. Not a trace of pity. Without a hint of pity for flowers and jade, Yun Chen beat him mercilessly. I have to say that Ms. Surprise is indeed an exceptionally resistant sandbag. Even after a few punches, her body was only slightly injured, but it healed quickly. Damn, you. But the miserable thing is that Carol can't open the distance with each other at all. The power gap between the two is so great that Carol has no resistance. Don't remember who you are. A voice of reproach rang in her ears. At this time, Yun Chen grabbed Carol's two slender arms, and a sturdy headbutt came from the condescending height. Bang! Ms. Marvel, Carol, was instantly dizzy, and the strong blow made her head go blank, as if it were down. The body is weak and unable to lift up any strength. She only felt that she was in a suspended animation, and there was only a scolding from the other party in her ears. Where are you from? Where am I from? Carrie Empire. Wrong. Precious memory fragments flashed in my mind, the academy when I was a child, the Air Force Academy when I grew up, the fighter jet soaring in the sky. Scenes and scenes appeared in his mind like passing clouds of smoke. Carol cried out in pain, and the picture became clearer and clearer. No, I'm not from the Kree Empire. I'm from Earth. There was a tear in the blue eyes, accompanied by the blood that slipped from the forehead, leaving a trail of blood and tears on the delicate and flawless face. Carol finally remembered who she was, and she had fought her own destiny. It was the Carrie Empire who threatened itself with the safety of the Earth, and Carol was helpless. After all, it was one of the three major interstellar empires in the universe. Compared with the Earth, it was simply an unmatched giant existence. The Carrie Empire can completely wipe out the Earth with a single command. In order to find peace for the Earth, Carol had to become a member of the Interstellar Task Force, and let his omnipotent cosmic force serve the Kree Empire. This is her tragic life. I'm sober, but so what? Ms. Surprise. Carol clenched her fists, her delicate face full of resentment, and looked at the man in front of her. She couldn't understand why this man saw through her secrets. How did you know? After she finished speaking, she couldn't help pulling away the arms of the man in front of her, as if remembering the inhumane tyranny just now. Carol pulled away a certain distance with lingering fears. Yun Chen couldn't help laughing as he watched the other party wiping his head and screaming in pain. Still, he answered Carol's question truthfully. We are not enemies at all, in a sense, even a kind of sibling relationship. Compatriots. Carol was puzzled. She said, Kryptonians respect you, aren't you a survivor of Krypton? How can you be my compatriot? It's hard to tell the truth. After all, Yun Chen can't say that Lao Tzu used to be a person from Earth, so you are also a compatriot. You don't need to think about this question. Now I just want to ask you if you want to save the Earth. Of course. Carol blurted out excitedly. At this time, Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and stretched his hand forward if interested. Then we are allies now, you and I will overthrow the Carrie Empire. What? Ms. Marvel, Carol, was completely terrified. Asterisk. Chapter 31. You overthrow the Kree Empire with me? In the dead of night, the words of Yun Chen still echoed in Carol's mind from time to time. It has been exactly 3 months since the last time the Carrie fleet failed to encircle and suppress the remnants of Krypton. In the past 3 months, the Carrie Empire has been attacked either overtly or covertly. Nearly 10 military bases on more than a dozen planets, and 6 star fleets have been annihilated. The initiator is the new generation of Krypton Superman. As for how the other party knew the military information within the Carrie Empire, the Supreme Accusers could not understand in every possible way, only thinking that there were ghosts in their own personnel. Definitely, even if they think about it, they won't know that Ms. Amaze Carol has secretly informed Yun Chen. Such precise military strikes are still going on. To make matters worse, the Kree Empire is engaged in a long interstellar war with the Skrull Empire, and suffering such a secret attack makes them very uncomfortable. Damn Kryptonian remnants, don't let me discover you, I vow to strip you alive. Neptune Star. The years are quiet and peaceful. Under the orders of Yun Chen, the Kryptonians are recuperating and developing in a low-key manner. Also in these short 3 months, the population of Kryptonians has already achieved a breakthrough. 7 newborn Kryptonite soldiers have long been born from the hatching pool. Under the stimulation of the nutrient solution, they will look like adults as soon as they land. It's just that their life expectancy will be greatly reduced. This is a deformed product promoted by the removal of seedlings. Adjutant Lilith once said. How much lifespan? However, when Yun Chen asked in detail, he was still shocked. 50 years. Puff. After hearing Lilith's reply, Yun Chen almost laughed. Damn, a creature with a lifespan of more than 50 years is a deformed product. But if you think about it from another angle, it's true. Yun Chen himself misestimated the lifespan of Kryptonians. Take another iceberg beauty, Fulla, for example. Although she has never left a trace of years on her skin, she is at least 200 years old. This is not at all comparable to human lifespan. As for Yun Chen himself, he has no idea where his life will end. But not the time to think about it. Population. The Kryptonian population has finally broken through its current predicament. This is something to congratulate. As we all know, Kryptonians abandoned the method of self-breeding a long time ago, and turned to artificial embryos to hatch new life. This makes population growth extremely simple. Limited by the size of the reconnaissance ship, the hatching nutrient pool seems to be too small. Therefore, under the arrangement of Kryptonian engineers, a nutrient hatching pool was rebuilt on Neptune. Your Majesty, the next batch of Kryptonians will definitely be at least a few hundred. Lilith shouted happily. Yun Chen also shook his head and laughed. This production method is like playing a real-time strategy game, and the population growth is entirely through factory production. It's just that the arms produced are limited by two genetic templates, soldier and engineer. Instead of using game thinking, if you want to get a new type of arms yourself, you have to use technology to get a new type of arms template. Yun Chen whispered. However, the most brilliant crystallization of Krypton, the central collection that records the genetic samples of all Kryptonians, followed the footsteps of another Superman Clark and arrived on Earth. Definitely, it will take a lot longer to incubate the samples of the general template than expected, and the success rate is extremely low, said Lilith, the adjutant. The higher the level of gene template, it means that there are not many genetic defects at all, and the construction of the entire cell and gene is extremely huge, and the success rate is naturally extremely low. According to the current status of Krypton, it is the right way to continue to increase the population and develop the scale of soldier. Definitely, after all, how far can Krypton go in the future? It still depends on how strong I am. Yun Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging force coming from it. In these 3 months, he was much stronger than before. Noticing that the energy in his body was filled to the extreme again, Yun Chen also took advantage of the situation to communicate with the cosmic energy from the outside world, preparing to break through the ability level in one fell swoop. Oracle. He opened the cheater template. Looking at the plus sign behind Transcendent Defense LV39, I immediately clicked in. It seems that there is an extra black hole in the body. Under the siphon, the energy in the body is instantly empty, but the upgrade prompt still does not pop up, indicating that this energy is far from enough. Yun Chen held his breath, and just communicated with the outside world's cosmic energy to fill the needed vacancies. The higher the level, the more energy is spent. It lasted for half a day. Ding. Extraordinary Defense LV40. The long-awaited upgrade prompt is long overdue. Yun Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of siphoning cosmic energy just now turned an area of his sky into a vacuum. If he continued like this, he was afraid that Neptune would completely become a Death Star. But the harvest is still great. Ding. Successfully unlocked a new special skill, Magical Immunity. Yun Chen laughed, this is really a good ability. If Superman has any weakness other than his fear of kryptonite, it is magic resistance. You must know that Superman can be clearly arranged in the comics. Most of them are magicians with outstanding magic, so that many people complain that Superman's abilities are not all on physics. Not bad. Yun Chen laughed, this time there is finally no obvious shortcoming. At this moment, Lucini in pajamas walked in from the door. She gently hugged Yun Chen from behind and said with a smile, Your Majesty, Wonder Woman has replied to you again. Is it the whereabouts of the Carey fleet? These days, it has always been Ms. Marvel's secret ultimatum to inform Yun Chen. Yes. It is reported that a Carey fleet will pass by in the outer starfield of Nidaville, Dwarf. Chapter 32. Dwarf Country Nidaville. It's a familiar name. When he first heard this name, Yun Chen knew that he must have heard of it somewhere. He patted his head, his brain was activated, and many things he had inadvertently seen and heard in the past were well preserved. Soon he recalled that this so-called dwarf country came from the movie, Avengers 3. I see. Thinking of Thor once entrusted dwarf to cast the storm axe, it was an artifact that was originally reserved for the king, and the magic power it endowed was even more magnificent. In the movie, Thor's morale is high after he gets this tomahawk, and the condescending axe almost kills Thanos in Infinity Gauntlet state. Yun Chen didn't care about this either. It seemed that because of his body of steel, he was not used to using weapons. He trusted his body more than the weapons in his hands. Because his body is the best weapon. The storm axe, which can attract Yun Chen's attention, is nothing more than the fact that this supreme artifact endows it with a Bifrost-like space teleportation magic. Thor, who didn't know space magic, took this artifact, opened Bifrost directly, and reached the Earth countless light years away. Earth. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows. He had been in this world for some time, drifting among the stars, becoming the emperor of the Kryptonians, and stationed in Neptune. It took several months. Seeing that there is a space magic that can teleport the Earth to him, Yun Chen said that he couldn't do it if he was not moved. All right, I'll take this tomahawk, definitely, the fleet passing by will also take it. It was at this time. Lucini, who was lying in her arms, blinked and said, "Is that Ms. Marvel really reliable?" Yun Chen just smiled when he heard the words, "Don't worry, she has already got on this black car, so she won't let her get off at all. Besides, Carol hates the Carey Empire more than us." The Carey Empire coerced Carol into submission with the safety of the Earth. If there was no anger in his heart, it would be impossible. It seems that the next days of the Carey Empire are really sad. Lucini said with a pretty smile. That definitely. Yun Chen hooked her nose and smiled. I not only want him to be sad, but also slowly dismember the Carey Empire. In fact, in the past 3 months, the Kree Empire has been extremely tormented, especially on the joints that are at war with the Skrull Empire. It is like throwing salt into the wound. But this woman seems to be somewhat of a woman's benevolence. Yun Chen laughed lowly. This blonde beauty refused to reveal anything about the life planet of the Kree Empire, only for fear that Yun Chen would slaughter innocent civilians. The reason why they have been entrusting military bases and fleet information is simply because those Kree people are just soldiers. It is the kindness of women. Indecisive, since the ultimatum has been secretly announced, why not act more resolutely? It's no wonder that the Kree Empire bit the dignified Lady Surprise to death. 5 days later. At the outskirts of the starfield of Nidavelli in the dwarf country, a Carey fleet sailed through this starfield mightily. According to the news given by Ms. Amaze Carroll, the fleet will pass by here, and no further description will be given after that. After secretly communicating with Carroll for so long, Yun Chen naturally knew what the so-called passing by meant. It's nothing more than plunder and occupation. The Carey Empire was able to dominate in such a short period of time, relying on the use of military force, constantly invading other sites, and plundering the other party's resources to feed itself back. Dwarf Nidavelli, with its outstanding casting technology, obviously fell into the eyes of the Kree Empire. Damn the Kree Empire, do you know who blesses our dwarf country? That's the god King Odin, and behind us is Asgard. Puff. A blazing white beam flashed, and before the master dwarf in front of him finished speaking, his heart was immediately pierced by the front and back. You. Bang. The invading Kree officer Johnny kicked the corpse in front of him and sneered, Odin? What is that? As for Asgard, what kind of small country is it? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. Shut up, dare to insult the king of God, kill. At the moment, a number of warriors dressed in golden armor poured out one after another, and the armor reflected golden light under the brilliance of the surrounding furnace fire. Not only that, there are vaguely magical runes jumping here. Obviously, this is a wonderful piece of equipment that imparts magic. Asgard. Carey Chief Johnny gave him a cold look. The Kree Empire, you have crossed the border. This is the territory that Asgard has blessed for thousands of years. If you don't know each other, don't blame Odin's anger on your territory sooner or later. Today's dwarf country is not as empty of force as in the movie. Asgard, the suzerain, naturally has a lot of troops to protect them. However, one Kree sarcastically said, if we heard Odin's name 1,000 years ago, we would have guaranteed to retire immediately, but today is different from the old days when an old man with half his foot in the coffin dares to move out, and not afraid to laugh at dead man. You. The Asgard didn't know how the other party knew the news of Odin's twilight. However, this is undoubtedly the fuse of the war on both sides, and the god King Odin is indeed declining. The Kree Empire knew very well from the very beginning. They had decided on the casting process of the dwarf country, and they were not afraid of Asgard behind it. Kill all of them. Johnny waved his hand, and the army no longer had any worries, and immediately turned on its full firepower, killing all the Asgard people in front of him. However, all Zhou Xiang's plans still have variables. Yun Chen has quietly descended on the territory of the dwarf country. His figure stepped on the void and proudly overlooked the forces on both sides under his feet. At this time, his sudden words came from above the 9 heavens. Really? It turns out that the god King Odin is terminally ill, and even the Kree Empire, which was so frightened by me, dared to invade. It's really interesting. I think the dwarf country might as well submit to me. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Scared to the core? Surrender to me? Damn it. What an arrogant and shameless tone. The forces on both sides, who were in a state of anxiety, could not help but temporarily stop. Everyone looked up at the sky in tacit agreement, and saw that there was someone above the 9 heavens wearing a straight robe, like a monarch, stepping on the void. Damn guy, who dares to be so disrespectful to the Kree Empire? The Kree soldier roared. Many people shouted and shouted, which was extremely lively. However, the only one who has been arrogant and domineering, Johnny, was sluggish on the spot. Sir, I will let the fleet mobilize artillery fire and shoot him down. It's better that I lead 20 elite soldiers to take him directly. The subordinates seemed to be arguing non-stop for the credit. The sole commander of the operation, Johnny, repeatedly looked at the face of the figure in the sky. After confirming it again and again, his body shuddered, and a trace of cold sweat fell on his face. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. During these 3 months, it seemed as if Shura had slaughtered the Carey fleet, and wherever he went, nothing would grow. Damn it! It's Superman from Remnants of Krypton. It was a terrifying monster that easily annihilated a fleet of fleets, and even Miss Marvel was narrowly defeated. How could they possibly handle it? BD. Withdraw. Get out of here. The officer Johnny seemed to have used all his strength and roared loudly. What? Withdraw. The subordinates are all stunned on the spot. Isn't it just a arrogant boy who can fly? Could it be that everyone can't cope with a fleet? In fact, it really can't handle it. In the next second, a very spectacular scene came into everyone's eyes. This. Boom. I saw the silhouette of the volley just now, but it was like a rocket launch, and it crashed directly into a warship that was running through the void. With a bang, the ship instantly exploded with a mass of orange-red fireworks. The armor full of technology was like a piece of paper, easily pierced by the monster, and in the flames, the arrogant and domineering figure easily emerged from the fireworks. Untouched by fire. That monster, in such an unscathed manner, domineeringly rammed and sank the battleships that were flying in the sky. This is impossible. The stars are above. What did I see? Oh my god. This ship was sunk like this. How terrible is this guy's body? Is he the legendary Kryptonian Superman? In a trance, the subordinates understood why the superior directly ordered the retreat. Facing such a monster, their lives were easily harvested like straw. My life is over. Boom. Standing proudly in the void, Yun Chen relied on his arrogant body to wreak havoc and swooped down, landing on the land of Dwarf. Where it landed, a large pit with a radius of tens of meters appeared, and a blood mist exploded around it, leaving no bones. A bunch of junk. Yun Chen whispered, the smile sketched on his face made people tremble. Damn, it's you Superman who is playing tricks again, who is leaking our whereabouts. Compared to other people's uselessness, the officer Johnny scolded with a cold face. The direction of the army has been seen over and over again, and there is no doubt that someone inside is constantly betraying intelligence. The Empire will definitely find that person. You better not let us discover your lair. Pfft. Don't wait for him to continue to speak harshly. Yun Chen's punch had already broken through the air, directly smashing his head like a watermelon. Noisy. Hearing the trembling and chilling sounds of fright around him, Yun Chen also said impatiently, definitely, you are also very noisy. A one-sided slaughter doesn't take much effort. When Yun Chen gradually stepped into the furnace hall of Dwarf Country, there was no Kree standing on the ground behind him. Stop here. The Asgard in golden armor remained at the door of the hall. As the warriors of the people under the protection of the gods, they have a lot of knowledge, they have experienced the miracles in the age of the gods, and they have experienced the peak strength of the king of Odin, so naturally they will not be overly frightened by a Superman. What's more, Yun Chen was humiliated with Odin when he appeared on the stage, and he had a bad idea of dwarf country territory. So these Asgard people who guarded the country of dwarf did not look very good. I think there must be some misunderstanding. The dwarf craftsmen are reluctant to regenerate right and wrong, but they are full of anger, and they look like they are making money with equanimity. Misunderstanding? That's not necessarily the case, but the other party has a heart for you. The Asgard people who have protected the territory of the dwarf country for generations are disdainful. The Kryptonian Empire has been swept into the garbage heap by history. Odin's brilliance is still engraved on the stars, and Choo-Choo's only remaining Kryptonian Superman is not a cause for concern. What's more, Superman looks strong, but he is strong on the outside and strong in the middle. The long history of Asgard tells us that Superman's Achilles heel lies in kryptonite and magic. Although we don't have kryptonite on hand, magic. Speaking of this, the Asgard man with the status of a god paused, then looked at Yun Chen and sneered, "I'm sorry, each of us knows a little bit of magic." Asgard is known for coexisting technology and magic, and his words are nothing more than modesty. At the moment of the conversation, between the corridors of the hall, there were already more figures of warriors wearing golden armor, and they surrounded Yun Chen in the middle. Yun Chen looked at each other indifferently, feeling the looming magical fluctuations on their bodies, and the smile became more and more diffuse. Magic. Sorry, magical immunity, let you down. Chapter 34. Magical immunity? The Asgard people who had sworn their vows just now were stunned. It's impossible. Nonsense. They yelled angrily, staring at Yun Chen with anger in their red pupils. Asgard relies on Norse mythology, and many of them hold the position of gods. Compared with the barbaric and brutal Kree Empire, the Asgard people with a splendid history of gods are more like a conservative nobleman. Don't be ashamed. Take this arrogant kid for me, shouted the Asgard, who had one of the gods Earth. The well-known Asgard people have a tacit understanding. They respect the teachings of the god of the earth just now, and release their magic power one after another. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding magic elements are very rich, rolling slowly like waves. Standing in the furnace hall, Yun Chen looked at the tricks of these Asgard people with interest. Suddenly, his eyes saw a dying star core high in the distance. Fading neutron stars. It was a star core that fell like a jujube, but at the moment it exuded a bright red fire, like a fireball suspended in the starry sky. The dying star core is surrounded by a circle of star rings to focus the fireworks produced by the star core, and the dwarf Nidawyler uses the star fireworks to create magical weapons. This is where Mjolnir was born. Yes, this place is mine from now on. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Wishful thinking. This is the ancestral property of the Asgard people, and it is not allowed to be interfered by others. With a roar, the Earth God waved his hand, and the sound of a flute suddenly came from the hall, and the horn of attack sounded. Adhering to the teachings of the gods, the Asgard people who knew magic at the scene took the lead in launching their own magic attack. The magic power is enriched to the extreme, and the waves transformed by the elemental tides have reached their peak. Hum. Chant, and guide with gestures. Simple elements are shape-shifting at once, turning into ice arrows, fireworks, storms, thunder. Boom. In an instant, the surging fireworks, the frost that fell like a shower, and the thunder and lightning fell down. Yun Chen's body was suddenly attacked from all directions. However, the power can be called insignificant. Swish. Yun Chen clenched one hand and crushed a crossed lightning bolt in the palm of his hand, his arm shook, and the rolling ice storm was shattered. When he opened his mouth, it was even more exaggerated, and the raging fireworks that rushed towards him flew upside down, blowing the Asgard people in front of him to their knees. Just these things. Yun Chen laughed, the so-called magic attack was nothing more than that. Under magical immunity, he couldn't even feel a real attack from the magic element. Even the physical impact was directly invalidated by their own steel body. It can be said that their painstaking magic method is just a joke. Impossible. The god of earth panicked. Even the Asgard people, who have always been fierce and fearless, have changed their expressions greatly. Is the magic attack effective? What about the weakness of Krypton Superman? Thinking of the other party blowing down so many people in one breath, the Asgard people seemed a little terrified. Fight. The god of Earth frowned, and at the next moment, he took the lead in attacking, and when the army's heart was shaken, he had to stand up. Just let me see your power. With one big step, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters. The majestic body suddenly came into Yun Chen's eyes. Beneath the quaint earth-colored armor was a sturdy body, which seemed to be moving like a sky-high mountain range. Under such a huge figure, Yun Chen's body was completely submerged in his shadow. Get out of here. The Earth God is drinking low. He holds the title of God of the Earth, and with the blessing of the gods, his power is also among the best among the Asgard gods. Whoosh. Just before his punch fell, Yun Chen's attack had come first. It was an ice blue light beam, and the light was so fast. After everyone saw an ice blue light beam cut through the sky, the huge body of the god of the earth collapsed. Do not. Everyone was so frightened that they took a step back, only to see that there was no skull in the corpse lying on the ground. It turned out that the icy blue light beam that was so fleeting just now directly took away the head of the god of the earth. Yun Chen stepped forward, showing no emotion, and stepped directly on the corpse in front of him with both feet. Stepping on the heights, he lowered his eyes and looked down at the Asgard people in the furnace hall. Surrender, save yourself from death. Under the unrivaled posture, there were a group of Asgard people who dared not raise their hands to look directly at him. Magic doesn't work. Even the gods who hold the title of gods were defeated by one move. So arrogant and arrogant, everyone knows that it is difficult to compete. But the Asgard people finally got a little bit of backbone, and they shouted, "For Asgard, for the god King Odin." After shouting slogans, some people rushed up without fear of life and death. Another group of people actually did the opposite and rushed to the furnace pipes around them. The weapons in their hands were aimed at the dying star core in the distance, and they wanted to directly destroy these facilities. BD. Master Dwarf yelled. It turned out that these guards were unable to stand guard and did not want the important casting hall to fall to the enemy, so the ruthless jade and stones were burned, and Yun Chen directly fetched water from the bamboo basket. It's despicable. Yun Chen was angry, and the icy luster in his eyes flourished again, turning into a terrifying frozen ray that slaughtered the Asgard people in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Whoosh. The freezing ray traversed the sky, swept across the floor of the hall, and unscrupulously slaughtered all the Asgard people in front of him. Anything pointed by the sharp edge is cut off. There is definitely something in this world that can resist freezing rays, and Ms. Marvel Carol is one of them. When it is obvious, compared to Ms. Marvel, who uses cosmic energy in a masterful way, the Asgard person in front of her is nothing. Pfft. Blood bloomed, and the 2-meter-high mighty body was cut off by the beam like wheat grass. Like mowing grass, the stubble was harvested by the freezing rays. The Asgard people hiding in the corridors of the hall had no hope, hoping that the pillars in front of them would be able to withstand the sweeping beam of light. Boom. The colonnade was broken, the dome of the hall tilted halfway, and all the Asgard people who were hiding behind also died. Yun Chen is angry. To be sure, these wise ants made him a little annoyed. The Asgard people, who knew they couldn't hold it, were unwilling to give up, and despite the opposition of their allies, they insisted on destroying everything in front of them. Damn BD. This behavior undoubtedly caused the dwarf craftsmen to be furious, pointing their noses and swearing. Definitely, this kind of smart move was exchanged for Yun Chen's boundless anger. Between the fists, a terrifying force burst out, and the remnants of the defeated soldiers were slaughtered mercilessly. No one could resist such brutal and merciless torture. In less than 3 minutes, the war in Nidavellir, dwarf, subsided. Thousands of knives, Asgard people are too unkind. The dwarf craftsman wept bitterly and cursed. We have cast so many magical weapons for them, and at the last moment not only abandoned us, but also completely destroyed our fire source. As they said, Asgard's actions before his death still caused Nidavellir a lot of trouble. In the starry sky in front of him, the dying star core that was emitting light like a fireball actually dimmed. The flame is extinguished. The reason for this is that the circles of star rings that drive the star core to output energy have stopped rotating. Can it be repaired? At this moment, a sudden speech interrupted the thoughts of these dwarf craftsmen. Gollum. I don't know who swallowed their saliva in desperation, and the sound of the presence suddenly disappeared. All the dwarf masters stood on the ground with trembling expressions, and looked at Yun Chen, who was coming. You want to kill us too? Someone stood up and asked. Interestingly, Nidavali's so-called dwarf craftsmen seem to be more of a joke, saying they are dwarf. In fact, these guys are comparable to giants. It's just that compared to the giants, they have absolutely no proficiency in martial arts, and only have an innate ability. Kill you. Yun Chen traced a smile on his face, shook his head and laughed. I have said before that, as long as you submit to me, I may not fail to bless you with kindness. But at present, the Kari Empire covets you, Asgard abandons you, and you seem to have no other way than surrender to me. The dwarf masters fell silent. Their race is not prosperous. On the contrary, the land of Niederweiler is only 300 people, plus the series of casualties just now, it is less than 200. Trapped in such an anxious and dangerous situation, the dwarf craftsmen could not even try to disobey the Kryptonian Superman in front of them. What about the reward? Naturally, there will be no charity without compensation in this world. After all, the world of adults is all interests. Yun Chen listened and smiled. Why do the Asgard people insist on destroying this place? I can guess one or two. The artifact mold you cast for the God King is still there. It's Asgard's most powerful weapon. I'm not wrong, right? His familiar words surprised the dwarf craftsman. How did this guy know? After all, the casting of the supreme artifact Storm Axe is a secret. Only. Dwarf King Yitri stood up and said, Asgard abandoned us. It's no big deal to give you this artifact, but their conspiracy succeeded. The dying star core can't gather energy, then we can't forge weapons in one day. Success? That might not be the case. Yun Chen looked at the star core in the distance and drew a smile. Less than a few minutes. The star ring aperture, which had been stopped, started to operate again, just like a car that couldn't ignite, just need to manually push the vehicle behind it, and it might not make the engine work again. And now Yun Chen, relying on his unparalleled body of steel, soars into the sky and directly pushes the star ring. The weight of the star ring is so heavy that it may only be propelled by the engine of an ordinary battleship, but the effect of Yun Chen's one-handed push is comparable to the thrust of the engine. In the blink of an eye, the star core was operating again. At the moment of operation, the dying fixed star once again bloomed brightly, releasing a strong energy like a firework. Whoosh! The heat from the dying fixed star acts as the furnace's energy. Quick! The dwarf King Yitri raised his hammer and kept pounding the silver mold in front of him. Hard work. In the end, with Yitri smashing the mold heavily to the ground, the mold shattered, and the blade of the storm tomahawk was released. Quick! Bring the handle of the axe made by the world tree. Dwarf King Yitri roared. Soon, under the synthesis of the long handle and the axe blade, the divine weapon Stormwind Battle Axe was perfectly cast. Great Kryptonian Superman, please also accept our Niederweiler tribute to you. Chapter 36. The dwarf King Yitri humbly presented the storm axe in front of Yun Chen. Yun Chen reached out and grasped it. The tentacles were slightly cold, and the silver axe blade exuded an incomparable edge, making the surrounding dwarfs feel the hair stand up slightly. Sure enough, it's an artifact. Yun Chen held it in one hand and threw it up in the palm of his hand, weighing it several times. The dwarf King Yitri looked terrified. This was a weapon reserved for the God King. How could it be like a toy in his hands? Artifacts are not only artifacts, but also have spirituality in them, especially when they are just born. They must not be so casual. King Dwarf advised with a heart. Spirituality. Yun Chen smiled. He threw it into the distance at will, and the strength of his arms made the storm axe fly out of everyone's sight. This. All the dwarfs were completely taken aback. Is there anyone in this universe who tramples on artifacts like this? Before they could return to their senses, Yun Chen stretched out his hand towards the sky amid the stunned expressions, and with a sound of breaking through the air, the storm axe shot from a distance fell directly into his hands. That's what you call spirituality, yes. Yun Chen smiled. The dwarf King Yitri was completely speechless, and the unparalleled Superman in front of him had been destroying his three views. However, the strength is still worthy of praise. In his impression, I am afraid that only Odin, who was in his prime, can compete with him in the limelight. With that in mind, he wanted to hug this big leg even more. The main body of the battle axe is cast from the legendary magic metal ulu, and then repeatedly irrigated and beaten by the energy of the dying star core, supplemented by the branches of the world as the long handle of the battle axe. It can be said that this is definitely the best weapon I have personally forged. Dwarf King Yitri spoke in an eloquent manner. Yun Chen silently felt the magic fluctuations from the storm axe, and couldn't help but nodded secretly. But the Dwarf King Yitri hesitated and said after a pause, "There is a word to remind you that the storm axe originally had the terrifying magic ability, but you may not know a little magic." Magic? According to the stereotype, Superman naturally focuses his skills on physics to press people, and fists are the best answer. It's just that Yun Chen didn't think so, because his cheating device gave him another surprise. Oracle. He whispered to himself. The template in my mind emerged, and when I felt the magical fluctuations from the storm axe, 2 unbelievable magical abilities were actually born. Space teleportation, not entry, ... Weather manipulation, not getting started, ... In this way, it saved Yun Chen a lot of thought. He weighed the storm axe in his hand and smiled. It seems that this tomahawk is destined for me. I have found out how to use it correctly. Definitely my promise is still valid, and you can come to me when you are in trouble. The voice just fell. The dazzling magical fluctuations were rapidly brewing from the 9 heavens, and I saw a bifrost falling from the sky, completely taking Yun Chen's figure away, leading to a far and unknown place. This Dwarf King Yitri was stunned. He still didn't understand how the other party figured out the magic of the artifact. However, the other dwarfs were even more confused. Some people scratched their heads and said, "By the way, do you have his contact information? Will the other party really keep his promise?" This time, everyone in the furnace hall looked at each other. Bifrost's light fell again. Yun Chen's figure arrived directly at Neptune Star from the dwarf country Nidaville, a distant light year away. The moment when the rainbow fell straight to the Neptune Star, suddenly caused a lot of noise. Enemy attack. There is no shortage of elite Kryptonian soldiers and even rushed in. BD, that's your majesty. The beauty of the iceberg, Fula, kicked the 2 who were flying out of the air. Yun Chen looked at each other indifferently, but didn't have much opinion, and said, "That's fine, the alertness is good." Mastering space magic allowed him to return to Neptune in an instant, which also made Yun Chen realize that he had the opportunity to return to Earth. But before that, there are a few things that need to be explained. Lilith, I'll be away for a while, not too long. All affairs of Neptune will be handled as usual. If there is a crisis, I will come back as soon as possible. By the way, the dwarf star Nidaville can help me pay attention. When returning to Earth this time, Yun Chen didn't plan to bring anyone with him. First, it was very convenient for space teleportation, and secondly, Neptune also needed others to guard him immediately. After explaining these matters, Yun Chen went into battle lightly, and raised the tomahawk with anticipation. Bifrost's light fell from the sky again, taking away his figure. That's when Yun Chen returned to Earth. The large Magellanic Cloud, the planet of Hara, is the home of the Kree Empire. The accuser, Ronan, listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy expression. "Lord Ronan, the news has just come again that another fleet that arrived at Nidavelli was once again swept away by Krypton Superman. This is the 7th fleet that has been wiped out. Damn BD." Ronan gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow that Kryptonian Superman for the rest of his life. It's just that the last fiasco taught him a painful lesson. If it wasn't for the Interstellar Task Force, he would have died in that starfield. At this moment, Nebula emerged from the shadows in the corner of the house. "Perhaps it's time for you to consider the Lord's proposal." "That adult?" The accuser Ronan's face suddenly darkened. The Great Titan once gave him a promise that if he brought him back the Cosmic Spirit Ball, then he would fulfill the other party's wish. Desire? Could he really easily annihilate the entire Xandar planet? Or, let me eradicate those Kryptonian remnants. You have to believe in the Great Titans. Nebula said very complicatedly. So the question is, where is the Cosmic Spirit Ball? The accuser Ronan had to think about this question. Asterisk. Chapter 37. The bright Bifrost light falls from the sky. Yun Chen's figure came directly from the distant Neptune star to another starry sky. After a slight dizziness, Yun Chen quickly adapted to it, looked up at the sky. The blue sky was like a wash of blue, and he finally returned to the long-lost Earth without thinking much. With the Storm Tomahawk, you can directly protect your space teleportation ability. But where is this place? In addition to testing the space teleportation ability of the Storm Axe, there is also an important factor in coming to Earth this time. In the Antarctic land of the Earth, there was a scout ship 10,000 years ago buried in the glacier. This is an unknown secret. Why Superman Clark's father can know the increase of the yellow/colored sun for Kryptonians? Naturally, this ship has discovered the secret of the fixed star of the solar system. Amplification of yellow/color to Kryptonians? When Yun Chen thought of this, he ignored a question. That's right, he is also a Kryptonian. Then the changes that appear on Clark will undoubtedly happen to his own body. Feeling the warm rays of the sun falling all over the body, Yun Chen had already noticed that his cells were screaming thirsty, and the trillions of cells in his body came alive in the blink of an eye, as if they were lively and moving like a elf. He is evolving. Vaguely, Yun Chen could even sense the sound of Jean breaking free from the shackles. It was really a surprise. But where is this place? An island? Yun Chen tried his best to look at it, and the eye of insight gave him a vision beyond the line of sight. Surrounded by an endless ocean, it is clear that this is an island. How? At this time, there was a sound of horseshoes running around. Hum. Accompanied by the sound of the horn of the flute, a group of soldiers on horses swept across the grassland. The mighty cavalry? It's a bit too outrageous in modern times. Yun Chen complained in his heart. But where do so many women come from? In front of them were all female soldiers. Under their heroic posture, they were wearing a pair of simple body armor. The slender and powerful figure was like a female leopard crouching on the horse, sweeping like a wave. At a glance, there is no trace of a man's existence. It turns out that this is Paradise Island. Yun Chen never imagined that the moment he came to Earth, he had strayed into the legendary Paradise Island. It is also the site of the legendary Amazons and the hometown of Princess Diana, Wonder Woman. Boom. The earth trembled, and the Amazons, who came galloping on horses, pulled the ropes and swept in uniformly. Zhang Ying's energetic faces were full of pride. They held their heads proudly, like noble swans, and the sharp swords in their hands were aimed at Yun Chen from afar. Enemy attack. In just an instant, Amazons on horses poured from all directions of Yun Chen. Obviously, the Bifrost fluctuation just now was so dazzling that the Amazons' attention was drawn. Be careful, the opponent's magic fluctuations are very strong. Let's go together, be careful. Swish. In a matter of seconds, the Amazons who came galloping on their horses were actually drawing arrows, drawing bows, and shooting from the sky, all in one set. Hum. A harsh humming sound came from the air, and all arrows were fired, and the air came down like a shower of rain. Yun Chen looked at all this, shook his head and laughed. He took a slight breath and sprayed into the air. An unimaginable scene appeared like this. The gas ejected from Yun Chen's mouth turned into a terrifying hurricane. The wind was so strong that it blew away all the arrows that flew from the sky. This. The mouth is a hurricane. Is there anything more bizarre than this in the world? The well-informed Amazonians couldn't help but look stunned. For Paradise Island, for the Amazons, charge me. Hum. The flute horn sounded louder and louder. The Amazons clearly saw Yun Chen as a heinous intruder, so much so that the real swordsmen were furious. In fact, Paradise Island is isolated from the world. Even ships from the outside world, and even satellites in outer space, cannot detect the existence of this island. The movement of Yun Chen's arrival is so great that the Amazons are extremely nervous. Yun Chen looked at the cavalry who continued to charge, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I'll say it once, I'm just a passing guest, and I have no intention of invading Paradise Island. I plan to leave later. Definitely if you guys annoy me, don't blame me for not being so sympathetic to Xiangziyu." He was not a gentle person at all, and there were so many lives under his hands, at least thousands of people died from the fall of the Kree Empire alone. This tone of voice seemed to be peaceful and exhortation, but in fact, it formed a terrifying deterrent under my aura, and a strong murderous aura followed. Animals are inherently human, and they were the first to feel the murderous aura. Yun Chen's eyes swept over lightly, and the horses that were running in anger were suddenly startled, their front hooves directly off the ground, stagnating their running momentum, and this time, the Amazons on the seat could be thrown off. Damn, this guy has killed a lot of people, and he dares to threaten us," the Amazonian said with some fright. "Step aside." At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyta, had already stood up with the guards. "Your Excellency is from Asgard? We don't seem to have anything to do with Asgard." Queen Hippolyta had naturally seen Bifrost and understood the meaning of this space magic. It's just that Yun Chen didn't have time to explain. A powerful turbulent wave floated in his eyeballs. For a moment, he felt his vision suddenly redden, making him unable to see anything. Yun Chen quickly understood that the new ability is here again. Asterisk. Chapter 38. There was a dry taste in Yun Chen's eyes. Feeling the chaotic energy flow, he knew very clearly that he had acquired a new ability again. And it's also an ability related to eyes. A long time ago, Yun Chen was just watching an icy planet. His eyes were hurt by the cold, and under the stimulation, he awakening the ability of freezing rays. And now in the solar system, the bright rays of light scattered all over the earth undoubtedly endow the eyes with another ability. Heat vision. Or high temperature rays. Yun Chen felt the heat coming from his eyes. He raised his head and roared, and the heat in his eyes burst out, as if a red beam of light pierced through the sky. The distant sun is indeed of great help to Superman, and it is no wonder that Superman Clark's father, Jor-El, insists on sending his son here. Ha ha. Don't lie to me, Jor-El, you really found a blessed land. Suddenly, there were bursts of frightened cries from all around, and all the Amazons were completely taken aback by Yun Chen in front of them. The red beam of light that broke through the air has disappeared, but the residual temperature spread in the air is still burning the air. This is... The Amazon Queen Hippolyta was also taken aback. She has survived from the age of the gods to the present, and her lifespan of thousands of years is considered to be well informed. This is definitely not an Asgard man. There is no such figure among the Norse gods. However, are you here to show off your ability? The Amazon Queen Hippolyta said seriously, and the surrounding Amazons were even more prepared, looking at Yun Chen in horror. Yun Chen smiled indifferently and said with a smile, "This is just my newly born ability, just give it a try." A newly born ability? The face of the Amazon changed, and he was convinced. They are isolated from the world, and naturally they have not been hurt by the cunning of modern society, so most of them are very simple and have no scheming at all. At this moment, the air suddenly became hot again, and a mass of fireworks sprayed out from Yun Chen's mouth. "It's a little out of control, it doesn't matter." Yun Chen raised his eyebrows. After a while, there was a hint of pain in his throat. Obviously, another new ability was born here. Standing under the starry sky and the sun, the trillions of cells in the whole body are jumping for joy. Yun Chen can guarantee that fighting in this starry sky full of sunshine, the combat effectiveness is definitely higher than that outside. Definitely, it's not an exaggeration to see new abilities appearing one after another. In the movie, General Zod, who invaded the Earth, abandoned that armor and felt the radiation of the sun himself, and immediately awakening the ability of superflight and thermal vision. General Zod is still like this. Yun Chen, who is far above him, naturally deserves it. He successfully made a lot of new abilities emerge from his body in an instant. Your body. The Amazon Queen, Hippolyta, had outstanding strength, so she naturally felt the pressure from Yun Chen's body to some extent, and this momentum was still rising and changing, which made people feel particularly heartbroken. Just this majestic stalwart power, if you look at it for a while, you will realize that it is definitely not inferior to Zeus and other Olympian gods, and even absolutely crushed. The queen is very clear in her heart, because she has met Zeus and other true gods. Why does Paradise Island exist? Why should you be isolated from the world and not ask the world? Because this is the task entrusted by the ancient gods to the Queen Hippolyta, who is responsible for guarding this island, and at the same time, they also shed a glorious light here. The fog barrier of the entire Paradise Island is one of them. And now, beings that are more terrifying than Zeus and other true gods, standing in front of them like this, Queen Hippolyta said that it is impossible not to be afraid. There was a flash of fire in Yun Chen's eyes, which was the remnant of high-temperature rays. Under these piercing eyes, the Amazon Queen felt very flustered inexplicably, as if the secrets of her body and mind were seen through. So you should know my strength. If I was really hostile to you, with my strength, I would have almost wiped you out. Although Yun Chen's words were plain, there was a strong confidence in them. Empress Hippolyta was silent. The dissatisfied Amazons were still full of dissatisfaction at first, but looking at the posture of their queen, they immediately swallowed the dissatisfied words in their throats. My arrival is just an accident. If the Amazon queen wishes, I would like to rest here for a while. Yun Chen not only felt the emergence of the new ability, but also the changes in his skeleton. Although it was not a big problem, he still wanted to find a place to rest for a while. Definitely, is there a more desirable place on this earth than Paradise Island? Queen Hippolyta pursed her lips when she heard the words. She thought for a while, and said, yes. More things are worse than less things, not to mention being able to get acquainted with a godlike existence, which is more or less a good thing. It's just that there was a sudden unwilling cry in the Amazons' array. Who dares to say that we Amazons are safe? I don't believe it. I saw the flow of people being separated from it like waves, and a beautiful figure stood out from it. Queen Hippolyta frowned. Diana, don't make trouble. Yun Chen looked at the tall and beautiful woman in front of him and was stunned. Princess Diana? Didn't she leave Paradise Island as early as World War I? Asterisk. Chapter 39. The first impression of the woman in front of her is undoubtedly that she is tall and slender, with a pair of long, white legs and a pair of long boots. What is even more eye-catching is that on such a tall and concave figure, there is actually a delicate and flawless face, with bright eyes and heroic brows. If Ms. Marvel is more like a Hollywood blonde sweetheart, then Wonder Woman Diana in front of her is definitely a dignified Oni-san. So here comes the question. Didn't Princess Diana leave Paradise Island during World War I? Suddenly, he thought of a key question. In all these years, no one else has landed on this Paradise Island. No. Queen Hippolyta shook her head and said, in hundreds of years, you are the first outsider to come to Paradise Island. Oh my god. Sure enough, Yun Chen sighed inwardly. So here comes the problem. In the movie, Wonder Woman, Steve, who should have come during World War I, didn't come as promised, so he didn't abduct Wonder Woman to the outside world. This is in great conflict with the original history. Definitely, the merger of the two worlds may have disrupted the timeline as well. Then the next question comes again, then who solved Ares, the god of war who was supposed to show off his power and spread evil during the First World War? But you girl, you are really not my opponent. Yun Chen said. After returning to the palace on Paradise Island. Even though she was obstructed by Queen Hippolyta, Princess Diana was still eager to try. She was the son of God, inheriting the power of Zeus, and she was already invincible in the island under awakening decades ago. The ordinary Amazon warrior is not her opponent at all. The warlike genes are imprinted on their Amazonian bodies, and naturally they will not miss the opportunity to compete with a strong one. Who are you talking about? According to the lifespan of human beings, I am already an adult among adults. Princess Diana said. The Amazons are also long-lived, and she is still in the lower class by age on the island. Furthermore, she has never experienced the dangers of human society, and has never experienced the love, hatred in the world, but she is like a blank piece of paper, very simple. Yun Chen has already calmed down his body's breath in the palace, and his bones and meridians have been further improved. In the face of Diana's provocations, he was not annoyed. After all, the world looked at people's faces, but Yun Chen was somewhat interested. How strong is Wonder Woman today? Okay, I'll pay attention to what I'm doing. Yun Chen said with a smile. When Wonder Woman heard the words, she immediately became interested. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a ponytail by her hands. She shook her head and pointed to the grassland outside the palace. Go outside, I'm afraid I will make too much noise. The palace is ruined. It's interesting. Yun Chen nodded naturally. On the grassland, a lot of onlookers suddenly came to the Amazon. Is it the princess who wants to learn from each other? He's the outsider? I heard it's a man. He looks a lot taller and stronger than us. Is there any difference? You don't understand, I heard that there is one more thing under the man than us. Why don't you try the length? Amazons speak generously and directly, without any shyness. They had basically never seen a man, so outside of curiosity, they could not help but look at Yun Chen with a pair of eyes. Yun Chen was indifferent, but Princess Diana on the opposite side couldn't stand it. Clang. She pulled out the golden blade on her back, and there was an extra shield on the back of her other hand, and there was a deafening sound when the sword and shield clashed. In what manner? Give me some peace. Princess Diana looked back and looked at Yun Chen with a strong fighting intent. "Take up your weapon." Yun Chen heard the words, just shook his head and said, "I don't use weapons to fight, that battle axe is just a decoration." Princess Diana frowned, always feeling that she was taking advantage of the weapons in both hands. But Yun Chen's next sentence made the princess furious. "If you're still thinking about throwing down your weapon, you're going to lose badly." A hole. The indifferent and easy words made Princess Diana even more angry. She reprimanded her lightly, stepped on her toes, and there was a dent in the place where she landed, and the figure of Qianli flew like a cannonball. "It's good to come." Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, the sun's rays made his body's core strength stronger and stronger, he let out a slight sigh of relief, and punched forward lightly. Boom. With a sudden sound, Princess Diana, who was rushing in front of her, was forced to block her with a divine shield, which was suddenly blocked, and the impact of the whole person was completely offset. She gritted her teeth, and the golden sword in her hand had moved roar to Yun Chen's body. As pointed by the sharp edge, the hairs stand upside down. Yun Chen just smiled contemptuously at this, and he also punched. Multiple attacks. The shadow of the fist was blurred for a moment, and in a flash of thunder, a punch landed on the blade in front of him. That magical weapon, which was enough to cut gold and jade, only printed a thin white mark on the surface of the fist. With a bang, he was knocked out of the palm of his hand. Princess Diana took a deep breath, and suddenly lifted the shield back to her body. With a bang, strangely, two overlapping punches landed on the shield. Boom. Princess Diana suddenly flew out, her dexterous body flipped, and she landed firmly on the grassland 100 meters away. She argued loudly, "No, what kind of trick are you playing, and you hit 3 punches with 1 punch." Yun Chen nodded at her divine body's endurance, but he still laughed, "This is just one of my many abilities. To be honest, if I hadn't put in a lot of effort, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so relaxed." Humph. "I haven't used the power of Zeus yet." Princess Diana refused to admit defeat. "It's just that," Yun Chen pointed to the blue sky and said, "I can devour all the sunshine on Paradise Island, are you sure you can handle this punch?" Asterisk. Chapter 40. It is a magnificent sight to be able to engulf all the light above the island. It's just that Yun Chen didn't have time to display it, and everyone couldn't watch it. Diana, who was eager to try, burst into thunder, and the power of Zeus slowly rose in her body. She was going to try Yun Chen's long section, but she was accidentally interrupted by her mother. "Enough, Diana." The Amazon queen, Hippolyta, was afraid of making a mistake, so she stepped forward and interrupted the match. Frustrated, Wonder Woman Diana said she was unconvincing, but she knew in her heart that she didn't have much hope of winning at all. "Are the people in the outside world as strong as you?" Princess Diana had never met the outside world, and her moving eyes had some hope. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and said with certainty, "I can tell you the truth, I came from the boundless starry sky, and I have never met someone stronger than me." "Yes." Princess Diana's eyes suddenly lit up. Voila! What did she hear? Her sense of loss just now disappeared. Since no one in the outside world can compare to Yun Chen in front of her, it is obvious that she doesn't have to worry about her safety in the outside world. Also, is he a returnee from the boundless starry sky? Princess Diana, who had a longing for the outside world, was delighted, pestering Yun Chen and constantly asking, "What is the outside world like? If I go out, do I have to worry about others being able to beat me?" Diana. Queen Hippolyta frowned, she always knew her daughter's wish, that is, to see the scenery of the outside world. It's just that the outside world is too complicated. Yun Chen also said the same, the dangers of society are far beyond your imagination. If you think that you are a god and are not afraid of danger, then you are wrong. For a simple person like you, once you leave Paradise Island, you will undoubtedly be deception is overwhelmed. What's more, when you see the other side of the world, your 3 views will definitely be overturned. Wonder Woman Diana frowned and said displeasedly, "Why do you speak in the same tone of voice as my mother?" The Amazon Queen Hippolyta couldn't help but smile when she heard the words. Looking at Yun Chen's face, she couldn't help feeling a little kinder. Yeah, the society outside is so dangerous, let go of those unrealistic fantasies. The queen could not bear her pearl. But the next second, Yun Chen, who had greatly changed her mind, said like a magician, "Definitely, the earth also has a beautiful side. In order to save this beauty, many people went forward to protect it. This. The queen was stunned for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her. She suddenly felt a bad connotation, as if every mother would worry about her daughter being abducted by a young boy. Yun Chen ignored the emotions of the Amazon queen and said to himself, "For the peace of the earth, many people are fighting for it, but I can tell you for sure that in the future there will be covets from outside the universe, and you are willing to fight for it." "That definitely." Wonder Woman Diana said with her own heart. She asked hopefully, "Future, when will that be? Races from outside the universe are coming to invade us." "Yes, the day in the future really comes, and I will definitely take you out in person." Yun Chen directly revealed his wolf ambitions. "Really? Well, it's a deal." Queen Hippolyta said happily. "What?" At this time, the mother present quit. Amazon Queen Hippolyta was speechless. "BD, are you here to abduct my daughter?" In the face of such a former screen goddess, it is impossible for Yun Chen to be unmoved. Besides, Wonder Woman Diana is too simple, like a blank piece of paper, so Yun Chen just said a few words, and she has been completely hooked. Definitely, what Yun Chen said was not deceitful words. Coveting from outside the universe is real. The Zeta Swiss soldiers under Thanos, members of the Dark Order, and the Planet Devourer, not to mention the Carey Empire, firmly grasps the coordinates of the Earth, in order to blackmail Ms. Marvel Carol. These are all time bombs that will detonate sooner or later. "You don't have to be too happy, I will take you out when the day comes," Yun Chen said. Princess Diana was a little disappointed. "How long will this take?" "Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, who's to say?" "Well, my promise will take effect on that day, but now I'm leaving." Yun Chen finished his last words meaningfully. A figure shuttled in the sky, like a shooting star. It was Yun Chen's figure. The trip to Paradise Island was a beautiful accident, and it also made him a lot of money. A long time ago, Yun Chen teamed up with Ms. Amaze Carol, determined to kill each other's thorn in the Carey Empire, and it was indeed a surprise to be able to get the help of Princess Diana. Apart from this, Yun Chen has insisted on gaining a foothold on Earth after feeling the help of the sun for his Kryptonian for the first time. General Zod in the movie is inhumane. He clearly holds the world engine number that transforms the atmosphere of the planet, but he wants to completely eradicate the Earth. Yun Chen is naturally not so heartless, not to mention the Earth. The solar system is so big, other planets alone are enough for him to open a sub-base. The sun can't make other Kryptonians become Superman, but if it can help them with some strength, it's still a good choice. Think about these. Yun Chen's mission to the Earth is not these, but to find the Krypton reconnaissance ship that was lost in the South Pole 10,000 years ago. Chapter 41. Antarctica. Endless frozen land of snow. In the snow wind that filled the sky, Yun Chen's figure was walking in it. In the past glory days of the Krypton Empire, countless reconnaissance ships explored the unknown universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was once a reconnaissance ship that visited today's Earth. The great scientist Joel can discover the benefits of the sun to the Kryptonians, and the help of this reconnaissance ship is indispensable. Now, Yun Chen is trying to find this reconnaissance ship lost in the glacier. Under the eyes of insight, there was a faint glimmer of light in his eyes. He glanced at 1,000 miles, and the glaciers under his feet could not stop the invasion of his vision at all. After a long time, he finally found the ship that was buried in the iceberg. Yun Chen's clear eyes were inexplicably flushed red, different from the icy blue color of the freezing rays, and the red eyes made the surrounding eyes completely red. With a swoosh, a thick red light burst out of the pupil and landed on the glacier under his feet. Chi-chi. Under the collision of ice and fire, a large amount of white mist flew out. In the blink of an eye, the high-temperature rays melted through a tunnel. Yun Chen stepped in and gradually approached the reconnaissance ship. The red light in Yun Chen's eyes gradually dissipated, and the newly mastered thermal vision beam clearly showed extraordinary penetrating power. When his vision became clear, a huge warship full of technology was displayed in Yun Chen's field of vision. Too similar. Yun Chen said. The Krypton reconnaissance ship exploring the universe in front of it is no different from the Aquarius. It seems to be a product under the same production line. No one has visited, and it seems Clark hasn't found the battleship yet. Yun Chen glanced at the frost-covered door and shook his head. In the movie, the reason why General Zod was able to discover the existence of the Earth is undoubtedly that Clark activated the signal of the ship, so that it was discovered by the Kryptonians far away. Hum. The heavy door was pushed open lightly by Yun Chen. He stepped into the long corridor of the battleship, and soon, he came to the cockpit. The intelligent escort suspended in the air did not attack Yun Chen, because he was too familiar with this reconnaissance ship, but in an instant, the entire reconnaissance ship was completely activated. But at this moment, a holographic figure formed in the void, and it appeared very real. You are. I know you, Joel. Yun Chen just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. He took care of himself and took control of the bridge. Under the passive ability of brain activation, it is very easy for him to master a skill. As for Joel, a great scientist, Yun Chen is naturally very clear, and his differences with General Zod are also easy to understand. Both of them are, in a sense, trying to reform Krypton. Zod was born a general, born a member of the ruler, so he saw that Krypton was about to fall, launched a coup, but failed. And Joel was born a great scientist and a thinker, so he wanted to destroy the central collection, destroy the system of Krypton, and naturally hatch his own son. Kryptonians, who were born destined for their future careers, had no choice. Soldiers and generals were all determined by genes, but Clark was different. He was born naturally, and he could choose his future life path. But both of you are wrong, ridiculously wrong. Wrong. Joel's expression changed. He couldn't figure out who this person was and why his son didn't come here. Zod's fault is that his power is too weak, he can't revolt, and he is banished instead. Your fault is that you are hiding the central treasure book, which is the crystal charm of the Kryptonian civilization. Who are you? Joel frowned. Yun Chen calmly walked in front of him and smiled. I know you are confused now, you deliberately left a lot of gifts for your son on this ship, you must be very strange now, why is it not your son who came in, but a stranger? You. Let me tell you the truth, the Supreme Council has been destroyed, the Empire has restarted the monarchy, I am now the only Emperor of Krypton, a new Krypton has been found, a new heart has begun to be born, and the Krypton Empire is already on the road of revival. Go. Yun Chen said. The person in front of you is the only Emperor of Krypton? Joel only felt that he was shocked by his thoughts, and Krypton has been revived like this? Impossible. Don't tell me that you, as a Kryptonian scientist, don't look happy when you see the revival of Krypton. Yun Chen said sarcastically. You. In fact, your selfishness towards your son is more important than the Kryptonian Empire. Yun Chen ruthlessly exposed his veil and said, I will take back the central treasure on your son's body, and I will fully accept everything here. No, you can't. Joel roared, and there was something he left to his son. Yun Chen gave him a contemptuous look and snapped his fingers. Despair. With a snap of his fingers, his holographic woven figure suddenly disappeared in the air. After Yun Chen completely mastered the reconnaissance ship, it was naturally extremely easy to destroy an artificial intelligence here. Okay, it's time to go home. After taking back the reconnaissance ship, Yun Chen naturally wanted to bring it back to his Neptune star. Whoosh. The light of Bifrost broke through the sky again, and the Krypton reconnaissance ship that crashed out of the glacier disappeared in this Antarctic area. Asterisk. Chapter 42. On Neptune. A brand new Krypton reconnaissance ship has landed on this land. Lilith, the adjutant, has already gone in to investigate. The matching nutrient hatching pool was stripped out, and as a result, the scale of Neptune's artificial hatching has grown. In addition, a complete personal battlesuit was held by Lilith. The blue and red Superman battlesuit, which was originally a gift from Joel to his son Clark, now falls into the hands of Yun Chen. Dissolve material and recut. Lilith was delivered to the scientist. Regarding Yun Chen's own Superman battlesuit, it is still in the process of being manufactured, so if Joel knows that his gift has been trampled on like this, I am afraid that he will die. Definitely, Lilith also gave Yun Chen a very shocking news. Is this real? Yes, that means that the dormant bin has been vacated, and no body has been found so far. Where did the missing Kryptonian go? The reconnaissance ship needs to be manned, and for some unexpected reason, a body is found in the dormant cabin. What is incredible is that there is no one in the dormant cabin, it is empty and missing. Speaking of this, Yun Chen suddenly recalled the episode in the movie, Superman, Man of Steel. It is said that this is a foreshadowing, and the missing Kryptonian is the legendary female Superman. The disappearing female Superman, where did she go? Yun Chen naturally didn't know, after so long, maybe she was dead, Maybe she was just lost in the boundless starry sky. All in all, he couldn't find the female Superman back. Without thinking about it, Lucini, who had become a personal servant, brought him a message. It's from Ms. Marvel Carol. The two have been secretly communicating for a long time, and under the tacit cooperation, I don't know how many stumbling blocks have been made to the Carey Empire. It's just that Carol on the call is obviously not in the right mood. No, the Supreme Accuser Group has started an internal review, including me. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The Carey Empire is planning to return to Earth. Are they testing me? Or are they really going to make trouble? Carol was very excited. She also revealed an unexpected news that the accuser Ronan was looking for the cosmic sphere recently. Cosmic Spirit Ball. A cold light suddenly flashed between Yun Chen's eyes. The so-called Cosmic Spirit Ball was just a packaged name, but its real name was a gem of power. Even the accuser Ronan didn't react immediately. What kind of baby is this? That's infinite gems. If it does, the endless star fleet will also be buried on this terrifying power gem. Carol, tell me the exact location. Also, maybe you should consider leaving the Kree Empire. Xandar Star. A neutral planet with a great reputation, relying on its strong military strength, even the Carey Empire, which has been coveting this site, had to sign a peace agreement. Under the guarantee of absolute order, Xandar Star will become more and more prosperous, definitely, and no one dares to make trouble here. Yun Chen in a white robe appeared here, followed by the iceberg Beautifula. The purpose of their coming is naturally to compete for the so-called Cosmic Spirit Ball. Listening to the words given by Ms. Marvel, Ronan the Accuser has been following the news of the Cosmic Spirit Ball recently. You are late. A beautiful figure walked on the face, with golden hair and shawls scattered, and the delicate face of melon seeds had a serious look, graceful, it was Ms. Amaze Carol. I don't understand that a cosmic sphere is really worthy of your attention. Carol said. Yun Chen looked at the blonde sweetheart in front of him, shook his head and smiled. You don't even know what the Cosmic Spirit Ball represents. Don't look at Ronan's attention, and he doesn't know what the Cosmic Spirit Ball is for. It's just for the sake of it. It's just the people behind it. The person behind. Carol wondered. It's Thanos. Carol was stunned for a moment. That legendary great titan Thanos? But she never imagined that the accuser, Ronan, would work for Thanos. As long as he got the Cosmic Spirit Ball for Thanos, Thanos will destroy Xandar for him, Yun Chen said. This is also the plot of Guardians of Galaxy 1 in the movie, and Thanos behind-the-scenes figure has surfaced. I see. Carol thought of the Dark Order under Thanos. In recent years, the new rising interstellar force is the great titan Thanos. However, when I'm not talking about this, I have a document to show you. This is the reason why the Carey Empire returned to Earth. Looking at the information in his hand, Yun Chen understood why Carol insisted on meeting in person. A long time ago, the Carey Empire actually visited the Earth. They discovered that human beings have extraordinary potential for life, so they did a lot of experiments on the human body. But due to the war with the Skrull Empire, they had to return to the Empire. Seeing this, Yun Chen suddenly woke up. It's an alien. He thought of the mutants and Inhumans on Earth. They were also mutants with extraordinary abilities. They were born from the genetic modification of primitive humans by the gods. Coincidentally, the Carey Empire also discovered the mysteries of human potential, so they carried out a lot of experiments, and these people are Inhumans. So they returned to the Empire to recall these Inhumans. Carol frowned. But at this time, a very abrupt voice came from not far away. Captain Marvel, you really rebelled. You betrayed our Kree Empire. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Captain Marvel, you betrayed us. Betrayed our Kree Empire. A questioning voice came from not far away. Ms. Amazed Carol's moving expression suddenly tightened. She slowly turned her body and looked at the person standing not far away. It was her, Dr. Minerva, who was also a member of the Interstellar Task Force. There are many members of the Interstellar Task Force standing around in the distance. The team members who have been with each other day and night have suddenly become unfamiliar. Carol clenched her fists. It's no wonder that the Carey Empire has suffered so much loss in the past few months. It's all entrusted to you, Captain Marvel. Dr. Minerva said through gritted teeth. Carol did not ignore this, but said confidently, you are wrong, I have never been from the Kree Empire, I wake up now, and I can tell you that I am from the earth. Do not. Everything you have is donated by the Carey Empire. Without that energy accident, you would not have mastered extraordinary power today. Your current achievements, ability, everything is given to you by the Carey Empire. Shameless thief. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of his body cracking inexplicably sounded. What? The interstellar task force in front of him spat out a mouthful of blood, and he slowly lowered his head, only to see a blood hole inexplicably in his heart, and the blood poured out. With a bang, his heart rolled to the ground. This member's eyes went black for no reason, and his raised arms barely launched the last trick to the culprit in front of him. Bang! A group of flames suddenly hit, and all the strength of the rest of his life fell on Yun Chen's body. Boom! Yun Chen, who was as still as a mountain, stood on the ground like nothing else. Magical immunity, damage immunity, and even energy drain did not cause much damage to this attack at all. Too weak. Yun Chen smiled lightly. He looked back at Carol and said, when it breaks, it breaks. They used to be your subordinates, and now they are your enemies, the Kree. Carol froze in place, a little overwhelmed. But the next second, she suddenly covered her ears and knelt down on one knee in pain. All of your abilities are caused by the Kree Empire. Do you think we have no countermeasures? Dr. Minerva looked sullen and stared at the woman who was kneeling on the ground. After speaking, she quickly ran out. High in the sky, a carry ship swept across the sky, and a rope was thrown from the gangway. Dr. Minerva jumped high, caught the rope, and walked away very elegantly. At the moment when she quickly left the battlefield, Ms. Amaze Carol cried out in pain. The dazzling golden luster emerges from the inside out. I can't do it anymore, let's go. Carol's face was full of fear, and her eyes were full of reluctance to look at Yun Chen. In an instant, the cosmic energy in her body was turbulent, and when she lost control, her body spurted out a terrifying wave of energy, forming a super large energy explosion. Boom! The earth of Xandar Star trembled suddenly, and a terrifying wave of energy destruction radiated out. The surrounding buildings began to collapse in an instant, and the earth began to disintegrate quickly like a paper. Wherever the light passed, everything was annihilated. On the Kree battleship, Dr. Minerva, who successfully boarded the ship, flashed a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but it was fleeting, and soon a wickedness emerged. Looking at the increasingly spreading energy fluctuations, she still outlined a smug smile. Perfect. Your mistake is to trust us too much. It is a wise choice to use your energy out of control to destroy Xandar Star. Kill two birds with one stone. Dr. Minerva once again proved his ingenuity and courage. It's a pity, the Empire will not forget your contribution, the surprise team. Before she finished speaking, Dr. Minerva, who was extremely intelligent, was stunned. She was at a high altitude and could see clearly, the wave of energy that was out of control was actually contained. Wrong. The ray of energy that was constantly spreading outwards actually began to converge. In the blink of an eye, the leaked energy fluctuations contracted inward, and all converged on the man. With that tall and sturdy figure, with a handsome face with sharp edges and corners, who is not Yun Chen? Damn Kryptonians. Dr. Minerva had hoped that this out-of-control energy wave would be able to kill the new generation Kryptonian Superman by the way, but everything backfired. The flawless plan has failed. How is this possible? You must know how huge the cosmic energy accumulated in Captain Marvel's body. Just a rough calculation, once it gets out of control, it is enough to easily wipe out most of the Xandar stars. When the plan was made, many people also swore that they could destroy that hateful Kryptonian Superman. But, damn, how strong is this Superman, and how did he do it? Where did the runaway energy go? Where is the energy going? It must have been completely absorbed by Yun Chen's body without reservation. The ground beneath his feet had been completely destroyed by the fluctuations just now. At the moment, Yun Chen was half suspended in the air, with a golden sheen all over his body, like a god. Just now, he directly used the energy extraction, like a whale, absorbing all the cosmic energy that Ms. Surprise spread out of control. Under the saturated energy state, the life potential of this steel body seemed to be fully tapped, and every cell in Yun Chen's body let out a joyful cry. At the moment, he is stronger than ever. Definitely, also unprecedented anger. Ms. Marvel Carol was very weak. Her dying body was completely hugged by Yun Chen. Fortunately, the loss of control just now was completely contained, so that her life was not hurt. "Leave it to me next," Yun Chen said. He glanced at 1,000 miles, and under the over-the-horizon distance of the Eye of Insight, the Carey battleship that had completely disappeared on the horizon completely appeared in the field of vision. Hum. A red light flickered from the pupil, and soon, a thick hot sight beam cut through the sky and hit the Carey battleship in the distance. At the distant horizon, an orange-red fire suddenly rose. Asterisk. Chapter 44. At the moment of insight, 1,000 miles at a glance. In an instant, a beam of hot sight spanned the sky, sweeping up the fleeing Carey battleship. On the horizon, an orange-red fire light rose. Dr. Minerva was very clever and calculated in every possible way to make Ms. Marvel so embarrassed, but no matter how clever, in the face of absolute power, after all, it turned into a blood mist with the explosion of fireworks. Hum. A conspicuous trail was left in the air, which was the trace left by the heat sight beam piercing the air. The red light in Yun Chen's eyes gradually dissipated, and the residual heat of the high temperature made the surrounding air evaporate a little white mist. The thermal line of sight beam, which represents the absolute high temperature, and even the freezing ray, which represents the absolute freezing point. Yun Chen can switch freely at will. The two attributes are different. The penetration power of thermal sight is more powerful, and the erosiveness of freezing rays makes people more injured. Both eye ability are outstanding. Thanks to this terrifying beam, few people escaped Yun Chen's attack range. Hum. But at this time, the sound of alarms in the air is endless. After the air defense warning sounded, airships flew from the sky. What is even more amazing is that there are many figures flying out of thin air and soaring into the sky. Warning! Warning! You have violated the laws of Xandar. Please take it easy. The sound of the alarm kept coming, resounding through the sky. On the ground, the shocking sound of the Xandar stars rose from wave to wave. Look, it's Nova Corps. Nova Corps? Is that the cosmic core that beat the Kree Empire without any temper? People's cheers suddenly sounded. After all, the peaceful and stable Xandar people all have great affection for the Nova Corps. Definitely, these Nova Corps are also worthy of praise. They are amazing. Wearing the same black and gold uniform, they soared freely in the sky. There were as many as 100 people. Your Majesty, this. Fulla at the periphery was taken aback. She couldn't understand why so many people stepped into the air with ease. You know, she doesn't have the single combat uniform, but she doesn't have the ability of flight. It's Nova Corps. Carol breathed a sigh of relief and said reluctantly. Yun Chen looked at each other coldly, and calmly faced the silhouettes that came from all around. Come on. The Centurion in the Nova Corps stood up. What crime did I commit? Yun Chen seemed to have heard a funny joke. Humph. So many words? Can the energy fluctuations released just now be cleaned up? Xandar Star is a peaceful place, and no damage will be allowed here. Therefore, you have committed a crime. The Centurion said righteously. There was a hint of disdain on Yun Chen's face. If I hadn't stopped the energy explosion just now, I'm afraid your so-called peaceful place would have been destroyed long ago. Speaking of which, you people have to thank me, or you will kowtow to me now. Yun Chen was not a kind person at all. He clearly prevented a super terrifying leakage explosion, but he was slandered as a criminal. It is false that he is not angry at the bottom of his heart. So words are naturally ruthless. Kowtow. The faces of the Nova Corps were flushed, and they were angry. Thinking of their dignified Cosmos Legion, they are extremely loved. How can they be scolded like this? As if they had been insulted by a certain major, some people in the Nova Corps were suddenly indignant, and several figures broke out directly, as if they were flying like arrows. Be careful, let me go. Carol was a little embarrassed. After all, she had never been in such close contact with a man. What's more, Yun Chen hugged her princess with both hands. How could he spare an arm to deal with the enemy? Yun Chen's angular face was filled with a confident smile. To deal with these opponents, why do you need both hands? Insanity. It's too late, it's too soon. Several figures have flown together, an array of light bloomed between their hands, and a strong energy wave was released from it. Ms. Marvel, Carol, felt a familiar wave, which was cosmic energy. Lie down on the ground obediently for me. Angry words blurted out from the opposite side. Yun Chen's expression had no emotion at all. He took a breath, and under the compression of his lungs, he quickly opened his mouth and sprayed it out. Whoosh! The air was inexplicably lit, and a group of fireworks sprayed out of the mouth. The wind helped the fire, and quickly fell on the bodies of the few people in front of him. What? No one thought that this guy could actually breathe fireworks. The members of the Legion who were covered in flames suddenly lost control of their bodies, and fell to the ground in a woeful manner, trying to extinguish the fireworks by rubbing against the ground. It's you who are lying down obediently. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, now that you guys are lying down and kowtow to me a few times, maybe I'll get away with it. Put away your arrogance. Nova Corps was completely angry, and the energy fluctuations in front of it became more and more dense, like a wave. Carol frowned. The Nova Corps is worthy of being a well-known group organization in the universe. Just a few of them have extraordinary energy manipulation power. Although they are far inferior to him, the number of people alone is enough to make people feel angry. Shake. However, Yun Chen looked at the figures in the sky all around, but still looked at each other indifferently. Why do you need both hands to deal with you? This time, he opened his mouth and took another breath of air. In less than a second, the air in front of him fell into a vacuum, and Yun Chen's abdomen swelled slightly. Super roar sucks. With ability activated, Yun Chen opened his mouth again. This time it was no longer fireworks, but a terrifying hurricane formed in front of him. Superman is Superman because he is omnipotent. The gas sucked by roar can generate fireworks and form storms, which is beyond the imagination of the Nova Corps in front of him, and makes Carol in his arms inexplicably worship. This is not something that cosmic energy can play. This is an ability belonging to Krypton Superman. The raging storm was incomparably huge, and with a rumbling sound, it blew all the silhouettes flying in the sky out of Yun Chen's field of vision. Asterisk. Chapter 45. The wind swept through, and the Nova Corps in front of them was carried away. Yun Chen effortlessly, without using his hands, took a mouthful of fireworks, a mouthful of storm, and the super roar sucked it down, completely suppressing the limelight of Nova Corps. Whoa! Above the ground, there were bursts of incredible shocking sounds. How can that be? What's the background of this guy? That's Nova Corps? Don't worry, it's not over yet. Nova Corps is more than that. The Xandars couldn't believe it, but still firmly believed that the Nova Corps would not lose. Look. Someone raised a finger and pointed to the sky, only to see a golden light rising up in the sky, as if a touch of the sun was releasing endless light. The powerhouse of the Nova Corps has finally started. Ms. Marvel's injury has gradually improved, her face turned red and she was somewhat uncomfortable with Yun Chen's embrace. Be careful, it's an attack from the Centurion. Carol was afraid that Yun Chen didn't know about Nova Corps, so he explained the composition of their army in detail. It turned out that the source of the Legion's power was a power called Nova, a near-infinite field of power generated by a super-life computer. What is even more amazing is that this energy is reasonably distributed by the Centurion according to the level of the Nova members. That is to say, there are a total of 4 Legion levels with upper and lower relationships, and their respective cosmic energies will be allocated reasonably. And the elite-level Nova Corps members like the Centurion can just use the most cosmic energy. Sounds a little weird. Yun Chen also had to admit this. After all, the cosmic energy can be reasonably distributed to every member of the Legion, and it is no wonder that every member of them can fly by himself. It's no wonder that the Nova Corps in the movie was weakened by protests. The light in front of him shines brightly, as if a fireball is pouring down. Just let me meet you. The Legion Centurion roared. His cosmic energy was released so much that it made one's heart tremble. He came prepared. Are you still not letting go? Carol, the Wonder Woman, became anxious. Yun Chen was indifferent, but just let go of one arm and held her in his arms with one hand. You. Carol thought she would let herself fall to the ground, but she didn't expect to switch from 2 hands to 1 hand, which made her more close to each other's body temperature, and the powerful heartbeat made her blushing, and she was speechless for a while. Yun Chen saw it in his eyes, but didn't say much. Looking at the energy light group coming from the sky, he raised his eyebrows. A majestic momentum continued to gather and climb. The vastness of the energy was as unfathomable as the sea. You know, he just absorbed a majestic runaway energy just now. To challenge Yun Chen at a time like this is undoubtedly self-inflicted humiliation. Pity. Yun Chen squeezed his fist slowly, and the energy gathered in his right hand. Then, a plain straight fist shot out into the air in front of him. Space shock. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted immediately, hitting the Legion Centurion flying in front of him. In just an instant, the aggressive Legion Centurion was drowned by Yun Chen's punch, and the surging energy wave directly extinguished the golden flames emanating from his body. He was like a dilapidated boat under a stormy night, completely carried away by this wave of energy. Victory and defeat ended in an instant. The Centurion of the Legion, before he even had time to meet, was defeated. What's even more terrifying is that Yun Chen's punch is more than that. In the space in the sky, there are more cracks like broken glass. Under the shock of space, the earth was torn apart like a spider web, and the earthquake broke out. The Xandar people only felt that their vision was constantly shaking, and the building collapsed under the violent shaking. Within a radius of 10 li, the aftermath of the punch just now was suddenly felt, and the ruins were broken, causing countless casualties. This punch. The members of the Nova Corps arrayed in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't dare to imagine that the slightest remnant of a fist would tear the ground in front of them into gaps. No, Lord Centurion. Yue Wei alone is so terrifying. The Centurion of the Legion who bears the brunt can hardly imagine the severity of his injuries. Who the hell are you? They couldn't hide their fear, staring at Yun Chen angrily. Just now, I helped you resolve a crisis of annihilation on Xandar Star. You are good. Not only did you not thank me, but you also came to trouble me. There was a hint of coldness in Yun Chen's clear eyes, and he said, that's fine, it can be regarded as a lesson for you. You. Many Nova Corps members became angry, and they never expected the situation to become so embarrassing. This is indeed the case. When a very terrifying and vast energy brewing and erupting was detected, many people thought that Xandar Star was about to be destroyed by most of it. But the out-of-control cosmic energy is brewing fast and disappearing fast. Everyone is puzzled, and now they have suffered such a big loss by being slapped on the head by others, no matter how stupid they are, they all know that the young people in front of them have resolved this crisis. As a result, even many members of the Nova Corps felt that their faces could not hang, no wonder they became angry with shame. This time is a lesson, next time will not be so good. Yun Chen said. How has their Nova Corps ever been taught and threatened by someone so much? At this moment, a colorful rainbow bridge fell from the sky, and the arrogant figure in front of him took away his woman, and arrogantly threw him away. Damn, just let them go. The Nova Corps was so ridiculed. For a time, everyone felt extremely depressed and downcast. Chapter 46. Confused, Carol Danvers woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes and saw a strange house, and even the quilt on her body had a strange smell. Carol took a closer look, and it was somewhat clear that this was Yun Chen's bedroom. However, through the floor-to-ceiling porthole, the face of the boundless starry sky completely fell into her field of vision. This is a ship. Feeling the slight hum of the engine, Carol quickly understood, and recalled that it was Yun Chen who carried her back to the interstellar battleship named World Engine. She absorbed the cosmic energy from the outside world, and there was a burst of pain from the injury in her body. It seemed that it would take at least half a month to fully recover. But fortunately, the runaway was completely contained by Yun Chen, otherwise his life might not be saved. Dr. Minerva. Interstellar Task Force. Unexpectedly, the former teammates still played hard against her, but there will be no next time. A cold light flashed in Carol's eyes. This time, the frame-up has completely cut off her friendship. The next time she encounters someone from the Carey Empire, she will never be merciful. Are you awake? Lucine walked in the door. Yes. Carol looked at this beautiful woman and was somewhat flustered, because she knew that this was Yun Chen, the Kryptonian Emperor's favorite. There's nothing wrong with your body, I've seen it for you. Lucine, a medical soldier, said understandingly. I am clear. Carol said, but, how about him? Your Majesty is in the cockpit, we are now rushing to Qian High Security Prison. Qian Prison? Carol Danvers suddenly recalled the news that Yun Chen had repeatedly probed with her. Cosmic orb? If they hadn't come a step late, maybe they could have gotten it completely on Xandar. But she always had a question in her mind. What kind of magic does this cosmic spirit ball have? Why did the accuser Ronan go to great lengths to find it, and even the domineering Kryptonian Emperor went to search for it? In fact, this competition for the cosmic spirit ball is much more complicated than imagined. Many forces have already appeared one after another. Chien is in a high-security prison. This is a prison set up on a moon by the Nova Corps of Xandar. Scene Lord only felt that he was unlucky. In a chaotic fight, he was caught by the Nova Corps and locked in this prison. A hole. The self-proclaimed interstellar thief cursed in his heart. The cosmic spirit ball that was obtained was not sold, but was locked in Kien prison. It is impossible to say that it is not angry. Damn BD. Star-Lord cursed as he looked at the people in front of him. Gamera didn't say a word, just stared at him coldly. She is the adopted daughter of Thanos, a famous female killer in the universe, and an ally of Ronan. At the moment, she is deeply trapped in this prison, thanks to the cosmic spirit ball. Hey, kid, don't worry, you can't leave my sight. Rocket Raccoon's eyes glowed, staring at Star-Lord. I'm Groot. Groot, a tree belonging to the Colossus of the Flower God, echoed. They are bounty hunters, and Star-Lord, a well-known thief, is naturally on the most wanted list, so they are targeted by their golden partner. Not far away, Drax the Destroyer lingered in the corridors. He was a well-known bully in Chien prison. This is the prototype of today's Galactic Guard. Under the love and hatred, they formed a friendship with each other. If the plot continues to evolve here, I am afraid it will be like a movie. Gamera is recognized by the bully in the prison as the daughter of Thanos. As a result, the sheep that fell into the wolves were naturally coveted by others. In order to save Gamera, the members of the Guardians of Galaxy rioted in Chien prison, causing a huge amount of sensation inside, and then escaped smoothly. But it's all movie plot. In fact, not to mention the plain butterfly Yun Chen, the combination of the two worlds alone is enough to disrupt the timeline inexplicably. Hey. This is Thanos' daughter, now like a lamb in the hands of our pack of wolves. Hey hey hey. With a gloomy laughter, a group of prison inmates forced Gamera's figure into a small corner. They are all villains, and many of them have been indirectly hurt by Thanos. Now that he sees his adopted daughter here, he can't help but feel a sense of revenge. Click. Someone had taken off the belt and was ready to do something to the poor woman. But it hasn't waited for Star-Lord and others to take action. Swish. A silver moon ray swept across the sky, and the bodies of all the criminals in front of them were swept away by the waste. Little devil, no one dares to insult Thanos' adopted daughter. Along with a gloomy word, a thin man appeared in Chien prison, holding an extremely exaggerated black sickle in his hand. Gamera narrowed his eyes and said, Corvus Glaive. This person is Corvus Glaive, one of Obsidian's 5 generals, under the subordinate of her adoptive father Thanos. Just, how did he come? Boom. Inexplicably, the Chien prison exploded with rounds of fire, and the alarm sounded non-stop. It was the accuser, Ronan, who led the army of the Carey Empire to capture the prison. You must know that this is the sphere of influence of Xandar Star, and Ronan turned his face regardless of the peace agreement signed, obviously ready to gamble. Where's the cosmic ball? Ronan roared. As long as there is a cosmic ball and let Thanos fulfill his promise, Xandar will disappear for this. Who cares about the peace agreement at that time? On his body. Gamera pointed to Star-Lord. Humph. Boy, don't be honest. Ronan looked at Star-Lord. In this operation, a member of the Obsidian 5 was dispatched, which undoubtedly showed Thanos' determination to win. But unfortunately, the mantis catches the cicada, and the Oriole is behind. Yun Chen is also aware of the importance of the universe spirit ball, and has already led the battleship to arrive. Boom. The Kryptonian World of Warships engine took the lead in starting the artillery fire, firing beams of concentrated energy, destroying the Kree battleship outside Chien prison. Chapter 47. Boom. The World engine launched a concentrated beam of energy, which shot at the Carey fleet outside Chien prison at a very long distance. The Carey fleet, which could not respond quickly, was stunned for a while, and several battleships were sunk in an instant. Lilith, the adjutant, sat in the cockpit and directed the weapon dispatch. At the same time, she even discovered that someone seemed to be planning to take advantage of it. Your Majesty, an unknown fleet also appeared not far from Chien prison. She quickly found out the information and responded. It was discovered that it was the fleet of the Raider group. Predator. He is a well-known interstellar hunter in the universe. He lives in a neutral and lawless zone. Although he has a lot of creeds, there are many members who burn, kill, and loot. He is an extremely dangerous interstellar organization. Many years ago, Star-Lord Quill, who was an Earthling, was kidnapped by the Predator Yondu. There must be some reasons why Yondu did not give Star-Lord to his father buyer. Therefore, Star-Lord Quill has a somewhat detached relationship with Yondu and even the Marauder group. Yun Chen had naturally heard of the name of the Predator organization, and the reason why they came was nothing more than to take away the Cosmic Spirit Ball in Star-Lord's hands. There was also news on the black market that Collector Tiffany from the Realm of Knowledge was very interested and offered to buy the Universe Spirit Ball at a high price, said Lilith, the adjutant. Known for her intelligence, she is very successful at gathering information. It's interesting. Yun Chen smiled. Collector Tiffany obviously also knows what the Cosmic Spirit Ball is. Those are infinite gems, almost the oldest objects in the universe, and almost the most powerful objects in the universe. The power gem alone gives the user the power and energy to master and control everything they try to master. If you can buy such an infinite gems with money, Collector Tiffany will definitely laugh out loud. In this way, all forces are competing for this Cosmic Spirit Ball. Unfortunately, although mantises hunt cicadas, not everyone can be a Oriole. Without the support of strength, rashly act on impulse, I am afraid it will end in a very tragic end. Yun Chen didn't pay much attention to the Predator group at all, their strength was simply too weak. Keep attacking. Yes. Boom. As the only remaining large-scale Kryptonian battleship, the power of the World Engine is not comparable to those of the ordinary Kree battleships in front of it. In just an instant, several fleets sank. A whole. The accuser, Ronan, never expected that someone would dare to take chestnuts from the fire, and even took advantage of the chaos to draw his attention. Fortunately, he already had a surefire plan. Before that, he deliberately brought a lot of fleets to Kien prison. Just sent all the fleet out to hunt each other, and an unexpected news came from the subordinates. That's a gigantic battleship from Krypton. What? That BD is here again. The accuser Ronan looked horrified, because he knew that the ordinary fleet couldn't do anything about the terrifying Kryptonian Superman. What shocked him even more was why this guy also came to Kien prison, and he was so haunted. Could it be that he was also here to grab the Cosmic Spirit Ball? In an instant, the accuser Ronan's thoughts became more and more, and he suddenly thought of why such a strong Thanos would want the Universe Ball. Now that terrifying Kryptonian insists on this baby too. Could it be? There was a hint of complexity in the eyes of the accuser, Ronan. He was not an idiot. He was able to attract so many cosmic powerhouses to compete. Obviously, this Cosmic Spirit Ball was extraordinary. Ronan, what are you thinking? Who's here to make you so scared? Corvus Glaive demanded. As one of the 5 Obsidian generals, Corvus Glaive naturally has his proud capital. He is a capable subordinate of the Great Titan, and even the accuser Ronan would not dare to order him anything. A strong enemy has arrived, maybe we should hurry up and prepare to leave. Ronan said. Walk. Corvus Glaive sneered, and the face under the black burqa was full of disdain. Running is not the style of our Obsidian generals. Sorry, the style of the Carey Empire is not suitable for us. You. The accuser, Ronan, was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything more, because Thanos's name was like a mountain, which made it hard to breathe. But he felt it was too suffocating. The Kree Empire no longer trusts him, Thanos despises him, Krypton Superman has repeatedly troubled him, and even a Thanos dog has such a big opinion about him. A whole. I can't be so down. Maybe I still have the capital to turn around. Ronan's eyes suddenly darkened, and he stared at the Cosmic Spirit Ball with ruthlessness. At this moment, Gamera had already taken the Cosmic Ball from Star-Lord's hands. Because Star-Lord does not have the relationship of being a hero to save the United States, the two did not become very close as in the movie, but were somewhat incompatible. Gamera picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball with peace of mind and looked at it again and again. She also wanted to understand why this baby attracted the attention of her adoptive father Thanos so much. This is definitely a terrifying item, otherwise it wouldn't have caught the eye of Thanos at all. Let me see. At this moment, the accuser Ronan was very surprised and took the Cosmic Ball in Gamera's hand. Ronan, you. Corvus Glaive snapped, raising his scythe as if ready to strike. However, Ronan had already crushed the outer shell of the Cosmic Spirit Ball with one hand, and the true face of Mount Lu inside was immediately revealed, and an oval gem emitting a purple light came into his eyes. This. What a majestic power. Ronan immediately felt the extraordinariness of this gem. He had seen the energy released by many powerhouses, but compared to this gem, It was simply the light of Firefly, not worth mentioning. Ha ha. The cosmic spirit ball turned out to be such a treasure. No wonder they thought so. Suddenly, before Ronan had time to be happy, he felt that his palm was eroded by the power of this gem, and his entire arm could not bear the power of this gem at all. What a majestic energy. It is simply too large to be grasped. Ronan had an idea and set the whole gem directly on the long-handled heavy hammer on his right hand. The gem was perfectly inlaid, and he actually changed his direction and grasped the gem. Ha ha ha, Thanos, or Superman, I have what you want, and you can never step on me again. Damn you, you're courting death. Corvus Glaive roared. But today is different. The accuser, Ronan, would not lower his voice and swiped his hammer away. Corvus Glaive in front of him was shot several kilometers away, seriously injuring the opponent. Humph. The weak are also worthy of talking to me. Ronan only felt that he was in control of the whole world, omnipotent, and the depression of the past completely disappeared. Chapter 48. Who can stop me? The accuser Ronan roared loudly, his face was completely mad, and he only felt that the depression of the past was gone. A hole. Corvus Glaive didn't expect the other party to take the power gem as his own. Feeling that immense power, Corvus Glaive knew more or less that he was no match at all. What about Thanos, what about Superman, how big the universe is, and where I can't go? The accuser, Ronan, wielded that heavy hammer and kept attacking the surviving guards in the Kien prison. In the blink of an eye, under the indiscriminate bombardment, together with the criminals and guards, they were all slaughtered. Ronan is like a gambler who has lost everything. After suddenly becoming rich, he obviously lost his mind and kept killing innocent people to add to the fun. Run. Seeing the terrifying energy raging, Star-Lord didn't dare to stay here, and he was clever looking for a gap and ran towards the escape pod. It's just that Rocket Raccoon and Tree Groot have been staring at him for a long time. Hey boy, you're not allowed to run away. As bounty hunters, they love money like their lives, and the Star-Lord in front of them is a well-known guy on the wanted list. It can be said that for them, it is a small treasury for action. But at this moment, Drax, the most notorious destroyer in Chien prison, stood up. Ronan the accuser. He looked grimly at Ronan in front of him. It was you who killed my wife and daughter and destroyed my family. Now you will go to hell for me too. Destroyer Drax held two sharp blades in both hands and charged straight away like a cannonball. Star-Lord covered his face and sighed, it's good that this guy has strength, but his brain is not good. Even an insect can feel how terrifying the accuser Ronan's state is. Why is this guy so dead-headed? Boom. Come fast, go fast. Destroyer Drax's body was thrown out, covered in blood, he couldn't even touch Ronan's body, and was completely blasted away by a hammer wrapped in cosmic energy. Stupid weakling. The accuser, Ronan, didn't even bother to look at the other party. He had destroyed dozens of planets, and there were countless enemies. Naturally, there were many vendetta incidents, but their fate was undoubtedly very bleak. The weak do not deserve his attention. Revenge. Ronan's eyes burst with killing intent. He remembered the Krypton Superman who trampled on his dignity. He is here too. Then don't even think about leaving. Order the carry fleet to intercept the Kryptonian battleship at full speed for me. I want that Superman to die with his compatriots. According to the situation just now, the accuser Ronan would not have dared to be so arrogant, but the situation was different. The gem of power in his hand gave him great courage. Don't go, Superman. However, Yun Chen thought so too. Since everyone is here, don't leave. The arrogant figure just stood on the world engine, and the black cloak swayed slowly in the space stream, making a hunting sound. Kryptonian scientists have recreated a Superman battlesuit. At Yun Chen's insistent request, the black tone is the main tone, and the unique Krypton fiber makes the whole garment reflect a sense of fluidity. Each Superman battlesuit has a unique family crest, and this black battlesuit is smeared with a symbol that symbolizes the royal status of Krypton in the middle of the heart. Super Black. Yun Chen's burly figure filled the entire battlesuit with a sense of strength. He left the ship with his feet and was suspended in the starry night. The black blurred starry background did not hide his figure. Because his pair of clear eyes radiated terrifying scarlet light against this black background. Give me death. Whoosh. The long-awaited hot sight beam pierced through the pupil, cut through the starry sky, and directly sank the carry fleet that was hunting around. Boom. At the same time, The world engine turned on its firepower, and under the cover of Yun Chen, it chased after the victory, knocking the carry fleet to pieces. Seeing that the momentum of the encirclement was completely stopped, Yun Chen directly broke away from the world engine number and flew straight towards Qian prison like a shooting star. Looking at the figure that quickly broke through the air, the accuser Ronan laughed wildly. "I'm still worrying about how to kill you. Did you come straight to the door?" A scorching red beam hit the face again, and the black figure had not yet arrived, but the hot sight beam was sprayed out again. A hole. Feeling the oppressive force coming from a distance, Ronan slammed the hammer in front of him. The power gem released a dazzling luster, and the boundless force bombarded forward, trying to smash the beam. Boom. The heat sight beam is going forward, and the invincible bombardment comes. Ronan only felt that his hands were extremely difficult, and his figure kept pushing back, and his feet drew deep gaps on the ground. Damn it! Why is this guy's power so terrifying? Ronan roared inwardly, but he still laughed with joy. "I blocked it, Superman, your attack is no more than that." But a tearing air sound has come, but Yun Chen's body has come. The beam of light in his eyes had just dissipated, and his punch had already hit, and the accuser Ronan's pupils shrank inexplicably, not expecting the opponent's speed to be so fast. Bang! He barely made a block with the hammer, but the Superman's fist in front of him was knocked out. Impossible! The accuser Ronan's expression changed, and his hands were completely numb. Why? He was full of confusion, but Yun Chen in front of him didn't give him a chance to think at all. With a slight movement, it reappeared like a teleportation, and the extremely simple fist struck again. Boom! The seemingly ordinary fist erupted with terrifying force again, and a pit appeared in the center of the prison, and Ronan was completely smashed to the ground. He vomited blood and his hands were weak, unable to hold the heavy hammer at all. No. Not possible. Ronan wondered why he couldn't deal with the Superman in front of him even with the Power Stone. Click. There was a sound of shattering bones. Ah! Ronan cried out in pain. Yun Chen smashed his wrist with one foot, completely killing his attempt to hold the heavy hammer again. Looking at the poor ghost under his feet, he smiled and said, "Not everyone can master the power gem, otherwise Thanos will let you search for it yourself. It's just wishful thinking for a weak guy like you to want to master the power of infinite gems." Chapter 49. Damn! The accuser Ronan cried out in pain. He lay down on the pit on the ground, covered in bruises and blood, and even the wrist of one arm was ruthlessly smashed by Yun Chen. Yun Chen stepped on it lightly, and the heavy hammer that fell on the ground fell into his hands. Do not! The heavy hammer was inlaid with a gem of power, and Ronan was reluctant to give up on it. It was a power he had never possessed before. Bang! Yun Chen stepped on it with one foot, his ribs shattered in half, and a huge blood hole was sunken in his body. What? The accuser Ronan almost fainted for a while, the pain swept through his mind like a tide, and the blood foam filled his throat. He only felt that his internal organs were all shattered. No, give it back to me. Interestingly, Ronan, a dying man, was still complaining in pain even when he was dying. Whoosh! The flickering of rays of light continued to light up from all around. It was the constant pull of the guns of the Kree people. Ronan, the accuser of the general, was so humiliated by others. Naturally, these subordinates could not stay in a daze. Ding ding! It's just that the light beam fell on Yun Chen's body, but it couldn't set off any fireworks at all, not to mention a trace of damage. Even the black Superman battle suit he was wearing couldn't be torn apart. Stupid stuff. Yun Chen glanced at them indifferently, and there was a hint of ice-blue cold light in his eyes. In a matter of seconds, a freezing ray broke through the air, directly penetrating the entire prison, and swept all around. Bang! The stone piers between the buildings were suddenly cut off, and needless to say, the Kree's body was not as good. Suddenly, the building collapsed and blood flowed into a river. Do not! The accuser, Ronan, was still unwilling to let out his words. The other hand actually raised a sharp alloy blade from his waist, and he suddenly thrust it into Yun Chen's ankle. Click! With a crisp sound, the so-called carefully crafted sharp blade of the Carry Empire was broken, and it was unable to cause any damage to Yun Chen at all. This is impossible. Ronan was so angry that he vomited blood, and it was impossible to cause even the slightest damage to Superman. What exactly is this guy's body made of? It's just that he can't figure it out. Mosquito bites are insignificant, but annoying. Yun Chen's foot has completely landed again, and with a click, the surging force has spewed out, and all of a sudden, Ronan's head is completely crushed like a watermelon. The red blood mixed with the white brain was sprayed out at night, and the accuser Ronan had already lost his life. And the power gem that he desperately wanted was pinched by Yun Chen in his palm. The moment it was removed from the long-handled heavy hammer, Yun Chen felt a vast and endless power from this power gem that exuded purple light. A terrifying erosive force emerged from it, as if to completely collapse the cells of his palm. Such is the horror of infinite gems. Not everyone can master this power. As long as the ordinary human body comes into contact with infinite gems, the body will collapse immediately, and even Star-Lord with demigod body cannot directly grasp it. In a sense, this is an energy that the gods cannot easily harness. Ronan was more clever, and set the power gem on the long-handled heavy hammer, and was able to use this power in a different direction. Even Thanos in the future took a different approach and created an artifact called Infinity Gauntlet, to dispatch the endless cosmic energy of infinite gems. Vast, infinite, it really deserves to be a treasure from the universe. Yun Chen whispered. Although the 6 infinite gems are not the most powerful treasures in this almighty universe, even if a list is given, they can be among the best. Just such an infinite gems is linked to endless cosmic energy. In addition, this power gem gives the user the ability to copy everything, and makes his own physical attack ability and defense ability is invincible. Gemstones symbolize the ultimate in power. It's no wonder that Pride, like Thanos, relies on the Infinity Gauntlet to fully unleash its energy. There was a hint of coldness in Yun Chen's eyes. He was very aware of the power of the 6 gems gathered together. With a snap of his fingers, half of the creatures in the universe would perish. The great son of the Titan, Thanos' lifelong goal is to wipe out half the life of the universe. But Yun Chen naturally couldn't sit back and watch his efforts. After all, he had his own Kryptonian race, and naturally Thanos would never be allowed to mess around. Just as Yun Chen was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed a change in his mind. Ding! Feeling an unknown cosmic energy, the ability, Stone of Power LV1, has been generated. Unexpectedly, the Oracle Cheater sent a prompt sound at the moment. This is undoubtedly a surprise. After all, Yun Chen hadn't figured out how to use this infinite gems just now, but now someone handed him a pillow when he was dozing off. Relying on the cheat device was undoubtedly a very convenient way. Power Stone LV1, possessing nearly the strongest energy in the universe, even the slightest release can unleash an energy shockwave that knocks down a large number of enemies. Just a simple introduction is enough to give Yun Chen a clear understanding of this. In order to further experience the power gem, he immersed himself in his mind and paid no attention to the surviving prisoners in the prison. After all, the weekend could not even attract his attention. And the prisoners in the prison naturally did not dare to provoke Yun Chen, and even wished to stay away from him. Star-Lord Quill had been secretly aware of it for a while, but he didn't take a second glance. He was dejected. The Universe Spirit Ball, which could have been exchanged for a lot of money, was just lost, and he was very sorry. But no way, he is too weak. Let's go. Qian's high-security prison has been breached. There are many prisoners in it, and the guards have been removed. These criminals immediately escaped happily. Quill didn't notice for a while, but the tree Groot tied his body with a branch. Hey, boy, just be my bounty. Rocket Raccoon laughed. Star-Lord naturally refused, and scuffled on the ground. At this time, the destroyer Drax, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be awakened by them. After waking up, he never imagined that Ronan, the enemy who had injured himself just now, died like this. My child, my wife, did you see it in the stars? Ronan is dead. Destroyer Drax was very nervous, and his words were very loud, resounding throughout the prison. What's even more exaggerated is that he just fell to his knees and thanked Yun Chen. You are my benefactor, I beg you to give me a chance, I must repay you. Yun Chen's eyes looked over, and he recognized at a glance that this was a member of the Guardians of Galaxy. With the spread of perception, he discovered the other members of the future, such as Quill, Raccoon, and others. It doesn't look like they've formed a group yet, though. Guardians of Galaxy is an interstellar organization full of laughter and laughter. It would be a pity if there is no such thing. Thinking of this, Yun Chen also attacked with mischief and said, your family is gone, and your revenge has been avenged. Now you should find a new life. Kindness is unnecessary, you can start a new life with them. Yun Chen pointed from a distance. It was Sing Lord and the others who were rolling in a ball on the ground. What? Star-Lord suddenly became stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Listening to what Yun Chen reported, Drax the Destroyer cried for a long time and said moved, how could I not do it for such a simple and humble reason? I will walk out of the shadows and start my life completely. He took a big step, picked up Star-Lord and others not far in front of him, and walked towards the escape pod. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Star-Lord was stunned. I caught him, not with him. Rocket Raccoon was also stunned. The tree Groot, who had been tying people with branches, was also stunned. He tilted his head and said, I'm Groot. Except for Gamera, the prototype of Guardians of Galaxy was established again in an accident. Yun Chen shook his head and laughed. He was just joking, he didn't expect this to happen. He thought to himself that maybe this was the end of the timeline, and things were always going in their intended future direction. Qian's high-security prison was breached like this, and the fugitives naturally became happy, and the escape ships kept flying out. Among the people who fled was Corvus Glaive, who had just suffered a fiasco. You're not his opponent, so let's go. Gamera urged, but she had seen the brutal appearance of the Kryptonian Superman tearing up the battleship, and the Obsidian 5 in front of her was no opponent at all. Damn, it's such a pity to miss it like this. Corvus Glaive sighed, clutching his injuries, and had to retreat in embarrassment. Boom. But at this moment, many flying airships were actually destroyed by man. It turned out that a golden ship flew in the distant starry sky. It was the Nova Corps, and the armed forces of Xandar Star finally arrived long overdue. Qian's high-security prison is their sphere of influence. It was originally a criminal exiled from Xandar, but it is a shame to be occupied and destroyed in this way. The Carey fleet was thoughtful in this operation, so they blocked Nova Corps in every possible way on the periphery, so that they did not arrive at the first time. It has to be said that the accuser Ronan's abacus was very good, but unfortunately, everything was made for Yun Chen's wedding dress. You're done, retreat. The engine of the world engine blew out powerful energy. Yun Chen successfully won the power gem, and naturally there was no reason to stay for long. In an instant, the entire floating fortress-like battleship immediately left the starfield. The golden escort of Nova Corps naturally noticed such a big guy, and the airships chased after them, seeming to force the world engine to stop. But the speed of the world engine is really too fast, which is what these golden airships can look down on. In just an instant, they completely widened the distance from each other. BD. What's the origin of that ship? The immediate leader of Xandar, Queen Nova, frowned. Seeing that she couldn't catch up, she could only keep an eye on the fleeing ships that were scurrying around. Now allow you the power to execute on the spot, completely take down the prisoners who forcibly escaped from the prison, and the surrounding Carey fleet, all for me. Nova was very angry and did not want to let go of any criminal who caused this incident. With a big wave of her hand, she shouted boldly, the Centurion Jeffrey and Edgar take the lead, and give you 50% of the power of the new star to take down the black battleship that quickly escaped. Yes. The Centurion elders Ma and Ed added before saying. They murmured, and in just a moment, the strength of the two of them continued to rise, and they quickly reached their unprecedented heights of strength. This is the terrible thing about the Nova Corps. Their Nova energy is generated by a super life computer and can be freely distributed to everyone. Today, half of the emerging power is gathered in the two Centurions. They became stronger in the blink of an eye, and after leaving the ship, their bodies turned into meteors, and they quickly flew towards the world engine. Under the boundless starry sky, the world engine is moving forward, and all the ships trying to stop them are far away. But Lilith, the adjutant in the cockpit, frowned and said, no, there are unknown creatures chasing after, very quickly, much faster than those ships. The energy reading is very high, far beyond the statistical range. I am afraid that it is a member of the Nova Corps. His Majesty. Adjutant Lilith became worried. Yun Chen, who had just landed on the ship, was about to take off his black battlesuit, but when he heard this, he raised his eyebrows indifferently and said, I see, don't worry. Yun Chen is the backbone of the Kryptonian people. As long as the Emperor of the Kryptonian Empire is there, everything will be over, and nothing is impossible. Ms. Amaze Carol originally wanted to go hand in hand, but her very keen perception saw the change in Yun Chen's breath. You've become stronger. Carol was very surprised. If Yun Chen before was an unattainable mountain, now he is more like a bottomless abyss. Endless energy is brewing in his body, as if he is a universe. How can that be? How did he become so strong after being away for a while? For a time, she finally understood why the Lord of Krypton was so fascinated by the so-called cosmic spirit ball. If it goes on like this, who else is your opponent? The two Centurions who were endowed with half the power of Nova only felt that they were stronger than ever before. With a few roars sucking, their seemingly thin physiques caught up with this huge battleship. But I never expected that a familiar figure flew towards me. It's you. Jeffrey was taken aback. Isn't this the guy who made a big fuss on Xandar? Snort. Zhengzhou didn't have a chance to attack you, so why don't you deliver it to your door? Jeffrey, who was endowed with too much energy, and he who was not the past, were 10 times stronger than the past, full of confidence, not to mention that there was another Centurion who came together. It's just that he obviously misestimated the strength of Yun Chen in front of him. Whoa. The vision blurred for a while, and the figure that had just appeared in front of him disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was completely reflected in Jeffrey's pupils. So fast. A huge force hit him, and he only felt himself curled up like a boiled shrimp. Jeffrey. Another Centurion, Edgar, rushed over, but Yun Chen's figure was too fast, as if teleporting. The last one came first, and a fist had already moved roar towards his body first. Bang! Under the gushing energy, Edgar in front of him spurted blood directly, and was knocked away like a cannonball. A hole. The speed of the collapse was beyond Jeffrey's imagination. He took a long breath and reconcentrated the Nova power in his body, but suddenly, another punch that was going to the extreme fell. Bang! The power of the new star that had just been gaining momentum was completely dissipated, and Jeffrey also sprayed a stream of blood. His body had been broken, and it was obvious that the spine had been scrapped under the fist just now. Confused, Jeffrey couldn't understand why the other party was suddenly so strong. He was more than 10 times stronger than he used to be, so why was he unable to resist the opponent's punch in exchange? Damn, this is why. You must know that they had fought each other before, but they still managed to block a lot of them. Why suddenly, I became stronger, and then I can't do it. Until the consciousness completely dissipated, Centurion Jeffrey couldn't understand why. Chapter 51. Inside the main ship of the Nova Corps. No, the two Centurions, Jeffrey and Edgar, are dead. Queen Nova's expression suddenly changed when she heard the words, how is this possible? In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, she also deliberately gave them half the power of a new star, but it backfired. Under such a majestic cosmic energy, she still ended up dying? What on earth is it? Which force is that huge ship? Boom. In front of the surrounding star field of Kien Prison, the sound of the ship breaking still broke out. It's just that there are so many escape pods that the Nova Corps' fleet can't all be captured, and the members of the Guardians of Galaxy just flew out in troubled waters. Corvus Glaive, one of the 5 Obsidian generals, even took Gamera to break through the siege lock and successfully escaped from the scene of Kien Prison. This farce of the appearance of multiple forces has come to an end. There is no doubt that the winner Yun Chen took the final victory. Definitely, the Mantis catches the Cicada, and the Oriole is behind. The Raider fleet that arrived at the very beginning has been eyeing it, trying to get a piece of the pie. The group of jackals are still there, and these interstellar bandits are not afraid of dying. In the cockpit, Lilith, the adjutant, said. In the distance, another ship is following. It's a predator. This evil force group still couldn't let go of the cosmic spirit ball, and even followed it unrelentingly. The wages of avarice is death. A heat-sight beam pierced through the starry sky, carrying terrifying power, and at a very long distance, it actually hit the ship that was following it. Boom. The Predator fleet was immediately penetrated, and the energy engine exploded for a while, turning into a sea of fire and burning. One after another escape pods escaped, and those who did not have time to escape were naturally buried in this sea of fire. Superman's ability is really enviable. Ms. Marvel Carol Danvers said with great admiration and envy. Aurora can breathe out a hurricane, and her eyes can burst into a beam of light. This ability to do whatever she wants is simply amazing, and it is not comparable to her ability at all. It's nothing serious, Yun Chen said. No, recovery is only a matter of time. Carol was a little nervous. This was the first time the two had spoken after waking up. All right then, I will take you back to Neptune Star. Yun Chen said. Neptune star. Kryptonian's new lair? Carol is a little longing, and she has nowhere to go when she is alone, but just following him like this, how does it seem that she has become Yun Chen's person? Thinking of this, she blushed inexplicably. In an unknown dark star field. There is no grass on the barren planet, and there is no sign of life on the Earth at all. Darkness and coldness are the eternal themes here. This is Titan, the glory of the past is gone, and now there are only ruins and no weeds. Thanos was born on this planet. His arrogant figure sat on the floating throne, chin up with one hand, and looked at the sunset in the distance, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Great Thanos, I failed this operation. I failed your expectations and did not bring back the Power Stone. The figure of Corvus Glaive fell to his knees and cried. Thanos didn't say much, just asked, in whose hands? It's a Kryptonian Superman. Superman. There was a hint of hesitation in Thanos' low voice. I heard that the Kryptonian Empire has been destroyed for a long time. Why is there such a Superman still alive in the boundless universe? Yes, Krypton didn't die out. During this time, a Superman was born, tossing the Carey Empire a lot, and the accuser Ronan died tragically. Corvus Glaive said. So the Power Stone just fell into his hands. Thanos' tone was a little displeased, because it was part of his great plan, and he didn't expect to be cut off. Where's Gamera? He asked again. Corvus Glaive laughed awkwardly and said very ashamedly, on the way back, Gamera slipped away by himself. Thanos frowned. He knew that his adopted daughter had a secret about the soul gem, but he never expected her to slip away again. But it doesn't matter, everything is under his control, and Thanos will make Gamera show his body if he wants. Infinite gems he is determined to win, and it is urgent. The location of the space gem has also been proven, on a planet called Earth. The army of Loki and the Chitauri will take Earth and bring me the space gem by the way. Thanos' words just fell. A figure under the floating throne suddenly bowed slightly and said, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Earth, I will perish, space gem, I will also bring back. If Thor was here, he would be very surprised that his younger brother Loki, who failed to fight for the throne, was here. Loki, an aristocratic model, with an evil smile and holding a spiritual scepter given by Thanos, is obviously extremely favored. Corvus Glaive gritted his teeth, only to feel that he had lost face after failing the mission and needed to regain his face. He bowed his body, stood up and said, The great Thanos, please give me a chance to take guilt and make merit. The implication is that it is natural to hope that this Earth operation will allow him to go together. Loki smiled sarcastically, I don't think it's necessary. If there is such a guy next to me, I'm afraid it will affect me. You. Corvus Glaive gritted his teeth, clearly furious. Thanos on the floating throne nodded slightly, and after thinking for a long time, he said, If that's the case, then I happen to have a task for you. He tossed it lightly, and a blueprint related to the artifact creation fell into Corvus Glaive's hands. It's not easy to perfectly control the energy of infinite gems. If you have 6 of them in hand, it will be very confusing. If you have such a pair of gloves to assist, it is definitely a seamless thing. Corvus Glaive, go find the best craftsman in the universe now, and help me make this pair of gloves. Corvus Glaive was a little lost, never expected it to be such an ordinary task. However, he still took orders in a low voice and said, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Chapter 52. In the competition for the Power Gem, the Kree Empire was also kicked out. The Carey Empire is a military dictatorship, ruled by a supercomputer life called Supreme Intelligence. Since then, there has been a military group called the Accusers. At the moment, the group of accusers discussed in a house. Ms. Marvel defected. Although we were well prepared, the plan to make her explode out of control failed. Not only that, the woman even took refuge in Krypton Superman. Yesterday, the accuser Ronan died at the hands of Superman, and the orb of the universe fell into his hands. Proved. Yes, the cosmic spirit ball is a legendary infinite gems, rumored to give the host infinite and majestic power. Damn, doesn't this make the Kryptonites stronger again? I understand everyone's feelings, but the nest of Krypton's remnants has not yet been discovered, but we can count on Ms. Marvel's account. Earth. The blue-skinned accusers all complained angrily. Immediately afterwards, the accuser Mywell said, Earth. That's the home of Ms. Marvel. It's time to get rid of this planet and set an example. Seconded. Seconded. Militant dictators naturally cannot tolerate Ms. Marvel's betrayal. Soon, a plan to eradicate the Earth was passed by the accusers. By the way, there is another thing on Earth that deserves our attention, and that is the reception and repatriation of the Inhumans. Yes, that was the experimental product of the Kree Empire on Earth in the past, and now they are just taken back. The Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire have been fighting for a long time. The feud between the two empires has made the Kree people somewhat overwhelmed, and there has been a major shortage of talents. As a result, Supreme Wisdom thought of the Inhumans left on Earth in the past. Then the plan for Earth is passed. 1. Occupy the entire Earth and make Ms. Marvel's betrayal pay the price. 2. Reclaim the Inhumans. Parliament is over. Neptune Star. Another month passed. Inside the palace, Carol, who was wearing a pajama robe, yawned. Looking through the window, he could see the lush forest mountains outside at a glance. It is located on the top of the mountain, and it is even more visible that Krypton's unique urban communities are scattered in the forest. The population is much larger. Carol sighed. In fact, when she first landed on this planet, she didn't find how many people there were. Roughly, there were only more than 30 people. Carol could imagine how heavy Yun Chen's burden was. The road to the future revival of the Krypton Empire is undoubtedly very difficult. But not long ago, it was discovered that the population has exceeded 3 digits. Another batch of soldiers in the artificial incubation pool has been born. Huh. Carol wondered. Krypton's system is artificial incubation. Definitely the Empire's annihilation is basically due to this, but so far we have no choice but to quickly create new populations through artificial incubation. I see. Carol looked at Lucine, who was leaning against the door frame. She was wearing a dress with her slender and delicate collarbone exposed, and she looked very lovely. This is the woman of Superman of the Kryptonian Empire, and she is like a concubine. Carol's mind was somewhat strange, because she was somewhat aware of Yun Chen's aggressiveness towards her. Definitely, she did not reject such an excellent young emperor's possession of her. What's more, the other party also personally fished himself out of the fire pit to avoid death. She sighed slightly. I heard he's going to Earth too. Yes, His Majesty often said that the Earth has a relationship with him, and even the Kryptonian treasure Central Tome lives in the world, so His Majesty will also set off in the future. Lucini said meaningfully. The listeners have a heart, but Carol knows that the Kree Empire will definitely do something to the Earth. Isn't this young Krypton Emperor now for himself? Carol's heart was in chaos, and her face was like a red apple. She only thought that what Yun Chen did was to bless her hometown. In fact, it's just a mistake. Yun Chen's previous life as a human being on Earth is completely unknown, so Carol only thinks that Yun Chen's layout on Earth is all for her. This has to be said to be a beautiful misunderstanding. Roar. In the sky, there was a cry like a dragon's roar, and I saw a dragon-like beast fluttering and flying in the air. His Majesty is back. Lucini smiled and left the door gently. Carol's heartbeat also accelerated inexplicably, and she couldn't help looking at the man through the window. Yun Chen walked in the direction of the beast, and mounted this winged beast, which was an indigenous product of the planet Neptune. The Kryptonian Empire in the past had already kept a group of wild beasts and possessed a complete set of control skills, so today's Neptune star has quickly tamed a large number of beasts for the Kryptonians to use. Okay, Xiaohei, let's play by himself. Yun Chen patted the mount and jumped down by himself. The super flight allowed him to soar freely in the sky, and in an instant he landed at the gate of the palace lightly. Lilith, the adjutant, was waiting here for a long time. She was wearing a black dress and looked very meticulous, with the work demeanor of a strong woman. Your Majesty, another new batch of soldiers is already in place, and our population has reached 301. Very good. Yun Chen remembered the number of reconnaissance ships that had only 11 people in the past. Now it's really a change of scenery, at least it won't make a race lonely in the past. It is expected that in 2 months, our population will soon exceed 1,000, Lilith said. This is the advantage of artificial incubation. There is no need for the trivial time of 10 months of pregnancy. Coupled with the developed genetic engineering technology of the Kryptonian Empire, the newly born Kryptonian soldiers have considerable combat effectiveness. Definitely if we go to extremes and use cloning technology, we can even surpass 100,000 people in an instant within a year. Clone. Well, but it will be extremely loss of lifespan. In 2 or 3 years, the gene will collapse and die unexpectedly. Lilith said. Yun Chen frowned, but still shook his head and said, "Forget it, we don't need to take such an extreme path yet." Lilith nodded, but she suddenly recalled the news from her subordinate just now. "Your Majesty, remember Dwarf Nidaville?" Yeah. Yun Chen had told her to pay attention before that. Today, the country of Dwarf has been attacked. It is a subordinate of Thanos. They seem to be forcing Dwarf to build a weapon. Chapter 53. Dwarf Country Nidaville. In the Furnace Hall, an uninvited guest has been here for a long time. I heard that the dwarf craftsmen are very good at casting, so I also asked the dwarf craftsmen to quickly complete the casting of this weapon. Somber words came from the man under the black burqa, the black scythe in his hand undoubtedly indicating his identity, Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive, one of the 5 obsidian generals, picked up such a job. Although he was a little negligent, he still did not dare to delay the task of Lord Thanos. So, despite all the hardships, Corvus Glaive still found the country of Dwarf. Itri, the king of the Dwarf Kingdom, did not expect that since the outstanding casting technology has attracted waves of villains. Compared with the Kree Empire, Thanos's fierce style is even worse. As soon as Corvus Glaive entered the door, he slaughtered without saying a word, and his vanguard corps directly executed more than a dozen innocent dwarf masters on the spot. Explain in advance that this is the end of non-cooperation. King Yitri, I think I can start work now. I don't want to see any signs of resistance from you. King Yitri was terrified, and his hands even trembled. He had no choice but to take over the design. Is a casting drawing related to a glove? Infinity Gauntlet, he whispered. The more he looked at it, the more surprised King Yitri's expression became. He didn't expect that seemingly ordinary metal gloves could have such a complex craftsmanship. 6 sockets to channel the energy of the gem. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. What kind of gems were needed to be inlaid, and this infinity gauntlet was needed to guide him. Okay, read it, you can start construction now, as long as you finish building it 1 day later, one of your clan will disappear. Corvus Glaive said rudely. The king of the Dwarf Kingdom, ITT, was blue in color, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Definitely, his heart is somewhat bitter. What is Krypton Superman's blessing? Now that the Asgard people are gone, they really have no capital to resist. But at this moment, a bifrost broke through the air. In the boundless starry sky, this colorful beam of light suddenly broke through and landed directly in the furnace hall. You finally came. King Yitri was overjoyed and almost burst into tears. After all, Yun Chen just said casually at the time, the ghost knows if he will really bless them. Damn old man, are you so happy to see me? Yun Chen laughed. Well, are you the only one who can help? Corvus Glaive didn't have any fear at all. Instead, he looked at the figure coming from the sky with a triumphant expression. Under the black cloak is a battle suit with the same tone, revealing a strong taste of chew not. Looking at such a angular face, Corvus Glaive groaned in his heart, only feeling extremely familiar. It's him. Corvus Glaive growled inwardly. Impossible. How did this guy get here? Oh, it looks like I met an old acquaintance. Yun Chen looked at Corvus Glaive with a face full of surprise. In the high-security prison of Kien not long ago, his perception captured this guy's breath, but he didn't have much interest. After all, the faint breath was not enough for Yun Chen to take a second look. I definitely didn't expect to see this Thanos subordinate here again. I was aware of your existence last time, but thinking of your existence is too weak. Let's let you go, but now you have come to this country with great fanfare, but you are giving me a lot of face. Corvus Glaive's face darkened after hearing this, and he was about to curse. Who would know that this place belongs to your old man? However, he is not an easy generation, and it is impossible to admit counsel easily. In particular, the Obsidian 5 generals have extraordinary abilities, and in the face of the powerful Superman, there may not be any chance of victory. He gritted his teeth and roared, Stinky boy, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. Do you think you'll eat me? It sounds like you took the power gem of Lord Thanos. I haven't bothered you yet, but you delivered to my door. Pioneer Guard, give it to me. Corvus Glaive recruited and waved, and the surrounding vanguard guards swept over in a menacing manner. There are many interstellar troops under Thanos, not to mention the famous Zeta Rising people, but also the Pioneer Guard composed of fierce beasts. It has 4 arms and a hideous face. What is even more terrifying is that this reptile is extremely fast, and it runs and dances and draws out a faint after image. Yun Chen calmly watched Xianfeng guard attack, feeling the strong wind in front of him, he directly punched out, and with a puff, a head of the Xianfeng guard directly in front of him was completely penetrated. The blood mist exploded, and the figure of the beast stopped there. Boom. The earth is no longer shaking, and the pioneer guard, who has no emotion at all, has no fear at all, stepping on heavy steps, constantly spewing out. There are so many, it's a little troublesome. Yun Chen was not afraid of the number of them, and when he punched again, he was still so plain and unpretentious, but such a horizontal straight punch broke out a terrifying shock. Space shock. Boom. The space in all directions was suddenly torn apart, and with the support of the power gem, the entire space in front of him was torn apart. This. Yun Chen didn't have much strength, but because of the terrifying effect of the power gem, the surrounding vanguard guards were completely affected by the torn space gap. Whoa. Pieces of the body were cut off smoothly, blood dripping, shocking, and the broken limbs and broken arms sprinkled all over the earth. There was no more vanguard guard standing up in the entire furnace hall. Pfft. The cantilever beams of the building were also accidentally affected, and they kept collapsing. King Yitri was shocked and couldn't help but look bitter. Damn, you have to tear down my hometown every time you come. Yun Chen didn't pay much attention to the complaining in his mouth, and just smiled. At least I have saved your dwarf country for the second time. Before I fall, you dare to speak madly. With a roar, it was Corvus Glaive who broke through the air, and silently circled behind Yun Chen and launched a surprise attack. It's just that it was a futile blow. When the black sickle he wielded fell towards Yun Chen's back, it was hindered by a majestic force. Since then, he couldn't take an inch, and the reason was only the other's 2 fingers. Yun Chen squeezed lightly and broke the sharp edge of the sickle with a click. That understatement was like folding a flower. Swish. The severing blade was smashed by him, and it was directly inserted into the heart of Corvus Glaive in front of him. It was so fast that Corvus Glaive couldn't even react. Chapter 54. Pfft. Blood bloomed, and the broken blade pierced through Corvus Glaive's heart. Blood soaked the entire black burqa. Corvus Glaive sprayed a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with a sullen breath. Why the strong? Saying 10,000 and 10,000 is just more powerful and faster than you. Yun Chen's reaction speed was completely unexpected to Corvus Glaive, and he fell to the ground after a meeting. Vulnerable. Yun Chen shook his head. That's why he let go of the other party last time, because he was too weak to even plan to do anything. It's just that Corvus Glaive can be chosen as the Obsidian 5 by Thanos, and Corvus Glaive does show some unique characteristics. Yun Chen looked back slightly, but found that Corvus Glaive's sluggish aura continued to rise, and the wound on his heart was healed by this. I am immortal. Corvus Glaive spat out a mouthful of blood, but didn't wait for him to stand up. Puff. The head exploded like a normal. Yun Chen directly punched his head unreasonably. Poor Corvus Glaive couldn't even utter a word, and he was brutally murdered. But I have to say that this Joker does have a few brushes, and the scene of Decedent's resurrection is slowly staged again, and the blood of the brain that is sprinkled all around begins to go back continuously, resurrecting his life like going back in time. It's the Black Sickle. The King of Dwarf, Yitri, broke the secret in one sentence. This member of the Black Order is indeed extraordinary. Rather than saying that his body is a body, it is better to say that his original appearance is a black sickle. As long as the sickle is not broken for a day, his life will be worry-free. So, Yun Chen couldn't help but raise a little interest. He looked at the sickle that had just broken a sharp blade by himself. He never imagined that there were such complicated curves in it. Do not. After being easily explained why, Corvus Glaive finally panicked. Whoosh. The black sickle was actually automatic without wind, rising out of thin air, trying to fly towards the air. I think too much. Yun Chen said. Click. He raised his eyebrows and stepped on it with one foot. After a click, the entire black sickle was stepped on the ground by his foot, and for a while, a pit appeared on the ground. And the black sickle was completely broken inch by inch under the unparalleled strength. The figure in the black burqa in front of him dissipated in an instant, as the king of the dwarf kingdom said, this guy is indeed one with the sickle, and the knife smashes people to death. One of the 5 obsidian generals, the famous Corvus Glaive, died on the spot. It seems that Thanos' subordinates do have two brushes. Yun Chen laughed. Pity. Among them, the characteristic that is connected with the sickle is that he met King Yitri, who forged artifacts all his life. Roar. There are still quite a few remaining pioneer guards, and they have lost their backbone, which makes them a little overwhelmed, but with the smell of their prey, they continue to rush towards the creatures around them. The Vanguard guards are no strangers. Compared with the Zeta Swiss soldiers who invaded New York in the movie, the Vanguard guards who appeared in Avengers 3 showed very fierce individual brutality. No wonder Thanos is able to recruit the universe, and the Legion forces under his banner are indeed remarkable. Yun Chen spent a little effort to completely remove the remaining Vanguard guards. Certainly, his journey was not in vain. In fact, Thanos gave him a great gift in a sense. Infinity Gauntlet. Interesting. Although Yun Chen has an oracle cheating device, Yun Chen can completely master infinite gems in a different way, but in the face of the legendary Infinity Gauntlet, there is still some expectation. Create it. Yun Chen said. What? King Yitri was a little surprised. This pair of gloves seems to be made of a lot of good materials, but his role is not to directly attack the enemy, but to act as an auxiliary role for the 6 inlaid gems. Thanos built the Infinity Gauntlet to control gems. In other words, if there are no gems, there is basically no use. A smile appeared on Yun Chen's face. You see me as someone who doesn't have infinite gems. When he opened his hand, he saw a bright purple oval gem reflected in the palm of his hand. This. King Yitri's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't help himself. Is this the legendary infinite gems? Damn, this majestic power, oh my god, there is something more magical than this in the universe. It's definitely there, but don't touch it with your hands. Yun Chen reminded. Feeling a terrifying erosive force, King Yitri suddenly shrank his hand. He was startled again and again, staring at the power gem in Yun Chen's hand in disbelief. I don't know how many artifacts and treasures I have built in my entire life, but compared to such an infinite gems, I only feel that my whole life is wasted. King Yitri said extremely negatively. Yun Chen smiled lightly and said, don't worry, infinite gems is a product of the universe, and your casting technology is still among the best in the universe. King Yitri couldn't help but be overjoyed. But after hearing Yun Chen's next sentence, his old face couldn't help but wrinkle together. So, you'll work overtime for me to finish building the Infinity Gauntlet now. Yun Chen is welcome, like a harsh boss. Even if King Yitri was unwilling, he had to abide by it. After humbly bowing his body, he immediately picked up the manufacturing blueprint and returned to the furnace. In a week, someone will come and pick it up. As soon as the voice fell, a light of Bifrost appeared in the furnace hall again. Yun Chen's figure carried colorful rays of light, shuttled through the endless sky, and returned to Neptune again. Chapter 55. Confused, Corvus Glaive, one of the Black Orders, perished like this. He would never have thought that an ordinary errand would provoke Superman on Krypton. If life had a choice, Corvus Glaive would definitely board the train to Earth. This is indeed the case. Compared to the hapless Corvus Glaive here, Loki, who was dispatched to Earth by Thanos, has made great progress. Earth, Unnatural Research Base. The S.H.I.E.L.D., which specializes in handling all kinds of strange events, set up its base here decades ago to study Tesseract. This base has only one purpose, that is, to fight against supernatural forces, and to develop super-era technological weapons through the Tesseract of endless energy. But what he never expected was that the space energy that Tesseract spurted had already attracted the attention of countless light-years away, that is, Thanos' eyes. Loki opened the wormhole with unparalleled precision, and descended into this unnatural research institute from a distant starry sky. Roar. He raised his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Awesome, the smell of the air, no wonder my stupid brother got a girlfriend here. Damn it, who are you? Compared to Loki's relaxed and free hand, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. members only felt their scalps tingle and became extremely nervous. Stupid Earthlings, do you know that you are aiming your weapon at a true god? Loki laughed. True god? The people around were shocked. Thor is Thor, so Loki in front of him is naturally a god. He is the god of mischief and lies, a natural shapeshifter and magician. Even if his strength is weak among the gods, his own strength will undoubtedly crush the Earthlings in front of him. With a wicked laugh, Loki grasped the overall situation with ease with the psychic scepter in his hand. Whoosh! Under the energy beam, the S.H.I.E.L.D members present died directly on the spot. At this time, the sound of the alarm sounded from the base. SHIELD Director Nick Fury rushed to the destination in a hurry. Looking at the out-of-control scene, his face was full of horror. Barton Agent. Hawkeye, what's wrong with you, why don't you attack? And Dr. Eric, you too. Nick Fury's face flashed a bit of surprise. He couldn't imagine how indifferent his confidant subordinates were, and seemed to have completely become each other's puppets. Noisy. Attack me. In fact, it is. Under Loki's order, S.H.I.E.L.D Agent Hawkeye actually held a longbow and fired directly at his superior. Damn. Nick Fury fled, even ignoring the Tesseract, and ran towards the perimeter of the base. He turned on the communicator and shouted, "Everyone is on alert. Barton Agent, Dr. Eric has become an enemy for unknown reasons, and the other party has some kind of mind-controlling ability." Suddenly, feeling the tremor from the ground, SHIELD Director Nick Fury's complexion changed greatly. Damn, they moved Tesseract. Phil Coulson Agent organized a team of people to set up obstacles at the exit, and the other people immediately retreated. Hurry up. Boom. Cracks continued to appear in the walls, and the tremor of the earthquake became more and more obvious. Boarding. By the time Director Nick settled down and fled in the car, the ground had collapsed. In an instant, all the buildings collapsed, and a Tiankeng was formed in an instant. Director, the mission failed. The army responsible for blocking has been captured by the other side, and they have successfully escaped with Tesseract. Damn. Nick Fury clenched his fists, anger written all over his face. BD, he calls himself a god. Could it be another visiting god from outside the realm? What did they take the Earth for? The back garden. Director, it's time to start the Avengers program, Agent Phil Coulson said. The Avengers. In order to face the increasing frequency of supernatural forces and alien invasions, S.H.I.E.L.D hereby plans to create a superhero force. Its name is called the Avenger. Very well, let's start contacting them now. We need the power of the superhero. Nick Fury said. For a long time, he fell silent, and there was a memory in his eyes, and there was an extra roar-style machine in his hand. This electronic product, similar to the roar machine, was left to him by an omnipotent lady of the last century. She said this before parting: "If the Earth is in an irreversible crisis, turn on this roar and it will find me." Hopefully this opportunity to pass the roar won't be used, Nick Fury whispered. What he didn't know was that Nick Fury himself didn't turn on the roar until Thanos landed on Earth, and a snap of his fingers destroyed half of all life on Earth. Coincidentally, at the outer periphery of the solar system, the Carey fleet from the warp space is about to arrive. The mighty fleet came with great fanfare. The accuser of the mission, stood in the cockpit with arms folded and said, "Earth, here we come. Now start to locate the specific place where the Inhumans are located on Earth. After successfully recovering the Inhumans, I will launch an attack directly, and I will make the planet Earth disappear from the solar system. I want people of all races in the interstellar to understand how tragic it is to betray our Kree people." Chapter 56. In the boundless universe, perhaps the various interstellar races do not understand that several major forces have been inexplicably fighting together. Very coincidental, very unexpected, all the forces have not found that they have collided in one place. Loki, armed with a psychic scepter, leads Thanos' order to take and destroy the entire planet. In order to avenge Ms. Marvel's betrayal and to take away the experimental products left on Earth in the past, the Kree Empire also came to the solar system. And Krypton, a newly rising force, has a very strange relationship with the Earth. In fact, the first forces to discover each other's existence were the Kryptonians. Just when all the forces were busy, Yun Chen's Kryptonian Empire didn't stop expanding at all. Yun Chen had visited Earth not long ago and felt the wonder of the sun. He had already paid attention to the powerful stimulation of Krypton cells, and he must draw a place here. Definitely, he is not the ruthless and cruel General Zod, who ruthlessly killed all the people of the Earth in order to completely occupy the Magpie's nest. Yun Chen is not so cruel to treat his compatriots in the past. What's more, the Earth is so big and the solar system is so big, in order to share the sun's rays, it is not necessary to limit it to a certain place. On the moon, Kryptonians have already quietly landed in this place. On the barren lunar crater, some Kryptonians in single combat uniforms lingered here. Scientists, engineers, have built bases everywhere on the surface of the moon. According to His Majesty's will, the sun here is extremely effective for us Kryptonians. To this end, there are many newly built incubation pools in the bases built here. In the future, the new Kryptonians will also grow up bathed in the sun's rays. Maybe one day, Yun Chen will be able to personally witness the birth of a stronger Superman. Correct. It is worth mentioning that because the Kryptonian Empire rewrote the law and established a supreme monarchy. Therefore, the newly born Kryptonians are forced to add a gene fragment that obeys all the Emperor's orders. If it is a female Kryptonian, a single word from Yun Chen can make her dedicate herself, and if it is a soldier, a single order from Yun Chen can make him perform tasks without fear. Even death is just a matter of words. The iceberg beauty Fulla, who was promoted to deputy commander, is also on this lunar base. She sits cross-legged on the roof of the building every day and night, quietly feeling the excitement of the light in the area. Your Majesty didn't lie, really, this is all true, the sun's rays are really effective on Kryptonians. Definitely, the moment Yun Chen landed on the Earth, he felt the strong joy of his cells, but it took him half a month to feel a slight fluctuation in Fulla, who has a very high level of genetic perfection. After spending some time comprehending, she finally felt that the cells were beginning to accept the stimuli from the outside world, and each cell was slowly absorbing sunlight. Fulla's power is slowly growing at a weak rate. She squeezed her fist a little, and she could feel a majestic surging power. I got stronger, I got stronger. Suddenly, she had an idea and felt that she didn't need this black combat uniform at all. Hiss. She took off the body armor, and Roar's suction became a little messy. But soon, without the help of the armored battlesuit, Fulla actually sucked Roar, who was free in this world. This is a very incredible thing. You must know that the environment of Krypton in the past was very complicated, and the proportion of nitrogen was so exaggerated that Kryptonians could not absorb the atmosphere of other planets when they were fighting outside. So once the combat uniform is damaged, it is basically a dead end. But now, these past creations of the Kryptonian Empire, Fulla took the lead in slowly roar suction under the light of the Earth, without relying on any roar suction equipment. My God! Fulla's inhumane frost face finally showed a hint of excitement. She was so excited. This is a change that has never happened before. This yellow/colored sun is a blessing for Kryptonians. Fulla opened her arms, feeling the benefit of the light to herself. If the discovery of Neptune's star has allowed Kryptonians to find a place to rest, then it is clear that bathing in the sun is the dawn of Kryptonian prosperity. Accelerate the expansion of the lunar base, speed up the speed for me. Fulla fell in love with this barren land at once. Suddenly, a scientist was stunned. He looked up at the starry sky, and said somewhat at a loss, "Look, how can there be a spaceship flying under the starry sky?" When Fulla and the others heard the words, they also looked in the direction pointed by the other party, and saw that in the boundless starry sky, there was indeed a group of fleets heading towards the Earth. Some bad feelings surfaced. Your Majesty once said that the technology of the Earth is not enough to expand the interstellar space. Such a large-scale interstellar fleet can never be a native of the Earth, could it be? Foreign invasion. Fulla frowned. She realized the seriousness of the problem in an instant, and Fulla even heard His Majesty say that the Kryptonian Treasure Central Book has fallen on the Earth and has not yet been discovered. During this time, His Majesty even got very close to a human woman, which made Fulla feel a little dissatisfied with the Earth woman, but she still sent a quantum communication for the first time. Earth is in trouble, and an unknown fleet has come to the solar system. But soon, Kryptonian engineers repeatedly compared and found the identity of the fleet through the over-the-horizon telescope. It has been proved that it seems to be the fleet of the Carey Empire. Carey fleet. Fulla frowned again inexplicably, thinking that the Earth woman defected to the Kree Empire. No need to think about it, it must be an act of revenge. No wonder that Earth woman shows off her beauty so much, presumably to take advantage of your Majesty. Snort. Before she knew it, Fulla became more and more disgusted with Ms. Marvel, who was in the palace on Krypton. Chapter 57. Just like Fulla's grudge, Yun Chen, the Kryptonian Emperor, has indeed been on a honeymoon with Lady Marvel's Carol recently. A lonely and helpless girl unfortunately fell into trouble, and met an unparalleled imperial overlord, especially with such a young and attractive savior. Carol naturally fell into it. So, half push and half down, Carol Danvers, the cosmic girl, handed over the first time to Yun Chen in such a confused way. During this time, the two of them traveled in the mountains and waters and lived a happy and entertaining time. Yun Chen drove the winged divine beast, Xiaohe, and took Carol to fly all over the entire Neptune star, mountains, seas, and deserts, all of which have traces of their playing. It wasn't until she returned to the palace not long ago that Carol, the innocent woman, remembered the plight of the earth. For so many years, the reason why the Carey Empire has not launched a war against the earth is just because of her face. Now that Ms. Marvel has defected from the Carey Empire, a long-planned war must break out. Competitive character, warlike gene, this is the portrayal of the Kree. They will definitely take revenge on Carol for what he did. I won't let them succeed. Carol clenched her fists. Now that she has finished recuperating, her injuries are fully recovered, and she is not afraid of the sweeping fleet. Facing Yun Chen, who was a little greedy for his own body, Carol was helpless and didn't know how to say goodbye. She didn't want to drag her man down. After all, he was the lord of the Kryptonian Empire and had his own road to revival. Carol was embarrassed to aggrieve her man to go on Earth together. After all, it sounds like it's a price to pay with your own body. Carol is not only a romantic girl who doesn't care about the world, but also a proud white swan. After all, she is also a strong woman who can smash a battleship with one punch. Today, it's the day the king of the dwarf sends the Infinity Gauntlet. The golden glove released a charming luster under the light of the light. Under the light tap, there was a thorough sound. This sound alone proved that the material was unusual. An unknown extraterritorial metal, stronger than Asgard's Ulu metal, and it guides energy wonderfully. This is the best material for building Infinity Gauntlet. Itri, the king of the dwarf kingdom, patted his heart and said with oath. Itri, who has been building weapons all his life, is also full of pride in the successful birth of the Infinity Gauntlet. As I said bluntly, this is the most perfect creation in my life. I'm afraid I will never see such a good baby again in the future. Looks like I'm going to give it a try. Yun Chen was in the furnace hall, and under Carol's careful hands, he successfully put on this pair of golden gloves on his right hand. At the same time, he has a purple infinite gems in his left hand. Click. The purple power gem was perfectly embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet. At this time, a sleeping power burst out instantly. King Itri was not aware of it for a while, and was brought to the ground by the radiation wave. Carol took a deep breath and resisted the sudden fluctuation out of thin air. Are you okay? Yun Chen asked with concern. Carol shook her head. Yun Chen shook his arm. As Thanos envisioned at the beginning, the Infinity Gauntlet does have the purpose of perfectly manipulating gems. For a moment, he only felt that he possessed infinite power. With a little guidance, the gravitational force in the distance was pulled by him, and an abandoned satellite far away was actually moved by him. Wow! The entire clan of Dwarf Country screamed in shock. Damn, what a terrifying power this is! Unbelievable! The power of the gods is far less than that. Everyone looked at Yun Chen with a terrified look, and even Carol, who played the cosmic energy very thoroughly, looked at her man with envy. So amazing! Every move is to carry endless power, pull the gravitational force a little, and move the satellite in the distant place. This is already a stalwart divine power, a level that is impossible for ordinary people to touch. Yun Chen's face showed a smile. It's okay. It's just that he also laughed in his heart. What they didn't know was that with the Oracle cheat, he could use the power gem without the assistance of the Infinity Gauntlet at all. King Yitri, you really lived up to my expectations. Don't worry, please look for this satellite. Next time whoever dares to smash your door, I will use this satellite to smash them to their hometown. Yun Chen is full of boldness, and smiled generously. No one would think it was a joke. King Itri was waiting for this promise. Your Majesty Krypton, in addition to the orders assigned by the various interstellar empires, we can also build a variety of weapons for you, Your Majesty. The dwarf family is very knowledgeable, knowing that they and the others can hold big legs as Yun Chen in front of them. It's just that Yun Chen shook his head and said, I don't need weapons, and I'm not used to using weapons. Superman's most powerful weapon is their bodies. I'm being reckless. King Itri of the Dwarf Kingdom laughed awkwardly, then looked at Carol. Such a young woman had a good relationship with Yun Chen just now, and a normal person could tell that she was the woman in this book. But for such a beautiful woman, King Yitri has nowhere to use it. After all, he is not an expert in jewelry and necklaces. Yun Chen naturally saw his intention and smiled, just create a body armor for my woman. What? King Yitri was a little stunned, never imagined that this girl was still a strong man. And in the future, the equipment of the Kryptonians will be carefully crafted by you. I will assign 2 Kryptonite soldiers to station in the dwarf country for a long time. Yun Chen said. After the breakthrough of Krypton's population, it naturally took advantage of it, and those who are idle are also idle, so it is better to send some out. Yes, Your Majesty. King Yitri bowed his head overjoyedly. After leaving dwarf country Nidaville, Carol had a sweet face. Since she left the Carey Empire, she didn't have a suitable battlesuit. She didn't expect her man to remember this. But in the blink of an eye, some loneliness instantly clinged to her face. Yun Chen, maybe, it's time for me to go. Today's Earth needs me. She endured it for a long time, but said with courage. But Yun Chen laughed at this time. Earth? Don't you know that I have already stationed a base in the solar system? What? Carol looked incredulous. This woman. Yun Chen laughed inwardly. Maybe in her opinion, all her layouts are for herself. It is estimated that Carol does not understand that he was also an Earth person in his previous life, and all his layouts are for the development of Krypton. By the way, pick up girls. Zhongshan, I want it. Woman, I want more. Chapter 58. Earth is a mess. Under the unprecedented chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D, who specializes in dealing with all kinds of supernatural forces, cannot be neglected. Under the instigation of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, the Avengers project was officially launched. Why the Avengers? This is a super ability organization that unites with superhero to resist foreign invasions. The list of candidates has already been finalized. Captain America Steve, who led the Allies to victory in World War II and completely abolished the Hydra conspiracy. Stark Group owner, New York corporate giant, superhero Iron Man Tony. Dr. Banner, the Hulk who was infected by gamma rays because of an experimental accident. And the elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, the ruthless spy killer Black Widow. Barton's agent, Hawkeye, was also a member of the list, but he was brainwashed by the evil god Loki and became someone else's puppet. And at the moment Loki relies on the spiritual scepter and continues to make a fortune outside. With the mind gem given to him by Thanos, Loki is simply unscrupulous, brainwashing well-known scientists in Europe and making them work for him. There is still a lack of E-elements, a stabilizer that stabilizes space. So many scientists are needed, and there is a need for such a stabilizer. Obviously, their purpose is to open a stable space door with the help of Tesseract, which is the space gem. Outside the gate, what awaits is undoubtedly the Chitauri Legion under Thanos. It is conceivable that the mighty Chitauri swept the scene. Loki sneered, I will build my dynasty among the ruins, and let Odin and Thor, who look down on me, see what I can do. Odin's title is the King of God, and he claims to be the ruler of the 9 worlds, and the Earth is one of them. In a sense, Odin is indeed the Asgardian of the Earth. Thousands of years ago, the giants of Jotunheim tried to invade the Earth, which was completely pacified by holy place warriors led by Odin. But Bifrost is destroyed, Asgard no longer has the ability to travel through space, and how much power the old Odin has, he can't stop me at all. Loki's abacus is very good, and the god of tricks naturally calculates everything. But the next second, he sensed a familiar wave coming. This. Impossible. He stood at the window, climbed high and looked away, and saw a Bifrost beam in the night sky far away, falling straight to the end of the horizon. Bifrost? No. Impossible, obviously before I jumped into the abyss, but I destroyed Bifrost. Asgard should no longer have the space teleportation ability. Loki's smug face suddenly turned gloomy. He is the god of tricks, and all the plans are under control, but the development of things now is somewhat beyond his expectations. Damn, where did the problem go? And, who came with Bifrost? Thor. But before he could figure it out, his subordinates sent him a very unexpected news. His Royal Highness Loki, we have noticed a very bad dynamic in the solar system. It seems that an unknown fleet has arrived in the solar system. What? The first thing Loki reacted to was that Lord Thanos didn't trust him. He personally sent the Chitauri fleet to Earth. But this thought was quickly thrown out of his mind. Impossible, how far is the Chitauri fleet from here? It is countless light years away, and it is absolutely impossible to arrive without the space gem. 39. Loki soon realized that it was not Thanos' will. Hashtag. Here comes the problem. Exactly which force is eyeing the Earth just like him? Damn it. This is too annoying. Loki felt that things were getting out of hand and all plans had to be completely reset. It can be said that the god of tricks is indeed outrageously wrong. There has been a major flaw in the plan of Ajk, because Loki has no idea that the Kryptonian Empire in the universe has recovered, and the Lord of Krypton used to be an Earthling. It is even more coincidental that now the woman of surprise around him is also a woman of Earth. Just because of the betrayal of this Earth woman, the Carey Empire was furious, sent the Starfleet, and arrived directly in the solar system. Definitely, the Carey Empire did not choose to fire the cannon at the first time. On the contrary, they were a little cautious, turned on the invisible device, and parked it on the edge of the solar system. They found out the Earth's technology and believed that the other party could not find themselves and others at all. Prepared for these concealments, a bunch of Carey troops have been equipped with stealth airships and landed on the Earth silently. Before the command to overwhelm the Earth, it was to retrieve the products of our past experiments. Inhumans. Catch me one by one. Whoosh. A Carey airship turned on the stealth mode, constantly breaking through the Earth's atmosphere, relying on the genetic radar device to find the experimental samples of the Carey Empire in the past. In this way, the Kryptonians who set up a lunar base more than a month ago discovered these Carey ships very dramatically. The quantum communication proposed by Fulla, the beauty of the iceberg, also fell on Yun Chen. Soon after, Yun Chen took the beautiful Carol, opened Bifrost, shuttled through the endless galaxy, and officially landed on the Earth. Roar. Carol constantly roar-sucked. She opened her arms, quietly felt the air around her, and her delicate face was actually full of tears. I'm back, I'm finally back. Earth, I'm finally back. Carol Danvers burst into tears, she fell to her knees on the ground, and couldn't help crying loudly. For the sake of the Earth, she wandered for 20 or 30 years, and even for a long time, she was in a state of loss of memory for a long time, and was forced to helplessly fight for the Kree Empire. Carol only feels that she has suffered endless grievances, and she has paid too much for the safety of the Earth. Now, after nearly 30 years, it has finally returned to Earth. The grievances, pain, and all the unwillingness came to her mind, causing her to lose control and burst into tears. It's not easy. Yun Chen sighed. The reason why he wanted to take her away was just to satisfy his desire to conquer a beauty in the universe, but seeing this blonde little sweetheart cry so much, he still felt a sadness from it. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. Remember what I said to you? The Carey Empire will be destroyed by me and you. It's up to us to crush their plans now. Yun Chen hugged Carol and let her cry heartily. Chapter 59. Between the mountains are lofty, and a mountain range spreads endlessly. Such primitive landforms are not the location of human cities at all. But who could have imagined that in the dark forest, there were a group of Earthlings, to be precise, the alien race. These Inhumans are isolated from the world and do not have any contact and communication with the outside world at all. Their city of Idalan relies on the mountains, stands in the jungle, and is self-sufficient, living its own life. People would never have imagined that they would have their own compatriots in such a primitive ecology, nor would they have imagined that there is a group called Inhumans in this world. At least tens of thousands of years ago, the God group came to the Earth and was very interested in the genetic structure of human beings, so they moved some hands and feet to create the existence of the current mutant. Later, the Kree Empire also landed on the Earth. They were also interested in the Earthlings with outstanding potential for life, and they also did some experimental research, which led to the birth of the Inhuman race. That's what makes two races with different abilities so special. Today, the Kree Empire is to recover these experimental samples. Above the town of Idalan, chaos suddenly appeared. Run! The blue-skinned Kree broke through the night and came in an airship. In order to adapt to the strong gravitational force and high-concentration nitrogen environment of their home planet, the Kree people are undoubtedly very solid and robust, with strength and endurance that surpasses that of Earth people. Some Kree women even show a terrifying side, capable of taking the lives of others. The individual combat power is already so powerful, not to mention that the weapons they hold are even more transcendent. No, alien invasion. 35. Whoosh. A beam of light keeps passing by. At the place of the hit, the body of the Inhumans suddenly produced a terrifying electric current, which instantly paralyzed an Inhuman to the ground. Soon, the Kree who followed them all carried them into the ship. This is the recycling program. Damn, it's very difficult to have two aliens here. A pair of sisters. Such a pair of beauties turned out to be extremely ruthless, knocking down several people in the blink of an eye. Be careful with her hair. It's too late, it's too soon. Only the hair of the red-haired beauty in front of me was gushing out like a python, and the red hair that shrank freely was suddenly tied, instantly killing the Kree's body completely. Every strand of hair was sharp to the extreme, and every inch of cold light penetrated down, making the body of a famous Kree run over like a large quill, and the dense blood holes were sprayed with blood and flowed all over the earth. Another blonde sister is also extraordinary. She harnessed the power of the elements with both hands, and manipulated the soil of the earth to continuously subvert the figure in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the river not far away obeyed her call and washed away the Kree people in front of her. Damn. But the Kree attack was simply unreasonable. Whoosh. A cannonball burst out from the far side, and the beam trajectory reached its limit, directly knocking the girl named Crystal flying out. Sister. Medusa cried out in pain. But she was not feeling well. The Kree knew the genetic samples of the Inhumans very well. They pressed the complicated sonic weapon, which actually caused the red-haired woman Medusa in front of her to kneel on the ground. Nice ability, remember to pay special attention to them. The Kree recruited Roar to follow up with the follow-up troops. Under the radiation of sound waves, more and more Inhumans were unable to resist at all, covering their ears in pain and struggling to support them. More people couldn't support it, their eyes went black, and they fainted and fell to the ground. The Kree people didn't do too many dead hands, because these are rare experimental samples, and they are the talents of the future Kree Empire. But at this time, a pair of figures gradually walked out from the darkness. Who is it? A Kree person suddenly became alert, watching such a pair of men and women walk out of the night forest, feeling incomparably nervous and surprised. Who am I? Let's not take a closer look. 35. The moonlight fell, and the hazy moonlight perfectly outlined the figures of Yunchen and Carol. What? A horrified cry suddenly came out of the Kree. He was so frightened that his body was inexplicably soft, and he actually fell to the ground. You. The Kree knelt on the ground and pointed at the figure in front of him with trembling fingers. Krypton Superman, Ms. Marvel. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. The person who has caused great damage to the Kree Empire recently is the new generation Kryptonian Superman. A black cape Superman battlesuit, a tall figure full of power, and a handsome face with sharp edges and corners. Isn't he the Emperor of Krypton? 0. Furflowers. Damn Imperial defector. Although I was very surprised why the two people actually arrived on Earth, the strong Imperial mission made the Kree yell at Carol. The voice hasn't finished yet. Whoosh. A red flash flashed out inexplicably, especially in the night. With a puff, the head of the Kree in front of him pierced and evaporated cleanly. Who made you be so unreasonable with my woman? Yunchen said indifferently, his clear eyes glowed with a hint of scarlet luster. Carol took a deep breath, her eyes filled with murderous intent inexplicably. She was a human being, not Captain Marvel, who helped the tyrants. Point 0. Let's go together. Yunchen nodded. In the urban settlement of Adalan, the lonely Medusa knelt on the ground in pain. Her ability to manipulate her hair suddenly wilted under the sound waves, and her whole body was even more uncomfortable, unable to support her standing. Her sister, Crystal, suffered more than herself. Under the impact of the beam just now, Crystal was seriously injured physically. There was blood dripping from the abdomen, and it looked very uncomfortable. Stupid Inhumans. Seeing that Medusa was about to stand up, the Carrie soldier sneered. A gun butt was swung, and Medusa was smashed to the ground. Who will save us? The dizzy Medusa thought painfully. Boom. At this moment, a sudden loud noise resounded throughout the audience. I saw a huge pit appeared in the middle of the earth, and the sonic launch vehicle in the middle was directly smashed by an arrogant black figure. This. Damn, what's going on? Everyone looked back, but they were shocked by the figure falling from the sky in front of them. It's Superman. Some Kree people quickly responded and cried out in pain. The terrifying performance of the first Kree just now is not an exaggeration. Superman's terrifying performance has been imprinted in their hearts like a demon king, making people shudder uncontrollably. Medusa, who was lying on the ground, opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the figure that fell from the sky seriously. Chapter 60. Don't be afraid, the other party is also a human and always has weaknesses. Gollum. With a gulping sound of saliva, a Kree finally summoned the courage to shout. Yes, yes, take up arms, or resist, we only have a dead end. Do not care. Fire. With a firm command, the Kree finally opened fire with their weapons in hand. Ding ding. What was terrifying was that the laser beam landed on Yun Chen's body of steel, causing a terrifying refraction phenomenon. The beam was forcibly deflected and reflected back in all directions. 99. The screams resounded non-stop. The Kree suffered from it, and the reflected attack directly slaughtered them. How is this person's body built? No one would have thought that a 990 person's body would be so strong. A hint of irony flashed in Yun Chen's eyes. In the film and television image, Superman's body often blamed himself for hurting his own people by the reflected bullets. This beam of light in all directions is no exception. As soon as it touches the body, not only can it not hurt this huge and infinite steel body, but it makes them suffer for themselves. Kree, it's just vulnerable. A gleam of scarlet light flashed in Yun Chen's clear and transparent eyes, and a beam of hot sight spit out, piercing the sky, and directly blasting a ship in the air. Boom. The ship instantly bloomed into an orange-red light. Yue's hot sight beam did not end. With the deviation of sight, the ships were continuously swept away by Yun Chen's volley. For a time, the sky seemed to bloom like a firework, and it was completely reduced to a no-fly zone. Block him, don't let him continue to be arrogant. The situation changed suddenly. The Kree people who had been flamboyant just now were now wailing, like a lion falling into the sheepfold. This. Medusa, who was lying on the ground, was stunned. In her worldview, there should be no more murderous objects than the Kree. The incomparably vicious Kree people were actually reduced to lambs, the sheep entered the tiger's mouth, and were completely killed by that arrogant black figure. My God, there are still such strong men in this world. 35. Medusa could only feel that the figure in front of her eyes was completely occupied by this figure. It was he who saved our Inhumans. So handsome and cool. However, sister, it's not good. She wiped the sweat from her temples, and without the sound wave control, her body relaxed a lot, and she tiptoed towards her sister Crystal in the distance. My goodness. Looking at her sister Crystal, who was bleeding blood in her belly, Medusa was completely panicked. Bang. Suddenly, a bombardment sounded not far away. Medusa looked over, but saw that the fierce black Superman completely knocked the body of a Kree into the air. Every punch of his was like a cannonball, making a heavy roar. Just imagine, even a body made of gold and iron could not withstand such a blow at all. A punch fell, and the blood mist bloomed. A huge Kree just exploded a bloody fog, which was extremely frightening to watch. Don't think about it. A Kree rushed in, but the Kree, who were so fierce and fearless of death, were actually tied with a bunch of high-energy explosives and tried to die together with Yun Chen. Not good. Medusa was shocked. Boom. The sound of the explosion sounded like a small nuclear explosion, and a terrifying little mushroom cloud rose out of thin air, but it had not waited for the mushroom cloud to take shape. Wow. A terrifying absorbing power came from the center, and the arrogant black figure was like a black hole, swallowing the whale, completely swallowing the high explosive energy of the mushroom cloud. Energy extraction, how terrible. Totally stupid. Yun Chen's black Superman battlesuit is made of krypton fiber nanometers. In the high-energy self-destruction just now, together with his own steel body, there was no vertex loss. Stunning. Medusa just witnessed such a miracle. The mushroom cloud of the small nuclear explosion was not completely formed, and the energy had not spread out, and it was completely swallowed by Yun Chen. Is this still human? Medusa was terrified, this man was almost omnipotent and omnipotent. Looking at the crystal lying on the ground with a trace of breath left, Medusa wiped the tears from her eyes, took a deep breath, and ran towards the figure. Please save my sister. I don't know how to call you roar, but please, great God, omnipotent being, save my sister. 95. Whatever you want me to do. Yun Chen looked down at the red-haired woman who was kneeling on the ground. Tall and slender, With a concave and convex figure, and a tender and pitiful expression on his moving face, it makes people feel pity and sympathy. You can do anything? You are very determined. I still lack a mate in the world, so what do I want from you? Yun Chen said. Medusa's body froze suddenly. She was silent for a long time, not knowing what to think. Boom. She gritted her teeth and knelt down with incomparable humility. She kowtowed heavily to Yun Chen and made a fine sound. She said firmly, "The omnipotent existence, I am already your servant." It's kind of funny. Yun Chen rarely laughed, he just made a joke, but this woman took it seriously. But Yun Chen didn't know, the performance he showed just now was like a god, making this woman unconsciously feel incomparably small, as insignificant as a grain of sand. What's wrong with serving the gods? Lead the way. 35. Medusa seemed to be forgiven, kowtowed heavily again, and ran forward 3.2, leading Yun Chen to the side of her sister who was lying on the ground. Yun Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Under the X-ray vision, he could directly see the specific injury of Medusa's sister. In an instant, he covered her abdomen with both hands forward, and the majestic energy turned into vitality and spurted out. At the same time, red light flickered out of his eyes, turning into a red beam and falling directly on her wound. This. Medusa was very nervous, her fists clenched even more. She had just witnessed the red beam pierce a carry ship with her own eyes. But now this red beam has landed on the wound of my sister. Don't be nervous, just clean the wound and suture the wound. Yun Chen said indifferently, the heat sight beam has already developed to a very high level, and it can be regarded as a means of treatment. Chapter 61. It's not just the thermal sight beam that cleans and sutures wounds. Even Yun Chen used the oracle cheat to unlock the special skill of feedback by using the skill of energy extraction. Feedback. As soon as he opened his hand, Yun Chen's palm spurted out a mass of pure energy that fed back to the injured woman. It was a mass of pure and extreme vitality, and even the terrifying injury was suddenly improved. Crystal opened her eyes in an instant, and the seemingly irreversible injury has healed, which is simply incredible. Medusa hugged her and cried bitterly. Crystal didn't know what was going on, but she knew that she had already walked outside the gate of hell. Under the emotional infection, she also cried with red eyes. But feeling that the figure of the arrogant god was about to leave, Medusa responded, "God, where are you going?" 99. It is said that Roar transforms again, and the omnipotent existence suddenly becomes the Lord of God. It seemed that this woman was really following over with her heart. Yun Chen 09 raised an eyebrow and said, "When I need you, someone will come to pick you up. Follow your teachings." Medusa bowed her head and said respectfully. Crystal squeezed her wrist tightly, and when the black figure completely disappeared into the night, she cried with red eyes, "Sister, what have you done? This is the price. Nothing, anything that can exchange your life is worth it. The price is too high." Crystal cried. Boom. The sound of shelling was heard again in the distance. Buildings, trees fell in pieces, and then the cries of the Kree were heard. Is this a Kree? Crystal's face was stunned for a moment, and she couldn't imagine how the Kree, who did all evil, could get into such a situation. There was a hint of piousness on Medusa's face, and jokingly said, "All this is life." In the city of Idalan, the fire was ablaze. "Traitor!" The Kree roared. They used their strong bodies and high-tech weapons to dominate the Inhumans for a while, but they couldn't face such a woman. A godlike woman. Ms. Marvel Carol looked grimly at the Kree. "Unfortunately, you didn't kill me in the last conspiracy, and now I have completely removed you. Traitor!" Under the unwilling words, they swarmed up, but the oncoming was a bright golden beam. Madame Carol was really like a Valkyrie, with golden light filling her body. She pointed forward with her right hand, and a cosmic beam of light flew out from her fingertips. Whoosh! A Kree was completely pierced to death, and the flight ship at the rear couldn't dodge, and was completely hit by the golden beam that passed through the hole, and it exploded with a bang. Seeing the distant Kree airship ready to pull high, Carol chuckled. She can control every form of electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational energy within the level universe. I saw that she opened her hand and pulled, and under the action of gravity, several airships in the sky were directly pulled down, and they fell to the ground with a bang. This is similar to Yun Chen's ability to pull satellites through power gems, and it has the same effect. But the visual conflict is far less than that. Damn woman! The Kree were well aware of how strong Ms. Marvel really was. It is a peerless sword, and no one dares to touch its edge. In the past, the Skrull Empire suffered from this, but now, it is the Kree people's turn to suffer. Fight against this imperial traitor. Compared to the omnipotent Kryptonian Superman, the Kree were furious in the face of Carol. With the determination to die, these Kree people launched the attack recklessly. Because in the eyes of these fanatical military elements, Carol is a traitor to the Kree Empire and vows to make her pay a certain price. Go forward and backward, go forward. Carol showed no mercy at all, and the golden photon energy shot away like a floating cannon, filling the sky with plumes of light. At the same time, an energy light shield stood up, completely swallowing and absorbing the high energy beams that attacked the whole body. Carol, who is full of offense and defense, not only showed a terrifying ability to master cosmic energy, but the cells of her body have long been extraordinary under the baptism of energy. She leaped into the air and directly smashed a ship. He punched in the air, smashing a tall and sturdy Kree to death. In a sense, Carol is a model of female Superman. Great. The Inhumans in the city of Adalan rose up inexplicably, and were inexplicably invaded by the outside world, which made them depressed. But now the amazing thing is that such a Valkyrie came down from the sky to save them. Hurry up and save people! An alien shouted. Before that, many foreigners who were completely paralyzed and knocked down were bound up. Hurry up and save people! Many of the bound Inhumans were completely loosened, and the momentum of the Carrie army's collapse was very obvious, and the Inhumans had extraordinary abilities, and Yi Gao boldly fought back. Some aliens sprayed fireworks, directly burning several Kree people who were in distress. There is even an alien manipulating his spiritual ability, causing the Kree people in front of him to kill each other. Without the suppression of the genetic weapon, the Inhumans directly burst into a strong tenacity. Kill. Kill all these Kree for me. Goddess hail. Valkyrie, you are amazing. At the same time of counter-attack, many foreigners admired this blonde beauty who fell from the sky. It was she who led everyone out of the bitter sea, and every Inhuman was full of gratitude to Carol. Enough, Kree. At this time, someone opened his mouth and revealed sound waves, and the terrifying fluctuations directly caused several ships in the air to explode. It's Black Bolt. In the legend, the most powerful existence of the Inhumans, I heard that he has never been able to speak, because when he opened his mouth, it was a sound wave with enormous energy. It turns out that it is too strong. Black Bolt took a peek at Carol, but found that she didn't have any change in her complexion, as if she was expressing this ability. Bang! The orange-red fire burned, and the ship was destroyed by the sound wave, but there was a sound of shock roar from below, and I saw a very large ship falling towards the city. Not good. The aliens shouted, because the direction of the ship's fall was too bad, and there were many civilians in the city. Carol's brows twitched, and when he was about to fly into the sky, he saw that the 100-meter-long ship had already stagnated in the sky. Hey! Looking at the black figure, a sincere smile appeared on Carol's calm face. Wow! There were also bursts of incredible sounds from among the aliens. Because under the flight ship that was hundreds of meters long, a volleyed figure easily raised one arm. Chapter 62. Miracle. This is nothing short of miraculous. Under the silhouette of the moonlight, the arrogant black figure raised one hand and firmly supported a scrapped ship that was hundreds of meters long. Wow! There was an uproar among the aliens, and the visual impact this gave everyone was too shocking. At first, everyone thought that Black Bolt created a catastrophe, causing the exploding ship to fall into the city, but the situation suddenly turned sharply, and there was such a figure who supported the ship with one hand. God bless Adalan, God bless the aliens. 99. The aliens were grateful. But there are also many people secretly taking a breath. How much effort does it take to drag a ship that is hundreds of meters long? This is simply inhuman behavior. What's more, it's still a one-handed support, and the gods are just like that. Seeing that the blonde beauty like Valkyrie was also excited with everyone, many aliens laughed bitterly. This beautiful and capable woman was obviously full of dazzling performance. The two were obviously a gang. While this made them grateful and admired, they also sighed that a good cabbage has also been arched by a pig. This is a common problem of men. No matter how good a man is, he will not feel that he is a good match for his goddess. Black Bolt also sighed, and there was a faint trace of jealousy in his eyes. Black Bolt, you should speak less. Your power is good, but ability's indiscriminate damage is still a bit too much. You see, just now not only did the ship almost smash down your own city, but your sound wave almost affected the nearby buildings, causing unavoidable damage. All of a sudden, he was complained and ostracized by the aliens around him. After all, the accident just now was no trivial matter. Once it was smashed down, it would probably cause a lot of casualties. The Black Bolt King folded his arms and snorted, his expression a little dissatisfied. After all, when he just appeared, he smashed several ships with a single sound, and received a lot of applause. But now, because of an accident, he has been disliked by so many people. What's even more helpless is that his sonic ability determines that he can't open his mouth to speak easily, so that in the face of doubts, he can't retaliate at all. Damn ability. Black Bolt is somewhat dissatisfied. Wow. Look. It was at this moment that there was another cheer in the group of aliens. I saw the man who supported the ship, and with one hand tossed it, the ship was thrown as easily as a cannonball. This understatement, the strength of the lightweight, is simply dumbfounding, not to mention that the thick and stocky ship really hit a carry airship far away. Boom. The explosion sounded, and the fire completely lit up the night. It's terrifying. How terrifying is this guy's power? The performance just now is not enough, this monster can throw a ship so heavy so far. It's just incredible. The alien was completely stunned, not knowing what to say. They were originally super ability owners, and there were countless people with extraordinary abilities. Although they were isolated from the outside world, they knew their own advantages and looked down on ordinary people without ability from the bottom of their hearts. Due to the high-tech technology left over from the Kree Empire, the Inhumans have a somewhat contemptuous attitude towards Earthlings. It's just now, not to mention the Carey Empire that shuttled from the boundless starry sky. What is the origin of this pair of men and women? Again. 35. The foreigner hadn't completely relaxed, and his nerves were quickly tense for no reason. I saw an ice blue light beam in the sky, and the surrounding air temperature dropped rapidly for no reason. Wow. This man is so handsome. This is like a personal performance by Yun Chen. The freezing ray fell into the sky, swept across the ground condescendingly, and slaughtered all the Kree people who had escaped. And the beginning of this beam of light was actually the eyes of this man. Hiss. The Inhumans really held back Roar's breath, and he didn't even dare to take a breath. The earth was drawn with gaps, and where the ice blue light swept, frost formed everywhere, and the objects touched were directly cut, and they were broken when they hit. The corpses of the Kree were scattered all over the ground in an instant. Beat the drowning dog. Ms. Marvel Carol was not idle, she jumped, turned into a golden flash, and chased the retreating Carey troops. The ray of light jumping from her fingertips turned into terrifying beams of energy, killing one enemy with precision. In this small world, even if the Carey fleet landed thousands of people, it would not be able to withstand such a toss. In the blink of an eye, he was completely killed by such a pair of men and women. No way back. Because the sky was completely blocked by Yun Chen, all the airships that dared to escape were blown up by him. In less than 10 minutes, the fighting had subsided. The earth returned to silence, only the wolf smoke of gunpowder and the fireworks of the earth told how intense the battle just now was. Medusa took the crystal all the way back to Adalan City, and all she could see were the corpses of Kree people and the wreckage of the fleet. Too bad. This sentence is not given to the invaded Inhumans. Instead, it was given to Carey soldiers who had no way to go home. You are free. 39. An indifferent word fell from the sky, and from beginning to end, everyone's eyes did not leave the arrogant figure walking in the air, because his performance was too shocking. The figure slowly fell, the black cloak swayed with the wind, and the hazy moonlight fell on his angular face, and the aliens also saw his eyes. He is looking at everyone. Gollum. Everyone swallowed, and when they looked at each other, they felt an unknown pressure inexplicably. It was as if the humble people did not dare to look directly at the aloof monarch. Those cold and ruthless eyes are like inspecting their own territorial people, making people feel that their hearts are extremely heavy. Even the always arrogant Black Bolt couldn't help lowering his head, ñoños, shocked by the Emperor's temperament. Everyone dared not say a word, so they lowered their heads and listened to his words. The scene was incomparably silent, except for the sound of the night wind blowing. Following that, Yun Chen's words fell again. Inhumans, congratulations again, you are free and changed. Definitely, you shouldn't be happy about it, because the reason why you can be redeemed is not because of God's mercy, but because your enemy has offended me. So, they are doomed. And you Inhumans are just saving it by the way. So you don't have to thank us. The words have fallen for a long time. Everyone still lowered their heads and dared not look up, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Black Bolt clenched his fists, feeling only humiliated. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that someone raised his head and said with a sigh of relief, "They have already left." Chapter 63. They have been gone for a long time. The Inhumans were terrified by the earth-shattering power, but it took a long time to react. Some people didn't take Yun Chen's disrespectful remarks just now. Gods look down on the common people, ants, and humans are all the same, we don't need to care too much. It's just that Black Bolt's face is full of unwillingness. He considers himself extraordinary and thinks that he will definitely reach the top of the Inhuman race in the future, but now he has been greatly humiliated. After all, why did he look down on the Inhumans? Black Bolt was very dissatisfied. Your achievements in the future are absolutely brilliant. When you open your mouth, a nuclear explosion explodes. No one can look down on you at that time, and even the one just now can't suppress you. The elder of Adelan patted Black Bolt on the shoulder and gave him great relief. The red-haired girl Medusa, not far away, felt a sense of loss, but the so-called promise was not fulfilled on the spot. He will ask someone to take me away in the future. Medusa shook her head and laughed, maybe the other party was just fooling around. In the infinite starry sky, the Carey fleet was dead silent. For a long time, in the cockpit, a blue-skinned Kree said in a low voice, the plan to recover the Inhumans failed, and the Kree army that landed on Earth was wiped out. The other side is Krypton Superman and Imperial Trader Carol. 35,990. As soon as the voice fell, there was silence again. No one dared to say anything more. No one was angry about it, because they knew the strength of themselves and the others and Krypton Superman, and their anger was nothing but incompetent rage. But for the Empire Trader Carol, everyone is full of dissatisfaction. That stupid woman must have seduced Kryptonians to do things for her because of her beauty, damn woman. 35. Such a strong girl of the universe, the supreme thing that our Kree Empire accidentally brewed, just spoiled that Kryptonian for nothing, what a BD. 35. Everyone was undoubtedly dissatisfied. This operation is probably coming to an end. If there is only one Ms. Marvel, Carol, on Earth, the Carey fleet naturally has a way to deal with it, and they have already considered it carefully. Dr. Minerva was able to easily almost kill Carol, naturally, she knew her weaknesses. Unexpectedly, the Superman monarch of the Kryptonian Empire also descended on Earth, which was far beyond the scope of their plans. At this time, the head of the Carey Empire, the Supreme Wisdom, appeared in the cockpit in the form of a holographic projection. Hurry up and, immediately retreat from the enemy. Yes, Sovereign. 35. The Kree suddenly looked serious and made a military salute. The life computer, Supreme Intelligence, is the ruler of the Empire. At the moment an order was given and the Kree dare not disobey. The accuser, looked unwilling and said, Master Führer, even if our plan fails, we might as well let the Earth bleed a little. I want to let the fleet attack at full speed. There are a total of 30 interstellar warships in it. Even if the Krypton Superman puts pressure on us, our fleet can still cause a lot of damage to the Earth. It was a suicidal shock and a major lesson. The Supreme Wisdom was silent for a while, the information waterfall turned into an anthropomorphic face, and he glared at the accuser Marvel and said, it's a pity that your plan didn't work. 99. But, for Earth's revenge plan, I will formulate a new plan. The main forces of the Empire are all on the front line. When the Skrull Empire is about to truce again, then I will dispatch the main force to take the Earth, and the Kryptonians. The Supreme Wisdom said. That's too long, I can't wait, what I want is now. The accuser, showed a grim smile and said, forgive my powerlessness, Supreme Führer, I will execute my plan now. Very well, you have been removed from the list, and your fleet has also been drawn out of the Imperial establishment. I will hit the Earth heavily, and the Kree Empire will remember my glory. The accuser, said disdainfully. No, you won't. The last words of Supreme Wisdom echoed in the cockpit. Because my assessment is correct, with a probability of nearly 100, you will be buried under the stars of the solar system, and your army will also be delisted. Good luck, Chi-Chi. Quantum communication ended completely, and a blind sound rang. All the Kree people in the cockpit were expressionless, and they had to passively execute the order of the accuser, Marvel, and marched into the Earth. The carry fleet flew all the way forward from the edge of the solar system. For the Empire. Someone was praying. The battleship engine spewed majestic power, trying to speed up to reach the Earth and break through the possible blockade. But unfortunately, from beginning to end, Yun Chen did not intend to come to the outer space of the solar system, nor did he intend to compete with them personally. Definitely don't be too happy. Because the truth is, the Kryptonian forces are going to kill their Kree fleet with their own hands. A long time ago, the Kryptonian base on the moon had already figured out the whereabouts of the carry fleet. Since then, Yun Chen had already given them an order to station on the moon, annihilate them, and kill the top commander of the carry fleet personally. This is an order. Lord Mywell, it's not good, encountered unknown artillery fire. 35. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang. Each of the Kree fleets indicated the warning signs of a threat from the right side of the ship. Looking through the window, as expected, I saw bright beams of artillery fire across the surface of Uranus and crashed directly into the carry fleet. Boom. Orange-red explosions bloomed on more than a dozen warships. Impossible. 35. The accuser, Mywell, stood up in fright. He roared, "This is absolutely impossible, just passing by Uranus, how could someone set up an ambush in the Star Road?" 5. Earth people don't have such technology. At this time, the subordinate looked miserable and said, "It's not good, it seems to be the fleet of Krypton." What? The accuser Marvel's face changed greatly. He had only heard of Krypton Superman, and he had never heard of Krypton's remnants and his own troops. Through the porthole, you can see a long and narrow airship piercing the starry sky and coming. It was a single combat airship piloted by Kryptonian soldiers. Mighty and mighty, at least hundreds of them. Impossible. Krypton is really starting to recover. The accuser, Mywell, clenched his fists, unable to imagine it. For a time, he remembered the evaluation of the action by the Supreme Wisdom, and it was a complete failure. Mywell couldn't even reach Earth. Click. At this time, there was a sour shattering sound from the main ship, and I saw a lady figure tearing the armor of the battleship with one hand and stepping directly into the ship. "This ship is the most majestic, tell me, who is the Supreme Commander?" Fulla said. Chapter 64. Click. The alloy armor of the interstellar battleship was torn from the outside like a piece of white paper, and what the Kree people in the cockpit did not imagine was that a woman actually got in. The air pressure inside and outside space is unequal. When the alloy armor is torn apart, everything in the cockpit suddenly spews out of the gap. However, the accuser, Mywell, and even the guards to which he belonged were not easy people at all, and tried to maintain his body. What the accuser, Mywell, never imagined, was that a woman had boarded their battleship. And a Kryptonian woman. Thinking of the terrifying power that was enough to tear apart the armor, Mywell only felt a little numb in his scalp. What surprised him even more was that this woman flew into space so freely without the aid of space equipment. Could it be that this is another female Superman? Fulla, the beauty of the iceberg, looked at Mywell, her eyes were cold, and she said, "So it's you. Your Majesty, let me destroy your battleship, definitely, and bring back your corpse." 99. Don't think about it. The accuser, Mywell, felt so humiliated that he was so unbearable to be buried at the hands of a woman. But the next moment, the beautiful figure in front of her began to move. It is simply unimaginable that a woman's pace is as fast as thunder. Bang! That slender arm burst out with unimaginable strength, a straight punch, with a cannonball-like effect, knocking out several guards in front of him. The broken vertebra, the sunken heart, just can't live at all. Ding ding! The attack of the laser beam did not stop either. It just fell on this woman, but it only slowed her pace, and it was difficult to shake her body, let alone cause her a little injury. How could this woman be so strong? Does Krypton have a second Superman? Female Superman? The accuser, Mywell, also held Roar's breath inexplicably and looked at the lady in disbelief. Stopped. But at this moment, the Lady Qianli who was taking her life in front of her finally stopped. Everyone was surprised. But the accuser, Mywell, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure accumulating in front of him. He frowned, and suddenly noticed that a stream of energy was continuously gathering towards the woman in front of him. Damn, it's not good. Fulla's clear and moving blue eyes actually glowed with a hint of scarlet luster, and there was a red branding iron mark around the eye sockets. Superman logo. Hot sight. Since the death of General Zod, Fulla has always been the first person on Krypton under Yun-Chen, and now she has finally evolved further in the world of this solar system. Whoosh. A scorching red hot sight beam immediately penetrated the entire Carey main ship. Boom. The orange fire exploded in an instant. Fulla Kinley's figure also flew out of the burning fire in an instant. She held a Marvel's head in one hand, and the other hand recovered the sharp alloy blade. Bathed in the sun, Fulla drew a touching smile. She is getting stronger. The yellow-colored sun really helped Kryptonians too much. Your Majesty, I'm finally starting to keep up with you, Fulla whispered. Boom. Fire and explosions continued to burn in this starfield. With the progress of Commander Fulla, the entire Kree fleet was annihilated in the outer periphery of Uranus within 10 minutes under the thermal line of sight beam that was enough to easily penetrate the battleship. As calculated by the Supreme Intelligence, the accuser, had not had time to reach the Earth before he was completely famous, and the fleet was also removed from the list. This was a premeditated ambush plan. They didn't even understand that there was still a Kryptonian army in this world. If he had followed the teachings of the Supreme Wisdom, the accuser Marvel might not have ended up like this. Earth. Massachusetts. Yun-Chen and Ms. Marvel, Carol, strolled here. You're so reassuring about your subordinates. Carol asked worriedly. The two jumped across the field and stopped at a field ridge. Yun-Chen looked up at the sky, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and at a glance, he seemed to be able to clearly see the galaxy in space. He said, "This is a test for them. Krypton needs not only a Superman, but a strong army. 0 for flowers. Definitely, obviously, they're doing well." 1. Ms. Amazed Carol was a little surprised. She also looked up at the sky, but she could only see the stardust embedded in the night, and she could not see anything since then. But she knew very well that the Carey fleet did appear in the solar system. According to the plan, it was supposed to solve the crisis of the Inhumans and fly out of space to solve them together, but Yun-Chen stopped her and let his troops bury the opponent in person. It's not good. Carol was a little uneasy and said, "This makes me look like a witch who confuses the Emperor." Yun-Chen laughed. The blonde beauty in front of her didn't look like a cosmic powerhouse, but more like a sentimental girl. 0. Don't worry, all my plans are well thought out. 39. Yun-Chen was extremely confident and said, "At the time I'm talking to you, the Carey fleet has been completely submerged in the starry sky, and my subordinate Fulla has cut off their commander's head with his own hands." Is this true? Carol was startled. Exactly. Yun-Chen drew a smile. This was indeed a test for the Kryptonian troops. If the genes of combativeness are portrayed in the genes of the Kree, then the Kryptonians are also a warlike family, and the blood of every soldier has the factors of war flowing. To his surprise, Fulla was the most advanced Kryptonian under the sun's rays. Super flight, hot sight, what an amazing woman. Now her performance is enough to be called a female Superman. The sadness on Carol Danvers' face finally disappeared, but there was some hope in his eyes. They were located in Massachusetts, and the reason why they came to this place non-stop was undoubtedly the place where Ms. Carol was born. Everything has changed. Nearly 3 decades of changes have made it difficult for Carol to see that this countryside is her past home. She did not dare to take a step and approached the town in front of her. Because Carol doesn't know if her parents are still alive. But at this moment, Yun-Chen frowned, and in the night sky, a Bifrost came out of nowhere and landed not far in front of them. Chapter 65. Back in time not too long ago. Asgard. Asgard. On the throne, an old figure sat on the top. Under the steps, Asgard warriors in golden armor guard the palace, marble floors, golden stone pillars, domes filled with glorious history, and Asgard culture is depicted in every corner of the hall. The king of God Odin sits on the golden throne. He is the ruler of the 9 realms, the god-king of the Aesir gods, and the monarch of Asgard. On his shoulders sat 2 crows, who had just flown across the 9 worlds and reported back to Asgard. Odin listened to their talk and nodded slightly. Suddenly, he heard the keyword Loki. "My unworthy son is doing evil again." The crow fluttered its black wings in response. The soldiers of the holy place, 990, under the steps looked at each other, but they didn't expect that Loki fell into the abyss and didn't die. They had all heard a rumor that Loki was not Odin's biological son, so the accident broke out between brothers. Now it is not clear what tricks the god of tricks is playing. Roar. The king of God Odin exhaled heavily. Everyone. The gods under the steps, and even the soldiers in the holy place heard the words, their expressions tensed, and they bowed slightly, listening to Odin's speech. My poor child, Loki, is actually working for the Titan Thanos, and Earth is nominally my rule. The 9 worlds are linked together, so I can't just sit back and ignore it. For a time, the crowd responded immediately under the steps. Let me, God of War Tyr, lead a team of holy place soldiers. Great Odin, let me do it, and I will continue to write Asgard's great record. 99. Earth can have human spirits, and my forest god will also take action. Asgard people are especially heartfelt about war and wine, they are never afraid of war, at the moment fight each other to fight. Father, just let me fight in person. 99. At this time, Thor directly raised Mjolnir and said with oath, I didn't fulfill my brother's responsibility. This time I will try my best to teach him and redeem his mistakes. Odin clapped his hands, a smile on his face. Very good, Thor, that you have such determination. Although Bifrost was destroyed in the last fight, it's Loki's fault if you underestimate Asgard, and I'll send you to Earth. As soon as he finished speaking, he held the Spear of Eternity and pointed at Thor, and under the space magic, he instantly took Thor away in front of him and disappeared into the hall. Odin's divine power is indeed terrifying, and he can unilaterally transport people through time and space. But, as I said earlier, the destruction of Bifrost was indeed a big deal. Bifrost needs to be repaired as soon as possible. After all, only Bifrost can support large-scale group teleportation. The rest of the gods have been damaged because of Bifrost, resulting in a lot of wars. Even in the endless starry sky, the soldiers of the holy place in the country of Dwarf suffered an accident, and we have nothing to do. In this way, Bifrost is indeed a major guarantee for Asgard to maintain his rule and maintain his deterrence. The wars of the major gods ignited, and the resource support of the dwarf country was lost, leaving Asgard somewhat helpless. Bifrost, really hurry up. Odin also sighed helplessly. But soon, the king of God Odin was unexpectedly silent, and his expression seemed to have fallen into some kind of indulgence, so that he seemed a little dazed. What? He felt boundless astonishment and shock, as if confused by the appearance of something. This is... Odin frowned. The people below suddenly became quiet, and they also sensed Odin's inappropriateness. Damn thief, BD. Suddenly, Odin became angry, his pale face was full of anger, and the hall of Asgard was suddenly filled with a wave of divine power, and it was Odin himself who activated his divine power. How could he be so angry? He even used his divine power. The Asgard people at the bottom of the steps suddenly froze. May I ask, when was the last time Odin got angry? That's when the giants of Jotunheim crossed the line, and Odin was so PD, and soon the giants of Jotunheim paid for their stupidity. So to say. The gods took a look, maybe a war was at hand. At this moment, at the entrance of the Asgard hall, a tall and strong figure kept running, the patron saint Heimdall Zero. He got down on one knee and shouted, Odin, the great god king, the waves of Bifrost have once again reappeared in the world. Wow. A group of Nordic gods and holy place warriors under the steps made a noise for no apparent reason. Bifrost volatility. A Bifrost fluctuation again. I heard that it happened once last time, and everyone thought it was an illusion, but this time the fluctuation is too obvious, there is absolutely no mistake. Boom. The god King Odin knocked on the ground with the end of his divine weapon, the Spear of Eternity, and the noise under the steps suddenly calmed down. Damn thieves. 95. I remembered that 1,000 years ago, when the dwarf country made the thunder hammer, a mold was left behind. It was originally used to make the storm axe, but now it was taken by a thief as his own. In this case, it is this thief who captured the dwarf country Nidavellir and took this storm wind axe. Damn it. The Asgard people below immediately cursed. The race that advocates fine wine naturally does not have many taboos in the palace, and can't wait to swallow the thief alive. Odin also looked sullen and could not calm down for a long time. He said, if it is far away in the endless starry sky, we can't take action for this, but now this thief has come to the earth, I can't bear it any longer. The implication is, of course, to come to the earth in person to capture the criminals. 3.2 At this time, Heimdall, who was on one knee, stood up and said, "Great Odin, please also follow us. Yeah, let's go together." The people of Asgard are also very supportive of this decision. After all, the thief on the other side had captured Nidavellir, the country of dwarf, which was somewhat tricky. Odin was silent for a while, but shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten that Bifrost is ruined? I can't bear the teleportation of so many people." 35. Heimdall laughed and said, "Odin, the God King, has forgotten me, the Asgardian of Bifrost. To be honest with you, if I do my best, I can open a beam of Bifrost with all my strength." Hiss. Everyone gasped, not expecting that Heimdall has grown to such a degree now. Chapter 66. In the movie Avengers Alliance 3, the patron saint Heimdall once showed himself using Bifrost's method to directly teleport the Hulk Dr. Banner back to Earth, avoiding being killed by Thanos. Now, at Heimdall's insistence, a beam of Bifrost's beams, together with Odin's holy place warriors, will be sent to the Earth. Earth. Massachusetts. In the night, a familiar colorful light cut through the night and landed directly in the field in front of him. It seems that this trip to find relatives is not peaceful. Yun Chen said. The sad expression of Ms. Marvel Carol Danvers dissipated immediately, and she stared blankly at the battle in front of her. When Bifrost's beam completely dissipated, the figures of dozens of people fell into their eyes out of thin air. Different from the modern clothes, these people seemed to have come out of the epic myth. Simple decoration, golden armor, and a cold weapon in the hand. 09 Why not say it is the army that came out of Western history? Because these people are flashing with majestic energy fluctuations, and the cold weapons are releasing dazzling rune magic, which is indeed like a character from an epic myth. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, naturally seeing where these people came from. Unexpectedly, in this set joint eye, there are still people looking for trouble for him. He sketched a smile, making people unable to see the change in his mind, and said, "Norse mythology has been circulated in the earth since ancient times. It seems that you Asgard people are really a group of living fossils." Norse mythology. The person in front of him is the army led by the king of God Odin. The head of the person is a little old, and his hair is completely white. The god King Odin has a lifespan of thousands of years, and the years are still white. But the merciless passage of time did not bend his spine. The spine is like a sword, and Odin's robust body has no tendency to hunch back. Against the background of a mighty golden armor, it will never make people despise this old man. Puff. 2 black crows standing on their shoulders flew into the air and hovered in the sky. God King Odin looked at the young man in front of him very indifferently and said, "Since you know Norse mythology, then you know the Greek gods to some extent." "Definitely," Yun Chen said. "However, with the passage of time, the 12 main gods of the Olympic Games have long since vanished, and the remaining gods may still exist in the world, but they have not recovered to their heyday. They're gone. It can even be said that the gods of the earth have died. But why are the Norse gods you call prosperous to this day?" 35. Odin is like a master reminiscing about the old days, and he explained that even if the Nordic gods and holy place warriors behind him wanted to fight, they did not dare to attack because of face. "I am willing to listen," Yun Chen said. "That's why we Asgard people are extremely powerful. We are born strong, far equal to the other gods of the earth." Odin seems to be showing off, but his words are so firm that no one will question his words at all. Hearing this, the Asgard people behind them all stood up straight, smiling proudly. "Definitely, other than that, we at Asgard will take vengeance and will never condone any mistakes that continue to occur." Speaking of this, Odin's eyes fell on Yun Chen. The Asgard man behind him was even more angry, and his eyes fell on Yun Chen. If vision can kill, Yun Chen at the moment is absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately not. Regarding Odin's pointed behavior, referring to Sang and scolding Huai, Yun Chen calmly said with a smile, "I'm not afraid of hitting myself in the foot when I lift a stone." 5. "You captured the dwarf country Nidavellir," Odin said, looking at him. "It is." Yun Chen was very calm, looked at each other and said, "The Kree Empire besieged the dwarf country, I was responsible for clearing them, and I definitely blame your people for their lack of eyesight. I cleared them by the way. Kr. A whole, it's really you. You are responsible for the price of your violence." For a time, the Asgard people finally couldn't bear it anymore, and began to curse. A god was about to make a move, but a silver spear of eternity was in front of him. Odin stopped him. Seeing this, he resisted the impulse and retreated. Odin's eyes were bright, vaguely, and his tone was high. Very good, you admitted your crime. Crime? That's the indictment of the week. Yun Chen laughed. The thief, it's you who took the storm axe and stole our artifact. Odin said angrily, his tone raised again. Theft? Stupid, it's just a trophy. Boots. Odin couldn't contain his anger at all. In the field, an invisible gust of wind spread out, and the wild grass growing wildly around was suddenly crushed and bent. When Odin's voice became more and more high, his divine power also rose. Yun Chen had already taken off his black Superman battlesuit in a simple white shirt, and looked at him indifferently. It is like a coastal reef under the turbulent waves, and it is motionless. From beginning to end, a beautiful lady was out of place in the scene, with her delicate flawless face and shoulder-length blonde hair, looking more like a Hollywood blonde sweetheart. At the moment when the Asgard people came, 990 never noticed her except some people sighed her beauty. But at the moment is under the storm of divine power, and there is a woman who is in the whirlpool. Everyone didn't pay attention to this woman, instead they all stared at Yun Chen, as if to find the other party's wavering thoughts. However, Yun Chen took a step forward and quietly looked at Odin, who was constantly on the rise. That indifferent look, I thought it was a relaxed conversation with an elderly old man. Where's your trophy? It's an artifact in the same vein as the Thunder Hammer. The Storm Axe will never fall on you. Odin said angrily. As soon as the words fell, his aura rose again, already shaking the night. Yun Chen was wearing a white shirt, so naturally he didn't have any equipment to speak of. He laughed, I'm not used to using weapons. He hasn't used the Storm Axe since the Oracle cheats copied the Bifrost ability. However, it is very convenient for the other party to get to know each other. He remembered that the battle axe had been given to him as a lunar base, so they could use it to cut the wasteland. Since we want to meet? That's naturally very convenient. Yun Chen smiled, raised his right hand to the sky indifferently, and said with a smile, should I say the axe now? Chapter 67. Ding ding. Krypton was stationed on the moon base, and the storm axe in the storage treasury shook. What? One Kryptonian engineer was extremely surprised. Although this was entrusted to them by the Supreme Kryptonian Emperor to open up Wasteland, it was a gift from the Emperor, so naturally he did not dare to neglect it. Oh no! The battle axe just moved. The Kryptonian engineer shouted. At this time, it coincided with the return of the Kryptonian troops to the moon base, and everyone was inexplicably stunned. How could the battle axe move by itself? Only Fulla, the beauty of the iceberg, knows better. She has personally followed His Majesty for a long time, and she naturally knows that the battle axe has self-awareness and can return to the owner who uses it. Back to His Majesty, on. Does His Majesty want to use weapons? Fulla was surprised because she knew that His Majesty's body was the best weapon in the world. Don't be impatient, it's His Majesty who is summoning weapons, and they all return to their respective posts for me. Looking at the storm axe that has completely flew out of space, Fulla did not stop it, and also spoke to calm everyone's confusion. The class order on Krypton is very strict, and the upper and lower classes basically do not rise or fall. That is to say, you will be in this position all your life, and this position will never become the possibility of other occupations. Soldiers are soldiers, and generals are generals. Everyone strictly abides by it, which is engraved on the genes and imprinted on everyone's heart. Under the Supreme Imperial Majesty, the two commanders, Fulla and Lilith, were both civil and military, and they were the top bosses of the crowd, and they could not be questioned at all. Especially after witnessing the birth of the female Superman, everyone did not have any. Okay, I'm going to go to Earth myself, you guys take care of the base. Thinking that His Majesty summoned the weapon in person, and apparently encountered a war, Fulla, the beauty of the iceberg, couldn't sit still, so she followed the weapon and broke through the air. Earth. Massachusetts. Yun Chen raised his right hand high, but after more than 10 seconds, there was a roaring sound that cut through the air in the night sky. This. BD. This guy actually controls the artifact. Damn boy. God King Odin's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. It was an artifact made from the Thunder Hammer mold, in the same line, possessing a terrifying blessing of divine power. As a group of Asgard people said, what came out of the sky was indeed the Storm Axe. Seeing that the Storm Axe was really summoned and was about to fly into Yun Chen's hands, several Asgard people glanced at it. Don't think about it. 35. Let's grab it together. Bang. These people actually stepped on a pit on the ground, and their bodies rushed over like a cannonball. They flew towards Yun Chen, just to take away the Storm Axe. The oncoming wind blew his robes constantly. Yun Chen calmly watched them come. He said, "Want? Then give it, but there are some things that you can't get if you want." Yun Chen's raised hand suddenly dropped and pointed to the few people in front of him. "No, go back." God King Odin reminded immediately. Whoosh. The Storm Axe that was going to fall on his hand suddenly changed direction with Yun Chen's volley, and flew directly towards the several people in front of him. "Catch it for me," Yun Chen said. Whoosh. The speed of the Storm Axe increased by half a minute, and it flew away like a meteor, and the Asgard who rushed in front of him opened his hand and grabbed it. But he simply ignored how strong the impact of this axe blade was. Bang! Before he could grasp it with both hands, the divine weapon of the Storm Axe directly cut off his arm and slammed into his heart. Pfft! The Asgard people who were overcomprehensive suddenly vomited blood and flew out. The other two people who followed up were even more unable to react. Before they could dodge, they were slashed by the tomahawk. Wow! The waists of the two were cut off, and the intestines were bleeding. The Storm Axe went forward, rushing all the way into the formation of the Asgard people. Not good. Damn, this is an artifact, you can't touch it with your body. For a time, the screams of the Asgard people suddenly sounded. BD. 35. God King Odin could no longer bear the slaughter of his own people at this time, and he rushed over with high momentum and went directly to Yun Chen. The wrath of a man. From the beginning to the end, Yun Chen just watched Odin's momentum rise like this. What was the use for him? Momentum high? What is the use of divine power to shake the world? In response, Yun Chen directly punched out. Simple and straightforward punch, nothing fancy. Boom. Odin, who was rushing towards him, suddenly seemed to have bumped into the invisible wall. With a bang, the momentum of the impact was completely curbed, and his body even went backwards. He took several breaths in succession, and only after his feet drew a gap on the ground, did he stabilize his body. Krypton Superman. Odin was still a little confused at first, but when he looked at the young man in front of him, when he thought of the Kryptonian who was famous for his tyrannical body in the universe, he was instantly convinced of his identity. The Kryptonian Empire has been revived? There is also a character like you. Asgard lived in a corner, but he hadn't heard much about the newly emerging Kryptonian forces in the past 6 months. Superman. The people of Asgard also changed their expressions. That is a monster famous for its body in the universe. And isn't the Kryptonian Empire dead? How can there be such a character as Superman? A trace of anger flashed in Odin's eyes, looking at Yun Chen and said, "It turns out that the Kryptonians stole my treasure, and an empire that has already been destroyed has the confidence to fight against us Asgard?" At this time, Carol stood up, Nyonyos, and said, "The Kryptonian Empire has not died, it has begun to revive." The lady's words changed the expressions of the Asgard people, and many people even remembered that there was such a number one woman on the battlefield. Odin ignored the woman, just looked at Yun Chen and said, "Superman is really strong, and even I am very jealous of his physical fitness. With a body like this, even God is jealous. You Superman have an Achilles heel. Kryptonite. I do not have. But magic, sorry, we Norse gods are very good at it." As soon as Odin's words fell, the morale of the Asgard people suddenly increased, at least not because of Superman's performance. Yun Chen laughed and said, "Do you know how your compatriots stationed in Dwarf country died? They want to try the effect of magic on me. It looks like a cycle." Chapter 68. Magic. The Asgard people definitely know, and are incredibly skilled. This point, Yun Chen is extremely certain, because he has personally experienced the magic that Asgard people are proud of. In the halls of the Forge, the Asgards have demonstrated their extraordinary magical abilities. The ending is undoubtedly tragic. Magical immunity. Yun Chen's body of steel has already made up for his own weaknesses, and neither kryptonite nor low magic resistance can constitute a fatal weakness. Rich magic is brewing here. The gods who hold the position of gods directly cast magic. Gestures guide, magic chanting. The surging magic fluctuations swept over in an instant. Bang. Yun Chen didn't move, just looked at the performance of the person in front of him so indifferently, the faint smile on his face, as if mocking the other party's circus performance. Frost, fireworks, storms, meteor strikes, and the violent magic fell instantly. When the wind and dust in the sky dissipated directly, what came into sight was a figure that was safe and sound. This. Impossible. How could this guy be okay? Damn, magic fluctuations really don't have any effect. How is it possible that 990, Superman's weakness? Doesn't it mean that their physique is difficult to resist magic and cannot easily withstand magic damage? The Asgard people were completely panicked, only feeling that their past common sense had been impacted. God King Odin also frowned inexplicably. He only felt that a pile of magic attacks was like a stone falling into the lake, and it just set off a little ripple without any change. Definitely, it can't be accurate to say that there is no change. A brand new black Superman battlesuit covers Yun Chen's body. It is made of kryptonite fiber. The clothes can be shrunk into a simple coat of arms, which is very convenient for Yun Chen to wear up and down. Like the attack just now, although the body of steel can withstand it, the clothes and shirts are not precious materials, and naturally they will be damaged and shattered to some extent. It's this face, your compatriots in the dwarf country, are also such a weak and helpless face. Yun Chen said with a smile. A hole. The Asgard gritted their teeth in hatred. Come on together. The god King Odin has given up his pride as the ruler of the 9 realms. Facing this Kryptonian Superman, who is too different from his cognition, he really does not dare to care. Kill. As soon as the voice fell, the Asgard people also moved. Together? Even you Asgards need face. 35. At this moment, there was a lady's voice rebuking softly in the sky. The Asgard people looked up, never expecting a figure to appear in the sky, and before they fully recovered, they saw a scorching red light beam falling from the sky. Is the thermal line of sight beam? Laugh. The ground was slashed open, and several holy place soldiers who could not dodge could be cut off instantly by the beam. Damn, watch this beam. Asgard's expression was tense for a moment, and he never expected that this girl from the sky had terrifying power. Is this still a female Superman? It's Fulla. Yun Chen smiled and nodded to her. Yes, you are already a female Superman on your own. It's better that His Majesty taught me, Fulla said. When did I teach? This woman is still slapping her a. Yun Chen laughed in his heart. At the moment, a strong wind was blowing on his side, but Carol Danvers was not far behind and charged head-on. A vase. The people of Asgard were a little underestimated. In the next second. The cosmic beam of Carol's slender fingertips pierced his head head-on, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Clean up your words. Carol was going home to look for relatives, and she didn't expect such an accident. She had been holding back some negative emotions, and now she just came across a channel for venting. Be careful. This woman is dangerous. Cosmic beams flashed past, and every place on Carol's body was sprayed with golden light energy, turning into flying feathers, falling into Asgard's camp. Puff puff. Inadvertently, all the Asgard people suffered. They couldn't imagine how a Hollywood actress who looked more like a canary could burst out with such terrifying strength. Tyr, who is known as the god of war, disregarded that the opponent was a woman, and used brute force directly, preparing to use his fists to completely clean up his opponent. Gravity fell, and Carol's slender arm erupted with terrifying power, colliding with it without hesitation. Bang! Tyr, the god of war, was repulsed. Where did this monster come from? The Asgard man stared blankly. But not far away, a scorching red beam fell again, Fulla's pupils turned red, and the hot sight beam continued to pass over the figure in front of him. Wow! Several Asgard people were mercilessly cut by the beam, blood was flowing, and the corpses were turned into 2 halves. Damn B. Even if the Asgard people wanted to break their heads, they would never have thought that they and others would be beaten so badly by 2 women. Insanity. God King Odin raised the Spear of Eternity in his hand, but before he could launch the offensive, the vast wind was blowing towards him. It's Yun Chen. He had to fight back. Bang. However, the strong impact still pushed the God King Odin back more than 10 meters away. According to the past, this is unimaginable. You're old. Yun Chen said. Odin frowned. Not long ago he had fallen into a long sleep to recover his strength, and his strength was indeed not as good as in the heyday of the past. The wind struck again, and another punch came from across the sky. Odin's hands were still shaking, which was the aftermath of the defense just now. To be able to beat the king of gods so badly, one can imagine how terrifying Yun Chen's punch just now was. Bang! Odin was helpless to resist again. The space in front of him was crumbling, the ground completely turned into powder under his feet, and the figure retreated again, more than once. This time, his arms were already red, and the arm cast with divine power had ushered in the stage of imminent load. Looking at the crumbling space around him, one can imagine how terrifying the punch just now was. Superman. 35. Odin only hated that he was not in his prime, otherwise he would be so mad. But if you underestimate me like that, you're wrong. God King Odin took a deep breath, the momentum on his body changed several times, his complexion blinked normally, and even the injuries on his body were indifferent. Let me teach you again. Before the words were finished, Odin's ears heard a whimpering sound. That's what the Asgard said when they were mercilessly slaughtered. It turned out that when the two were fighting, the two beautiful women had already caused more than half of the damage to the Asgard people. Chapter 69. How? Yun Chen smiled calmly. You Asgards don't look good. 39. Not so good. Fulla, who has just evolved to the level of female Superman, is okay to say. The amazing Lady Carol, who is not inferior to the gods of the earth at all, is too powerful. The ordinary Norse gods are not opponents at all, not to mention the holy place warriors who are instantly destroyed. Where did you find the woman? God King Odin knew he couldn't go on. He frowned. Carol was really strong. Is this an earthling? When did such a terrible woman appear? Carol released golden light all over his body, as if he was a Valkyrie, and his eyes were also covered by golden light. This is a double star state. At this stage, she can control any energy form in the level universe, and her physical qualities have been greatly improved. Obviously, she's angry, so please pray for yourselves. Bang! A Norse god was easily repelled by Carol's slender arms. Odin's eyelids jumped, and if he continued, I'm afraid he won't win the battle with Superman, and his troops will be buried here. He wanted to save him, but Yun Chen had already stopped him. Don't forget I'm still here. Yun Chen struck with a punch. Boom. One side of the world was about to be shaken by this, and God King Odin's body barely blocked, and he took a few breaths before he stabilized his body. But the young man in front of him opened his mouth and spit, and a hurricane gushed out. Super roar sucks. A roar inhalation is a hurricane. Damn. Odin, who was already rooted in the earth, couldn't bear the sudden storm at all, and with a bang, together with the shattered earth under his feet, the wind swept into the sky. Wow. Holding the spear of eternity, he tore it hard, and then he got out of the storm. But before Odin could take a serious breath and Roar took a breath, a terrifying red light beam was already approaching. It's a thermal line of sight beam. Bang. Odin, who was not ready, was unable to respond hastily, and was directly hit by the beam. With a bang, the golden armor shattered, and blood splattered the sky. Odin's eyes darkened inexplicably, and his breath was wilted a lot. You are not my opponent. Yun Chen beat the underdog. With a thought, the figure has come to the high sky, and his raised fist collided head-on. Bang. God King Odin was beaten passively, and his barely holding hands were almost broken. Under the powerful fist attack, he fell directly to the ground like a meteorite. Boom. Yun Chen stepped on his feet condescendingly, and slammed his body into the pit. The earth sank again, and the smoke and dust rose. It's just that Odin, who was in the pit, disappeared to the ground. Ghost tricks. A glimmer of light flashed in Yun Chen's eyes, seeing through all the delusions and obstacles. The magic tricks of the gods are nothing at all. Just now, Odin actually disappeared into the pit like a shape-shifting shadow, and appeared on the ground 100 meters away, but before Roar could take a breath, Yun Chen came with him like a gangrene attached to his bones. Just hide. Yun Chen slammed a punch, and Odin in front of him picked up the spear of eternity and collided head-on. Bang. The sound of gold and iron colliding came, and the spear of eternity, which was made of divine artifact material, was slammed with fists. Even knowing how terrifying Superman's Man of Steel is, But when he saw that his artifact was about to break because of this, Odin couldn't help but scolded, "Damn Superman!" Swish! The heart-piercing screams were still heard, and compared to just now, several Asgard figures were killed on the spot. That's the backbone of Asgard. It's heartbreaking to lose anyone. It can't go on like this, Odin said secretly. His armor has been broken, the spear of eternity is almost broken, and blood is flowing from his body. Odin closed his eyes and tried his best. He was old, and he was no longer the king of God in his prime. Hearing the screams from the people, Odin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Heimdall!" Just for a while. Someone answered his call. "It's Heimdall in Asgard." Li Xiao came from the night, and a beam of Bifrost ripped through the sky and came across. "Not me, Heimdall, take them away." Odin's words fell, and Bifrost's beam of light turned a corner out of thin air and landed directly on the Asgard man not far away. "Zero, ask for flowers." Carol frowned, but decided to back away. The iceberg beautiful was dissatisfied, but she rushed in intentionally, but Yun Chen glared at her before she retreated, but she was still ruthless, and threw the alloy blade she was carrying out. Pfft! A muffled roar sound came from inside Bifrost, but soon, all the Asgard people who were shrouded in it were taken away by Bifrost. The screams just now disappeared without a trace. On the field, Odin was left on the opposite side. Fulla, Carol, and Yun Chen encircled him faintly. Yun Chen was indifferent, looked at Odin, and said, "I know you also have the means to escape. Now that you don't have any worries, you want to run away." 0. Odin's face was indifferent, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. At the moment's image can be said to be very embarrassing. He wiped the blood and said expressionlessly, "The rising Superman, and the resurgent Kryptonian Empire? It's kind of interesting. I really hope to see how high your achievements are in the future. But I'm old. So this is your fig leaf." Yun Chen ruthlessly debunked his words. Odin's expression turned cold, and he said, "I admit that your strength is not as good as you, but your savagery will sooner or later bury the root cause. I hope you don't let me see this day." As soon as the voice fell, his figure was already blurred. It's some kind of unknown magic. It was just that Yun Chen's body had long since disappeared, and before Odin's figure had completely disappeared, a punch landed on his body. Puff! It seemed that it fell into the air, but the residual power of the power was still transmitted to his body. When Odin's figure completely disappeared, a mouthful of blood had already spilled on the ground. Fulla, the beauty of the iceberg, stepped forward and said, "Would you like to chase him up and teach Asgard a lesson directly?" "Need not." Yun Chen shook his head and said, "100-footed insects are dead but not stiff, so there's no need to rush them. In the current state of the Kryptonian Empire, it is natural to continue to develop. Just as Yun Chen is getting stronger every day, the Kryptonian Empire is also in the period of vitality recovery." "Yes, Your Majesty," Fulla said. "You also performed very well, and being able to awakening your eyesight shows that you still have a long way to go." Yun Chen continued. Chapter 70. Why did Yun Chen insist on letting the Empire station a branch base on the moon? Is it for the convenience of collecting harem personnel in the future and to please women? It is so vulgar. Definitely not. If it is only one of the purposes. The main purpose of opening a new base here is to make the Kryptonians adapt to the stimulation of the yellow/colored sun. If possible, it would be better to give birth to more and more super ability Kryptonians. In the future, the Kryptonian Empire really wants to embark on the road of rejuvenation. It is absolutely impossible for Yun Chen to support him alone. He needs a group of loyal Kryptonian legions to guard his regime and expand his sphere of influence. As for the question of loyalty? Don't worry, the newly born Kryptonian gene samples all added the most important message: always be loyal to the Emperor of the Empire. 3. Although this is cruel, it is the best choice for the ruler of Yun Chen, because 990s means that he will never allow rebels like General Zod to appear on the road of revival. When it comes to General Zod, he can quickly give birth to new abilities in this world, master thermal vision and super planes. And Fulla, who is not too inferior, naturally spent some time, and gradually allowed the cells to accept sunlight and began to embark on the road of female Superman. Unfortunately, none of the other Kryptonian soldiers developed the slightest cellular anomaly. 35. Yun Chen, a man, and 2 women, strolled along the forest path in this field. Carol was patient enough to hear them talking about business, but didn't say anything about it. Maybe the soldier class does not have the possibility of awakening. Yun Chen guessed. Army. A trace of confusion flashed across Fulla's frost face. Yun Chen smiled after listening. This is a term that was convenient for him to understand in the past. Just like the game of Lord Development, different genetic samples of Krypton are different types of troops. You can think of it as a genetic sample: soldier, engineer, scientist. None of these types of troops can accept the baptism of the sun. I see. Fulla finally understood. Then maybe it's possible that your elite warriors can mutate. Yun Chen said. This is undoubtedly an order. Yes, Your Majesty. Iceberg Beauty Fulla nodded respectfully. I will let them take a rotation and come here to see if their bodies have changed. Most of the Kryptonians exiled in the Phantom Zone are the mainstay, and there may be a possibility of mutation. Well, speaking of the Central Collection, it's time to get it back. Yun Chen said. In order to create other high-level arms and have the possibility of evolution under the sun, high-level genetic samples are undoubtedly needed. The position of general is of course indispensable. The central treasure book fell on Clark. Although Yun Chen didn't know where he was on Earth, he could find it out if he searched carefully. Okay, let's not talk about that. Yun Chen said. Fulla nodded and stood respectfully aside. While chatting, they had come to Carol's hometown. Carol was a little excited and squeezed Yun Chen's hand tightly. Roar. She took a deep breath and finally pushed open the dusty door. After leaving the Earth for nearly 30 years, although Carol's beauty is completely frozen due to cosmic energy, staying at the most prosperous age, but her parents have probably left long ago. It's time to face it. Europe. Inside an unknown underground facility. Loki's face was cloudy and sunny, constantly changing. The plan has changed. The god of tricks completely felt an unprecedented panic. It was clear that everything was well planned, but until the moment it was implemented, there were a lot of variables. A hole. Just now, Loki had seen several Bifrost lights. He thought that after the destruction of Asgard's Bifrost, there would be no room for the ability to shuttle, but Loki himself was still at a low point in Asgard's strength. However, what is the problem with such frequent space teleportation? Loki was a little fidgety and didn't know there was a problem in that link. So much so that he dared not act according to the plan at the beginning. In particular, a subordinate told him that unusual explosion fluctuations were found in outer space, and the fleet suspected of the Kree Empire appeared. Does Thanos still have a grudge against the Kree Empire? Loki held the Mind Scepter and scratched his head in pain. A hole. Surrounded by puppets corrupted by Mind Gem, no one answered his words. Zero. Damn Kree, damn Bifrost. Plans have changed. According to the script created by Loki himself at the beginning, that is, he pretended to lose to superhero, was caught in the aerospace aircraft carrier, and completely penetrated into the interior of SHIELD. With the help of the Psychic Scepter's ability to erode the human heart, the so-called Avengers group is divided internally. Finally, Swagger, open the space gem on the most beautiful stage in New York, open the wormhole, and let the cheatery outside the door attack the Earth. This is Loki's script. Also the script for the movie Avengers 1. But if you think about it carefully, you can find that many steps are completely unnecessary, and even the content here is completely watering. That's right. After Loki got the element of stable space, he could open the door of the space directly, and there was no need to play an internal differentiation game in order to play with the enemy. There is no need to choose to open the wormhole directly in New York. He can secretly find a place to open the wormhole, and when the large numbers of Kitarui arrive, no one can react at all. And now, in the face of so many accidents, Loki also knew there was a lot wrong with his flamboyant plans. You can't play like that. Dr. Eric, get the device ready, I'll open the space gem right here, said 35 Loki. Astronomer Dr. Eric, of course, had no problem at all, saying, okay, start preparing now. 95. Deploying job 3.2 will take some time. But Loki sensed a familiar aura approaching. Come on. 35. Loki smiled, already aware of his stupid brother's arrival. If it's the past, he's definitely not a match for Thor. But with the spiritual scepter in hand, Loki is not so cowardly. What's more, he also needs an audience to witness the moment of miracle. Loki. They were very familiar with each other's fluctuations. Thor stood under the eaves of a private house and looked at his younger brother so indifferently. Very well, I am missing an audience like you. 35. What do you mean? Thor asked. The voice just fell. A dazzling blue beam of light shot straight up, and a space wormhole appeared in the sky above Berlin. Chapter 71. Dr. Eric was ready soon. He opened the space gem, and saw a beam of light straight into the sky, and in the night, a space gate continued to expand. What did you do? Loki. 99. Feeling the majestic energy, Thor looked a little flustered. Especially the gushing energy of the space gem made him a little bit nervous as a god. Loki opened his arms and smiled gracefully. Please appreciate my gift for you. Come on, Chitauri army. 35. The voice just fell. In the space wormhole in the sky, the Chitauri army who had been waiting outside for a long time came out. Whizzing. Chitauri, who was riding a suspended airship, flew down like this condescendingly. Mighty and mighty, like bees dispatched from a hive. There is also a suspended machine like a whale, which is vivid, really like a whale flying in the sea. What the hell did you do? Thor's heart completely collapsed. He heard that the younger brother who fell into the abyss returned to the earth, but he did not expect that he would bow to Thanos' hands. Now, this sinful Loki has even pierced a wormhole in the sky above the earth. Hashtag. What the hell did he do? Resisting the urge to crush the opponent in his heart, Thor shouted, and his body flew straight into the sky like a rocket. Boom. The sky was plunged into a thunder, and Thor burst out with terrifying thunder, wielding the hammer of thunder, and slaughtering Chitauri. Loki on the ground watched this scene indifferently, and smiled evilly. The invasion of the earth has begun. Under this ruin, I will prove to everyone that this place will be the first step of my rule. A space wormhole just opened up over Europe. The majestic and endless energy readings resounded in every detection station. The Aegis aerospace carrier received the information at the first time, and European countries also quickly realized that a hole had been opened in their head, and there were endless aliens outside the hole. Alien invasion. Under the orders of the heads of state, the army was assembled in an instant. The first batch of fighter jets directly sprayed surging power, arrived over Berlin, and launched missiles directly at the gap in the wormhole. Boom. The explosion instantly burst into orange-red fireworks, which would completely kill many of the Zeta Rising people. The bomb works. Defense is not as scary as you think. Finally, there is no obvious technological crushing pressure. This obviously brought a sigh of relief to the human military. Only. There are just too many of them. Under everyone's astonishment, the locust-like Zitaris swarmed in groups, completely submerging the fighter jets. Fighter scrapped. Died. Bad news came in an instant. In such a roller coaster mood, S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace carrier has quietly arrived. Whoosh. A gold and red iron battlesuit soaring in the sky is Iron Man Tony Stark. Another figure dressed in a suit jumped from the sky, and under everyone's incredible gaze, it landed on the ground in suicide, instantly turning into a big green man. The Hulk is here. In the Harrier-shaped fighter, Black Widow and Captain America looked at each other. As ordinary people, they were naturally not so fancy, and they honestly jumped out of each other. In any case, the prototype of the Avengers began to appear on the world stage. On the aerospace carrier, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D's exclusive Harrier-shaped fighter jets continued to fly towards the sky over Berlin. Wow! Loki on the ground was walking on the road so flamboyantly, he admired the scene of the aerial battle. But soon, a group of special forces have come to the door. After all, the space wormhole is artificially opened, and this problem can be solved as long as the device is destroyed. Captain America, Black Widow, and other agents also rushed to this underground facility. Stop for now. Loki laughed. As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure came into their eyes. It was Hawkeye. Barton Agent, U-33. He's under control. This damn guy has some kind of ability to manipulate people. Everyone be careful of his scepter, don't get touched by him. Captain America Steve knows the information, reminds. Manipulating people's minds? 99. Loki laughed and said, you underestimate this gem too. How much energy is stored here, can you imagine? After he finished speaking, he held the spiritual scepter and pointed towards the crowd in front of him. Boom. An explosion sounded. I saw a terrifying energy beam brushing past everyone, hitting a building in the distance, and knocking down a building with a bang. This. Damn, run away. What a terrifying power. All of a sudden, all the friends in front of him were stunned. Even Loki was taken aback. After all, when Thanos gave him the scepter, he didn't have an instruction manual. I didn't expect this baby to be so easy to use. Hey. Loki cheered Roar up. But before he continued to chatter, there were more ripples and fluctuations around him. Magic sparks bloomed, an oval-shaped wormhole was opened, and a man in a crimson robe was seen walking through the space. Coincidentally, around Loki, the door of the oval wormhole was opened, and figures in crimson robes came out. What? It was only then that Loki realized something was wrong. Magician? Who are you? Even if he was born in Aspen 990 Guard, he still doesn't know that there are people on Earth who can master spells. Massachusetts. Carol stood calmly in front of a tombstone. Before that, she had already returned to her old house and quietly experienced the past. Later, she also learned the news of her parents. Who would have thought that a female Air Force soldier would accidentally encounter the radiation mutation of the Carry beam and become a Captain Marvel story? Carol laughed at herself. In the past 3 decades, Carol's parents have long since passed away. Saying no regrets is impossible. Roar. She whispered a lot of words in front of the tombstone, and finally wiped away her tears and stood up strong. Let's go. Iceberg Beautiful didn't say much, just followed Yunchen and Carol silently. It seems that because of sadness, everyone did not use any ability and strolled on the forest path. But the night was not very peaceful. Yunchen had already sensed it, and the susceptive perception of energy let him know what was happening over the European continent. Definitely. He also knew that there was a figure not far in front of him that had been waiting for them for a long time. Compared to Odin, who made a terrible scene just now, you are quite abiding by the rules. You have waited silently here for a long time. How should I call you? Roar. Chapter 72. At the end of the forest path, a figure of a lady in a white robe stood at the end. She waited here for a long time. It seems a little polite and easygoing. But if you think so, it's not right. Just because of her bald head image, you know it's not easy to mess with. The moment Fulla first saw her, she stopped abruptly and her complexion changed greatly, because she had already felt an unpleasant aura. Very strong. Yes, at least not half a point weaker than Odin, especially since the other party is also an infinite gems owner. 35 Yunchen said. That's right. The bald-headed woman in front of her, the woman who looks a little gentle, is the legendary Ancient One magician. She has the image in the movie, but it is obvious that she has at least the strength she should have in the comics, at least not playing melee combat as a dignified magician. But it seems a bit inappropriate to come to the door at this juncture. Ancient One magician, I heard that you are the Asgardian of the Earth, but you don't know what disaster the Earth has encountered now. Yunchen said. Before that, the energy released by the space gem had been captured by his keen perception. Yunchen didn't expect the evil god Loki to visit Earth during this time period. Fate is very clever. What's even more surprising is that the door to the wormhole he thought was opened in Manhattan, New York turned out to be over the European continent. Obviously, the plot has become extremely magical. But no matter what, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the Asgardian of the Earth, did not stop Loki, who opened a wormhole above the Earth, and ran in front of him, which is too unreasonable. The elegant and gentle Ancient One in front of him showed a faint smile and said, I have seen thousands of answers over time, but without exception, Loki has failed. So Thanos conspiracy, the Chitauri army will be completely buried in this war. The other 2 women were at a loss. But Yunchen drew a smile, which is too tragic. Loki. As the Ancient One magician, the master of the time gem, you can find the answer in the long river of time in the future. For example, the new Sorcerer Supreme in Avengers 3 used Time Gem to peek at the possibility of defeating Thanos, and saw more than 14 million possibilities in total, but only one road could be passed. And now, Yunchen has heard a very ridiculous joke, that Loki's invasion of the Earth has no chance of success. This is too funny. No chance of success at all? If Yunchen had heard Loki's declaration that he swears to build a new dynasty in this ruins, he would probably not laugh. Really sad Loki. This is a lot of unfortunate reminders, and there is no road to success. But even so, what is the Ancient One magician looking for? Yunchen said, That's not enough for you to come to me in person. The Ancient One magician under the white robe gently took off his hood and said flatly, you should also know that I am the owner of the time gem. Definitely. Since I can peek into Loki's fate, I naturally have to spy on your fate, Ancient One said. Your Majesty, let me take her down. Fwula frowned, a trace of killing intent appeared on Frost's face. Yun Chen stopped her and smiled, it's not necessary. However, since the Ancient One dares to peep into the long river of my destiny, it must think that I am not a small threat. Definitely. Ancient One looked at Yun Chen solemnly and said, I know of your existence and your Kryptonian Empire, and I am grateful to your subordinates for defeating the Kree Empire's fleet. But you should always give me an explanation. Your threat is undoubtedly bigger than Loki, because I can't see your future at all, as if you don't belong to this world at all. Sure enough, Yun Chen raised his eyebrows. Time gem didn't work for him. Perhaps it was because of his identity as a traverser that he did not belong to this world, so that time gem could not see his own destiny, but this was a very good thing. After all, who would have thought that they would be spied on the future by a person for no reason? That's why you think my threat is greater than ever. Yes. Ancient One magician admitted, you are the monarch of the Kryptonian Empire. During this period of time, you have stayed on Earth and even set up a base in the solar system, which makes me extremely worried. I don't know your reasons, but I need a promise from you to never invade the Earth. Promise? But at this time, Carol, who had not said a word, frowned and said, he will definitely not invade the Earth, but why should he promise you? Yun Chen stood up and said with a smile, I don't need to promise anyone what I do. Besides, do you think you, the Sorcerer Supreme, can stop me? It's too late, it's too soon. Yun Chen's figure has already stepped over. I need to assure you that I don't dare to give you a few pounds or two. Boom. The ground in front of him was torn apart immediately, and a majestic shockwave motion folded the forest behind him. The Ancient One magician figure floated in the air, barely dodging the punch. But in an instant, a gust of wind came head-on. It's Yun Chen. His speed was even faster, as if a phantom teleported in front of the Ancient One magician, and at the same time, his fist was approaching incomparably close. Boom. Under the impact of the fist, the magic shield in front of him, shape-shifting, shattering, and terrifying physical impact, suddenly fell on the Ancient One magician. Bang. As if a meteorite fell, the Ancient One magician crashed into the ground from the air. Yun Chen's savage body of steel was unreasonable, withdrew his flight, Nyonyo's ability, accelerated in the air, and stepped on the pit on the ground. Boom. Change. The ground was even more sunken for dozens of meters. Ancient One spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and Yun Chen's waist was severely injured by Yun Chen's blow, which made her almost paralyzed, unable to move half a minute. Time Gem exuded a dazzling light. Time reset her own state, and in an instant, Ancient One returned to the peak of strength just now. Infinite gems. Unfortunately, I have that too. Yun Chen didn't wait for Ancient One's bizarre magical whereabouts to disappear completely. He suddenly activated the ability of his power gem, and the gravitational force was firmly pulled by him. Run. Let me see how you run. Under the influence of gravity, one side of the world was shaken by him, not to mention the weak body of Ancient One. Under the pull of gravity, Ancient One's neck suddenly fell on Yun Chen's hand, and then suddenly locked his throat and smashed to the ground. Chapter 73. Do I need to promise you anything? Have you ever seen a strong man need to promise a weak man? Boom. The earth was completely a pit. It looks like it was formed by a meteorite falling down. Throat lock, throw. All in one go. Ancient One magician was directly grabbed by Yun Chen, and one was buckled on the ground in front of him. Puff. Blood spurted out. Ancient One's body curled up in the pit like a boiled shrimp. Magician's physique is still too weak. Your weak physique can't resist my fist at all. Yun Chen said with all contempt, if you can withstand my attack, and you can still survive to this day, it is nothing more than the power of the evil god. Under a few roar suctions, Ancient One magician's severely injured physique has completely recovered. She stood up slowly, a black rune flashing between her eyebrows. Ancient One's appearance was a lot bleak, and it was no longer as light as before. The human physique is indeed unable to resist the attack just now. Not even guaranteed long life. The reason why it can survive to this day is that the Ancient One magician still used the power of the dark evil god Dormammu, and the evil kept her physique from falling apart. The smell of evil. Carol frowned. She was too sensitive to cosmic energy. Seeing this, she sneered, "You really are a guardian of the earth? How can you use this power?" 990. This kind of secret is actually not enough for outsiders. Ancient One magician has guarded the earth for hundreds of years. Without this dark and evil energy to maintain life, I am afraid that they would have died on the spot. Without this evil power, there would be no her. I am afraid that the earth has already been swallowed by the dark evil god Dormammu. She has her pride. Unashamed. So Ancient One remained silent, ignoring Carol's sarcasm. Definitely, as proud as she is, she won't end up in such a mess at all. She wants to find her way back. Magic is not as weak as you think. Ancient One's gentle face showed a hint of determination, which was due to her powerful strength. She would never allow the other party to be so humiliated. She waved her hand, the sky and the earth changed color, and a mirror like a dream was cut open out of thin air. Mirror space. Yun Chen knows this ability very well. There are only you and me here, although the scene remains the same, we are already in an enchantment, and our fight will not spill over into reality, Ancient One said. That's right. It seems to be exactly the same as reality here, the fields, the forest trails, everything is the same as the scene just now, Ajk. But Yun Chen knew in his heart that it was completely different. This is a mirror space, within a magical barrier, no matter what happens here, it will not interfere with reality. This is the world of the Ancient One. Feeling the enchantment formed by the surrounding magic, Yun Chen laughed and said, although the world here is completely different, I only know one thing, this world only relies on your magic. Then the question is, how much force can your mirror space withstand? Yun Chen raised his right hand high, then grabbed it, and pulled it abruptly. Ancient One's complexion changed drastically, only to feel a majestic and vast impact falling from the sky. What is that? She asked Roar in surprise. Yun Chen smiled and said, it's just a gift. The ability of Power Gem is activated again. In Yun Chen's hands, the gravitational force is a thin line, and the other end of the line is entangled in the distant place, even the satellite outside the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient One turned completely pale when he realized what had fallen. A meteor flame passed through the air. But Ancient One looked at the approaching meteor fire and swallowed. She knew exactly what it was. A satellite. Damn. You lunatic. Boom. That's right. A satellite of the United States in low Earth orbit outside the Earth's atmosphere was directly pulled down by Yun Chen, incomparably domineering. Boom. The impact of the meteorite collision was so huge that the so-called mirror space was vulnerable to a single blow. Bang. The mirror surface is torn, the enchantment is broken, and the overflowing shock wave seriously interferes with reality. I saw that in the wind and sand, a large shattered satellite fell into the bottomless pit in front of me. Ancient One retreated again and again, the power of Time Gem protected her, and her whole body radiated bright green light. Puff. She continued to spit out a mouthful of blood. It's really unreasonable. Ancient One never thought that someone would be savage. She could imagine the power of a fist, but she never thought that someone would suddenly pull down a distant satellite. Carol was also taken aback by her man's actions. A satellite fell. What a terrible unfolding this is. Definitely, Carol also sensed something was wrong through the magic wave just now. A crystal isolated Yun Chen, but he didn't expect his man to break the game like this. Simple and straightforward. Your Majesty. Not to mention Fula, Frost's face was full of excitement, and her admiration for Yun Chen had risen to a new level. If you don't give in, you can go ahead and have a collision with the infinite gems. 35. Amidst the smoke, Yun Chen directly passed through the smoke and looked at the Ancient One magician in front of him. Ancient One was still coughing violently. With that evil dark energy, her body didn't seem to have any injuries, but her aura was still a lot weaker than before. Definitely, Sorcerer Supreme isn't going to lose everything. She also has the Time Gem. But, as Yun Chen said, the collision of infinite gems is no joke. Every infinite gems possesses boundless cosmic energy. Once it is used, it may not be able to protect the surrounding towns if it rises to this level. Ancient One looked at the young man in front of him, sighed, and said, I lost. I will no longer interfere with your actions, and I apologize to you for my recklessness, but I still hope that you will interfere too much with the earth, and conforming to nature is the best choice. Carol also followed, with pride written on her delicate face, and said, "My man is definitely not an invading enemy, but you. You have absorbed evil energy, but instead, you are more like a sinful enemy." Ancient One's face showed a hint of loneliness, and it was impossible to draw the power of Dormammu. However, these things are still not enough to tell outsiders. Apologize to you again. Say it. The Ancient One magician put on a hood, and the white-robed figure disappeared into the air. Chapter 74. Ancient One magician is defeated. Quietly, as if she had never appeared here before. However, the broken satellite in the pit in front of him told everyone what happened here. Carol Danvers' delicate face was full of anger, and she naturally hadn't heard of Earth's Asgardian name, and she didn't even know the existence of Sorcerer Supreme. However, an existence who dared to absorb the upper body of evil energy is undoubtedly regarded by her as a godly stick. Yun Chen smiled and said, "You are misunderstanding others. She is just a mortal. If she wants to continue her lifespan for hundreds of years, she has to absorb these evil energies. And such a thing, who is the enemy she is going to fight?" Carol frowned. She really didn't know who the threat to the Earth was. An ancient evil god, the monarch of the Dark Realm, an existence named Dormammu. Yun Chen said. Dormammu. Carol hadn't heard of it, and was a little confused. But she suddenly remembered something. Wormhole. Carol's expression changed drastically. She recovered from the sadness, and she also felt that the sky above the Earth was disturbed by an unknown energy. Majestic, vast, and somewhat familiar. Infinite gems. Yes, a wormhole door was opened by a space gem, said 33 Yun Chen. This is the plot of the Avengers 1 movie, but the time and place are different. The Chitauri army under Thanos' army has been marching into the Earth endlessly. It's just that after hearing the words of Ancient One magician, Yun Chen laughed completely, and saw countless possibilities in the future through Time Gem, but no matter which possibility, there is no possibility of Loki's success. That's too bad luck. If Loki knew that he was a failure no matter what, I wonder if he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry, that guy is doomed to fail. Looking at Carol, who couldn't wait to rush to the scene, Yun Chen shook his head and laughed. Okay, let's go together. After all, the space gem is a nice treasure and worth recycling. Over Berlin. The open wormhole in the sky still sprays the Zetaris army. It's just that compared to the previous aggressiveness, it is now in a state of anxiety. The fighter jets soared across the sky, constantly jetting missiles to attack the Chitauri army. In fact, although there was a clear technological gap between their civilizations, the missiles still caused great damage to Chitauri. Not to mention that Iron Man and Thor dealt tons and tons of damage. Definitely. It was a group of uninvited guests that completely changed Loki's face. Magician. Or a bunch of woven magicians. In the world of mortals, there is still such a thing. Camartage. What is this stuff? Although Ancient One magician does not advocate changing the laws of historical development, but intervenes more in historical trends, she still sends her own students with the innocent people in mind. Who would have thought that there is a magical place, Camartage, in a land that looks magical and barren? Not only that, Sorcerer Supreme also has 3 holy places in the world, Hong Kong, London, and New York, which together form a huge magic circle to block the peeping of foreign demons. There are a lot of people in the 3 holy places. The most important thing is that, according to the general assumption, a magic apprentice masters ordinary elements and learns magic such as fire and ice arrows. Camartage is different. They actually learned to open the door of space at the beginning. Meditate, communicate with the world, and with the help of the sling ring in your hand, open a space door that is enough to recruit all over the Earth at will. This is so cool. Therefore, every student here quickly assembled from all directions in an instant. Looking at the space gates, Loki's heart collapsed. When did space magic become so worthless? What made him even more collapsed was that the coming holy place magicians joined forces, the world changed, and the Zeta Rising people hired in the city were completely brought into the mirror space. It was an enchantment similar to a parallel world. The Ancient One magician once used its own power to perform, but unfortunately, it was stillborn before it had time to show off its powers due to the unreasonable impact of the satellite. The mirror space is definitely awesome. Such a parallel world, no matter how much damage is caused, will not interfere too much with reality. The scary place is, holy place magicians can do whatever they want in this world. Architecture. Earth. It directly became a toy for the magicians, folded the city like a white paper, and moved the city easily like a building block. Chidori, who was involved in it, was difficult to hide, so he was buried in this mirror space. So, more and more Chidori disappeared without a trace, and when they finally reappeared, they were a pile of scrapped machines. A hole. Loki now knows what it means to be over. There are no more Chidori ships flying in the air, and there are no more flamboyant Chidoris in the city buildings. It can be supported until now, but it is because the device that houses the space gem is not easy to close, otherwise the entire wormhole door has already been closed. He held up the Mind Scepter and tried to break the game with this treasure. 0. But Loki found that even Hawkeye was out of control. Damn. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw a huge green figure walking over. Hulk. If there is help from this monster, then at least some disadvantages can be recovered. But Loki doesn't know, encountering the Hulk will leave him a shadow he will never forget. Stop for me, the gods now order you to serve me immediately. Loki opened his arms gracefully, and waved forward with his Mind Scepter in hand. Whoosh. But the Hulk's speed was obviously beyond his imagination. He directly picked up Loki's legs and slapped frantically to the ground left and right. Bang. The two sides of the earth were sunken. Poor Loki. It was actually a lot of close contact with the floor. God? The Hulk spit out human words and said sarcastically, I have never seen such a weak god. Loki was completely devastated, laying down without saying a word. If Yunchen was present, he would definitely agree with this sentence. The Nordic gods of Asgard are not so much gods, but slightly more powerful humans. In the face of the completely crushing Hulk, Loki has no resistance at all. The situation went downhill, and the commander of the Zeta Ryans was out of combat. NS.H.I.E.L.D's scientific team has arrived, ready to try to shut down the machine that installed the space gem. At the same time, the figures of a man and two women have quietly arrived. The belated Yunchen finally arrived. Chapter 75. The outskirts of Berlin. A piece of wolf smoke. Countless smog rose up, and fireworks spread throughout the city, as if it was the end of World War II and the devastation suffered by the war. In the end, however, Chitauri's conspiracy to invade Earth ended completely. Above the street, the humans on both sides had already been evacuated. Only some of the Zeta Ryans were alive, when a huge green figure chased them. The scary thing is, the huge green figure was holding a long pole and didn't know the telephone pole he twisted off that street. Just like that, he smashed at Chidori who was running away. Dong dong. Hammer 1. Simply savage, brutal. It is indeed the style of the Hulk. Yunchen secretly said in his heart. There are monsters like this on the earth. Carol couldn't believe it. She was a character from the 1980s and 1990s. At that time, she had not come into contact with these superheroes. When she was accidentally irradiated by the Carrie beam and became Ms. Marvel, she never returned to Earth. It's not like it used to be. Yunchen said, it's much stronger now than you used to be. This monster named Hulk is getting more and more excited. Even if the Carrie fleet comes, it's not easy to be targeted by this monster. 99. Carol suddenly realized, but she also wondered why Yunchen knew so much. It seems that, compared to her, she is more like an Earthling. It's no wonder that Carol is sometimes in a trance. The master of the Kryptonian Empire, the omnipotent Kryptonian Superman, is a person from Earth. She shook her head, stopping the unrealistic fantasy. Roar. At this moment, the Hulk roared. Well, he seems to be looking at us. Carol said in surprise. A pair of large pupils glowed red, looking like a savage beast. The Hulk sniffed his nose and felt a dangerous aura from the three people in front of him, but he became even more excited after being dazzled by the fighting spirit. Roar. He became more and more excited. Chitauri's vulnerable body couldn't quell his anger at all, and he felt that a few ants in front of him exuded a powerful breath, which made the Hulk doubly excited. The blood that had not yet cooled heated up directly. Despair. The Hulk stomped on his feet and ran away. Wrong. The main character Banner cried out in pain. That's human. But the Hulk's consciousness prevailed. The rational consciousness of the main character Banner was suddenly suppressed, and the Hulk, who had no idea what the threat was, rushed over directly. Hey! Hulk, that's a human. Black Widow exclaimed. Not good. Captain America Steve on the side was also surprised. He didn't know how the good-looking Hulk started to attack humans. The surrounding holy place magicians deliberately blocked them, but they couldn't keep up with this monster at all. They couldn't imagine that the Hulk was ramming into several humans at all. One man and two women, nothing Chitauri at all. I don't know what happened to the Hulk. Oh. This is bad. Detective Phil Coulson closed his eyes directly. The Avengers was the plan that S.H.I.E.L.D. director insisted on promoting, and the Hulk was even more forceful to add to the list. I thought that Dr. Banner could control himself, but the Hulk still lost control. Once death was caused, it is conceivable that the Avengers would be reviled by humans. Bang! There was a loud noise in the ear. The sound was so loud that it seemed like thunder was blooming in the ear. This. 99. Impossible. Jesus is above, what do I see? Surprised words kept coming from people on both sides of the street. Not only the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but also the holy place magician, even Captain America Steve and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who are used to wind and rain, were shocked. Phil Coulson noticed something was wrong and opened his eyes. At this moment, a shadow flew towards them. Boom. The Hulk's huge body fell directly on the street not far away, and a car underneath was completely crushed by his body. Agent Phil Coulson opened his mouth wide, unable to express his at the moment mood. Wait, this. After the bloody case was agreed, how could the Hulk be beaten back? Detective Phil Coulson followed everyone's surprised gaze, and saw a woman at the end of the street standing firmly on the ground, slowly closing her fist. Could it be that this woman fought back? The questions in my heart were quickly answered by people around me. My God, did you see that? Nonsense, just now that woman directly punched the Hulk. Can you imagine? I thought it was a fantasy. Damn, how big is the difference between these two physiques? 99. 66. The people around were talking a lot, excitedly discussing the picture just now. Agent Phil Coulson only felt that roar was sucking thick. A woman beat the Hulk. When did such a terrible woman appear on Earth? Roar. At this time, the Hulk vented his boundless fury. He is getting more and more angry. Because of the surprise and laughter around him, he felt a sense of humiliation. Especially with a woman opposite. Roar. The Hulk slapped his heart, and his scarlet pupils were about to drip out. Like blood, he flew straight away. No, Hulk, stop. Everyone became more and more surprised. No one would have thought that the Hulk became more and more angry, and rushed again aggressively. At the end of the street, the woman who caused the roar screams looked at the rushing monster so coldly. The neat short black hair, the heroic face, the cold and ruthless temperament, combined with the tall and bumpy figure, is not exactly Phila. Seeing the Hulk collide with her Imperial Majesty, she naturally took the lead. It's just that she didn't expect that the big green-skinned monster would not repent and attacked again. Stupid monster. 3.2 click. As soon as she stepped, she left a pit in the ground, and her potential figure turned into a sharp arrow and flew past. Bang. The head-on collision produced a huge impact. Same. The Hulk's huge body fell to the wind again, and was directly knocked out by the body that looked weak. Bang. Like a cannonball, the Hulk crashed directly into a building behind, and with a strong energy, it collapsed a small part of the house. My God, the Hulk lost again. Everyone's faces were full of surprise. Looking at the woman dressed in some exotic features, everyone only felt that their minds were shocked. What is the origin of this woman? Hulk, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Iron Man Tony flew over and asked curiously. Chapter 76. In the smoke. Hulk's huge body was buried in the ruins of the building. Iron Man Tony Stark, who had just finished his work, flew past, not sure what the situation was. Hey man, what's wrong with you? Tony asked kindly. Sadly, the Hulk won't respond at all. At the moment, he just got rid of the dizzy state, a pair of scarlet pupils opened again, he angrily pushed away the debris on his body and walked out of the pit. Hulk, that's enough, stop for me. Agent Phil Coulson frowned, a bad idea in his mind. This is the guy who used to think of Queens, New York as an amusement park. The appearance of the out-of-control Hulk destroying the world is somewhat vivid. Roar. With a roar, the Hulk stared at Phila, who was not far away, and actually stimulated his body again. There is no end. Fulla frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. Just as she was about to shoot, Yun Chen took a step forward. "Let me come." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fulla bowed her head and said respectfully. This 09 performance has fallen into the eyes of many people. After all, such a neat short-haired girl is so fierce, she will inevitably attract everyone's attention. That's the Hulk. Just think about what an eye-catching move is for a slender arm to knock such a monster flying with one punch. What's more, such a cold and ruthless woman. Just like a queen. What? Many people screamed in surprise, never expecting this fierce and cold woman to bow her head to a man. What about the cool Oni-san demeanor? What about the queen's posture? Even though they were far apart, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff couldn't make out what they were talking about, but she could read lips. "Eh? His Majesty? That woman actually called that young man Your Majesty? They are clearly subordinate. But which country's emperor is this?" Before she could think about it, the figure of the Hulk had already rushed in front of the young man. "Lie down obediently." 99. Yun Chen's indifferent words came. "It's too late, it's too soon." Facing the attacking fist, Yun Chen was indifferent, his hand was actually the last to come, and instead it was clasped on the Hulk's arm. A huge force came, and the Hulk's eyes turned red, only to feel that his vision was spinning. Bang! Yun Chen actually picked up his arm and slammed it on the ground. To deal with this kind of monster that is getting more and more excited, if you don't want to be troubled by it, it is best to stun it directly and completely stun it. The voice just fell. Bang! Yun Chen moved his arms again and swung the living beast on the ground again. After repeating this 10 times on the left and right sides, the sense of struggle from the arm immediately dissipated. When Yun Chen let go, the Hulk had already lay down in the pit, motionless, apparently completely fainted. That's all. Even the Hulk, who is known for his strength, is not comparable to Superman's steel body. BD. What have you done to my brother? Magnetic words came from the sky, holding a hammer of thunder and wearing a simple armor battlesuit. It was not Thor. The two fought side by side for a while, and the Asgard people were still enthusiastic and admired the brave. Compared with Captain America Steve, who was full of serious words, Thor was undoubtedly more eye-catching to the powerful Hulk. Seeing his friend being bullied so much, Thor Tolton couldn't bear the anger. But he hadn't waited to swoosh down. T7. Be careful, someone warned. At this time, a red light flashed, and the hot sight beam rising from the street was very fast. Thor couldn't dodge and was directly hit. Bang! The whole person's body fell towards the city like a broken kite. Thor, the legendary god, was defeated. It's too outrageous, this Thor was so strong just now. 39. The expressions of the S.H.I.E.L.D agents also changed. In addition to being surprised that Thor, who had been so brave and thunderous, was shot down, they were even more surprised that the fierce woman just released her hot eyes. Just now, Protector Fulla was eager to shoot down Thor, who had just made a rude remark. What the hell is going on here? Agent Phil Coulson was naturally shocked. Hey! Director Nick Fury? For better or worse, a woman more terrifying than the Hulk appears. Agent Phil Coulson contacted the aerospace carrier through the headset, thought for a moment, and immediately added, "No, it should be said that there is a matching man, and their strength is not strong in the general sense." Suddenly, the situation changed drastically. Both the Hulk and Thor were attacked, and the former was directly paralyzed in combat. This is a misunderstanding. Many of the agents who were still watching the drama at the beginning suddenly changed their mood, and no one could tell whether the man and woman who suddenly visited were good or bad. Thor was naturally dissatisfied. He stood up from the ground, just as he was about to start. Suddenly, the blue light beam dissipated. The wormhole above the clouds was completely closed. It was the science team of S.H.I.E.L.D who broke through the difficulty and shut down the machine with the space gem installed. Wow! Everyone's attention finally turned to the past. As the door of the wormhole closed, the remaining Chitauri seemed to have lost the signal link, and one by one, like puppets without power, they were paralyzed and fell to the ground. Wow! These aliens are not organic life at all. It's more like a mechanical life manipulated by the 990s. One simply cannot imagine who the Chitauri is who can manipulate so much. But no matter what, this battle will come to an end. Earth wins. Surrounded by the agent, Loki gradually came to his senses and stood up from the pit. Damn. Looking at the guns and weapons pointed at him, Loki is angry, which is almost an insult to himself. Not far away Thor looked over, Loki gritted his teeth, and found that the wormhole had been closed, and he was completely alone. Damn. If you can get close to the space gem, there may be a possibility of escape. A hole. Still messing this up. If Thanos knew, Loki couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be for him. T7. At this moment, a loud voice came from the scientific team. Several members of the scientific team who should have shut down the device suddenly fell to the ground. Loki was taken aback. I saw that in the direction of the space gem, a thick purple arm pierced through the void and directly twisted the head of a scientist. Thanos. Chapter 77. What? The sound of screaming was incessant. The members of the scientific team encountered unexpected events. Click. A thick arm extending from the space gem directly twisted the head of a scientist. What? The people who were about to recover the space gem suddenly screamed, but they didn't expect that this space gem could even drill out an arm. Everyone dispersed in a hurry, wishing that parents would give birth to 2 more legs. Following the waves of ripples, a spatial gate was slowly outlined, and soon, a figure with half an arm slowly emerged from the air. Thanos. Loki screamed in shock. Stupid Asgard, I gave you a chance to destroy the entire Earth and bring back my infinite gems by the way, but now, how did you do it? Chitarui's leader, and you, just let me down. Is it possible that just such a thing will alarm me? A burst of voices drifted out from the air ripples. I saw a huge figure in gilded armor walking out of the space gate. He broke through the gate and came from the distant Zingai. It was the great titan Thanos. It's all my fault, and I'm willing to be punished. Loki said in a low voice, but his heart was already full of laughter. After all, if Thanos didn't take action, he would undoubtedly be a prisoner. Now that the great titans are present in person, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, at least he will not be imprisoned by these stupid earthlings. Thinking of the feeling of being beaten by the Hulk, Loki only felt a shadow in his heart. Damn Earth! Fire! Agent Phil Coulson yelled. Bang! The sound of pulling the trigger kept coming, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who organized the formation launched a counter-attack. Ding! A crisp voice kept ringing on Thanos' body. Are you kidding me? Or are you looking down on me? Thanos smiled, and that contemptuous smile seemed to be mocking the other party, or mocking himself for being shot at roar. Embarrassingly, the bullets didn't have any effect on him at all. Oh my god, this guy. Agent Phil Coulson's expression changed suddenly before he could express his opinion. A strong wind came from the side of everyone. To be precise, the wind generated by the high-speed movement of a figure was conveyed to everyone. Thanos' expression changed drastically. Bang! A powerful collision suddenly came, and Thanos' figure stepped back 3 steps in a row, so that his figure was buried again on the other side of the space gate. Thanos, take my greeting. Yun Chen smiled. Bang! His raised fist slammed in front of him. Thanos turned back to resist, but was knocked back several steps by this force. UBD. Thanos became annoyed. Want to collect infinite gems? Then pass me first. The voice just fell. Bang! Yun Chen was another close-range punch, and the violent impact had already caused the ground in front of him to burst inch by inch, and even several buildings not far away collapsed due to the influence of Uwe. Thanos couldn't resist this force at all, there was no way to retreat, and his entire figure had already entered the space gate. That was the planet he came from. Just now Thanos was forcibly traveling through space in order to compete for this space gem. But before he could fully emerge, Yun Chen punched him unreasonably. I will remember you. Thanos roared and roared. He tried to continue to step into this gate, and then thought that a violent and vast terrorist force would come at him. Space shaking. Boom. One after another space cracks continued to spread, and the constructed space gate collapsed instantly. Thanos, who was the first to bear the brunt, let out a muffled roar, and was knocked back dozens of meters by this force. A hole. Thanos stabilized his body, his face full of anger. Bang! The space gate collapsed like this. Now that he is on Titan, there is no way to attack the rampant young man again. Thanos can't swallow this breath and tries to wake up the space gem on Earth again. He had a revelation in the Well of Eternity and knew how to use infinite gems, but this time, Thanos never got it. Damn. Thanos gritted his teeth, he couldn't feel the breath of the space gem. He lost contact with the space gem on Earth. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Thanos roared, his face tensed. And on the other side of the Earth, Yun Chen, who smashed the entire space gate with one punch, has come to the space gem. He took it with one hand and crushed the entire space gem, also known as Tesseract. The S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist, who had been witnessing the scene, suddenly shouted. That can't be touched by hand. I remember that many experimenters accidentally touched it, and they disappeared on the spot and disappeared without a trace. It is rumored that the head of Hydra, the Red Skull, disappeared directly from the world because of the contact. It really can't be touched by hand. However, Yun Chen ignored it. He also knows the story of the Red Skull and Space Gem. Where did the evaporated Red Skull go? In fact, it was revealed in the Avengers Alliance 3 movie that the Red Skull was actually sent by Space Gem and became Asgardian of Soul Gem. But when Yun Chen crushed the outer shell of Tesseract with his hands, he didn't find anything weird. Because the whole Rubik's Cube was crushed by him. Click. A blue oval gem directly reflected in Yun Chen's eyes. No-nos, this is what the Space Gem really looks like. That shell is just a protection. The same situation happened again. The energy of the Space Gem did start to erode his palms, but Yun Chen took it lightly, and even deliberately let go of the body's instinctual vigilance and let this energy come in and change. Needless to say, Yun Chen's body of steel easily resisted the erosion of this energy. Ding. At this time, there was a long-lost system voice in my mind. Oracle. The cheater was turned on, and a brand new message appeared in the character template. Space Stone LV1. In an instant, move yourself or all objects to any space at will. You can also distort or reorder the space arbitrarily according to your own will. Infinite gems is indeed a coveted treasure, and only a low-level ability has shown a terrible effect. This time, Interstellar is much more comfortable. Chapter 78. Infinite gems are not for everyone. As a companion from the birth of the universe, infinite gems has naturally been owned by others in the past years, but unfortunately, too many people regard it as a decorative treasure. For countless years, no one has been able to fully master these 6 infinite gems. Only Thanos got the revelation, spy on the secret of this supreme magic weapon, and a variety of unique ways of using it. According to Yun Chen's speculation, perhaps the way Infinity Gauntlet was made was one of the revelations Thanos got. Unfortunately, the Infinity Gauntlet was accidentally stolen by Yun Chen. Even the space gem in front of him, which he was determined to win, fell into Yun Chen's hands. Click. After he mastered the space gem, he completely cut off the secret connection between the gem and Thanos. This is the second one. Yun Chen smiled indifferently. Good progress. Power, space. 6 abilities get the second. He is not Thanos, and has no good wishes to exterminate ordinary creatures in the universe, so Yun Chen's intention to collect infinite gems is not very strong. Definitely, if it was to destroy Thanos' plan to collect infinite gems, it would be for Yun Chen to find interest in plundering from him. In any case, with the space gem, at least it is very useful for the strategic transformation of the Kryptonian Empire. I absolutely won't allow you to steal Space Gem 990. When Yun Chen heard these words, he couldn't help but look at Thor not far away with interest. Are you talking to me? Definitely. 99. Thor squeezed the hammer tightly, and looked at Yun Chen with anger in his pupils. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous aura swept over. It's that woman. The woman whose eyes glowed red, knocked him flying. No more chance. Seeing the cold and ruthless woman looking at him, Thor remained vigilant and would never be hit like the last time. Thor looked resolute and said, the space gem is extremely dangerous. In fact, it is because you humans have overdeveloped this gem, so that the overflowing energy has attracted the attention of the powerhouses in the Starfield 9. So, Earth can't take care of this space gem at all, I'll bring it back to Asgard to take care of it. 35. This is a fair one. In fact, Thor did return to Asgard with the space gem after the end of the Avengers Alliance 1. Definitely, the war is over, and I'll bring the mastermind back to Asgard as well. Thor's eyes turned to Loki. Loki rolled his eyes, avoiding his gaze. Isn't it right, Loki has committed crimes on our Earth, even invaded our planet, and he will be taken back by you. us.h.i.e.l.d. Agent expressed dissatisfaction. But before the words were finished, Agent Phil Coulson gave him a direct stare. In this matter, Iron Man Tony, who has always been talkative and pushy, doesn't have any opinion. After all, Thor has worked so hard, and because of Asgard's face, how can everyone have an opinion? But Yun Chen smiled. I don't mind what you like to do with Loki, but this space gem, sorry, it's mine. The words were flat, and the tone was gentler. But the content is extremely overbearing. The implication is, of course, take it as your own, and do it if you don't accept it. BD 35. Thor charged directly with a hammer. Asgard people advocate fine wine, in a sense, they are very impulsive and warlike people. Being so provocatively provoked, he really couldn't take this breath. While running, he took advantage of the opportunity to hold Mjolnir tightly in his hand, jumped high, and fell condescendingly. Boom! Thunder erupted, and, vaguely, Thor unleashed the power of Odin. Wow! Is this really Thor in Norse epic mythology? It's absolutely true, can't believe it, right? The epic myth has entered our reality, look at this thunderous posture, how awesome! The voice of discussion came from the agent's mouth, and even the always mysterious holy place magician stopped and watched this scene. Idiot! Loki glanced at it, then sneered, "Ajk," and shook his head. After all these years, his stupid brother still has no brains. The opponent that the young man had just dealt with was Thanos, who gave him the courage to make him so confident. Really stupid like a pig, he cursed inwardly. In the storm, Thor's aura really burst out, giving people an unparalleled sense of visual impact. However, Yun Chen was calm about this, and slowly punched. Fist his so-called artifact. Bang! In an instant, the two touch. A terrifying shock spread out around, setting off a vast residual prestige. 35. A scream soon came from it. Thor felt the power coming from his body, his resolute face was the color of pig liver, and his vision was spinning. Because he was knocked out. Like a tattered sandbag. The hammer in his hand even came out of his hand, and his tightly grasped right hand was completely paralyzed, without much intuition at all. Bang! Thor fell on a distant street and crashed into a house. Wow! There was an uproar from the onlookers at the scene. Just lost like that. In such a short time, the winner was decided, and Thor actually. They couldn't imagine that Thor, who was so brave, was so vulnerable, and everyone didn't even see Yun Chen's movements clearly, so they quickly decided the winner. Boom! At this time, Mjolnir, who was also thrown out, landed on the ground and smashed a large pit. The onlookers stepped back urgently, avoiding the hammer in front of them with lingering fears. But look, this weapon is missing a corner. I heard that this is an artifact. Yes, we in S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered this hammer in New Mexico, and no one could shake this hammer at the time. Thor was demoted to the mortal world by the god King Odin, and his Mjolnir also landed in New Mexico, which caught the attention of the SHIELD. But that was a long time ago, and the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that the hammer in front of him could not be shaken. But who knows, what is in front of him now is a hammer that lacks a hole. How terrifying is this guy? Everyone looked at Yun Chen with a tense expression and embarrassed expressions. According to their professionalism, at the moment they should raise their guns. The instinct is to tell them that this is the most stupid move. My god! Iron Man Tony was also stunned on the spot, unable to be himself for a long time. Yun Chen admired the quiet atmosphere around him, and said, "Is there anyone still questioning my power to take away the gem?" Chapter 79. Dear Commissioner, we're in such a dilemma here that we can't get any attention. This guy is incredibly strong. He easily took down the Hulk and beat him to the point where he has no temper. What's even more surprising is that even the Thor from Asgard is not his opponent. Now that he has taken the space gem, we have no choice but to hope that the other party is not the enemy. Thousands of feet high in the sky, an aerospace aircraft carrier is employed in the sky. In the command cabin, Nick Fury has been fighting in this high sky in command of the overall situation, but before he was excited about the victory of the battle, he was tortured by the unexpected content. In the pictures passed on from the scene, incredible pictures continued to come into their eyes. A red beam pierced the sky and hit Thor, who was flying high in the sky. The woman's slender arms lifted the Hulk's huge body. A space gate appeared in the air, and a very oppressive body emerged from it. Then, the extruded body was easily pressed back by a young man. In the end, it was Thor's tragic defeat. God! What happened to the Earth? Every picture here can almost be used as a special effects clip of a movie. The impact is full, giving people an incomparable shock. But in the eyes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who maintain world peace and hinder supernatural forces from committing crimes, it is a big headache. This man doesn't know where he came from, he is very powerful, and what is even more terrifying is that the deserted woman with short black hair is similar to him, and his strength is really terrifying. And also, a well-known S.H.I.E.L.D. technician suddenly reacted and said, "By the way, the Romanoff agent used to read lip language." She said that the deserted woman with short black hair actually called the Roar Man Your Majesty, and she was suspected of being the king of a certain country. His Majesty? Everyone was undoubtedly stunned, even the well-informed Nick Fury frowned. He had heard of the existence of supernatural powers in many countries. For example, the king of Wakanda, Black Panther, is the owner of supernatural powers. Comparing Black Panther with the man and woman in front of him is too humiliating. Hey, even the Hulk can't deal with it. This is difficult. We can only hope for the nuclear bomb. Not long ago, the Hulk, who used Queens, New York as a playground, tossed a lot of people. The staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. even discovered that ordinary missiles could not deal with this monster at all. Now, with a monster that can easily suppress the Hulk, it's no wonder that the employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. are so pessimistic and even try to use a nuclear bomb. There is no doubt that this pair of men and women are the strongest known to the Earth, and we can only choose to release goodwill and not confront them. Someone quickly gave advice. Nick Fury looked indifferent and made no reply. The strongest known? He laughed inwardly. Sorry, they definitely aren't. Nick Fury, a World War II veteran, has been active in the espionage, military and other supernatural departments since then, and has been exposed to secrets that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Through the infinite formula, he has survived to this day and is still alive, and he is the man who knows the most secrets in the world. There's a secret that Nick Fury is so tight-lipped that even the top-secret SHIELD files don't have any records. There was once a terribly strong man on Earth. That is a woman. A terrifying woman who can stand alone against the Starfleet. Although forced to leave the Earth, Nick Fury still remembers the words she left when she parted: "As long as the Earth is in any danger, you can press the upload roar machine to find me." To this day, the legendary roar-like machine was within his short reach, and Nick Fury was so careful just because he feared that the Earth would suddenly suffer a terrible catastrophe. In the final Easter egg of Avengers 3, Thanos snapped his fingers and took half of the life of the universe, and before he was dying, director Nick pressed the roar machine. Whenever an irreversible situation is encountered, Nick Fury also presses the device. So, call it the strongest ability known to the Earth? Feel sorry. They are definitely not. Don't worry, since they didn't act the first time, they didn't have much malice at all. We can just stay humble and try not to contradict them. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury posted a message to the S.H.I.E.L.D. frontline agent. In addition to this, he has to deal with the Holy Place magician from Camartage, which is also an unexpected force. 0. If only that lady was on Earth. The newly established Avengers obviously couldn't hold back the pair. Nick Fury sighed, what a pity. 35. On the aerospace carrier as the headquarters, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent present kept feeding back information on the front line. Someone suddenly said, besides the pair of men and women, there is also a woman in the accomplice. In the face of the characters with overwhelming power and even robbing the space gem, their S.H.I.E.L.D. agency naturally has to analyze and compare, through the character relationship network and personality characteristics, to infer whether the other party has the possibility of harming society. This time, someone soon reported that besides the man and woman who had a relationship between upper and lower classes, there was also a woman traveling with them. 00. In the image display, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length blonde hair came into view. So beautiful. With golden hair, bright amber eyes, and a tall figure, everything looks so beautiful and dazzling, like a Hollywood female star. This woman's eyes have basically never left the young man. Obviously, she should have a super friendly relationship with that young man. Someone compared the behavioral characteristics and directly analyzed the essence. Nick Fury nodded, but his expression changed suddenly as he looked at the woman's face. A bolt from the blue. This. Impossible. Nick Fury's eyes widened, looking over and over again in disbelief. Director, you are. The S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians looked at each other, not knowing how the always-calm director's expression changed drastically. It's just a woman, why is it necessary to make such a fuss? This. Damn Phil Coulson, didn't you see that? Nick Fury cursed. Everyone was stunned for a while, and they couldn't understand what the madness of this director was going on. Definitely, the guy who can make Titian collapse in front of him without changing his face is so complacent, it must be very important. Because the strongest woman the Earth has ever known has returned, Nick Fury sighed inwardly. What surprised him the most was that she was actually with that pair of men and women. Nick Fury got a headache at the thought of having a super-friendly relationship. Chapter 80. In the years since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., no one has seen Director Nick Fury so gaff. Is this woman a prehistoric beast? To be so shocked? In any case, a Harrier fighter on the aerospace carrier has already rushed to the battlefield, but it is Director Nick Fury who landed in Berlin. The land of Berlin is a mess. There was smoke everywhere, fireworks filled the air, and there was chaos. On the street, the corpses of the Katarians were sprinkled, and the floating machine suspended in the air was completely paralyzed on the ground. Expel the bystanders, and recover the weapons and corpses of the Zatarians as soon as possible. This is the most important command in the field. Although the Zeta Rising people failed miserably in a contest, they could not be easily accomplished by human strength alone, and there was a certain technological gap between them. But now, these trophies, 007, are enough to make progress in some fields of scientific research on Earth. The magicians from Camartage rejected the condolences from SHIELD. After witnessing Yun Chen's extraordinary power, they looked at each other, opened the door of the space, and returned to their holy places. Loki's hands were handcuffed, and while it was certain that human handcuffs were nearly useless against him, this was manifested in the form of criminals. Bang! He knelt on his knees, his hands were tied, his depressed face was full of anger, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It's not that Loki himself is very honest, but that there is a huge Hulk standing next to him. OMG. The feeling of being repeatedly rubbed on the ground is really uncomfortable. Loki, who was still in the shadows, was more honest than ever before, obediently kneeling on the ground. In fact, both of them can share the experience of being repeatedly rubbed on the ground. The Hulk was also frightened by Yun Chen, who was not far away. He is afraid. Fear. The soul even trembled. This kind of emotion is undoubtedly very rare for the Hulk, who has always been stunned in the air. As a result, Dr. Banner's main character has always prevailed. Wow. The unreasonable Hulk's consciousness actually retreated, the gamma particles in his body receded like a tide, and Dr. Banner screamed again and again, changing back to his human appearance. Hey, don't change back in public, didn't we agree? Dr. Banner was annoyed. After all, apart from a pair of underwear, his clothes were already torn. Hey. Loki's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found an opportunity. He didn't expect the Hulk to change back. Good chance. But before he could act, a familiar figure had already caught his eye. Thor. Your image is really embarrassing. 33 Loki gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge in his heart. Thor looked at him coldly and said, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Loki, just return me to Asgard to stand trial." 5. Humph, don't take up your arrogant demeanor, why didn't you show it when you were beaten up by others? Loki sarcastically. You. Thor clenched his fists, clearly furious. Thinking that every time he fights with Loki he's a loser, he shuts his mouth and doesn't say anything more. However, his heart was bleeding. Seeing that his beloved Mjolnir was damaged, Thor gritted his teeth in hatred, but facing Yun Chen not far away, he really had nothing to do. Perhaps only the King of God, his own father Odin, could fight one. Thor sighed inwardly. Not only Thor, but also the Avengers present, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent can do nothing. A terrifying powerhouse with overwhelming power. At least for now, the other party has no intention of attacking. The space gem, it's gone without it. Agent Phil Coulson reassured himself that nothing happened. But a strange sense of familiarity came to mind. Agent Phil Coulson rubbed his eyes repeatedly before he noticed that there was a woman with the man and woman. Familiar. It's all too familiar. As if I had seen it sometime in the past. 90s? The fledgling memories unfolded in his mind, and suddenly, his roar suction became a little stagnant, and Phil Coulson thought of a bold possibility. Air Force Major Carol Danvers? The legendary Lady of Wonder, she's back? Agent Phil Coulson was completely stunned. I have to say that your strength is far beyond our imagination, but on this earth, there is something more important than strength, and that is our morality. Captain America Steve stood up at this moment. Compared to those who were silent, facing Yun Chen who directly seized the treasure, he was full of things to say. Yun Chen was just stunned when he heard the words. As expected of Captain America, he even taught ideological and moral lessons on his own head. Sorry, this world, no, this universe believes in fists. Yun Chen looked at the Captain of the United States indifferently and said, what's more, even if I hand the space gem to you, how dare you take it? How dare you put it in your storage room? When Captain America heard this, there was a rare silence. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also speechless. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. is most responsible for this unexpected alien invasion. It was they who developed the space gem, trying to imitate the Hydra in World War II to create a high-tech weapon with the space gem, but they never expected the overflowing cosmic energy to attract the attention of Thanos in the star field. As a result, the army of the Zeta Rising people assembled and attacked the Earth with a vigor, and thereby captured the space gem. Hence Yun Chen's rhetorical question. I give it to you, do you dare to ask for it? Dare not. Detective Phil Coulson had a bitter smile on his face. With such a big thing happening, they wouldn't dare to take this space gem again after killing them. The huge figure that traveled through the space just now is still vivid in my eyes. 3.3. Thanos? The masters of the behind-the-scenes conspiracy are still thinking about them, and the Earth must not dare to take them in. Captain America Steve looked embarrassed, didn't know how to express it, and didn't dare to speak again. No one dares to object. Don't even dare to take over this hot potato. More importantly, under Yun Chen's instruction, Fulo found a scepter in a ruined building. Mind Scepter. Under Yun Chen's keen energy perception, the familiar infinite gem's energy has already been captured. It was the weapon that Thanos gave to Loki. It was supposed to let Loki have a smooth sailing in this operation, but the bamboo basket was empty. Not only did he not get the space gem, but the scepter inlaid with the mind gem fell on Fernandez. Ola's hand. Damn. Loki's face turned ashen, he didn't know how to face Thanos anymore. Chapter 81. At this moment, a Harrier-shaped fighter jet quickly landed on the ground in Berlin. As soon as the gangway went down, the bright bald head took the lead in attracting everyone's attention, and it was Nick Fury who ran down the fan. Director. Agent Phil Coulson looked at the momentum of the other party, and suddenly realized that his familiarity was not wrong. Air Force Major Carol Danvers. 95. Nick Fury shouted impatiently. Everyone is a little stunned, who is this? Especially the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they had no idea that their immediate superiors showed a look of panic. This seems to be different from the director they know. That is the director who will not change his face when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Even the president of the country would not let him take a high look. But now Nick Fury actually showed a look of awe and unease. Everyone followed the line of sight, obediently. It was a beautiful blonde, how could she be so unbearable? At the same time, Captain Marvel Carol frowned, unexpectedly someone recognized her identity. Looking at the bald chief, she suddenly remembered an organization on Earth called S.H.I.E.L.D., who also worked with them to fight the invading Skrulls. It was a long-lost history, so Carol couldn't remember the name of the director for a while. But Carol Danvers sternly said, "Who gave you the courage to say my name?" Nick Fury took a deep breath. He didn't expect the other party to actually respond, and the last trace of doubt in his mind completely disappeared. After all, nearly 30 years have passed, and the beauty of the woman in front of her has not changed at all. Time seems to freeze on her body, allowing her to stay in the most prosperous youth. Captain Marvel. 9. Nick Fury immediately put away his terrified look and paid tribute to Carol Danvers in a very serious way. Regardless of the upper and lower classes, this tribute is purely a tribute to the actions that the other party has made to save the Earth. Wow! An uproar sounded from all around. Everyone's face was full of shock. Who would have thought that the fearless S.H.I.E.L.D. director would be so awe-inspiring to a woman? Honey, what's the origin of this woman? My God, I've never seen the director have such a side. Compared to the discussion, Detective Phil Coulson sighed and a gratified smile appeared on his face. It's great, with her, the Earth is blessed. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff approached. She had already noticed that this colleague's expression was wrong. You know her, right? Are you going to hide it from me too? Black Widow said. Phil Coulson looked embarrassed. This kind of secret is not something he can say if he wants to. It's not that I'm embarrassing you, that woman's identity can't even be checked with the authority of the 10th level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Black Widow's delicate face showed a hint of surprise. She is a 10th level agent and belongs to the King of Agents. Almost all the information on S.H.I.E.L.D. can be consulted at will. Unexpectedly, this blonde woman has exceeded her reading permission. What's going on? If I hadn't been fortunate enough to be involved in that incident, I wouldn't have known about it. Detective Phil Coulson said with a slightly awkward smile. There are also many people who are equally confused. Captain America Steve is also puzzled, even if he is the symbol of the freedom of the United States, the soul of World War II. Nick Fury did not respect him when he woke up. And Thor frowned, although he couldn't figure out the meaning of this woman, but his keen intuition told himself that this woman was very dangerous. The level of danger is no less than that of the woman who attacked him just now. Okay, everyone is happy now. It was Iron Man Tony who stood up. Just now everyone was silent and a little unhappy. Now it's all right, everyone is a family. Tony is worthy of being a master at regulating emotions. He resolved the depression in everyone's heart just now with just a few words. Definitely, Tony is a very flamboyant person on the surface, but at the moment is very cautious inside. J.A.R.V.I.S. Help me find out what happened to that woman. It's impossible for Iron Man Tony not to be curious about how the bald chief of the same era as his father could have changed so much. J.A.R.V.I.S. is his intelligent housekeeper system, which is almost omnipotent and his right-hand man. But the next words surprised Tony. Sorry, sir, the energy fluctuations in her body far exceed my total detection value. I can't assess how strong she is, but as far away as possible. 99. Thank you for your honest review, JARVIS. Tony rolled his eyes. Who are these two? After chatting for a while, Nick Fury turned to look at the man and woman who had been showing off the limelight just now. Under the close contact, S.H.I.E.L.D. director actually felt an oppressive aura from the young man in front of him, regardless of his strong and powerful figure, and the height that weighed down his head. This oppressive aura is more like a kind of temperament, a kind of emperor temperament like overlooking the common people. Yun Chen calmly looked at the familiar black bald head and said, the one next to me is my subordinate, as for Carol, that is my woman. 66. ABAJ. Nick Fury was somewhat taken aback. Carol rolled Yun Chen's eyes, took over the words and said, this is the monarch of the Kryptonian Empire, and the other lady is his subject, and since then, 007 has been an ally of our Earth. I see. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, but he finally knew that the other party was not the enemy. There was also a hint of happiness in Definitely's heart. Fortunately, there was not too much collision with the other party. Loki's battle with the Chitauri army came to an end. In addition, all the agents present knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. director was out of control and looked terrified. The reason is simply because of a woman. Many agents rely on their level to constantly check internal information, but the prompt of insufficient authority stifles their curiosity. Even Black Widow Natasha Romanoff couldn't pry Detective Kalzer. Regardless, the battle is over. Thor was unwilling, and took Loki back to Asgard to receive the trial. As for the spiritual scepter of Loki's mind, of course he would not come back. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't handle this trophy, but it fell into Yun Chen's hands. Yun Chen also had a lot of free time during this time, accompanying Carol to travel around the world. Definitely, he hasn't forgotten the most important thing to do on Earth. Nick Fury, I need you to help me find out something. I'm looking for a young man named Clark Kent. Chapter 82. Canada, in an unknown frontier town. Clark Kent haunts the town. He wears a peaked cap and a plaid shirt. Although the brim of the hat is very low, his strong and tall figure is still very attractive. Over the years, he has traveled all over the world, looking for everything that helps him understand his life. Clark also remembered the adage given to him by his adoptive father: humanity is not ready to accept the existence of a god among men. Dream. Therefore, he changed his life as often as possible to prevent people from discovering his extraordinary place. But until a few days ago, Clark Kent was heartbroken after the Xaterus invaded Earth, because he felt it was time to show his side to the world. Unfortunately, the alien invasion ended too quickly, and Clark, who was far away in Canada, restrained himself from trying to fly. Alien haunted. Maybe the world can accept my existence. 55. Clark whispered. He was drinking alone in the pub, but found that someone with bad intentions had been staring at him. This is no coincidence. It's already the third day. Clark frowned, seeing that their identities were unusual, but he didn't understand why they were following him. Suddenly, they stood up and expelled the few remaining guests in the tavern. One of them even came to the boss and took out his certificate from his arms. The tavern owner, who has always been arrogant and unreasonable, was taken aback and went straight into the house, locking the door tightly. Clark remained silent, without a trace of fear in his heart, and took a sip of wine lightly. But to his surprise, those people who were obviously not of low status left the tavern. Isn't it to trouble myself? Clark was a little puzzled. At the moment, the pub was empty and empty. What is the purpose? Boom. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object falling came from outside. Clark's complexion changed, and his perception told him that a person had fallen from the sky. He looked at the door of the hotel, and saw that the door was pushed open, and an equally tall and burly figure walked in. Clark swallowed hard. He actually felt an oppressive force that made his heart palpitate. How can this be? Since he was born, Clark has not experienced what it means to be afraid. He swears that he has never been as afraid of a person as he is today. You. Clark's expression became alert. Obviously, the foreshadowing of the few personnel just now was all for the arrival of this person. Yun Chen glanced at him indifferently, sat on the bar counter, and opened a beer. Clark Kent. You know me. Clark gritted his teeth, unaware of his intentions. Accurately, it's Carl. I know not only you, but also your parents and everything about you. Yun Chen took a sip of beer indifferently. But these words caused a wave in Clark Kent's mind. He didn't expect that the life experience he had been looking for so many years would finally be revealed today. Everything about him was finally revealed. You are from Krypton, an interstellar empire that once had a glorious history, but unfortunately, under the ruthless destruction of history, this empire is still heading towards dusk. Krypton exploded. And your father, Joel, the famous scientist, sent you out and escaped the catastrophe. 35. So that's why you were born on Earth. Clark was so excited that he couldn't wait to ask, where are my parents? Died. Yun Chen said, in that catastrophe, few Kryptonians survived. You were lucky, and you should thank your parents. 35. Hearing this, Clark's face suddenly fell into a sense of loneliness. Although he already had the answer in his heart, when he heard the answer with his own ears, he still couldn't be himself for a long time. Why did Krypton disappear? Couldn't anyone escape? Clark was very concerned about this question. In fact, the problem is not so simple. Krypton also, some people have found information that Krypton is about to run out of life. The great scientist Joel and General Zod are two of them. Definitely their differences are doomed. The central code determines the genes they are born with. Some people are born warriors, some people are born great scientists. Zod was born a general, a ruler, so he chose to betray the council. Joel was born a great scientist. He was good at thinking and found the root of the problem, which is the central treasure book that determines anyone's life. And the rulers of the parliament, they are conservative and decadent, and the thinking of the rulers makes them reluctant to reform easily. As a result, a doomed catastrophe came. Yun Chen talked about Krypton's cultural history. Clark kept a shocked expression, and sat quietly in the tavern listening. So, you are lucky that your parents have poured so much love into you that you are the only natural childbirth in the tens of thousands of years of the Kryptonian Empire. 35. That's what your parents expect from you. They want you to decide the direction of your future life. General, scientist, or just a regular reporter? Yun Chen said meaningfully. Clark's pupils were a little red, and he actually felt the love of his parents from his words. Only an unexpected turn of words came suddenly. They also put the most important treasure of the Krypton Empire on you, the central book, so why I came today is very simple, that is to take back a piece of love from your parents and take the central book from your body. Return. As Yun Chen said, he drank strong liquor, as if telling something trivial. Compared to his lightness, Clark's complexion was tense and blue. You're looking for the wrong person, I don't have anything on me, and, of Zhao, don't have your so-called treasure. 35 he quickly retorted. Yun Chen smiled and shook his head, you have always carried this treasure with you. In fact, it was your parents who completely integrated the central treasure into the cells of your whole body. This is indeed a genius idea. I asked the scientist, it won't hurt your life when you take it out, so you should be glad you got a life back, Yun Chen said. Boom. Clark stood up excitedly, he looked at Yun Chen with a livid face, and said, I want to refuse, you told me that my father determined that the central collection is the main reason for the destruction of Krypton. I can't give it to you. Yun Chen laughed at this moment and said, it is indeed a bad thing that locks anyone's future direction, but today's Kryptonian Empire needs to be revived, and it needs this central treasure book, and finally I will ask you again as the Emperor of the Empire, do you really want to refuse? 7. Chapter 83. Faced with Yun Chen's questioning, Clark Kent choked for a while, never expecting that the other party was the Emperor of the Kryptonian Empire. Then, isn't he, in a sense, his people? However, in the words just now, he also heard the insistence of his father, Joel, that he believed that the central collection had destroyed the foundation of the Kryptonian Empire. The collapse of Krypton is the most important reason for the decline of the Empire. Clark definitely knows what the Nexus Tome means. OMG. What a cruel world it is, imagine that people in that world have no possibility of class mobility at all. A soldier is destined to be a soldier, and a worker is destined to be a worker. There is no possibility for them to change, and they have to work in this position for the rest of their lives. This is so cruel. A lifetime of imperial workers, with no possibility of jumping. As long as Clark Kent imagined this picture, he felt extremely worried, what is the need for such a society to exist? What's more, this is the insistence of his father, Joel, and he has to agree to it. No, even if it's really on me, I can't hand over the Central 007 collection. Clark righteously refused. Yun Chen was calm and continued to drink the bottle of wine in front of him. Gollum. After drinking it, Yun Chen easily drank most of the bottle of wine in an instant. That intense degree obviously had no effect on his steel body. At this time, Yun Chen stood up slowly and said, some things can't be tolerated for you, and it will be a little painful, so you can bear it and it will pass quickly. 55. Pain. Clark gritted his teeth, and these words undoubtedly showed his determination to make a move. Get started first. Feeling the faint pressure coming from him, he knew that there were some gaps in strength. Clark Kent knew that once the opponent made a move, he would probably have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he took a sudden step forward, and rushed forward with his tightly clenched right fist. Bang! His right fist actually hit Yun Chen's waist. Clark never expected the punch to hit. 18. His face was suddenly startled, the fist that was enough to completely knock down a building didn't have any effect, and the figure of Aged Fang didn't move at all, not even a slight shake. How can that be? Clark's complexion changed drastically, and he only felt that the power of his punch was like a mud ox entering the sea, dissipating without a trace. This is the gap between me and you, just like heaven and earth, Yun Chen said. A big difference. Gollum. Clark looked at the indifferent eyes on the opposite side, and swallowed a sigh of relief and fear. A strong wind came, and before he even had time to react, his fist had already landed on his waist, and with a bang, he spit out a mouthful of blood. The momentum of the impact was huge, and the reason why Clark's body was not thrown out was undoubtedly because Yun Chen's other hand was firmly on his shoulder. 55. Clark spat out blood in pain, as if his internal organs were completely shattered, which made him very uncomfortable. After the grip on his shoulders disappeared, he completely knelt down on the ground, and also knelt down in front of Yun Chen. You are fortunate to have absorbed the central treasure book in natural childbirth. More importantly, The radiation of the sun's rays is increasing your body every day and every night, but even so, you are still too weak. I have to say, Clark Kent, the Superman, is indeed blessed. The yellow/colored sun is of great help to the Kryptonians. Clark has lived here for so many years and has been subtly evolving his body. In the process of this transformation, Superman Clark has even been given many extraordinary abilities, heat vision, super roar suction and so on. So in the movie, Zod, whose gene sequence is general, can't take Superman Clark. It's a pity that Yun-Chen is even more special than him. He was not the product of some natural birth. Gene sequences are more common soldiers, but when Yun-Chen's consciousness arrived with the Oracle cheat, everything changed. With the help of the cheating device, he completely broke the shackles of genes and was no longer limited to the original prison. You have grown up under this beautiful sunshine for so many years, and it has given you a lot of abilities, but you still can't keep up with my pace. Because I'm more special than you. What? Clark, who was lying on the ground, screamed, and he was unwilling to give in, and he squeezed his fist again to attack. Just another senseless attack. Bang. Silently, all his strength was weakened to zero by Yun-Chen's damage save, energy drain, and other defensive abilities. Clark didn't stop at this point. His eyes spewed out his own thermal sight beam, and the beam fell on Yun-Chen's body, only burning through his clothes, and couldn't penetrate the skin underneath at all. At this moment, a hand covered his eyes. Bang. The other hand on the opposite side clenched his fist tightly and landed on his shoulder. With a bang, the ground of the tavern instantly burst into a pit. Clark's embarrassed figure lay down in it. He cried out in pain, his entire back lost consciousness, but this steel body, which was strong enough to resist the rocket, was hit hard as never before. Yun-Chen squeezed his fists, and waves of surging and endless power continued to emerge. Since the cheater stole the energy of the infinite gems, his body began to undergo the transformation of this infinite energy. Strength, space, and even a newly acquired mind. The energy of the three infinite gems converged and merged into one, making Yun-Chen's body stronger and stronger. According to what he said now, even if the sun was soaked in a bathtub, there would be no casualties. So you see what's special about me? I have reformed the parliamentary system of the Kryptonian Empire and restored the ancient monarchy. It may not be long before the glory of the Kryptonian Empire will reappear, and its glorious banner will be planted throughout the universe. After saying these words, Yun-Chen's figure walked to the door of the bar. Remember to leave a little money for the bar owner. Yes. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents who were waiting outside looked at each other, but did not know the origin of this special task assigned by Director Nick Fury. What about this man? 35. Someone should come to pick it up. In other words, he's not dead. As soon as the words fell, these agents saw an unforgettable scene. I saw that a spaceship was released from its invisible state, and it was suspended in the void, and several hazy figures descended from the sky. The S.H.I.E.L.D agent swallowed, not daring to imagine the scene in front of him. No wonder the director personally warned them to forget everything they saw. Chapter 84. A Krypton reconnaissance ship has long been suspended above this land. Inside the ship, several Kryptonian scientists have already prepared. Soon, a Kryptonian soldier hugged Clark Kent, who was completely unconscious, and laid him on a high-tech operating table. Each ship is equipped with several floating smart guards. Like a pupa, silver material, suspended in the air. In addition to attacking unknown intrusions, they can also play some auxiliary roles. Joe completely decomposed the central collection and integrated it into each cell in his son's body. What we have to do is to reverse it, extract the factors of his whole body cells, and turn it into the central collection again. This surgical experiment is mentioned in the movie. According to the Kryptonian scientists, Clark Kent will not be life-threatening. However, the operation went on quickly. I thought it was a major operation, but soon the operation ended quickly, but it didn't. How much time was spent? Your Majesty, the central tome is intact and has been successfully extracted from Clark's body. Very good. Yun-Chen was extremely excited. Compared with Clark's life, he was more concerned about whether the treasure of the central collection could be extracted. That's right. He has no reason to care about a strange Superman, or even his own people. Your Majesty, this is the Central Codex. A scientist cautiously walked over with the Central Codex in his hands. It's a black skull. But such a black skull is extremely important. Yun Chen took it over, and when he felt it carefully, he could also feel an indifferent divinity from it. Very good. He praised again. The Central Codex is not a groundbreaking attack treasure, it is not even a weapon, it does not have any attack characteristics. But the Central Codex is Krypton's most important treasure. It is the gene bank of Kryptonians, which contains all the DNA of Kryptonians, and can reproduce Kryptonians asexually through gene synthesis according to social needs. In other words, Krypton has already played with chromosomes in applause, and can innately determine the professional understanding of an individual's future development, which is extremely accurate. Therefore, there is a saying that, a soldier is a soldier all his life, and a worker is a worker all his life. This does sound a little cruel. But what is the current situation of the Kryptonian Empire? A few months ago, there were not even dozens of people. The only remaining Kryptonians can be classified as interstellar protected animals, if there is such a thing. Everything is in order. In order to embark on the road of revival, Krypton undoubtedly needs this gene library very much, so that more high-level troops can be reproduced asexually. Krypton desperately needs talent. The thing is back in place. As soon as the words fell, Yun Chen's figure disappeared inside the reconnaissance ship. A group of Kryptonians wiped their eyes and couldn't believe what just happened. Silently, His Majesty's figure completely disappeared. Everyone knows that His Majesty has some kind of space teleportation ability, but Bifrost's battle is very large, and it will not be as light as before. Your Majesty has become stronger again. Outside the palace of Neptune Star, the air did not stir up even the slightest ripple, and Yun Chen's tall and burly figure slowly pierced through it. Silently, at this moment, Yun Chen went directly from the reconnaissance ship on Earth to Neptune Star, which is countless light years away. That's the magic of the space gem. In Yun Chen's eyes, space is like a piece of white paper, as long as he folds it in half, he can instantly complete the space movement. Bifrost has lost its meaning to me. Yun Chen shook his head and laughed, remembering that not long ago, for the sake of space teleportation, he had also set his sights on Asgard's god-king weapon, the Storm Axe. It's a pity that this axe is destined to eat ashes. In order not to be idle, it seems that it is better to use it to open up wasteland, Yun Chen said with a smile in his heart. If Odin knew that his treasure had been so spoiled, he would probably be angry. Inside the large biological hatching tank, the central collection has been installed by the engineers. At the moment, this black skull exudes a hazy golden luster. Roar! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The central collection is indeed effective. And Yun Chen at the moment is even more excited. He can finally modulate and hatch Kryptonians with more and more perfect genes, which is commonly known as the higher arms. 0, for flowers. Before that, he only had low-level arms including soldier, general, high general, armed forces. That's right, it's the general's genetic sample. I need to do my best to incubate the genetic template of high-level force. Yun Chen said. Lilith, dressed in black, handles the workbench in the hatchery. Still spawning cell incubation. Definitely. This is the act of pulling the seedlings to encourage growth. In short, although a finished product is soon born, it is a defective finished product, especially the life expectancy, most of them will not live to be 100 years old. More or less of these problems will occur, and regular physical examinations are required. 100 years old? Too little. 00. At that time, Yun Chen laughed. From the perspective of human beings, 100 years old is enough for people to dream of. For Krypton, where life technology is extremely developed, 100 years old is indeed a defective product. There is still a month before the next batch of soldiers will leave the hatching pool. Lilith said. This is a creation after expanding the size of the incubation pool. After landing, the total population of Krypton can directly exceed 1,000 people. And it will take at least 4 months for a total of 20 generals to get out of the hatching pool. Why so few? Yun Chen found the problem. Your Majesty, every complete high-level gene sequence requires more and more genetic engineering. The efficiency spent by a general is as much as hundreds of soldiers, and the time they spend, especially the genetic nutrient solution, all are small numbers. Lilith did not forget to remind, especially the genetic nutrient solution, our resources are completely vacant and cannot be replenished quickly. The implication is that the incubation pool may stop functioning in the future. Today's Krypton is not as glamorous as it appears on the surface. Although they own the Neptune star, a breeding ground, and even built a lunar base, no matter how powerful Yun Chen was originally, he couldn't ignore an embarrassing fact. That is the resource. The development of every civilization requires resources, and Kryptonians have too few resources. Definitely, it's not without solutions. Plunder. There was a hint of cold light in Yun Chen's eyes. Chapter 85. Titan. On the floating throne, a huge figure sat above. It is Thanos. At the moment, his face was gloomy and very ugly. It's a bunch of rubbish, even this thing can't be done well, this battle to invade the Earth is a complete failure. Not only did he not bring back the space gem, he even lost my mind gem. Thanos was furious. His lifelong wish is to collect infinite gems, but unfortunately, the planned invasion of the Earth this time has continued to fail. The bamboo basket was empty. He even left his only mind gem on Earth. Why did Krypton Superman appear on that Earth? Thanos was extremely annoyed. Thinking about what happened a few days ago, he felt extremely angry. He wanted to take action himself, shuttle through the empty 007, and prepare to save the failure of many subordinates. But oncoming is a domineering figure. The incomparably strong body of iron and steel, like a huge force that subverted the sky, actually pressed his head firmly, so that he was shrunk, and he was beaten back into the door of space. We also did not expect such a situation. It is said that the Kree Empire also attacked the Earth at the same time, and also lost a fleet. Everyone can't react to the appearance of Krypton Superman. Under the floating throne, members of the Dark Order and even the leader of Chitauri were on the spot. The Chitauri didn't get kicked out like they did in past movies. After all, Iron Man Tony didn't do the nuke-dropping scene over Berlin. Therefore, the leader of Chitauri, and even his legion, still have a breath of life. As for why Superman appeared on the Earth of the solar system, according to the news from the Kree Empire, it is the surprise lady who defected from their empire, and it is the woman of this Superman. Damn. Everyone secretly cursed, never expecting such a conclusion. The roots of troubles. As a result, the misfortune was reversed, and their actions were strangled in the cradle. Thanos's expression was still gloomy. Before that, he had heard of the new generation of Krypton Superman, and he did not pay much attention to the resurgent Kryptonian Empire. After all, the news that I heard at the time was the grudge between the Kree Empire and Krypton Superman, so Thanos didn't pay much attention to it. But today, this new generation Kryptonian Superman really lives up to its name, but what makes Thanos grit his teeth is that this guy actually interfered with his plans. Don't let me touch you again. If I were to find out where your Kryptonian Empire is based, I would definitely let my anger spread over that land. 99. Thanos can't wait to quickly search for Krypton's lair, and directly dispatch the Dark Order and Vanguard to burn the war on their imperial lands. But at this moment, a figure flew over from the barren land. One of the long overdue Obsidians, Proxima Midnight. Her speed was fast, flying like a black shadow. It's just that he was late for the meeting for a long time, and dissatisfaction surfaced on Thanos' face, but he didn't wait for everyone to accuse him. Proxima Midnight was kneeling under the floating throne. She burst into tears and looked tired. What's going on? Great Titan Thanos, please avenge my husband. What? Everyone was shocked, and the words of accusation were completely forgotten. Damn, what did they hear? Corvus Glaive is dead. As we all know, Proxima Midnight's husband is Corvus Glaive. Both are members of the Obsidian Five. Who is it? All the members of our Dark Order dare to kill? No. Corvus Glaive has the property of immortality. Is there anyone else who has spied his secrets? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to imagine that such a powerful accomplice would be killed. Thanos on the floating throne frowned, and he did not expect such a result, but without mentioning revenge, he dared to kill his subordinates, which would undoubtedly give him face. Come on, who is it? I'm going to take every one of his bones out, Thanos said. Proxima Midnight fell to her knees and cried, and after a long time she complained in a weeping voice, the dead soul of Pioneer Guard told me that it was Superman, that new generation of Superman. Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. What? I heard that right, Superman again. How is it possible that he has a grudge against us? The members of the surrounding dark sect suddenly exploded, and it was impossible to imagine that Proxima Midnight brought such a sensational news. Proxima Midnight was immersed in sadness, ignoring the external changes at all, and just said to himself, the new generation of Krypton Superman, killed my husband and the Vanguard Guard, and occupied the Dwarf Kingdom. Davily. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly raised her head, only to realize that something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Did you also suffer from this, Superman? For a time, everyone's faces became more and more ugly. Thanos sitting on the floating throne is even more hideous. Corvus Glaive actually died at the hands of that Superman. He remembered that Corvus Glaive was commissioned by himself to find the best craftsman in the universe to create the Infinity Gauntlet. But now, Corvus Glaive is dead. Even the dwarf country Nidawyler is the other side. Even more unacceptable to Thanos is that the Infinity Gauntlet is gone. Thanos never thought that there would be a person who intersects with him so often. A terrifying thought quickly surfaced in his mind: the other party is also collecting infinite gems. Bang! Thunderbolt in my mind. What is terrifying to think about is that he has at least the space gem, mind gem, and power gem in his hands. Damn it! Boom! Thanos stood up from the floating throne. His monstrous anger made the sky of the entire Titan star suddenly turn 3.3 dark. I thought this Superman just had a grudge against the Kree Empire. It turned out that he had a grudge against us. This guy already knew that I was collecting infinite gems, and was even ready to take it. Combined with the capture of Kien's high-security prison, this Superman obviously knows that the cosmic ball is a gem of power. A whole damn guy. He cut his beard. The thing that Thanos hated the most was that even the important medium, the Infinity Gauntlet, was lost. No hatred for the sky, but that's it. Thanos never hated a person as much as he does today. The new generation of Krypton Superman. Don't let me find where you are. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. I heard that the Kryptonian Empire will be revived. Wishful thinking, I absolutely can't get you up. I will let you repay the hatred of the past 100-fold. Chapter 86. After realizing it, Thanos burst into flames, and at the same time harbored deep fear in his heart. A Kryptonian Superman with the same purpose as him. If Thanos insists on collecting infinite gems, it is clear that on this road, the two must be life and death, and cannot coexist. I will definitely kill you. Thanos let out a rare roar. It was someone else who realized the same thing later. In Asgard of Asgard, Thor lingered outside a splendid bedroom, and it was only when he returned to Asgard that he knew that his father, the great Odin, had fallen asleep. Who caused the god King Odin to be so seriously injured that he needed to go to sleep to recover from his injuries? Queen Frigga gives Thor an unexpected answer: Krypton Superman. Superman. A Superman on Earth. Thor just felt a bolt from the blue in his head. OMG. It is simply unimaginable that the Kryptonian Superman, who insisted on taking the space gem that day, defeated his omnipotent god King Odin before that. Thor's face was ashen, and after being defeated by Superman, he still hoped that his father Odin would be able to crush him back, but he didn't expect. What made him even more angry was that this guy also occupied the inherent territory of Asgard, Nidavyl, the country of Dwarf. He even took the God King's weapon, the Storm Axe, as his own. If I knew about it that day, I would definitely stay and fight him to the death. Thor sighed inwardly. Don't be brave, you are not his opponent. Queen Frigga knew her son's temper. So angry. Thor clenched his fists tightly, wishing to rush to Earth to ask him for an explanation, but a gap in strength made him more like incompetent fury. Asgard and the Kryptonian Empire are absolutely inseparable. I will definitely avenge this. The hazy consciousness gradually became clear. Clark Kent only felt that a century had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sat up from the operating table. This is... Clark screamed. The scientists around were also startled, but when they saw a figure approaching the door, they immediately bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Welcome Your Majesty's arrival." Yun Chen nodded slightly. Since the Empire restored the monarchy, Lilith also summed up a set of etiquette rules. "This is your compatriot, Clark." Yun Chen looked at the figure standing up on the operating table. Kryptonian. Clark Kent came to his senses, because he felt that something very important seemed to be missing from his body. "You really took my central tome?" 35. "Pay attention to your wording," a Kryptonian scientist reminded. Yun Chen waved his hand slightly, so that he didn't need to pay too much attention. He looked at Clark and said, You should thank these Kryptonian scientists who are the only surviving scientists. They made you survive. Otherwise, even if you pay for your life, I will take out the central tome in your body. Gollum. Clark Kent swallowed. A huge pressure made his roar suck a little stagnant. Looking at the pair of frozen eyes in front of him, he felt the majesty of a monarch for the first time. There were a lot of words, but under this glorious divine might, they couldn't help swallowing them all. Yun Chen looked down at him condescendingly and said, I'm not here to listen to your complaints, and now I just want you to answer my question, whether to stay on Krypton or stay on Earth. 99. This. Clark Kent's expression changed, and he didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. The Kryptonian Empire needs to be revived, and it needs to rebuild its past glory from the ruins, so there is no doubt that there are countless talents, and your skills are absolutely worthy of this task. We have countless enemies, and the pace of the future must be baptized by blood and war. So cruel. Clark's face darkened. He remembered what His Majesty had said about his father, Jor-El. What if I'm going back to Earth? His parents chose to give birth naturally, which is to break the rotten class system and let Clark choose his own direction and future path. Clark asked himself for a long time. He was still willing to be an Earthling, plain and simple. Go back to Earth, definitely. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in Yun Chen's eyes, which made Clark feel a little chilled, and his heart felt tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. You are one of the few Kryptonians. Our compatriots are too rare, so I will not kill you. The voice just fell. The pressure that made Clark feel suffocated instantly dissipated without a trace. But you have also been stripped of your identity as a Kryptonian, so you can live on this land in the future. Yun Chen said, turned around and left. Chasing guest. 99. The Krypton reconnaissance ship once again ascended into the sky. Clark Kent, who was driven off the ship, stood lonely on the glacier, watching the reconnaissance ship fly into the sky. A hint of regret floated in his heart. If he was given another chance, maybe there would be a different answer. On the reconnaissance ship USS Aquarius, a Kryptonian scientist came to Yun Chen's side, and he reported, Your Majesty, Clark's body is stripping away the central treasure, and the activity of his body cells has dropped a lot. In a sense, his strength at the future level will also drop a lot. 007. Jor-El is definitely selfish, otherwise he wouldn't integrate the central treasure into Clark's body. Definitely this is every father's eccentricity. Are you still worried that he will die on Earth? Yun Chen said. That shouldn't be the case. The scientist smiled and said, Definitely, there is good news. Derek and Spencer, two Kryptonian warriors, were born with extraordinary powers, and they learned to heat sight. Good. 35. A smile appeared on Yun Chen's face, and satisfaction was written all over his face. Derek and Spencer were both able-bodied men of generals in the past. They were the mainstays of the Kryptonian Empire in the past. With Fula's lessons learned, they naturally transferred those high-level warriors to the moon base. Speaking of which, this group of people has been on the moon base for a while, and today two new little Supermans were finally born. The Kryptonians whose genetic samples are soldiers have no possibility of mutation evolution, and only high-ranking generals have the possibility of evolution, which is why Yun Chen wants to hatch 20 generals in one breath. Then it doesn't matter whether there is Clark or not. There was a cold light in Yun Chen's eyes. He originally planned to plunder civilization and seize the resources of other life planets to make up for the resources that he gradually ran out of. Worrying about the lack of talent, I finally handed over a pillow from drowsiness. Chapter 87. Since Derek, Spencer 2 awakening ability after heat vision. During this month, only 2 elite warriors also awakening the ability of heat vision. Except for Fula, among the more than 10 elite warriors, only 4 stood out. But this is also surprising news. Let Yun Chen be extremely certain that the radiation of the yellow/colored sun still has a certain probability of activating the hidden qualities in the Kryptonian cells. After this month, a new batch of large-scale soldier has also been born in the large incubation pool. With a soldier scale of over 1,000 people, it is already a considerable number of Kryptonian troops. This makes Yun Chen, who regards it as a Lord construction game, very excited, but like the setting of the Lord game, after he exploded troops on a large scale, his resources were stretched. Apparently, a plan to plunder resources from other civilizations had to be drawn up. Lilith, the adjutant in the past, was undoubtedly very stubborn about the Kryptonian Codex, but now that she was promoted to the first civil servant in the Empire, Lilith felt somewhat how heavy her burden was. Not to mention that Yun Chen directly abolished a large chapter of the Kryptonian Codex, and Lilith couldn't help it even if she couldn't. The plan to loot resources was quickly put on the agenda. First, continue to find the Kree Empire's military bases and fleets, and even the caravan transportation routes, no longer focus on destruction, and take plundering resources as the primary goal. Second, the forces of the Kree Empire radiate thousands of life planets and plunder resources from individual planets. Read this relevant charter. Yun Chen laughed thoroughly. Poor Kree Empire, most of the content involves this big fat sheep. Who called you one of the three major interstellar empires? What's more, it is still caught in the war with the Skrull Empire, and there is no way to extract a large number of combat power. At this time, it is impossible not to kill you, this big fat sheep. According to the information given by his own woman, Carol, the Kree Empire also intends to end the battle that has lasted for hundreds of years with the Skrull Empire. Skrull Empire. Yun Chen definitely remembers this Skuru, who belongs to one of the three major interstellar empires. This is a copycat star. Somewhat similar to Mystique, they can change their appearance at will, disguise themselves as another person, and their memories can also be copied together. Among them, the Super Skrulls can even copy the abilities of the imitators. So people gave him the nickname Copyright Starman. The big event, Secret Invasion, tells their story. Speaking of, these days, Ms. Marvel has been left out, wondering how she is doing. After returning to Earth, Carol, who hasn't been back in the past 30 years, naturally wants to live here for a while. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very smart and directly assigned the most luxurious villa in Washington, D.C. to her name. Her parents passed away, but Carol's aunt, her mother's sister, is still alive. Taking time out, Carol naturally reunites with her relatives. This is an astonishing thing. Her face was completely frozen, and she was still young and lively, which made her aunt startled and cried on the spot. After all, Carol had been missing for too long. For the Kree Empire, Carol just picked out some examples and said it briefly. Definitely, she wasn't without unexpected discoveries. Carol is amazed that her cousin has extraordinary powers and is a mutant. Because of this, their family was very surprised, and even thought of sending her to the Xavier Genius Academy. Carol frowned and took her directly, as a companion. Aunt and the others did not refuse, and they found that Carol's identity was different, and there were many staff wearing suits in and out. During this time, many people are inquiring about Carol's news. Because the unusual behavior of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury is really shocking, what existence can make the always calm director lose his mind? I heard that even our internal 10th level agent couldn't find it, and Black Widow even lost his temper. A 10th level agent, oh my god, that belongs to the king of agents. Not only that, but even the World Security Council asked Nick Fury and got a refusal. My god, what is the origin of this woman? Deputy Commissioner Hill visited the woman yesterday and is said to have persuaded her to meet the president. 39. This. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel discussed with each other, but no one knew exactly who Carol was. But the information thrown out one by one made everyone more and more surprised and looked at each other. What is the origin of this, so that the President of the White House, the World Security Council, and even the 10th level agent are all curious and inquiring about her identity? OMG. This blonde woman is too scary. In any case, not only within S.H.I.E.L.D., but also many world forces are inquiring about this woman whose identity is difficult to find out. Definitely, someone has already taken the lead in peeking at her extraordinariness. In Washington, D.C., black cars drove down the avenue. Carol and her cousin Kelly were sitting in the middle of the car, which was the escort team of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment they were rushing to the three-wing building of the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the team stopped inexplicably. There was a car accident at the end of the road. Madam, we need to be patient. The driver's voice came from the driver's seat 33. Carol nodded, but she quickly discovered that both sides of her car were approaching an unknown vehicle. There is a problem. Carol frowned. Are you sure there is a problem? The driver in the driver's seat turned around, and a scream quickly came out of Kelly's mouth. It turned out that the driver was holding a black silenced pistol. After a slight untraceable sound, a bullet hit Carol's head. The driver's face changed drastically. He let go of the gun and covered his heart. Impossible. 35. There was blood on the suit, and it flowed out from the seam of the hand. What the driver never expected was that the bullet that hit the opponent's head would not break the skin, but instead bounced back and hit him. Damn. As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down on the seat. Carol's delicate and flawless face was full of anger. She couldn't imagine that this driver, who was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., would assassinate herself. This made her a little suspicious. Could it be that after so many years, S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the past? It's too late, it's too soon. Dida. The sound of gunshots came from both sides, and the car continued to shoot 7. Chapter 88. Dida. The sound of machine guns shot from all directions, and the black car was instantly swept into a hornet's nest. What? The shooters were taken aback. Surprisingly, the 2 women in the back seat of the car were uninjured. Very well, you managed to offend me. A softly reprimanded lady's words resounded in their ears. Subsequently, a terrifying cosmic energy radiated out, and with a bang, the black car in front of it disintegrated directly, swept away with a terrifying momentum towards the surroundings. The cars on both sides couldn't hide in time, and were completely thrown away by this energy more than 10 meters away. A faint energy film filled Carol's surroundings. It was a shield constructed from woven energy, mainly protecting the cousin Kelly beside her. Kelly looked terrified, her body trembled, and she was completely frightened. Aunt, sister, what should I do? Kelly directly called Roar Carol her sister. Although her seniority was a bit messed up, her face was logical. Fine. Carol chuckled, this kind of battle is really underestimating her, she is someone who often destroys the Starfleet, and I don't know what they think. However, they pushed themselves to the point of anger. Carol was angry, she was undoubtedly very angry, although the enemy's strength 007 was too low, but the person who shot was actually an insider of SHIELD. Aren't you testing me? Well, I'll let you see what happens when you offend me. Carol's delicate and flawless face showed a murderous intent. The men in suits who were driven off from the vehicle in front and back held up machine guns and kept attacking the woman in the middle. Dida. The machine guns rang out incessantly. However, Carol just waved his arm, and the bullet that came flying was actually blocked by a hurricane-like force. Go away. Carol let out a low voice, and the hurricane raged past, like a tornado, and directly wrapped the figure in front of him, including the car, and threw it away. Her fingertips exuded a dazzling golden luster, which directly turned into a beam of light, hitting the people who came from behind. Whoosh. The beam pierced through the heart and directly took away a life. What's even more bizarre is that this beam of light seemed to be refracted by a mirror, deflected inexplicably, and took the lives of several nearby figures one after another. Wow. After Kelly got used to it, she was pleasantly surprised, but she never imagined that this big sister was so powerful. In an instant, all the people who tried to attack fell to the ground. No, Miss Carol, not me. We're not a gang. Yes, we don't know what's going on. Suddenly we started fighting. Definitely, there are also some S.H.I.E.L.D. members who are completely dumbfounded, and have no idea what is going on. They raised their hands, expressing that they had no intention of attacking at all. When Carol's eyes swept across these people, she felt their heartbeat impulse, and only after realizing that they were not lying did the light from her fingertips dissipate. The good news, at least, is that not all S.H.I.E.L.D. members rebel. But what the hell is going on? A helicopter flew in the air, which was a plane from the Tri-Wing building. At the moment of the attack, Nick Fury in the headquarters building had received the message. Damn, what's going on? At the moment, the bald chief was also confused. His S.H.I.E.L.D. members even joined forces with unknown armed men to attack Miss Carol. Are they crazy? Suddenly, a possibility exploded in Nick Fury's mind. Could it be Hydra? He has been aware of the resurgence of this force. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Nick Fury was only horrified at the thought of this conclusion. I picked them up and came back, but there is still a man. There was news in the headset, but Nick Fury was confused. How could another man follow, aged? At the top of the three-wing building is a tarmac. Helicopter landing. Nick Fury waited here for a long time, and when he saw Carol who was safe and sound, he was relieved, but he was also funny in his heart. The people hiding in the dark couldn't hold back and dared to shoot Carol. Seeing the figure of the man who came with Carol, Nick Fury immediately understood who he was, the monarch of the Kryptonian Empire. Why is he here? In fact, the moment Carol was attacked, Yun Chen, who was far away, had already captured the relevant psychic waves. The omnipotent Superman can react quickly when his family members are attacked, so it is difficult to kidnap and frame Superman's family members. Yun Chen even went a step further in this indescribable spiritual realm, which undoubtedly benefited from the help of the power of the mind. Even if they were separated by countless light years, they could capture the information that Carol was attacked. Although it was clearer that there was not much of a problem, Yun Chen, who had just had nothing to do, made a direct leap across time and space and came to Carol. That's why they came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building together. Carol was furious that she felt S.H.I.E.L.D. betrayed her trust. I don't know what you thought when your men attacked me, but I have serious doubts that the S.H.I.E.L.D. today is not the institution it was 30 years ago. 35. If I didn't have a good impression of you before, otherwise I would have taken you directly. The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at each other in dismay. In the headquarters building of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was undoubtedly a very magical thing to threaten their immediate boss. Instead, what they thought might be a conflict did not come. Nick Fury felt guilty and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, Ms. Marvel, I think the problems inside are very complicated, and we do have problems internally." "There is a problem? Well, solve it now," Ms. Amaze Carol said firmly. At this time, Yun Chen has completely figured out what happened, thinking that this is the plot of Captain America 2. The plot is that S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been eroded by Hydra. Very good. That's easy. He patted his head, and his extraordinary memory instantly recalled the names of people he had inadvertently seen in the past. Well, Alexander Pierce, that's the name, if you guessed it right, that the former director of your SHIELD was ahead of Hydra. 39. 35. For a time, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. members were in an uproar. Isn't this nonsense? That was the former chief of S.H.I.E.L.D., the one who promoted Nick Fury as chief. How could it be Hydra, and what could be more outrageous than that? Chapter 89. Yun Chen's words were immediately criticized. Alexander Pierce is not an easy name. He was the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is now a member of the World Security Council, not to mention that he single-handedly promoted director Nick Fury. To say that he is the leader of Hydra would be outrageous. So it's impossible. That's a member of the World Security Council, maybe Hydra hiding in the underpass. When it came to this, Nick Fury unexpectedly didn't make any sound, but stood there in silence. He was brooding, his face gloomy and uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. Only Carol had a wry smile. She knew that her man must be right. It's not about the unconditional trust of a woman in love. It's because Yun Chen has really shown the image of a prophet and a magician too many times. It was as if Yun Chen himself knew everything, like the gods of the prophets. Take the first time they met, they were hostile to each other at the time, but Yun Chen himself directly revealed Carol's true identity. In hindsight, Carol had no idea how the other party learned about it. Therefore, she can only believe that Krypton Superman may have the terrible ability to predict the future similar to the prophet. But it's too rascal to reveal the answer directly. It's like just starting to read a detective comic and suddenly being told who the murderer is. Carol joked. Kelly, who was about to turn 18, held Carol's hand and looked at her brother-in-law curiously. At this time, Yun Chen played the role of a prophet to the end. He looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him, outlined a smile, and said, "Actually, among you people, there are 2 Hydra agents." Wow! There was another uproar. Don't talk nonsense. Impossible. There are not many agents accompanying the escort, there are only 5 people, and there are 2 traitors among these 5 people. This probability is too high. What's even more unconvincing is that these people are also close friends of Nick Fury, otherwise they would not have walked on the tarmac together. A cold light flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. He folded his arms, unexpectedly didn't make a sound, just looked at them silently. Obviously, the director really doubted them. "Director, you can't let this guy talk nonsense." "Yes, we are all your cronies." The well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D agent had a rare look of panic and kept explaining. "Yun Chen is naturally rare to see their disguised drama. You Hydra do have a set. In fact, neither of these two traitors can tell which one is his accomplice, but I'm too lazy to whet your appetite. Bob, Matthew, stop pretending, I can see through you all." Swish. In an instant, the remaining 3 agents distanced themselves from them, and there was an extra gun in their hands. Matthew and Bob, who were named, looked ashen, and did not expect such an ending. They looked at Nick Fury, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was so silent, showing his support for this seemingly unrelated prediction. Then, the 2 Hydra codders looked at Yun Chen. Looking at each other, I only felt a little dazed in my mind. There was even a trace of malicious malice in his heart, as if the secrets hidden in his heart were all being seen through at will. Br. They wanted to say more, but inexplicably swallowed, and the words stopped completely. Even the movements in his hands were stagnant. The eyes lost their color, and the whole person was like a puppet, motionless, as if the soul was taken away, and the soul was taken away. Awesome. At this time, Nick Fury, who had not spoken for a long time, said to Yun Chen, "Loki once turned my Barton agent into a puppet, your spiritual power is indeed terrifying." 99. Yun Chen smiled without saying a word, neither denying, nor affirming. In fact, the two are in the same line. With the spiritual scepter in hand, Yun Chen naturally absorbed this energy that symbolizes the soul. With the help of the Oracle cheat, it is very smooth, just like the previous 2 infinite gems. The power of the mind is also fixed as a skill by the cheat. Soul of the Mind LV7, it allows the user to enter the minds of other people, and also allows all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter the user's brain. It can increase spiritual power and increase spiritual ability. 0. Ask for flowers. After Oracle absorbed this power, an unexpected pop-up window appeared in my mind. Detected power, the existence of the Space Stone, greatly enhances the use of the power of all infinite gems. Compared to kryptonite and magic, Superman's weakness is not spiritual. In fact, Superman has a very strong mental power, enough to make those who try to control him spit blood while controlling him. But now, this shortcoming, which is not a weakness, has also been completely made up. With the help of the Mind Stone, Yun Chen doesn't have to worry about being controlled or invaded by any mind, not even Charles with the help of a brainwave strengthening machine. Symbolizing the ultimate power of the mind, he exempts all abilities related to the mind. 00. On the contrary, if someone dared to pry into his heart, Yun Chen would instead give him an unforgettable lesson in his life, and under the protection of the Instinct Mind Stone, he would completely turn him into a mentally retarded. People are amazed at this mysterious magic. At the same time, I also felt that the bottom of my heart was hairy. In front of such a person, the other party has the heart to spy. It is not that all privacy cannot be hidden. "What are you still doing?" Nick Fury shouted. Everyone also reacted and completely took down the 2 traitors of S.H.I.E.L.D in front of them and disarmed them. "Thank you for your help, you have gained our S.H.I.E.L.D friendship, even though these are insignificant in your eyes." Nick Fury remained humble and said to Yun Chen. With such a marvelous performance, everyone present knew that the other party's words were true. Even if the result is outrageous, they have to face the fact that the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director is a Hydra leader. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The principle of black under the light is just that. Nick Fury therefore ignored all actions under his nose. "Damn Pierce, you managed to play me. However, now is the time to correct mistakes." Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief with Ms. Marvel Carol and this mysterious-looking Superman. Not good. In his eyes, the lake beside the 3-winged building was rippling violently, and an aerospace aircraft carrier broke through the water and was lifted into the sky. Chapter 90. A spectacular scene caught everyone's eyes. Looking down from the roof apron, the quiet lake water surface in front of me was violently turbulent, and with a bang, an aerospace aircraft carrier broke out of the water surface. No one would have thought that under the lake was a unique place where an aerospace aircraft carrier was buried. 4 super-large anti-gravity engines support the entire aerospace aircraft carrier. Under the surging power, the entire aerospace aircraft carrier like an island continues to lift off. Not good. Compared to the surprised S.H.I.E.L.D members in the whole Tri-Wing building, Director Nick Fury was in a cold sweat. He panicked. An uncontrollable sense of powerlessness fell deeply in my heart. Hydra is the first to do it. Unexpectedly, the aerospace aircraft carrier fell into their hands. Respond to me, number 1007. You are operating in violation of regulations, quickly cancel it for me. Nick Fury kept roaring through the headset, but the space carrier number 1 still did not stop its momentum and soared into the air. The water curtain continued to slide down from the flight deck, and a brand new aircraft carrier with silver coating soared into the air. 2. The cockpit crew responded to me. Nick Fury growled, but there was still no feedback, which made him look a little ridiculous. Damn it. The 2 aerospace aircraft carriers were launched directly into the air in violation of regulations. Obviously, the Hydra organization has already controlled the 2 aerospace aircraft carriers. No. They can't be allowed to take these 2 aerospace carriers. Nick Fury was in a cold sweat as he remembered the Insight project that had been discussed within SHIELD. Insight program. That is to monitor and analyze the growth process of everyone in the world, detect all possible hostiles, and then use air power to kill all hostiles. Thinking of the aerospace carrier being captured, as long as the core program of the Insight project is tampered with, all the firepower carried by the aircraft carrier can be directly sprinkled on them. For example, if the enemy is directly entered as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, then the personnel of the entire 3 curved wing building will not be complete. If the object is changed to pingming, it is even more unimaginable. Not good. Nick Fury turned to Carol directly, saying, Ms. Marvel, I pray for your strength to sink this spaceship directly, or the whole world will be in disaster. Click. Before Carol could respond, there were laser-like weapons protruding from the bottom of the aerospace carrier's deck, densely packed, and the array alone gave people a sense of power threat. Wow. There was an unbelievable scream from the whole building, and those who watched the aircraft carrier take off through the window never thought that the sights of a weapon had locked them. It's not right, they're targeting us. Damn it. There is an accident, run away. There was a huge commotion in the building, and people rushed to escape, at least away from the dim floor-to-ceiling windows. Whoosh. Under the refraction of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a dazzling red light shone through, and some dull people who were still in place were fortunate enough to see a magical scene. A red light beam across the sky suddenly shone in the sky, and then landed in the center of the aerospace carrier like a sword blade. Swish. The deck was as crisp as white paper, and the entire aerospace carrier was cut in half. This. Everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to imagine what a spectacular scene they saw. Boom. The aerospace aircraft carrier, which was cut in half, suddenly lost power, and each fell heavily on the lake. Wow. 35. The slow-witted person who realized it later took a few steps back in fright. My God, what just happened? The S.H.I.E.L.D agents on the roof apron can see more intuitively, their field of vision is wider, not to mention that standing in front of them is the initiator. Jesus is above, that beam just now, 39. This person is too strong. Where did the agents still have the calmness of the past? Under the miraculous ability just now, they were completely frightened and their expressions changed drastically. Even Nick Fury was stunned. He couldn't imagine the terrifying extraordinariness of the Superman in front of him. The red light between Yun Chen's eyes gradually dissipated, and it was really easy to use the power of heat vision to cut a steel deck. Can you take another aircraft carrier 0 without damage as much as possible? Carol looked at Yun Chen. Looking at another number 2 aerospace aircraft carrier that was still taking off indefinitely, Yun Chen nodded and said, definitely yes, this is a very easy thing. The voice just fell. His figure rose directly into the sky, and Yun Chen soared in the sky under the super flight. In an instant, he came to the flight deck of the number 2 aircraft carrier. Yun Chen stepped down with one foot. Boom. The aerospace carrier, which was originally rising, was suddenly blocked by an incomparably powerful force, so that the number 2 could no longer rise a little bit. He exerted a little force. The aerospace carrier suddenly landed rapidly, as if it was carrying a mountain range. It couldn't bear the force. With a bang, it fell into the lake again. Carol on the tarmac suddenly said, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take down these Hydra remnants soon?" The people around came back to their senses, and even Nick Fury took a deep breath and gave follow-up orders. He recalled Black Widow, Barton Agent, Captain America Steve and others, quickly cleared the interior of S.H.I.E.L.D, and took the lead in controlling the underground base under the lake. Although Yunchen was too lazy to follow up, Carol, who was so angry, went straight off the court. It's a fight without suspense. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D finally got to see Ms. Marvel's terrible performance. The weird energy is 3.3, and the artillery can't bring any damage to the body, enough to easily sink an armored vehicle. All of this is eye-opening, but it is the remnants of Hydra who suffer. They were just about to launch the Insight plan to slaughter everything that hinders Hydra, but they did not expect such an end. Now satisfy your curiosity, I finally know why I'm so special. Carol looked at the man sitting in the office. Alexander Pierce showed an embarrassed smile. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. You are indeed extraordinary, but we will also usher in our own miracle. After speaking, he shouted seriously, cut off one head and grow 2 more heads. Hydra hail. Bang. With a gunshot, he directly chose to commit suicide. Chapter 91. The Hydra lurking inside S.H.I.E.L.D was wiped out just like that. People were surprised to find that the Hydra organization, which should have disappeared during World War II, was revived with vitality. The reason is that after the demise of the Nazis in World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D, eager for talent influx, started the Paperclip project and introduced outstanding talents from the Hydra organization in the past. I thought that after so many years, the brand in their minds could be wiped away, but it was set on fire and made S.H.I.E.L.D hurt. Cut off one head and grow 2 more heads. This classic Hydra quote also shows their vitality. Before Alexander Pierce died, he bluntly said that he wanted to welcome back their miracle existence. Is this miracle existence the totem of Hydra's belief? It is unknown what it means. In addition, Carol became very angry after the purge. Because the S.H.I.E.L.D organization lost her Lent psychic scepter. That's right. After Yunchen stole the power from the spiritual scepter through the 09 cheater, he gave the scepter completely to Carol, so that she had given the Earth a powerful weapon. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D learned out of nowhere to use it to study the energy of infinite gems. Carol is also soft-hearted, thinking of the Earth's scientific research career, or temporarily rent it out to provide research. Unexpectedly, the spiritual scepter who originally fell into the scientific research department of S.H.I.E.L.D was actually swept away by Hydra and completely swept away. This made Carol angry later. Definitely facing her man made her feel extremely guilty, but when she thought about it in her heart, it was nothing. While Yunchen was extremely aftertaste, he also had to feel that the end of the timeline seemed to play a role. This is exactly the same as the original plot. The spiritual scepter that fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D was lost inexplicably and was stolen by Hydra, which triggered a series of subsequent events. Interesting. Yunchen laughed and said, "It's okay, Carol, I'm sure she will come back, maybe it will surprise me then." "You are leaving." Undressed Carol hugged Yunchen tightly. Yunchen bowed his head and kissed her forehead, and said, "I will be away for a while, as long as you recite my name in your heart, I will hear it. Don't worry, the magic of the space gem makes me have no concept of distance. As long as you feed me, how can I be willing to let you leave?" Humph. 99. Carol was buried in Yunchen's arms. Tsundere hummed. The infinite universe, Garon. This is a highly invented planet of life. Thousands of years ago, their technological civilization was no worse than today's Earth. Unfortunately, at this juncture, they ushered in the invasion of the Kree Empire. Since then, the Kree Empire has colonized the entire planet and carried out horrific bloody massacres in the days to come, and the indigenous race has completely disappeared from history. The Kree Empire completely annexed Garon's resources. Today, thousands of years later, Galen Star, which has been completely included in the sphere of influence of the Kree Empire, has ushered in the invasion of the outside world. Whoosh! Several meteorite-like things flew straight from outer space towards Jialongxing, and in an instant, this unknown thing had passed through the atmosphere. The relationship of rapid friction/rubbing was actually wrapped in fireworks and slammed into the ground of Galen Star. Hum. The sound of the alarm sounded non-stop, and the entire planet pulled up the air defense alarm. Alarm. An unknown high-energy object has broken into the star of Garan. 35. Alarm. An unknown high-energy object broke into the Cannon star. 35. Whoosh. The meteorite at the head was the most violent, but upon closer inspection, what kind of meteorite was this? But Yun Chen's figure fell straight down like a meteor. His speed was so fast that the interceptor missiles in the air could not stop him at all. Bang! Yun Chen's body slammed into the ground so domineeringly. Boom! A violent shockwave swept out in an instant. The impact force like a meteorite was so terrifying. From the place where it landed, all within a radius of dozens of miles were impacted by this force. Buildings, mountains, all razed to the ground. The vast smoke and dust are even more radiant, completely sinking a piece of the world into the haze. What is even more terrifying is that his place of residence is the core organization of the Kree Empire stationed in Garan. Since Yun Chen selectively stepped down, he has slaughtered the core Kree personnel of the entire Garan in an instant. Definitely, this momentum is more than a complete removal of the core organization. It is precisely because more than 100,000 Kree lives have evaporated under the impact of this meteorite. Whoosh. The other 3 meteorites are long overdue. These are also the 3 Krypton Superman, Fulla, and Derek Spencer, who just had awakening ability. They swooped and fell. Naturally they did not dare to hit the ground with such a great strength. My dear, they all felt terrified when they saw the momentum of their majesties fall. This is simply a man-made nuclear bomb. These new awakening ability little Supermans were very honest. They shed their energy and landed firmly on the ground. It's Krypton Superman. The Kree on the ground finally found out who was coming. However, when they tried to contact the accuser Bulletin Lewis, who was sitting in the core organization, they were unexpectedly informed that the accuser had died, and even the entire core organization was completely evaporated. My goodness. 007 Your Excellency, the accuser died like this? Then who commanded us? Now start the temporary command organization urgently, and the major interstellar bases of Jialongxing will report your current situation. The number 1 Leo interstellar base was attacked by 2 Kryptonian Supermans. 2. A hesitant voice came from there. That's right, they'll all be hot-sided beams. This should be the Kryptonian Superman. Oh my god, our army is vulnerable. Ask for temporary command support. The number 3 Libra interstellar base was also attacked by a female Superman. We are dying, and we are asking for support. After the death of Bulletin Lewis, the accuser assigned by the Kree Empire, the temporary headquarters was established instantly, but listening to the messy information around them, they only felt extremely big. Damn it! Isn't Krypton just a new generation of Superman? How come there are 3 more now? How did this come about? Isn't the Kryptonian Empire dead? How come there are so many Superman in an instant? Obviously, in the Kree Empire's stereotype of the Kryptonian Empire, the unified Kryptonians with extraordinary abilities will be called Superman, and the heat sight beam is undoubtedly their symbol. But now, Galan Star has encountered a very terrifying impact, causing the temporary headquarters to temporarily not know how to deploy personnel. Chapter 92. Krypton. It's Krypton Superman again. The Kree Empire has been bothered by Kryptonian Superman too many times in recent days. Today, these daring fellows dared to invade the traditional sphere of influence of the Kree Empire, Garan Star. Whoosh. High in the sky, sword-shaped fighter jets soared in the sky. A formation, nearly 100 ships, flew towards the original core organization very quickly. Through the window of the cockpit, everyone can clearly see that the Earth is full of wolf smoke. Originally the most prosperous heartland, the atmospheric core institutions were completely reduced to ashes, and even the traces of ruins could not exist. Because the entire Earth under the eyelids formed a terrifying oversized pit. It's like a Tiankeng, bottomless. The life-tracking device is responding. A word came from the flight fleet. As a result, everyone has captured a living life fluctuation on the Earth through life-tracking instruments. Obviously, that is the initiator, the most terrifying Superman in the new generation. Hiss. There is no lack of air conditioning sounds, which is why many drivers are amazed at the surging vitality of Krypton Superman. Okay, everyone calm down. The opponent has the ability to shoot from a long distance. After a round of projection, everyone must urgently climb up, make unconventional actions, and avoid the possible hot sight beam. Clear. The Kree Empire has suffered too many losses on Krypton Superman, and it can sum up some experience. Put it in one command. The ultra-high-tech flight fleet immediately dropped energy-gathering missiles one by one, and under the automatic tracking instrument, the energy-gathering missiles instantly smashed towards Yunchen above the ground. In fact, the speed of delivery is too fast, and even the trajectory of the missile sliding down is extremely fast. In less than a few seconds, the energy-forming missiles in the air continued to bombard the ground. Mushroom clouds continued to rise from the ground, looking extremely spectacular. Hit. It should be hit. The opponent should not be able to avoid such a saturated coverage attack. Wrong. The fluctuations of life still exist, even stronger than the fluctuations just captured. Damn, everyone rushed into the sky. Roar. Nearly 100 flight fighters were suddenly launched into the air, and the pilots all remembered the command given by the captain at the beginning. After one round of deployment, they must evacuate quickly. Not right. Soon everyone found signs of something wrong. Because their energy engine did not work, the upward momentum was forcibly stopped, and a terrifying falling momentum forced their fighters to fall desperately. Do not. Above the earth. Yunchen in the black Superman battlesuit stretched out his right hand towards the sky, then grabbed it suddenly, and pulled it down. With just such a simple action, the sword-type fighter jets in the sky suddenly lost control and fell towards the ground. This is the ability demonstration of the power gem. Gravity became a thin line in Yunchen's hand, and when he pulled it gently, nothing in the air could escape his grasp. Boom. The ground was shaking constantly, but it was the nearly 100 fighter jets that exploded on the ground. Stupid guy. Yunchen dismissed it. Their round of artillery fire just now had no effect on him. Not even the black Superman battlesuit engraved with the Emperor's coat of arms didn't do any damage. It's time to start plundering all the resources here. He thought about it. The steps that he just took have spanned a distance of hundreds of kilometers, and without a sound, he actually came to the number 1 Leo military base far away. This amazing performance across time and space is naturally the ability of the space gem. Inside the number 1 Leo military base, 2 Kryptonian Superman Derek and Spencer have broken into the base and continue to slaughter the surviving Carey elite soldiers. Definitely, they also fell into a state of anxiety, and the counter-attack of the Carey soldiers was also extremely fierce. The environment of the home planet of the Kree Empire is due to the heavy pressure of nitrogen, so that the Kree people are very powerful. Although they are far less than the elite warriors of Krypton, the number is so large that the 2 newly promoted Superman feel a little bit impatient. Derek's eyes released a beam of hot sight, and he was the first to break the situation. Spencer was unwilling to lag behind, and after taking a leap in the air, his eyes released a thermal sight beam, which completely penetrated the organized defense line. Very good. A familiar voice rang out from the ground. His Majesty. The 2 Krypton Superman did not dare to neglect at all, and said respectfully with their bodies humbly. The more they become Superman and the stronger they become, the more they understand how terrifying His Majesty's strength is. Just like what I just said, it was like a miracle, a very unreasonable collision. Relying on a terrifying peerless body, it directly caused a terrifying nuclear explosion effect on the land of Jialongxing. What a terrifying power this is. Blah blah. The sound of uniform footsteps sounded, and more Kree people ran into the number 1 Leo military base, and there were transport airships in the air, constantly projecting troops. Damn Kree. Derek cursed. But Yunchen laughed, and when he opened his hand, a blue oval gem emerged from his palm. Space gem. Go. 35. By my order, open the door of the wormhole. The suspended space gem instantly created a space gate without any auxiliary device or stabilizer. Yunchen's control of infinite gems is not comparable to Loki. In a word, he let space gem form a stable space gate. And on the other side of the gate, it was his, or Zhao's, Kryptonian army, and a long-lost army of the Kryptonian Empire. Despair. Footsteps came. Under the stunned crowd of Kree, groups of Kryptonian soldiers kept coming out of the space gate. This. How is that possible? Doesn't it mean that the Kryptonian Empire has been wiped out? How come, not only did Superman run out of this year, but even the Kryptonian army appeared? Damn it, it's over. The Kree couldn't hide their surprise, but they never expected that so many Kryptonite soldiers had been airborne in this base. Looking at this scene, Yunchen couldn't help but draw a smile. A new batch of soldiers has completely walked out of the incubation pool, and the Kryptonian Empire's population has completely broken through thousands, and now this large-scale army has invaded the entire base. Kill all the Kree, and plunder all military weapons and ship resources for me. 799. Yes, Your Majesty. 35. Chapter 93. Bang. A Kree figure was directly blown into a cloud of blood. With Derek's punch, even the powerful body of the Kree could not resist, and in just one round, he was completely reduced to a corpse. Whoosh. At this moment, a red heat sight beam broke through the sky, and a transport battleship in the sky suddenly exploded. Under the fire and rain, the battle horns of the Kryptonian soldiers have become more and more high. These nascent Kryptonian soldiers don't rely on their bodies like Superman, on the contrary, they are all armed with rechargeable weapons, constantly killing the living force. Definitely, there are also many people who respect the fighting genes in their bodies and rush up directly with their bare hands. Even according to their personal fitness, the Kryptonian soldiers still stabilized the Kree. I have to say that the Kryptonians and the Kree people grew up in a somewhat similar environment, and they also grew up in a nitrogen-heavy environment, but they were quite different. Krypton is playing with chromosomes and applauding, and every segment of its own genes is completely cracked, which can innately determine the professional understanding of an individual's future development. Therefore, these soldiers are born with extraordinary combat power, and their blood is flowing with the factors of war, fighting skills, and all fighting skills are depicted in their genes. One can imagine how these Kree could be the opponents of Krypton soldiers when they were fighting alone. In less than 10 minutes, the 007 No. 1 Leo military base that received reinforcements was completely destroyed and completely fell into the hands of the Kryptonians. Pay attention to handling. All military weapons and ships are brought back to me. The Kryptonian soldiers in front of them began to drive their ships, passed through the space gate, and brought a series of military supplies back to Neptune. The stored rare metals, ores, and even a series of fighter jets and military weapons were transported back to the home planet. In fact, the poor Kryptonian Empire is too resource poor. Counting it carefully, apart from the super-large main ship World Engine and 2 reconnaissance ships including the Aquarius, the Kryptonian Empire does not have any significant large-scale interstellar battleships. Although they have the technology and blueprints, they also have scientists and engineers, but to build a super-large interstellar warship, they need a large amount of, rare metals. These resources, Neptune star is not enough to be mined. Krypton's engineers can't even build a production line of high-tech weapons with today's resources. Even the genetic nutrient solution needed for the hatching tank has bottomed out. Poor. Really poor. The decline of the Empire is evident from this. Every huge interstellar empire means possessing innumerable resources. Even if an entire fleet is destroyed, it is a painless thing for them. To get out of the predicament and revive the Empire, Yun Chen naturally has a way. The solution is very simple and straightforward, and a very simple way is to plunder. Hashtag. Isn't the war just for profit? Isn't it for their resources? In the face of the Carey Empire, which has hatred with him, Yun Chen is not polite at all. From the perspective of each other's endless death, it is either your death or my death. Without guns and cannons, the enemy made them for us. Suddenly, looking at the figure walking down the gate of the space, Yun Chen thought of this sentence inexplicably. Their harvest is very large. Just in the star-level dock, they accidentally harvested a semi-finished super-large warship that has not yet been polished. This is enough to take back for Kryptonian engineers to construct, and re-engineered into a world engine. Very good, first clear the power of each military base to me. The air rippled slightly. Yun Chen used the space gem to activate the super-large space teleportation ability. With the power of space, he rushed to the No. 2 military base with hundreds of Kryptonian soldiers. The way of space transmission is really unreasonable. The place where everyone landed was actually in the hinterland of the base, the heart of this military base. Who would have thought that there would be a large number of enemy troops inside? It's even more impossible to build facilities to guard against one's own interior. The center blooms. In just a split second, Yun Chen took the kryptonite soldiers from the inside to the outside, easily slaughtering a large number of living forces. When the enemy's situation was over, Yun Chen did the same again and continued to rush to the military bases with a large number of fighting forces. Bang! The orange fire continued to bloom on the military fortresses of Jialongxing. The momentum of collapse is very fast, and the Kree people are simply unable to guard against this strange space ability, and the army that suddenly ran out from the inside made them unable to resist. This is a peaceful place within the sphere of influence of the Kree Empire, and there has been no war on Garon for thousands of years. Highly developed and peacefully unified. Therefore, the interstellar military fortress here has a very considerable interstellar battleship, which is large enough to easily overwhelm several living planets. Judging from the information from various military bases, the temporary headquarters of Jialongxing was already in a cold sweat, and he discovered the intention of the other party. Damn, the Kryptonians are looting our spaceships, they're taking our property. This is a blatant looting. A whole. Please pay attention to the major military bases, immediately start the self-destruction program of all interstellar warships for me, and immediately destroy those precious properties for me. It is a pity that there are very few respondents, and it is obvious that the major military bases have been completely destroyed. The carry officer of the temporary command suddenly turned ashen. Damn, you can't make one mistake and make another mistake. Pass my order, mobilize all space-based weapons in outer space, and all air fleets, and bomb all military bases for me. Yes, you heard the order right, bomb me all military bases. 99. But there were apparently hesitant words from the other end of the communication. No, but the Empire will remember their brilliant record, speed, and bombard me indiscriminately. I can't let the Kryptonians continue to succeed. Soon. In the outer space of Jialongxing, several space-based weapons were immediately mobilized, and these space-based laser satellites quickly began to charge. Yun Chen, who was far away on the ground, frowned, because he had already felt that his body was locked by something. This is Superman's innate intuition, and he can predict the direction of the enemy's attack in advance. So, he looked up at the sky, those deep eyes under the Eye of Insight ability, saw through all falsehoods, and the distance could not stop the eyes of the eyes. Stupid guy, space-based satellite weapon. Yun Chen showed disdain, and he stretched out his hand towards the air again. This time he didn't pull the satellite down, but squeezed lightly, clasping his 5 fingers together. Chapter 94. His raised right hand was clasped together. The dazzling purple waves of the power gem radiated out. Yun Chen gave a soft drink, and the space-based satellite weapon in the far outer space exploded. It's different from the fact that he directly pulls the gravitational force and pulls the satellite down easily. This time Yun Chen was more direct, causing the satellites in the sky to explode directly. Death doesn't change. Yun Chen's eyes saw a large flight formation passing by in the sky far away. This is undoubtedly the act of sending death in his eyes. The gravitational force in the sky was completely pulled by Yun Chen, and the ability of the power gem was activated again. With a sudden pull, he pulled down the satellite in outer space and the fleet passing by in the air. Whoosh! The whistling sound of breaking through the air was very harsh. Under the desperate voices of the pilots, their fighter jets kept falling towards the ground like meteorites. Boom! Above the earth, a burst of orange-red fireworks exploded continuously. Yun Chen withdrew his gaze, somewhat aware of the intentions of the Kree people. The Kree, regardless of their own existence, are ready to start bombing indiscriminately, and they all speed up for me. Yes, Your Majesty. The Kryptonian soldier nodded. Inside the number 3 Libra interstellar base. The iceberg Beautiful single-handedly washed the entire base before this. Unlike Derek and Spencer, Fula's ability is obviously more advanced to level 1. During those days under the sun's rays, she had awakening the super roar ability. The entire base seemed to be ravaged by a hurricane, the ground was completely opened, and the surrounding buildings were ruthlessly destroyed. The ruins are already in ruins. Fula wiped off the blood of the alloy blade with her black gloved palm, and the scarlet color in her cold eyes gradually dissipated. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar smell approaching, and immediately raised her body humbly, and said, Your Majesty is welcome. 35. Fula, you've done a great job, you can already be on your own. Yun Chen said. Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. Fula's frosty face couldn't hide her joy. Prepare to retreat, the other party starts a self-explosive attack. But the substances in the warehouse here. Fula hesitated. Yun Chen glanced at the super-large interstellar battleship that was not parked not far behind, He stretched out his hand, and the blue space gem floated out gently, hanging in the sky. Wow! In an instant, the space gem evolved into a black vortex, and a powerful and unparalleled absorbing force suddenly came from it. The interstellar battleships parked on the ground were suddenly sucked in by the black holes in the air under this suction. Within a few seconds, all the spaceships on the tarmac were absorbed by the vortex in the air. Your Majesty is wise. It was also the first time that Fula saw Yun Chen demonstrate such an ability. Under Yun Chen's thoughts, the black vortex in midair dissipated again, turned into a blue space gem, and flew back to his hand again. Gone. Before that, the Kryptonian troops where Garen Star was located had already evacuated, and they were the last evacuees. The figures of the two gradually rose up into the sky. Looking at the distant horizon, Yun Chen outlined a smile. Before parting, he definitely wanted to give one last gift. Damn, it's Krypton Superman. One man and one woman, unmistakably the monarch of the Kryptonian Empire and his female subordinates. My god, the information is really correct, there really is more than one Superman in the Kryptonian Empire now. In outer space, a whole foreign aid force of the Kree Empire was ushered in. They were originally a task force stationed in the Lionheart Galaxy, but they received unexpected news and learned that Garan had been invaded by an alien. This is a situation not seen in thousands of years. When the Interstellar Task Force kept trying to contact the core organization of Garan, it did not receive any reply. It was not until news came from the temporary command that the core organization had been destroyed by a blow from the sky. Flat. The situation was so deteriorated that they could not drag it on any longer, so they stationed in the interstellar fortress of the Lionheart Galaxy and immediately dispatched an entire interstellar task force. Krypton Superman. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. How many times they had heard of this difficult character. For this reinforcement operation, everyone is somewhat apprehensive. Definitely, there are also many people who are full of excitement. He's right in front. The Interstellar Task Force is mainly composed of cosmic powerhouses who fight alone, and their physical fitness is not comparable to ordinary Kree people. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### have activated the hidden evolutionary potential in the body, greatly enhanced cell activity, and possessed various extraordinary abilities. He looked over. Damn, he found us too, but that's fine, let's make a quick fight. 35. Everyone's heart is full of tension, and there will definitely be a fierce battle next. Don't be afraid, we're not a bunch of idiots that can compare. Someone roared, his eyes were full of fighting intent. He was not afraid of Superman, and even wanted to make a name for himself with the help of Superman's reputation. Over the years, the Kree Empire has already absorbed experience from the radiation mutation of Ms. Marvel, Carol, and carried out a series of body modifications, and many of them were born out of this. 00. Take him. Everyone was in a hurry, but they found that the figure in the sky far away was actually falling towards the sky. He ran away. Everyone is inexplicably happy. Is the other party afraid of himself and others? But shouldn't the escape direction be outer space? Not right. Boom. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar, and everyone changed their color when they heard the sound, and a strong omen of danger sounded in their instinctive reaction. This. Looking down. Bang. The boundless earth beneath his feet was cracked inch by inch, the entire planet was torn apart completely, and the cracks were quickly filled with red magma. Damn, what did he do? Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the cracked planet spewed out lava and flames, drowning everything that existed on the earth. This. An apocalyptic scene suddenly came into their eyes. He ruined the entire planet. Continuing constantly, the crustal movement has repeatedly caused super large earthquakes, and the high flames thrown by the volcano gradually covered the upper sky. The members of the Interstellar Task Force changed their faces and flew towards outer space. Cannon star, destroyed. That crazy Kryptonian actually used some kind of sky-reaching means to destroy a planet. The ambition just now was completely overwhelmed, and the Interstellar Task Force fled to outer space in embarrassment. Chapter 95. Boom. Every inch of Garan Star was torn apart, and the cracked ravine was filled with magma, and fireworks that were enough to cover the sky were erupted. The Kree above the Earth don't know what's going on. The Earth is shaking. The terrifying crustal movement caused the constant super-earthquake to shatter everything on the ground. The Kree cried and ran, but in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by fireworks, and doubt fell into the abyss under their feet. Thousands of years ago, they occupied Garon, carried out a terrifying genocide, and slaughtered all the indigenous people. The end of Cannon Star has arrived. It was originally a bright planet, but now it is full of fire, like an endless hell. The interstellar task force who fled to outer space in a hurry took a deep breath. They simply thought that 007 would not encounter such a shocking thing. Is a planet just like that? The dazzling civilization, all the buildings on the ground, just disappeared? Everyone's faces were pale, and they didn't dare to imagine what they had experienced. If everyone's flight speed was not slow, I am afraid that they would also be buried in the volcanic eruption. Damn! What the hell did that Kryptonian do? Here comes the problem. What did the Kryptonian Superman do to cause such a terrifying crustal movement that the Earth was completely torn apart and a terrifying volcanic eruption was born? But before they could think about it, in the space not far away, a black figure of a lady flew over like a shooting star. It's full of the iceberg beauty. Enemy attack. The interstellar task force immediately frowned, and before they could start attacking, a thick red light beam cut through the starry sky and came straight at them. Shaw! The speed of the rays of light was so fast that before some people could react, blood had already bloomed, and the two figures were completely cut in half by the heat sight beam, and the blood mist filled the starry sky. Damn, fight back. Fulla, who had already noticed their figures, didn't know what to fear, and the figures flew straight away, with an extra sharp alloy blade in her hand, and they fought in space like a duck to water. These newborn calves of the Interstellar Task Force also encountered Krypton Superman for the first time in a real sense. The Kree people who were still holding on to their fame and desire to become famous just now were suddenly disillusioned. Because of one face-to-face, Fulla had already cut off several heads with the blade. There is naturally a reason why Gallon Star has changed so much. Yun Chen, the initiator, suddenly fell from the sky, but he wanted to give the Carey Empire a curtain call. After landing, he activated the ability of Power Stone LV-10. Although this level is not enough for Yun Chen to smash a planet, it is enough for Yun Chen to destroy the star core of a planet. Boom! His right fist burst out with terrifying power, and just like that, it landed on the core of Jialong Star, which is the innermost confidant of a planet. It is conceivable that the terrifying infinite energy runs through it, and the core of the Earth is suddenly destroyed. What followed was the terrifying crustal movement. The tectonic plates were torn apart, and the molten lava under the surface continued to erupt, venting boundless anger. Although the entire planet of Garon still exists, everything on the entire surface, the Kree buildings and civilizations are covered by boundless lava fireworks. The smell of sulfur in the air is even more persistent, and the entire planet will not return to its former vitality in the coming years. In a sense, Yun Chen directly made the entire planet wither. This is still a gem of power at this level, and it has such destructive power. Yun Chen sighed inwardly. The Oracle Cheater contained the Power Stone as a skill, and until now, after swallowing the endless cosmic energy, it can be upgraded to LV-10. But it was enough for Yun Chen to use his strength to destroy the civilization on the surface of a planet. Not only that, the Power Gem is more than that, it is the ultimate power that can easily destroy the planet. Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Definitely, Superman's original physical strength alone can do it. As long as Yun Chen's flight speed increases and Wushuan's body becomes stronger, he can collide with a planet at super light speed like a small planet, which is enough to easily penetrate a planet. Looking for Fulla's life fluctuations, Yun Chen activated the space gem, and without making a sound, he stepped out into the outer space of Garon. Only in the outer space in front of me, the blood is raining, and the corpses are all over the place. Fulla's body shuttles through it, constantly reaping the opponent's life. Definitely, these Kree people in front of me are unexpectedly tenacious, fighting back to the death. A task force, it should be the experimental body of the Carey Empire. Yun Chen saw through their reality at a glance. Here comes another one, run. Finally, these interstellar task forces raised their minds to escape. A new female Superman makes them overwhelmed, let alone a Kryptonian monarch. It's just that no matter how fast they ran, how could there be a thermal sight beam faster, and in the blink of an eye, they were all cut off by the beams released in Yun Chen's eyes. With a spit in the mouth, the flames filled the sky again, burning the Kree people who had tried their best to counterattack to death. Let's go. 99. Yun Chen pulled Fula, directly awakened the power of space, and left the starry sky. Large Magellanic Cloud, Harris Planet. This is the headquarters of the Carey Empire. An unexpected message came via quantum communication. Cannon has fallen. The core of the Earth was impacted abnormally, so that all existence on the surface, hundreds of millions of Kree lives, and even all property were buried in the earthquake and lava. After investigation, the initiator was the Emperor of the Kryptonian Empire, the Kryptonian Superman who was born out of nowhere. Damn it! The Supreme Accusers in the conference room looked ashen and clenched their fists angrily. How could they have been so humiliated? Before Superman hit the core of the Earth, they sacked all the military bases of Galen, and a series of 3.3 resources such as space battleships and rare metals were plundered. BD 35. After hearing the words from the Supreme Wisdom, everyone finally couldn't hold back their irritable temper and started yelling. If the previous Kryptonian Empire was still playing small things and doing some actions of destruction, then their actions now really want to suck our blood back to feed themselves. That's right. The previous Kryptonian Superman sabotage was just an annoying fly for the Carey Empire. The Carey Empire is so big, and there are thousands of life planets under its banner. But the opponent's action this time was extremely ruthless, plundering all the military resources of Jialongxing. This is no longer a fly, but a parasite in the human body. It is absorbing the nutrients of the Empire and growing itself. Until finally, the parasite burst from the corpse of the Empire. Chapter 96. The Supreme Accusers present were extremely vigilant. Before we thought it was a petty fight, let him dismantle the fleet, just treat it as a charity to him. But now this poor Kryptonian monarch has caught our attention and is going to plunder our resources and expand his empire. 35. What a BD. This guy doesn't take our Kree Empire seriously at all. 99. But how did he do it? Finally an accuser has raised a question worth considering. Yes. How can it be so easy to plunder resources, and transportation alone is an unsolvable problem? They looked at the list and learned that the number of losses included 2 super-large interstellar main ships and 75 interstellar battleships. Not to mention the number of other huge rare metals, just how these fleets were plundered intact. You must know that the long and boundless Star Road is all within the sphere of influence of the Carey Empire. How can you allow you to take a little thing back? However, Krypton Superman also did it in 09. It's the space gem. The supreme head of the Empire, Supreme Wisdom, said, this is one of the infinite gems, which allows users to master the space as easily as roar suction. So it is. 99. It's quite strange that the fallen Kryptonian Empire still has such a good cosmic treasure. A greedy red light flashed in the pupils of the accusers. Superman actually possessed such a treasure, and they wanted to take it for themselves. Supreme Wisdom said, so these Kryptonians plundered our property like this. It is conceivable that they are indeed lacking in resources today, and plundering is indeed the best way to strengthen their strength. But they were wrong in plundering us. A Supreme Accuser complained angrily. The main thing is that you noticed one thing. What? That's the Kryptonian army. 35. Let me see, damn BD, how come there are so many Kryptonian troops, thousands of troops? Are you sure it's not a scribbled report? The Supreme Wisdom, who claims to have assembled the wisdom of all the Kree people, said in a timely manner, this is the unique reproduction method of the Kryptonians. They penetrated their own genes, mastered every chromosome, and quickly reproduced asexually under the genetic engineering technology. If the destruction of Krypton did not bury the Central Codex, then it is very likely that in a few months, we will face the incomparably powerful Kryptonian Empire. What? The Kree's face changed greatly. A few months to become the weather? Then give them an extra year, isn't it just to let the Kryptonian Empire begin to restore its former glory? No, this thorn has to be removed. Especially given the relationship between our two countries, we must not sit back and watch him grow. Supreme Wisdom nodded and said, so I propose to list the Kryptonian Empire as a first-level threat, and there must be no second Skrull Empire. 99. Seconded. Second. 39. Seconded. The Supreme Accusers all nodded in response. A first-degree threat exists. That means that the Kree Empire will dispatch all resources to deal with the Kryptonian Empire, and in order to deal with Superman, it will also bring back the cosmic powerhouses who are on the front line to deal with the Super Skrulls. In any case, Supreme Intelligence has begun to pay attention to the Kryptonian Empire, and will not sit idly by and watch it continue to grow. Neptune Star. This sack of Garon was a great harvest. The space gem is undoubtedly the biggest contributor. Yun Chen was able to gift his woman's soul scepter. After all, there was not much of a major strategic point, but the space gem was different, and directly opened a space gate together with the Neptune planet. Just one door apart, easily plundering each other's resources. Therefore, it is strange that the Carey Empire did not jump over the wall, and even used the indiscriminate bombing method in anger. 2 super-large interstellar main ships, and 75 interstellar battleships, God. It's developed. The engineers cheered roar. We can transform it and create a world engine. The scientist who was used to living in poverty also laughed. The majestic rare metals and minerals are enough to make them go to war and start to build an interstellar battleship that belongs to Krypton. Even the dismantled precision technology production line is enough for the Kryptonian Empire to start building its own high-tech weapons. The military strength has obviously taken a step forward. More than 20 Kryptonite soldiers died in this looting operation. Lilith leaned in front of her and reported. Yun Chen nodded. Even in a crushing attack, the number of casualties was inevitable. Kryptonian soldiers are not Superman after all, their advantages are just a sturdy body, and even the fighting methods depicted in their genes, it is normal to have casualties. What's more, with a large hatching pool, Yun Chen wouldn't worry about the casualties of his soldiers at all. The scientist said at this time, maybe we can create a single battlesuit for the soldiers, which will greatly enhance their strength. With our current resources, we can support more than 1,000 suits. Yun Chen nodded. He remembered the single battlesuit on the reconnaissance ship in the past, which did significantly improve the combat effectiveness, and even gave Kryptonian soldiers the combat ability to fly into space. Very good, just working on a single battlesuit for me to continue to ramp up production. Yes, Your Majesty. There is also a good match with the Wu-023 weapon. After all, the Kryptonian soldiers are not Superman. 99. As you wish, my lord. After saying this, a herald suddenly came over and said, Your Majesty, there is news from Nidaville, dwarf. Mention this. Only then did Yun Chen remember the promise that dwarf Nidaville made to him. In order to obtain his blessing, he wanted to help his people build weapons. There's even a ladies' battlesuit for Ms. Marvel's Carol. Now I don't know how he's prepared. But the herald obviously didn't say that. It was a message from the 2 Kryptonian soldiers we sent. They said that they found an unknown approaching ship in the outer starfield of the dwarf country, which is suspected to be the ship of the Dark Order. Okay, I see. Yun Chen said. Dwarf country is not far from Neptune in the general sense, even the warp engine will take a while to jump through the stars. According to other interstellar countries, I am afraid it will be too late to rush over. But for Yun Chen, traversing the space is like folding a piece of white paper, and in an instant, spanning an endless distance between 2 endpoints. Silently, his figure disappeared on the Neptune star. Yun Chen was still very interested in the Dark Order, after all, it was Thanos' subordinate. Inning G. Chapter 97. Outside the star domain of Nidaville, the country of Dwarf. A long and narrow black interstellar battleship pierced the starry sky and came directly to this starfield. In fact, this interstellar battleship belonging to the Dark Sect has been wandering here for a long time. The dwarf country has not shown any performance after swaggering for so long, which shows that they have no resistance at all. 35. Krypton has no armed forces other than Superman. It's a great opportunity. Proxima Midnight of the Dark Order whispers. As the wife of Corvus Glaive, she has been planning to avenge her husband for a long time, vowing to wash all the lives of dwarf country to avenge her deceased husband. Lord Thanos will definitely be very angry when he finds out. Someone admonished beside him. Proxima Midnight naturally knows what it means to act privately, but she can't hold back and decides to avenge her dead husband. As long as we fly into the dwarf country quickly, destroy all the life we see with a direct projection, kill the king of the dwarf country, Yitri, and leave quickly, we will definitely be caught off guard by a Superman. 35. Proxima Midnight said with great determination. A group of subordinates immediately knew that they could not persuade them to continue, so they bit the bullet and carried out the order. Whoosh! A long and narrow black space battleship swept past the dwarf country Nidaville. Boom! A burst of artillery fire was continuously ejected from it, and the laser beam continued to fall, and in an instant, most of the firepower of the entire battleship was poured out. The cannon fire of the entire fleet was even more exaggerated, and a small half of Nidaville's territory was shrouded in fireworks. Boom! Nidaville is a country of craftsmen after all, although the number is small and there is no considerable armed force, but it has a lot of weapons. Under the counter-attack on the ground, the black warships that traversed the sky were continuously shot down. Damn it! Proxima Midnight yelled. She never imagined that the firepower of the dwarf country would be so abundant. Listen to my order, let the vanguard guards attack and let them kill all the dwarf tribes. This. The subordinate was stunned for a moment. What about the agreed plan? After the agreed salvo, she would leave? But fortunately, she would not be foolish enough to go on the adventure herself. Let's go when you're done, please hurry up. Proxima Midnight hasn't been completely carried away by the urge for revenge. Boom. The hatch is wide open. A ferocious beast with only 4 arms was thrown and dropped, that is, the vanguard, the terrifying and ferocious beast, many of which have extraordinary attributes. Many years ago, it was tamed by the great titan Thanos and became a legion under his banner. Boom. Just before the vanguard guards fell from it, a terrifying bombardment wave swept in. With a bang, blood mists exploded in the air, and an unknown force made the sky a no-fly zone. No, he's here, hurry up. Proxima Midnight's face changed greatly. I never expected Superman to be so fast. However, his offensive was too bizarre and overbearing, and everyone hadn't had time to figure out the other party's specific direction. Whoosh! At this moment, a dazzling ice-blue light beam cut through the sky, and under an ice-blue trajectory, it directly hit a battleship passing by in space. Boom! The orange-red fire exploded, and the wreckage of the body covered a starfield with flames. No! It's Superman. 39. Damn, it's too fast, that guy is already here. The subordinates roared, and this was the worst outcome they envisioned. Lord Thanos has long said that he can't act rashly. Is it because he is afraid that he has complete control over the space gem? Don't complain about this. The units of the fleet are flying in all directions. I don't believe that he can kill us all alone. 5. At the moment, Proxima Midnight's complexion grew uglier. Although it is clear that the space gem was successfully captured by the Superman of the new generation of Krypton, whether it can be mastered is one thing. Thanos once boasted that in the past tens of thousands of years in the universe, even in the history since the birth of the universe, he is the only one who has gained enlightenment and knows how to manipulate infinite gems. The Infinity Gauntlet further allowed him to integrate these forces, allowing him to destroy half of the creatures in the universe with a snap of his fingers. But all this, an unexpected person appeared, that is Yun Chen, who was also taking infinite gems, and even plundering Infinity Gauntlet. This made Thanos extremely frustrated and decided that the other party must know the secret of infinite gems. Therefore, he asked Proxima Midnight, who lost her husband, to restrain her impulse and not act rashly. After all, in the face of a Superman with a time and space shuttle, all the intrusions are extremely ridiculous. Although knowing this, Proxima Midnight is still willing to gamble on this, betting that the other party may not be able to master the space gem well, and will be able to get the information at the first time and then rush to the scene. In fact, she was terribly wrong. The opponent's mastery of the space gem is really outrageous. Whoosh! Even if these long and narrow space battleships are equipped with warp engines, even if all the ships retreat at high speed in different directions. But the speed of the other party is simply outrageous. With a single thought, the other party is allowed to cross the far-flung distance, from one end of the starfield to the other. The attack is as shocking as ever. With a simple punch, Superman directly blew up a battleship. In the blink of an eye, there is no ripple. His figure crossed an unimaginable length and came directly to the edge of another fleeing battleship. Then, with an understatement, he said that these warships were completely defeated. The other party moves instantly. It's too fast. No. It's not speed, but the space gem makes his transfer as easy as roar sucking. Damn, how could he have mastered the space, good, gem all at once? Proxima Midnight knew that it would be doomed, and immediately clenched his teeth and said, bring the fleet together, turn on the warp engine in one direction, and escape one by one. The warp drive is a typical superluminal jumping device of a starship, like a warp space. But just as they turned on the warp drive to seek superluminal speed escape, a charm blue oval gem flew over out of thin air. It's the space gem. Suddenly, the space gem flying under the boundless starry sky directly transformed into a black vortex. Do not. It's a black hole. The crowd shouted again and again. Without waiting for him and the others to start jumping through space, a huge suction force immediately pulled their battleship out of the state of preparing for a superluminal flight. The black hole showed a terrifying suction force, swallowing the battleship in front of it, and even all the light. Chapter 98. Black Hole. The space gem once again transformed into a black hole with terrifying devouring power. Definitely, all this is under Yun Chen's grasp, and under his thoughts, this charm blue oval gem has turned into a terrifying black hole. When plundering Jialongxing, Yun Chen showed this miraculous scene, in order to take away all the bulky materials in an instant. Now he repeats his old tricks, but at the other end of the black hole, it is no longer Neptune star, but the turbulent starry vortex of chaos. Once you are involved in it, congratulations, you will fall directly on the spot. Boom. The long and narrow black interstellar battleship in front of him couldn't get rid of this terrifying devouring force. Black hole. That's an existence that can even swallow all the light. Definitely, this may not be able to trap some cosmic powerhouses. Just like the lady in front of you. Bang. Proxima Midnight, one of the Black Orders, penetrated the deck of the interstellar battleship, and her figure flew out. Her terrifying flight speed gradually got rid of the attraction of the black hole. Obviously, being able to be reused as a subordinate by Thanos and promoted to one of the 5 Obsidian Generals does have a strong ability. However, when Proxima Midnight got rid of the engulfing power of the black hole, there was a long-awaited figure in front of her. Surprise 023. Not surprising. Yun Chen said with a smile. What? Proxima Midnight screamed in horror. The name of Superman is naturally like thunder, and after the first real meeting, he is even more shocked by the vast sense of strength under the tall and strong opponent. But there was a black hole behind her, and she had no way to hide. No way. It is impossible for the other party to let him go. She could only bite the bullet and continue to fly forward. Clang. Proxima Midnight has an extra black spear in Proxima Midnight's hand, which is an artifact built for her by Thanos himself. As long as it is lightly projected, it can be split into 3 black rays that can track the target, but any creature that is touched by it will be unable to bear this force and die quickly. Whoosh. 3 black spectrum-like rays flew out, hitting the Superman in front of him. At the same time, Proxima Midnight didn't expect her attack to be effective, and her figure flew with it. She was good at melee combat and tried to fight to the death. Although she herself didn't hold much hope, the next second, she still widened her eyes. Bang. 3 black spectrums fell on the opponent's body, but the so-called instant death effect did not occur, and the surging energy attached to it disappeared without a trace, as if the opponent's body had some kind of absorption characteristic. VR. She gritted her teeth, her body had already jumped up, and she had no other possibility to back down. Proxima Midnight's 2 hands with terrifying destructive waves stretched out horizontally, trying to hit each other, but the reaction speed of the 2 sides was not of the same order of magnitude. I haven't had time to see each other's actions. Bang. A fist had already landed on his waist. Boom. The terrifying impact instantly destroyed the energy brewing in the body, and the internal organs shattered into a ball. The body of Proxima Midnight was knocked out very far. She vomited out a mouthful of blood, feeling that she lost most of her life. Before Proxima Midnight could stabilize her body, she already felt a strong wind blowing towards her face. But even if she had foreseen the opponent's actions, she couldn't stop the swift movement, and she forced her hands to block it. Click. The bones of both hands were broken. 35. Proxima Midnight spat out a mouthful of blood, her body floating on the boundless starry sky was completely powerless, she could no longer raise any strength, and her vitality had apparently come to an end. Her scarlet pupils stared at Yun Chen, roaring, "I only hate myself for not being able to avenge my husband, I will curse you below." Before he could finish speaking, Proxima Midnight was already vomiting blood. There was a smile on Yun Chen's face, and he said with a smile, "The whole family should be neat, aged, how good, I not only want to send you husband and wife reunion, but also send you Obsidian 5 generals and send you Thanos together. Get together. Proxima Midnight couldn't utter a single word. She could not have imagined that Yunchen was so arrogant in front of her. The great titan Thanos will surely avenge us. Click. Yunchen grabbed her neck with one hand, letting all her words swallowed in her throat. Don't worry. Don't rush to hell, I still use you. A smile appeared on Yunchen's face. Proxima Midnight's limbs were constantly struggling, and looking at this pair of eyes, she only felt boundless fear. All of a sudden, she only felt that her spirit had gone into a trance. The reason to hold on to the dying Proxima Midnight is definitely not while it's hot. Yunchen didn't have such a hobby after all. There were ripples in his eyes, and the power of his mind radiated out, and he directly read the memory of Proxima Midnight. Proxima Midnight suddenly felt bad. She knew that her mind had been invaded, and all her memories and secrets were read like a book. Damn it! Stop it! She knew that this was the power of the mind, and as a Proxima Midnight Proxima who knew a lot of Thanos' secrets, she only felt extremely flustered. She thought about killing herself, but a palpitating force blocked her actions. Do not. In Yunchen's eyes, pictures were reflected, which were all places where Proxima Midnight had been to. At the moment, he was constantly stretched, and came to a starry sky. At the moment, a planet in the starry sky was reflected in his eyes. That's Titan. Thanos' hometown, the old nest. I found you, Thanos, and also the location of your planet. Yunchen outlined a smile. Afterwards, he continued to zoom in on the entire planet, looking for the memory of Proxima Midnight, and came directly to a place high in the sky of Titan. There was a silver floating throne hovering there, and the figure sitting on it was extremely thick. It was Thanos. Thanos opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes shone with divine light, and he looked into the void at a glance. Obviously he had seen someone spying here. Interesting. Yunchen didn't expect that the Thanos collected from his memory had such magical powers, and he could find clues. Who is it? Dare to use the power of the mind to spy on this place, you will die. Thanos' low voice came. Yunchen was even more fearless, and said, I see you, Thanos. I also see where your planet is, Titan. Are you ready for the day I find you? 35. Chapter 99. I see you, Thanos. I see where your planet is too, Titan. Words kept lingering in Thanos' ears. His purple face was full of anger. How many years had someone dared to threaten him in front of him? Superman. All right. You dare to show your face in front of me, This is the power of the mind. Damn guy, you actually stole my mind gem. Not only that, but the power gem, the space gem, the DMBD. Even stole my infinity gauntlet. I am surprised that in this universe, there are still people who understand the mystery of infinite gems, and can even master it. I will die with you. Even if you kneel in front of me now, I will not forgive you. Thanos, sitting on the floating throne, vented his anger against the air in the endless void. But in front of Thanos, who has a good spiritual power, he has also spied the figure who came through the power of the soul. It's really interesting. Yunchen didn't expect that he and Thanos would communicate with each other in such a memory. This person actually has good spiritual power, and obviously has a strong resistance to mind gem. The great titan Thanos, indeed, has something extraordinary. Just hearing his accusations, Yunchen laughed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for your generosity. I didn't have time to thank you last time I met on Earth, and now I have to express my solemn thanks to you here. 99. Kr. There were waves of anger on Thanos' purple face, and he had never been ridiculed so much. Now he can't wait to appear in front of him on the spot and have a life and death contest with the opponent. Do not be angry. You have to get used to this loss, and if you still insist on snatch infinite gems from me, I will tell you that this loss will continue. Not only the infinity gauntlet and the infinite gems in my hands, the other infinite gems you fancy will also fall into my hands, and your people will now all die in my hands. Maybe one day yours. Don't be too surprised if a woman robs me. Shut up. Before he could finish speaking, Thanos interrupted angrily. How dare you insult my woman, and even try to sully my woman? Damn Superman, you have added another crime. 35. Yunchen raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the casual sentence would cause Thanos so much anger. Then the question arises, his woman is How dare you miss my goddess of death? That is not an existence that you, a dirty and stupid Superman, can touch. The distance between you and her is like stardust and mud. That is an existence that you have to look up to all your life. When it comes to his woman, Thanos is hysterical and doesn't seem to be at all serious. Obviously, the topic of this woman is the soft underbelly in this Thanos' heart and cannot be brought up. And many more. Are women the goddess of death? Yun Chen suddenly thought that Thanos in the comics is a very real-looking dog. In order to gain the love of the goddess of death, one of the 5 gods in the universe, he pleases in every possible way, but he is not human at all. Since then, he has begun to collect infinite gems, in order to give half of the universe to the goddess of death. Lick the dog. Nothing more than that. Wait. This is different from the version in the movie. You must know how noble and selfless the image of Thanos in the movie is, and how touching it is. In the movie, he is a villain with ideals, morals, culture, and discipline. In order to maintain a reasonable population and maintain ecological balance, Thanos kills half of the people wherever he goes, neither looting, nor occupying, but completely random. How splendid! How noble and selfless! Yun Chen also complained in a previous life that this was a selfless staff member of the Universal Family Planning Commission. But now, the reality is cruel. Thanos here is a real-looking dog. In order to gain the love of the goddess of death, he has to sacrifice half of the universe for this purpose. At the moment, he is working hard for this goal. I didn't expect you to be such a Thanos. Thanos is still swearing, obviously he loves it to the core. It seems that the great Thanos is nothing more than that. Yun Chen said with disappointment. Thanos finally calmed down. He thought that the other party had actually spied on Titanstar and himself through the power of the mind, so it was obvious that one of his capable men had died in his hands. 0. Ask for flowers. It's Proxima Midnight, you killed her. That's right, she's still in my hands so far, she's dying, and she has her last breath left. Unfortunately, you have lost another member of the Obsidian 5. X. These words stinged Thanos, but he said disdainfully, it's just a chess piece, you die if you die. Definitely Thanos still attaches great importance to this matter, and sarcastically said, you should be careful with the Kryptonians under your command, and watch over them carefully. After all, the Kryptonian Empire has been destroyed, but there are not many people for you to waste. That's not necessarily the case. Instead, you should worry about your own men. Maybe I'll be happy that day, and I can come to your Titan to have some fun. 0. Thanos choked for a moment, and then he realized that his Titanstar coordinates were completely stolen by the other party through the power of the mind. Titan is completely undefended, because the other party is also the owner of the space gem. However, Thanos didn't worry too much. After all, Titan was already dead, and he buried it in his own hands. There was no one around, and he was the only one here to enjoy the sunset scenery. Definitely, future councils need to change places. Just when they were still communicating with each other, Thanos can no longer feel the malice condensed in the air, and obviously the power of the prying mind has receded. The controlled Proxima Midnight Proxima Centauri has completely died at this time, but its dying vitality has been completely cut off. No wonder the communication with each other would suddenly be cut off. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and said, if I had known, I would have given you more breath. However, he still spied on a lot of Thanos' secrets. The location of Titan is still second, and it was unexpected that Thanos had something to do with the goddess of death. Death is one of the 5 creation gods in the universe, the source, creator, and manipulator of all life souls. And if you guessed correctly, Thanos might have the power of the goddess of death, which gave him the regenerative healing factor. This is an opponent not to be underestimated. What's more, at this stage, I can't find a chance to kill Thanos, because Yun Chen still needs Thanos to take out the soul gem. Gamera. I look forward to the drama of your 2 father and daughter. Big. Chapter 100. The exact whereabouts of soul gem are known only to Gamera in this universe. Not only that, the way to obtain soul gem is extremely harsh, and even said that it is extremely ruthless, and you have to sacrifice the life of your most beloved relatives to be eligible to get soul gem. This seems to portend that every king is destined to be the most ruthless. So among the 6 infinite gems, the soul gem is the hardest to get. Therefore, Yun Chen does not intend to obtain this gem by interrogating Gamera. After all, Thanos is more anxious than him, and he naturally has to follow up on this soul gem without a gem in his hand. Looking forward to your performance. Then it's a good time to do it yourself. Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Resolved Proxima Midnight, one of the Obsidian generals. By the way, 023 ended the conversation with Thanos. With a thought, Yun Chen returned directly to Nidaville, the country of Dwarf, through the space gem. This is the third time that the dwarf country has been hit in his memory. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. In fact, Yun Chen attached great importance to the master craftsman of the dwarf country. Although he had included this country into the scope of protection, Yun Chen was very concerned that the other party did not completely surrender. Own. In the furnace hall, the fire was all over, and many corpses were displayed. Those are fellow dwarfs. King Itri of the Dwarf Kingdom wiped his tears and said respectfully, "It's time to thank your majesty for your blessing." 99. King Yitri is a wise man, knowing that his family's life depends on the Superman in front of him, so he pressed down the sadness in his heart and said respectfully. It's just that Yun Chen looked at the weapons hanging in the furnace hall all around, but asked meaningfully, how many people died this time? 24. King Itri said with some pain. This number sounds very rare. However, the number of people in the entire dwarf country is only more than 300 people. Since Asgard, the force that was originally blessed, has been expelled, many compatriots have been lost one after another, and now there are only more than 150 dwarf compatriots. If you come a few steps too late, will your compatriots lose a lot? Yes, your majesty. Although this is an easy task for me, it will always be annoying if it happens too many times. After all, the interstellar coordinates of your dwarf country have been completely leaked. Deng. King Yitri's heart throbbed suddenly, but he didn't know why the words meant. But he knew that there was something in the words of the Kryptonian Empire's majesty. King Yitri still pinched his nose and said, "I know very well." "Remember my last entrustment," Yun Chen said. The last time he visited the country of Dwarf, Yun Chen came with Carol to take away the Infinity Gauntlet, and then he gave the King Yitri a new commission. King Yitri nodded frequently, not daring to ignore. "I definitely remember your majesty's matter. Ms. Carol's battlesuit has been made, definitely, and the armor and weapons of the Kryptonian soldiers, I remember them all, and they can be brought to you now." "You." When Yun Chen heard the words, he just sketched a smile and said, "Then how many sets have you prepared for my soldiers?" King Yitri swallowed his saliva, and there was something wrong in his heart. 28 sets, your majesty." "Then do you know the size of my soldiers?" This. Faced with Yun Chen's questioning, Dwarf King Yitri didn't know how to answer. He knew that the Kryptonian Empire's people had died, and there were not many people left, which might be worse than the population of their dwarf kingdom. That's why Yitri dared to make a promise to contract the weapons and armor of all Kryptonian soldiers. Not much after all. It's nice to have a good time with the water. But how dare he say these ugly words? So King Yitri remained silent. "There are thousands of soldiers, but you only made 28 sets for me. How embarrassed you are, King Yitri." Yun Chen laughed. "What?" King Yitri was startled. OMG. What did he hear? Thousands of soldiers, darling, when did the Kryptonian Empire have so many people? There was a hint of interest in Yun Chen's eyes, and he said, "I remember you told me before that you still have orders from the major interstellar empires, so you can help my Kryptonian soldiers build weapons for free, more or less." Laziness, which is understandable. King Yitri's complexion grew paler. How to take this? Although this is the case, but he dares to nod his head? Not afraid that others will give him a hot look to try zero. So. There is only one path for you now. The dwarf country completely surrenders to me, becomes my people for generations, and merges into my territorial power, and I will take everything here. And from now on, you can no longer take orders from the major empires, you can only build weapons for my people forever and ever. 99. Before rushing to the dwarf country, scientists proposed to build individual combat uniforms for Kryptonian soldiers to improve their personal combat effectiveness. After all, the genes of Krypton soldiers do not destine them to become Superman. How to tap their potential and enhance the combat effectiveness of the entire army is a major problem. The individual combat uniform also reminded Yun Chen of the entrustment of the dwarf country, when King Yitri promised to build armor and weapons for his soldiers. This also made Yun Chen have a different kind of thought. Although most of the weapons produced by the master craftsmen of the dwarf country are cold weapons, they are all enchanted rune weapons, which can also enhance a lot of combat effectiveness. If the dwarf family, who were born to be master craftsmen, could serve them forever, it would show how powerful their Kryptonian legion would be. Different from the previous blessing, the dwarf country at that time was still following the list of the major interstellar empires in the outside world, and it definitely slack off on the free Kryptonian equipment. This made Yun Chen very dissatisfied. So there is such a saying. It's time to respond. 3.3. Yun Chen smiled meaningfully. King Yitri was in a cold sweat, feeling the undisguised killing intent of the other party, and his hands were shaking. It's not that I don't want to, it's naturally great to be able to fully merge into the Kryptonian Empire, but we can't take our neutron star launcher with us. That's the most important thing when we forge weapons. Simple. Yun Chen glanced at the dying star core in the distant sky, and suddenly smiled. Did you forget that I can easily pull a satellite? How easy it is to take away your dying star core. It is also a good choice to add a landscape to my Neptune planet. So, do you have any reason to reject me? Boom. King Yitri immediately fell to his knees and said with an embarrassed expression, "Don't dare, my majesty." Chapter 101. On the Neptune star, new guests suddenly appeared, that is, the dwarf craftsman. King Yitri may have some reluctance in his heart to be completely tied to the ship of the Kryptonian Empire, but he felt the more and more frequent slaughter, and was forced to completely surrender to Superman due to the situation. Eternally surrender to the Empire, surrender to the Superman. The forged weapons are no longer supplied to the major interstellar empires, and they will forge the best rune weapons for His Majesty's loyal soldiers. According to a rough estimate, the Neptune planet is at least twice as large as the Earth, and its area is so large. Also starting from this day, Neptune star has a different kind of scenery, that is, a satellite is flying with the outer space. It was the dying star core used by the dwarf clan to forge weapons, but now it was forcibly moved by Yun Chen. This ability to change the world is enough to shock people. Seeing this, Yitri also overwhelmed the last stone in his heart, and honestly surrendered to the monarch of the Kryptonian Empire. Call out. The majestic and heavy shadows covered the ground with shadows, and a floating fortress-like figure was suspended in the air. That was the world engine number newly created by Krypton. Boom. The vast firepower was released, instantly completely submerging a city under the feet in the sea of fire. Whizzing. The air formation soared across the sky, and these Kree air teams kept throwing out extremely high-energy missiles, but before they got close to the world engine, they fell towards the ground inexplicably. Bang! The surface of the city was unevenly battered by missiles, and the Kree people realized at this time that there was a gravitational field on the periphery of the world engine. That's right. The terrifying gravitational fluctuations covered the surroundings of the world engine, so that nothing could touch it, not even a fly. The flight fleet couldn't react in time, and accidentally broke into this invisible gravity field. What? The sword-type fighter was completely out of control, falling straight into the sky like an eagle hit by arrow feathers, and with a bang, orange-red fireworks exploded on the ground. BD, get out of the way. 35. What's even more terrifying is that this world engine also has the terrifying ability to fight back independently. Whoosh. The Kryptonian nanofibers on the surface of the world engine actually surging themselves, turning into snakes, flying towards the air fighters far away, and directly swept into the air. For a time, no Kree could stop the world engine, allowing this monster to trample their Neo planet recklessly. This is Krypton's most proud of the super-large interstellar main ship. The world engine is so rampantly employed in the Kree cities, plundering all resources. In fact, before the Kree people of the Neo planet had time to react, they were taken aback by the sudden alien invasion. They discovered that this terrifying and vast super-large warship appeared out of thin air in the sky above their city, silently, without any warning signs. The reason is undoubtedly Yun Chen's handwriting. Having the space gem means that the Kree Empire has no fortified cities at all. He can enter and leave the country of the Kree Empire as he pleases, and then even open a space gate, allowing the world engine to follow. Who can resist such a handwriting? In just an instant, the most prestigious life energy base of the Kree Empire was completely plundered by Yun Chen. There is the most pure genetic nutrient solution here. For the sake of the size of the Kryptonian Empire's hatching nutrient pool, Yun Chen completely ransacked this place. A mighty star fleet came from the high sky of planet Neil. The battle was huge, covering the sky and the sun. It even dispatched a terrifying star-destroying weapon similar to the Death Star, demonstrating the powerful military strength of the Carey Empire. Interesting. A smile appeared on Yun Chen's face. Do you think such a big battle can stop me? Despair. He snapped his fingers, and the air swayed violently like sea water, as if cannonballs had landed on the lake, and the entire sky was immersed in ripples. We'll see you soon. 35. The voice just fell. The world engine was completely immersed in the ripples in the air and gradually dissipated without a trace. The movement of such a heavy object out of thin air further demonstrated Yun Chen's more and more exquisite power of space. Who told him to have an oracle cheat? With a meager amount of energy, Yun Chen can easily add points, making the skill and power of his skills even more terrifying. In this way, the life energy base of Neil Planet was looted. This is one of the few important life science bases in the Carey Empire. This heavy injury made the Supreme Accusers furious, and also caught the Supreme Wisdom by surprise. He never imagined that the space power of Krypton Superman was so terrifying. The growth of Krypton Superman has been horrible, and I have a hunch that this isn't the first time. As foreseen by the Supreme Intelligence, more and more frequent plundering plans have been thoroughly launched. The most developed military factory base in the Griffin Galaxy was looted, and several of the most important weapon production lines were completely lost. Red Wing Star's life energy base was looted. 3 interstellar shipyards in the small Magellanic Cloud were sacked. One piece of bad news kept breaking out for days. 023. Damn madman! The Supreme Accusers of the Kree Empire have gone utterly insane. Yun Chen, who had tasted the sweetness, was a bit unscrupulous, and his ability to move out of thin air allowed him to easily bring the world engine number and start plundering the base materials with great ease. Who will stop him? Damn the power of space, immediately call someone to block the space coordinates. I don't want to see such a passive situation. And let all major military facilities strengthen my defense. The accusers thought of tactics. What gave them the most headaches was that the guy was eyeing the Death Star. The Death Star is a super laser cannon that can destroy the entire planet. A single charged shell can destroy a planet. He's got it. The supreme wisdom of the intelligent life, which has always been stable and unstable, still does not maintain emotional fluctuations, which is a very rare thing. But the supreme accusers hugged their heads and roared. What? He got the Death Star. Damn BD. Now that guy has another weapon to scare us. The Death Star was the earliest conjectured ultimate weapon in the interstellar era. It was a terrifying weapon that could easily destroy a star with a single focused beam of energy. It was countless times more exaggerated than a nuclear bomb. Now it was Yun Chen who plundered such a thing from the Kree Empire. Chapter 102. The Death Star is here. This is also an unexpected thing. Yun Chen didn't expect that the Death Star he saw in Star Wars in his previous life actually existed, but it's not surprising. After all, this is the era of galactic hegemony, and it's not surprising that the huge Kree Empire has such weapons. In the outer space of Neptune star, there is another silver-coated satellite. The body of the Death Star is a combat space station, equipped with a super laser cannon that can destroy the entire planet. This satellite space station alone needs a lot of staff inside. Fortunately, Krypton has a population of over 1,000. The size of the hatching nutrient pool has expanded again, and several life science bases have been opened for this purpose. The plundered genetic nutrient solution is enough to easily meet the expansion speed. This should be thanks to the Carey Empire, Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Proud of their genetic nutrient solution, a large-scale population growth program was also initiated by Yun Chen. Bold. Bold. After the successful construction of 5 life science bases, the size of the incubation nutrient pool has been expanded by at least 100 times. With the central collection, Yun Chen began to make up for all the types of work that Krypton society needs. First, the 100,000-strong Kryptonian soldier will begin to hatch. That's right. 100,000 Kryptonian soldiers. No need to get pregnant for October. No maternal care is required. Praise the great genetic engineering of Krypton. Praise the central treasure. Not only that, but 200 high-level generals have also begun to hatch. It's definitely not that Yun Chen doesn't want to create more high-level arms. Just like a lord game, high-level arms consume too many resources. What's more, there is a lot of risk. According to Lilith, because there are too many genetically perfected projects, there is a certain probability of embryo death. Definitely, except by force. Yun Chen, who owns the central collection, quickly fills in all the talents needed by the entire society, and also mass produces scientists, engineers, sappers, commanders, etc. A series of talents should have. And this is only the first step of the population growth plan, and it is expected that there will be a second step, a third step. According to Lilith's speculation, the Kryptonian Empire will have a population of over 10,000 in the next month, and it has not been long since the population exceeded 1,000. This is simply crazy. But it's not the craziest. It can be expected that in 2 months, with the arrival of a new batch of 100,000 soldiers, the Kryptonian Empire will usher in a great move with a population of over 100,000. Praise the Central Collection, praise the Kree Empire. The scientist cheered roar up. Lilith smiled without saying a word, and her tightly pursed lips clearly showed her excitement. Yun Chen, who was on the top of the mountain, glanced over the horizon of the planet Neptune, and in the distance, there was an interstellar battleship slowly lifting into the sky. That was the newly created World Engine number. This proud ship has also excelled in recent raids. Gravity field. It is equivalent to an unsolvable shield supported around it, making it impossible for the enemy to get close to it at all. Under the massive plunder, a vast mountain of rare metals was accumulated. Thanks to the Great Kree Empire, this is the second world engine to be built recently. Not to mention, more than 30 Krypton reconnaissance ships similar to the Aquarius have begun to be built. The Kryptonian Empire finally has an interstellar military force other than Superman. This plundering plan really took the entire Kryptonian Empire to a higher level. The surging breath of prosperity was finally revealed. It is no wonder that the Supreme Intelligence and the Accusers groups are so furious. All the flourishing actions of the Kryptonian Empire are undoubtedly sucking the blood of their Kree Empire. It is no wonder that they compare the Kryptonian Empire as a parasite in their bodies, constantly swallowing the nutrients of their own bodies, so as to strengthen themselves. There are 10,000 bad things in the Central Collection, how unfair, but this great genetic engineering can help the Kryptonians who annihilated the country quickly resurface. 9. Yun Chen said with emotion in his heart. If you switch to another country, it is absolutely impossible to quickly restore to this vitality stage in a short period of time, because the speed of natural reproduction is completely unable to keep up. The "give me a woman, I'll give a nation" joke is not so easy to achieve. Looking at the endless city veins under the mountains, Yun Chen laughed, wondering if Clark would shake his inner decision when he saw all this incredible. Half a month later, in the hall of the Imperial Palace, a scientist took a pen and started writing in a thick book. In the first year of the Imperial Recovery Calendar, with the help of the Central Collection, more than 10,000 Kryptonite soldiers successfully landed from the incubation pool, and the total population of Kryptonites successfully exceeded 10,000. He acted as a historian, describing in detail the frantic actions of His Majesty the Emperor during this period of time. Plundering the Kree Empire. Dwarf country bows its head as a minister. The construction of the Second World Engine. A Death Star in outer space with the single star destroying ability. All the deeds were written down by the scientist who acted as a historian. Definitely, he also strongly described about Yun Chen's strength. Your Majesty caused a tenth of the energy fluctuation yesterday. Compared with before, it seems that the strength has increased greatly. It is indeed His Majesty. The scientist felt that he should not be substituting his emotions, so he completely erased the latter sentence. At the same time, the ultimate space station in outer space, inside the Death Star. There are many Kryptonians working in this unique satellite. In addition to the ability to destroy planets, this weapon is more of a satellite monitoring role in its spare time. At the moment, the Death Star is detecting the fluctuations of the surrounding star field, in order to observe whether there is an invasion of foreign, or better, enemies. Just today, a staff member found a clue. A meteorite was detected moving towards Neptune star, and it is not expected to land. Well, but judging from the fluctuations from the Death Star, the surface of the meteorite actually has some kind of life characteristics. 5. After comparison, it is a creature from Kuntar, a creature called a symbiote. According to the past interstellar races of the Empire, this symbiotic organism is very different, more like a parasite, and cannot adapt to an aerobic environment. How to request the Ground Command Center to decide. Soon. The Ground Command Center conveyed the news to the palace, and under Lilith's report, Yun Chen also learned the news. Symbiote, fun again. 35. He thought of the creature venom. Send the interstellar battleship to capture this meteorite, I want these symbiotes. Chapter 103. A crossed meteorite hides a symbiote, which sounds a bit bizarre indeed. After Yun Chen heard about it, he directly ordered the spaceship to capture the meteorite. Lily lived up to the reputation of her encyclopedia and said, symbiotes can only survive in an oxygen-free environment, but they will only keep them hungry for a long time. If they can't stand it, they will fly to moths. Generally fly towards the planet. In an aerobic environment, it is difficult for them to survive, but it is not impossible to control the host to survive by parasitic means. It sounds like a parasite. Yun Chen agreed. Soon. The meteorite was successfully captured by Starfleet, and the symbiote was successfully collected into a vacuum glass tube. In a life science base, the vacuum glass tubes that have been gathered are stored here. There are quite a few symbiotes. In fact, these little monsters are very unlucky, they are looking for a primitive life planet to relieve their hunger. But what I never expected was that this planet was actually a high-level civilization, and under such a developed civilization, these alien parasites would not be allowed to jump around. To make matters worse, they were also caught outright. The 023 symbiote has life fluctuations, and it is able to perceive changes outside. They also saw the scientists outside the glass door, and they also saw these scientists in white bowing to a figure who had just entered the base. Welcome to your arrival, My Majesty. The scientists said to Yun Chen, who arrived at the base. Along with Yun Chen were Lilith, Fulla and others. The sudden order to capture the symbiote was an immature thought suddenly popped up in Yun Chen's mind. To prove the idea that this was possible, he called in Lilith, scientists, and even Fulla, a representative of the military. I think you all understand the magical ability of the symbiote after boarding. Yun Chen said. That definitely. After all, there are records about them in the Interstellar Race Atlas. They can endow the host with astonishingly powerful strength, and have various means of transforming weapons, which is indeed a bit extraordinary. Definitely, in a sense, they are also weak and pitiful. These cold words undoubtedly came from the iceberg beauty Fulla. Yes, General Fulla. The scientist, aged, nodded to her. Generally speaking, a Superman who already possesses extraordinary abilities such as heat vision will be regarded as a general, not to mention that Fulla is the first person in force under Yun Chen. Therefore, others did not dare to neglect this inhumane female general at all. Ultrasonics and fireworks are their weak points. 35. As long as people who know a little bit about it can deal with them to some extent, it is certain that some civilizations that have no interstellar connection at all are easily invaded by symbiotes. In the past, it was recorded that millions of symbiotic life invaded a life planet, and the entire civilization was eaten alive by them in just 1 week. 99. Listening to everyone's explanation of the symbiote, Yun Chen also nodded slightly, which was not too much from what he knew. So he also spoke out his immature thoughts. What if we built a small army of symbiotes? This. Everyone suddenly realized, and only then did they understand why His Majesty called them. Yun Chen has also read a lot of information about venom in his previous life, and even knows that there is a venom agent in the comics that enforces the law in the interstellar space, so he suddenly imagined that it would be better to build a symbiote army. The individual combat power of Kryptonian soldiers is still too weak compared to Superman. Although we are undoubtedly strong compared to other interstellar races, we cannot form an overwhelming force. So I came up with an idea to build a symbiote army, not too many people, just 100 people for the raid. Definitely they can also be broken into pieces and dispersed among the major legions, so that even if they are found to be weak, with the support of their teammates, they can quickly take off the symbiote battlesuit. The creation of this symbiote army is indeed attractive. You must know that the symbiote can greatly enhance the strength of the host, and the Kryptonian soldiers who are born warriors are even more powerful with their help, even if the strength is still far less than that of Superman, but compared with before, it has been greatly improved. What's more, the enemy may not know the weaknesses of the symbiote, and even if they know it for the first time, they may not have the means to deal with their weaknesses. It has to be said that this is indeed feasible. Lilith's delicate face was filled with a bookish aura, she pursed her lips, obviously already thinking about the draft. Symbiotes are not all evil, they vary from person to person. If the host is a good person, it can make the good person fight more and more bravely, and if the host is a bad person, it will make it a super villain. Definitely we Kryptonian soldiers don't have that concern at all. However, Your Majesty, if a symbiote army is really established, the symbiotes can only be possessed during the battle. After the battle, they will be recycled into vacuum glass bottles 5. Well, that sounds like a symbiote battle suit, the scientist said with a smile. That's right. Lilith nodded and said, we treat them as a symbiote battle suit, and we collect them when the battle is over. It sounds doable. Iceberg Beautiful nodded. Scientists definitely found the problem, and said to the point, symbiotes are conscious, they are living objects. I'm afraid they may not obey His Majesty's order and become a symbiote battlesuit obediently. This is where the problem is. Symbiote, a parasite, will indeed bring terrifying power to the host, and even give the supernatural ability to transform weapons. However, these symbiotes may not obey honestly. They are conscious and can completely refuse to integrate, resulting in physical rejection, and even endangering the lives of Kryptonian soldiers. But this question, Yun Chen had already considered it first. He smiled mysteriously, what if I erased their life consciousness? The scientist looked surprised. He had never thought about this issue at all. After all, who could easily erase a person's consciousness? Your Majesty is wise. Lilith smiled. Without consciousness, only instinct is left, and even given an order to them, an order that they cannot refuse, do these symbiotes dare to disobey me? Yun Chen naturally has his own confidence. Although the Mind Scepter lost the Earth, the cheating device has already given him the power of the Mind Gem. As long as he is willing, he can easily leave an indelible mark on a consciousness. Chapter 104. His Majesty has such divine power, naturally he can capture it at his fingertips. Everyone praised it. The power of Mind Gem is so terrifying, it allows users to easily invade other people's minds and implant all thoughts and ideas into each other's brains. It is extremely simple to obliterate the consciousness of a living being. Yun Chen looked at the symbiote in the vacuum glass tube, and there was a wave in his eyes. It was the spiritual power of invisible that radiated out. It was at this time. The words in the consciousness of these symbiotes were actually captured by Yun Chen. They all have sensory awareness. Naturally, they also saw the Kryptonians from the outside world through the glass. When they learned that the other party was actually trying to erase their consciousness, they all began to resist violently. Damn Kryptonian, how dare you stupidly open your mind to me? A rebellious speech passed, come. It's a riot. The symbiote named Riot cursed furiously, and when it felt the swept mind fluctuations, it didn't shy away from directly hitting it with its own thoughts. Unlike other symbiotes that tremble, it is the leader of the symbiote in its riots, and there are many symbiotes in the alien world who are obsessed and will not give in easily. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily think that it will lose. The riot's mind is extremely chaotic, filled with all kinds of negative emotions, slaughter, darkness, and evil aura. Riot tried to resist this power of mind, and even used it to pollute the other side. But it soon discovered its own incompetence. The terrifying mind gem directly crushed its thoughts. In an instant, this symbiote named Riot was directly wiped out. At this time, Yun Chen raised his eyebrows, and read the information of these heart fragments to some extent. This symbiotic body with a praying man's arm as a car is called a riot. Suddenly, he remembered the plot in the movie Venom. The Earth discovered that these symbionts of Venom came from a meteorite. Could it be this meteorite? And many more. Venom, which was supposed to fly to Earth, was captured by his own orders when he accidentally plundered Neptune. With a move of consciousness, he really found a symbiote called Venom inside the vacuum glass tube. Come on, think about it. But what to do with this Venom? Yun Chen thought, and the life consciousness of several symbiotes completely dissipated in an instant. Under the deterrence of Mind Gem, their consciousness was simply vulnerable. But he didn't wait for Yun Chen to figure out how to deal with the Venom. Venom shouted loudly. Please get around me, great monarch of the Kryptonian Empire, I know your plans, the Symbiote Legion. Oh my god, what a wonderful answer, Your Majesty, you are so wise. If Your Majesty can forgive me, I am willing to provide you with other planets where the symbiote survives. Their number is much larger, and your Majesty will ensure that your symbiote battle suit can be constantly replaced. The symbiote has sensory perception, and through the connection of the power of the mind, the sticky black liquid suddenly said a lot. Your Majesty, please, I will contribute to the glory of the Kryptonian Empire. I have also been to many places, to various planets, and I know many secrets that others don't know, please bypass me. Venom is full of desire to survive, and constantly uses his thoughts to convey his thoughts of wanting to live. Yun Chen almost laughed. This guy is as boring as a movie. You're funny, since you know that I can easily obliterate a person's heart. Do you think the secrets hidden in your heart can hide from me? Yun Chen laughed. What? Venom was startled suddenly. It began to cry, and said quickly in a voice that was about to cry, they are all on the Sagittarius planet, and they are planning to find the next life planet to start with. Definitely, there is also Kuntar Star, that is the home of the symbiote. No. That is a tomb, although there are many symbiotes there, but there is no need for your Majesty to go there. Your Majesty, this is what I said first, this is what I told you first, but you did not find it with the power of your mind. Please, give me a chance to serve. I really want to serve the Empire. I am just a little transparent in the symbiote. I want to make a name for myself. I beg your Majesty to give me a chance. Yun Chen's face suddenly burst into a smile. This guy. Really a living treasure. But Venom's words, he knew it was not fake. Venom is indeed a loser. Compared with Aurora's riot, Venom is more like a Diosy in the symbiote. Zero ask for flowers. In the movie, this living treasure actually caused a riot, and the plan to successfully let millions of symbiotes descend on the Earth failed completely. Look, this is Venom. Completely disregarding the life and death of his own race. Because in this way, it can live comfortably in the Earth, and no one will order it at all. Such a living treasure, should we keep it? Yun Chen touched his chin, already knowing the answer in his heart. All right. I can give you a chance. Yun Chen said. Great. The crying Venom finally breathed a sigh of relief and praised repeatedly, Your Majesty, you are so wise, I cried, Your Majesty. I will definitely contribute to the Empire. 55. Now let me take you to the Sagittarius Star to find those symbiotes, although your Majesty can see through everything, but this kind of thing can't be done by yourself, just let me lead the way. 0. The remarks of the leading party are clear and above board. Maybe Venom has really suffered in the symbiote, definitely, they don't have much concept of race, and it doesn't matter to abandon their compatriots. Don't worry. Yun Chen laughed. Suddenly, the power of the mind rolled like a tide. Venom only felt that his consciousness was completely invaded by a force of mind, and then disappeared like a mud bull into the sea. This. Venom only felt that the soul was branded, as if his own life and death were all in the thoughts of others. Yun Chen said, I can't trust you completely, so your life and death are in my mind. Behave well and bring back all your fellow symbiotes. 39. Venom slowed down, not daring to show any dissatisfaction at all. Yes, your Majesty. Yun Chen's eyes left from the vacuum glass tube, and he also took advantage of the situation to return to his spiritual power. He looked at Fulla and said, I have left a symbiote named Venom, and it will take you to Sagittarius to catch the symbiote. Naturally, these things do not need His Majesty to do it himself, otherwise, what would he need so many subordinates to do? Definitely, the host of Venom has to be arranged too. Yun Chen thought of the soldiers who were seriously wounded in the looting war. Let an amputated Kryptonian soldier possess Venom, and it can restore limbs. Big. Chapter 105. Venom doesn't seem to have any backbone, but this entrusted thing is done well. There are indeed a large number of symbionts on the Sagittarius planet. These parasites engulfed the entire life planet and ate almost all the creatures on the surface. Only a few natives were left struggling, so it was no wonder that the riots took the lead in leaving this planet, looking for the next planet that could be eaten. But the Venom who left back then changed his body, laughed horribly, treated this land as a breeding farm, and captured 200 symbiotes back to Neptune's star. Soon. Except for Venom, all the other symbiotes were completely washed away by Yun Chen's spiritual power. After a series of investigations, 100 symbiotes were kept as spares. The scientists finally selected 100 Kryptonian soldiers. Without any rejection, they could fully adapt to the symbiotes, and then manipulated the 023 come. That's how the symbiote legion was established. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "It's time to test the results." Xandar Star claimed to be a neutral and peaceful place where no crime is allowed. No one thought that anyone would dare to commit murder here. What is even more terrifying is that the target of the slaughter turned out to be the Kree who visited Xandar. Swish! A sharp black blade emerged from the hands of a Kryptonian soldier, instantly severing the Kree ambassador in front of him. Wow! Blood and organs sprinkled all over the land. Damn, there is an enemy attack. The Kree shouted. The guards responded quickly. Dida! The sound of gunshots was extremely harsh, and laser beams slid past from time to time. Impossible! The faces of the Kree were suddenly filled with surprised expressions, because they found that the power of these artillery fire was not enough to cause a little damage to the murderer in front of them. Are they all Superman? This is impossible. They all hated every Superman, and they all remembered the appearance clearly. How could it be these unfamiliar faces? What's more, there are so many people in Superman, but there are nearly 10 people in front of him. Not Superman. What kind of monsters are they, and how can they be indestructible? I haven't figured out the principle yet, and Venom has led these symbiote soldiers to launch the next round of attacks. Death to me! A Kryptonian soldier's arm spurted black silk threads, and these black threads kept changing, forming a super-exaggerated bone blade. Swish! The 5-meter-long bone blade is too exaggerated, and it directly cuts off nearly 10 Kree people in front of it. Help me! The monsters in front of them were simply unstoppable. They didn't hold any weapons, but their hands turned into various cold weapons, and they slaughtered the Kree people directly by cutting melons and vegetables. Some people even transformed into a pair of wings, soaring over the sky, like an eagle, constantly falling into the air, strangling the Kree people. Damn it! What the hell is going on with these Kryptonians? The Kree people's mentality has collapsed, they can't be beaten to death, and their defense is full. What's even more terrifying is that these monsters can constantly change their weapons. Are they still human? In less than half a minute, the entire embassy was killed on the spot. The assassination was successfully completed. Everyone sneaked into the city and retreated individually, said the Venom soldier. Taking advantage of the chaos, they completely infiltrated the city of Xandar. The reason why they came to Xandar to slaughter this trivial Kree ambassador is not only to test their experiments after integrating the symbiote, but also to destroy the relationship between the Kree and Xandars. That's right. Relations between the two countries have already deteriorated. Remember Keen High Security Prison? Although Yun Chen was the big winner in the end, taking the power gem. But it was Ronan, the accuser, who died on the spot. The Carey Empire couldn't get rid of this culprit. After all, it was indeed your army who led people to capture Chien prison. Injustice or not? Not wrong at all. Now that the Carey Empire has released its goodwill again, it wants to come to Xandar to sign a peace memorandum to make up for the previous mistakes. But after Yun Chen heard the news, he had an idea, and saw that he wanted to test the combined strength of the symbiote and the Kryptonian soldiers, so the hard work fell into the hands of the Venom soldiers. In Yun Chen's vision, the symbiote legion is a special force, a sharp knife. The number of people does not have to be large, but each person must be strong enough, and more importantly, be able to complete an effective assassination. After listening to Lilith, she smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, you want someone to die?" Fulla nodded in agreement and said, "It should be so." There was a smile on Yun Chen's face, and there was a faint cold light in his eyes, and he knew that his thinking was getting closer and closer to the ruthless ruler. In the eyes of his Supreme Imperial Majesty, Kryptonite soldiers and symbiotes are nothing more than consumables. They are rebuilt after death, and the Empire does not support idlers. If the Venom soldier can't prove his worth, just kick it in the trash. The next day, the embarrassed Venom soldier returned to Neptune. Inside the palace, Venom wiped his tears and cried, "Your Majesty, you are so cruel. No. You are so wise and martial. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life, I completed the task." Yun Chen on the throne smiled without saying a word, just looking down at the figure under the steps. Potentials are all forced out. You always say that you are a Diosi in the symbiote, and you are a complete loser. Now in my opinion, you are no longer. You can escape from the Xandar Star, but not others. Did it? Venom soldier says it's impossible to have no complaints. After all, being sent to Xandar Star to perform such a dangerous mission, it is great to be able to recover a life. But now that he thinks back, he unexpectedly found that he escaped the pursuit of the Nova Corps, which is simply an incredible thing. Work hard. You won the freedom of 3.3, you don't have to recycle it like other symbiotes, and cooperate with your partners. 39. This is undoubtedly a great news. Thank you, Your Majesty. Two faces appeared on the face of the Venom soldier. One half was the hideous appearance of Venom, and the other half was the original appearance of Kryptonian soldier Casper. Casper was originally a disabled person, but now he has successfully recovered his limbs under the integration of Venom. Now both of them have regained their value and seem to be in perfect harmony. But Venom is really a living treasure, and often makes Casper angry. Next time I'll take you to have fun. Xandar Star has a very beautiful girl coming out to sit on the stage. We can enjoy two joys alone. What a bargain, isn't it? Hey. Don't ignore me. Chapter 106. During this time, Yun Chen can be said to be proud of the spring breeze, and the revival of the Krypton Empire has finally taken a big step. It won't be long before his very Kryptonian soldiers, and even the pillars of society in all aspects, will be born and landed. The population has already begun to show prosperity. But not to mention the military strength, the Third World Engine has begun to be built, and a series of interstellar main ships such as the Krypton reconnaissance ship should have a large number. In terms of the soldiers' single combat power, in addition to citing the traditional single combat uniform, after the dwarf tribe surrendered, they began to use the new rune weapon. In addition, Yun Chen has several Superman headed by Fula. His own personal strength has been significantly improved, and the peerless body blessed with 3 infinite gems is obviously boundless. To know half a year ago, he was just a soldier on a reconnaissance ship, struggling to find a place to live. Now, he has authority over the world and left a splendid name in the universe. The Kree Empire is jealous of himself, and Thanos secretly hates himself. One of the so-called 3 major interstellar empires, the so-called Great Tai 09 to knows Thanos, is nothing more than that. The more Yun Chen thought about it, the more proud he became. In the past few days, he has been a bit ignorant of government affairs. He was intoxicated in the arms of women. He even used the genetic machine of the Central Collection to create the most beautiful woman on Krypton. During this period of time, he had a new understanding of, the king will not go to court from now on. Finally one night, Yun Chen sat up halfway from the huge cotton couch, and there were many women sleeping soundly under the quilt beside him, showing how absurd and happy life was. He patted his face and returned to his senses, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I'm so proud. Yun Chen finally began to reflect on himself. After having a brilliant career, he began to be proud of himself. No. The foundation of the empire has just started, so why should he stop and rest on his laurels? In his previous life, he was only a wealthy second generation with little achievements, and he was nothing compared to what he had now. He is still a little satisfied. The vision of the past blindfolded his eyes, and he was a little restless. Do not. The foundation of the future empire has just begun. Yun Chen's personal strength has not yet reached the realm that cannot be improved. I still have a long way to go. My strength is still at the stage of a silver Superman, and I can't reach the peak. I want to become a golden Superman, and even have the stalwart power of a thinking Superman. The Kryptonian Empire cannot be satisfied with this. I want to replace the 3 major interstellar empires. Yun Chen's eyes flashed an unprecedented cold light. This is self-reflection. It was also the list he gave to his future self. When a condition could not be met, he could not indulge himself like he is now. It's time to wake up, it's TIE particles. No, the fluctuations of the reality gem. Yun Chen whispered. With the induction between the infinite gems, he was somewhat aware of the reality gem being released from the seal. Time to grab this reality gem. It's too late, it's too soon. After he left a message to Lilith with his mind wave, the figure had already dissipated into the air. Compared to Yun Chen's self-indulgence during this period, Thor is much more depressing. The more he thinks about it, the more angry he gets. He just feels that this time is the most depressing time. His great father, the king of God Odin, fell ill, and still has not woken up from his slumber. It has to be admitted that Odin's lifespan for thousands of years has come to the end of his life. Although no one dares to say it, Thor knows that his father has already stepped into the coffin with half a foot. After the last battle with Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, the god King Odin had to fall into a slumber to recover because of his weakened strength. Now, after fighting the new generation of Krypton Superman, Odin fell into a deep sleep with his severely injured body. It may take decades to recover his vitality, and it may never recover. This is what the goddess of youth who was in charge of medical treatment told Thor at the time. At this time, only then did Thor know how much his father Odin was injured, and he knew that the subordinates he followed that day were all buried in the earth. "Superman, I swear to kill you." He's whispering every day and every night, and can't wait to give that Superman a few blows right away. Wrong. Mention the hammer. Thor was even more heartbroken. His Mjolnir was completely broken since he fought against that Superman, and he never dared to swing this artifact vigorously again. OMG. There are too many unpleasant things. Needless to say, the younger brother Loki, Thor only felt that he had turned against him. Due to Bifrost's broken relationship, there was a rebellion in the Nine Worlds, and Thor had to keep going out to pass the time in the war. After the rebellion was finally pacified, Thor was relieved. At this time, he wanted to go back to Earth to find his little human girlfriend to reminisce. But at this moment, the patron saint Heimdall came over and said, "There is something wrong with your girlfriend." 9 celestial bodies converge in one line. This is another star phenomenon after thousands of years. According to legend, at this time, TIE particles will reappear in the World 5. And your girlfriend is probably involved in this whirlpool. What? Thor was stunned, never expecting such an answer, but he also knew that Heimdall would not talk nonsense, because this is Heimdall who claims to be able to see everything in the 9 realms. The turbulence of the earth must fall into the eyes of Heimdall. Before that, Thor even let the other party pay attention to his girlfriend Jane Foster. 023 She has come out of this different dimension, She has the breath of TIE particles on her body. Go and bring her back. Honor the meaning of Heimdall. Thor came to London with Bifrost, and met his little girlfriend for the first time, but Thor didn't have time for a long time, because he also noticed that Jane Foster's physical condition was very poor. Bifrost fell again, and the two of them returned directly to Asgard, ready to receive follow-up treatment and inspection. 10 minutes later, Yun Chen's figure has quietly come to a different dimension. He went directly to the scene looking for the breath of TIE particles. He didn't expect to be a step behind, but after feeling the breath of gems in the air, Yun Chen knew that the different space in front of him was the place where TIE particles were sealed. According to the plot, Jane Foster must have come to this mysterious place unexpectedly in the vision of the convergence of 9 celestial bodies, and took away TIE particles. Then, she was taken to Asgard. Asgard? Yun Chen whispered, he is determined to win infinite gems, and he will definitely not have any scruples. He was going to come and snatch it. When using the space gem to communicate with Asgard in the 9 worlds, Yun Chen found that there was a space that was a little unusual, as if it had been artificially sealed. Chapter 107. In the perception using the power of space, I can clearly feel the existence of the 9 worlds, which are linked together by one world tree. Yun Chen also quickly understood whether Asgard existed in the solar system. Except for the Earth, the rest of these 9 worlds exist in the form of pocket universes. Therefore, it is difficult to detect the existence of Asgard in the real universe. But the space gem helped Yun Chen see through all the falsehoods. His eyes had already fallen on Asgard's Asgard. As long as he had a thought, he could easily come to Asgard. When he took back the idea. Because Yun Chen was inexplicably interested in that dusty world. The breath of death was tangy, and there was no trace of the breath of the living. The land of death, Helheim. According to legend, this is the place where the souls of the dead live. This world is blocked by the power of Odin, preventing the existence inside from running out. Something that can be sealed by Odin himself? Interesting. Yun Chen became interested, so he changed his footsteps. He took one step forward, one step down, no longer fell to Asgard's Asgard, but came directly to the country of death. Odin's seal obviously didn't have any effect on him. The country of death. The icy cold wind pierced the bones, making people shudder. There was even a faint ghostly scream from the strange wind, which was simply not a place where ordinary people could stay for a long time. As expected of the country of death. Yun Chen settled down here, and when he looked around, his vision was full of whiteness. The world was incomparably empty, and the emptiness made people feel strange. The unknown skeletons at the feet made the dust blowing in the face look a bit like ashes. It's kind of boring, staying in such an empty world for a long time will definitely make people crazy, right? Yun Chen seemed to be talking to himself. But in fact, he was asking the question to no one around him. Whoosh! A sharp black blade cut through the air, and suddenly shot out from the side. Yun Chen had a face hanging on his face, and he just stood on the ground unpredictably. Bang! The blade touched his incomparably strong arm, and the expected blood bloom did not appear at all, but with a click, the blade was completely broken. What kind of body is this, but the hardest metal on the shoulders? You! A light rebuke came from the side. It was a woman with a black crown of thorns on her head. She felt the numbness from her right hand. Damn it! What is this guy's body made of? And he also predicted my actions in advance. Thinking of this, a warning omen suddenly appeared in his mind, and a shuddering feeling swept through his body. This terrifying momentum was even more terrifying than when he faced Odin back then. Hello, Hela. Yun Chen's eyes were already looking at her. Hela didn't dare to respond to this greeting. Her body retreated again and again, as if she had encountered some prehistoric beast or god. It's still coming. The hunch was right. Whoosh! It was a red light beam that cut through the air, and there was a faint burning meaning. What? Hela screamed, but her body that had already retreated couldn't hide from the light in front of her. With a bang, she was hit by a distant body. Pfft! A blood hole was pierced through his body, and blood splattered everywhere. The body is like a tattered sandbag, thrown out. Rootless ping, but that's it. But before Hela could stabilize her body in midair, a shadow had already enveloped her. It was Yun Chen. The teleportation action, without any fluctuation, came directly into the air. Yun Chen stepped down with one foot. Do not. Bang! Hela's body, like a meteorite, slammed into the ground directly, and the momentum of the fall was so great that it formed a terrifying pit. Again, are you ready? Yun Chen's words sounded like a demon whispering in Hela's ear. Yun Chen fell from the sky, without any other action, just smashed to the ground with that unparalleled body, and fell towards the pit. Boom! Above the ground, it seemed like a small mushroom cloud had exploded. Hela never thought that a person's body could have such terrifying power. Is this still a person? No. This is something that even the gods in epic mythology can't do. How did he do that? Who is he? Fortunately, she barely escaped the pit and avoided this shocking blow, otherwise Hela was sure that she would lose most of her life. Although she is the goddess of death in Asgard, she is also afraid of pain. Hide away? Good, then 20% of my power is next. 35. In the wind and sand in the sky, such a word came. It was obvious how big the storm was around, but goddess Hela still heard the voice clearly and unmistakably, and it pierced into her ears and fell into her soul. Ah! Hela screamed. She felt that the figure of the other party was approaching. But she couldn't escape at all. Bang! A blood mist exploded again between the waist. Goddess Hela's eyes were scattered, as if she was about to die. Puff! Defect's body fell on the ground far away. She was motionless, but she couldn't move, and she couldn't even lift a finger. She was obviously on the verge of death. What's amazing is that her body that was about to be broken by the waist was actually connected up and down, and bloodshot once again connected the two halves of the body. You are really patient. But this unique regenerative healing factor can sometimes be torture, at least when facing Yun Chen. Bang! Another step down. The waist that had just recovered was broken again, blood splashed everywhere, and the surrounding white earth was rendered red. You kill me! Goddess Hela begged for mercy. She really couldn't stand this kind of torture. A smile appeared on Yun Chen's face, and he said, "It is said that your life is linked to the land of Asgard. The so-called land exists and people die." That's right, right. Goddess Hela, who was still breathing again, shrank her body in fear, and she said in a trembling tone, "Who are you?" 35. The one who saves you. Yun Chen said. Save. Goddess Hela seems to have misheard the word. Have you seen that salvation kills people countless times? She looked at Yun Chen hysterically. The only remaining pride made her look angry, but she seemed to feel the instinct of her body, and she immediately returned to her face. Yun Chen laughed and said, "Thousands of years ago, you were sealed in this world by your father Odin. Don't you want to take back everything you deserve?" "Kr. Didn't I say it? I'm the one who saved you, let's go and get your Asgard back. Chapter 108. Save my people? Take back my Asgard? The eyes of the goddess Hela were instantly filled with fanaticism. Thousands of years ago, as the eldest daughter of Odin, she conquered the quartet and expanded her territory. It can be said that without Asgard's goddess of death, without her, there would be no Asgard today. But the ruthless god King Odin gave him the treatment of a lifetime seal. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, the cunning rabbits die, and the lackeys cook them. She has lost value. The prosperity of the empire requires stability, peace, and no more women who are full of slaughter. The hypocritical Odin couldn't kill his daughter, but sealed her permanently in this land of death. And today, someone finally reached out to the Asgard goddess of death. I admire you very much. My empire needs expansion, needs revival, and only needs a crazy woman like you, so, are you willing to surrender to me? A long time. After a while of silence, Goddess Hela knelt on the ground, kissed Yun Chen's vamp, and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I am willing, I was born for slaughter, please make me your sharpest blade. Yun Chen doesn't believe in any false promises. He drew a smile. The power of the soul spewed out, and under the heart-piercing cry of Goddess Hela, a deep soul imprint was engraved in her mind. 023. Since then, her life and death are all about her own thoughts. Very well, get your Asgard back now. Goddess Hela said, but your Majesty, how should we get out? You know, Odin has sealed the world. Yun Chen just smiled when he heard the words, and said, how do I get here, how do I get out? For him who controls the power of space, is there still a cage to speak of? But before that, a good show will be staged, let's see the stage performance first. 5. The 9 celestial bodies converge in one line. An astronomical sight that occurs once every 1,000 years. The patron saint Heimdall is good at insight into the 9 realms, and also discovered this astronomical wonder. His face is full of sorrow, because he knows what the convergence of the 9 celestial bodies represents. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves wanted to use this rare astronomical vision to use TIE particles to pull the entire 9 kingdoms into the endless darkness. Fortunately, their conspiracy has been destroyed. But now, it is another cycle. The sleeping Dark Elves will also be revived. They vow to retake the TIE particles and try to pull the 9 kingdoms into darkness. The king of God Odin is still in a coma and is still in a coma. Can their Asgard resist the attack of the Dark Elves? Whoosh. There was a roaring sound in the air. Heimdall's eyes widened as the airships that looked like long shuttles broke through the air, and the expectation in his heart was still realized. Enemy attack. He roared loudly. Boom. The artillery fire fell from the sky in an instant, and the palace buildings in Asgard were suddenly damaged. At this time, Asgard discovered that the starry sky above his head was actually densely packed with foreign fighter planes, obscuring the sky and the sun. Enemy attack. The Asgard warriors reacted, unaware that the peaceful Asgard had been invaded by foreigners. The Dark Elf, who had been sleeping for thousands of years from the endless darkness, was full of temper and aggressive, and directly hit Asgard by surprise. A sword-shaped ship fell straight into Asgard. In the falling gangway, a stalwart figure stepped down. Malkis. Queen Frigga's face was pale, and she couldn't imagine that the leader of the Dark Elves, that is, the monarch of the dark world Vanaheim, was still alive. Is there a legend that outlives her? A woman guards the gates of Asgard? Asgard is empty. Malekith laughed. Thousands of years ago, he lost so badly that he lost Vanaheim and was forced to sleep. But now, Asgard has been invaded by him wantonly. Feeling that the breath of TIE particles was very close, Malekith didn't even look at the woman, and walked directly into Asgard, aged. Don't go. 33. As the wife of the king of God Odin, Queen Frigga is definitely a goddess, and she also has an outstanding magic. But Malekith dismissed her because someone had already attacked her first. Agrum, kill her. The cursed warrior Agrum stood up directly. He sacrificed everything for his race and accepted Malekith's curse ritual and became a cursed man. With a hideous beast head mask and bloody skin like molten lava, Agrum, the cursed warrior, possesses the power not inferior to the gods. The battle ended quickly. When Thor arrived, he was completely pale. Queen Frigga was completely lying down in a pool of blood, and the beast who started it looked at Thor with such a grinning smile, holding a beating heart in his hand. Under Thor's gaze, He crushed her heart with his own hands. What? Thor went completely mad, wielding Mjolnir, and just charged towards the cursed warrior who killed her mother. The two immediately attacked. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying shock erupted from Asgard, and the surging divine power collapsed the palaces. Father, Odin. Thor whispered. Odin, who was sleeping on the cotton couch, finally woke up, but unfortunately, he did not fully recover his strength from this deep sleep, and now he stood up dragging a severely injured body. With tears on his face, he apparently learned of Queen Frigga's death. Dark Elf. Odin whispered, looking at the spear of eternity that still damaged a small half of his godhood, and he was extremely remorseful and even more angry. He is even more jealous of the Superman who made him seriously injured. It was him. He killed Frigga indirectly. Damn it. This account will be settled sooner or later. Odin put on his armor, picked up his weapons, and walked out of Asgard head-on to fight against the enemies who had invaded Asgard. In the flames of war and gunpowder, the figure of a man and a woman suddenly appeared in Asgard's periphery. Goddess Hela returned to Asgard, with an unmistakably excited look on her face. She clenched her fists, feeling the endless power given to her by this land. She is the land of Asgard, she watered and nurtured the land, so Odin can't kill her unless the world is completely destroyed. However, as Goddess Hela grew stronger, she felt the power of the people around her more and more, which made her not dare to have a strange heart. Let's go, conquer Asgard. Yun Chen said. Chapter 109. I come, I see, I conquer. Yun Chen, who has come to his senses from the state of self-indulgence, is more ambitious than in the past, and he wants to eat the land of Asgard. He wants to make the ruling kingdom of the Nine Worlds, the King of God, the monarch of Asgard, completely reduced to his subordinates. Let this country with at least thousands of years of glorious history become part of the Kryptonian Empire. The goddess Hela in front of him is the object of his support. Whoosh. Artillery fire continued to pass through the midair of the two men. The battle between the Dark Elves and the Asgards continued. Yun Chen roamed the streets of the Asgard community, traversing the battlefields on both sides. Killed. Dressed in exotic clothes, with unfamiliar faces, the red-eyed Asgard man immediately dropped the butcher knife at the man and woman in front of him. Madness. Yun Chen confided softly. Despair. He snapped his fingers. Boom. The Asgard warriors wearing golden armor in front of them collapsed suddenly, and the surrounding buildings and palaces collapsed on a large scale. The almost miraculous side terrified the Asgard escort not far away. With a snap of fingers, the sensation created is too terrifying. The flight fleet passing by in midair did not spare the pair of strange men and women, beams of light falling from the sky, enough to easily penetrate a thick steel plate, but it did not have any effect. There seemed to be a strange force field fluctuation lurking around Yun Chen's body. When the light beam could not get close, the surrounding air suddenly rippled, and the wave absorbed all the energy of the light beam. Before even the slightest chance of touching it, all the energy was absorbed by this force field and consumed without a trace. In fact, Yun Chen's self-indulgence during this period of time has not abandoned his cheating device, and his energy-draining ability has been raised to a very terrifying situation. Despair. He snapped his fingers again. In midair, a purple energy wave radiated out, and the golden ships swept across the sky couldn't hide, and were instantly swept away by this wave. Boom. In the sky, bursts of orange-red flames suddenly exploded. The wreckage of the body was sprinkled like rain, and fell into the buildings all over Asgard, and there was a sound of explosion. Now even the goddess Hela beside him is terrified. She was more and more afraid of the monarch who had just served. A snap of your fingers, or even a slight fluctuation of power, caused such a terrifying and vast shockwave? How did you do that? Goddess Hela is more concerned with this than energy extraction. With a hint of interest in his eyes, Yun Chen said, "Your heart is telling me, do you really want to know how I did it?" Goddess Hela was terrified, her pale face dripping with cold sweat. The arrogant Princess Asgard in the past kept her head down. Don't dare. She is afraid. The scene of being beaten by the ruthless whipping corpse just now was deeply imprinted in her mind, and what she did not expect was that this cruel and ruthless monarch could even spy on her own heart. Otherwise how would he know? Damn it. As long as you think that your thoughts are not secrets at all, and let the other party read, Goddess Hela will be extremely afraid. Call out. This time Yun Chen just volleyed a finger. It is a faint, even insignificant power fluctuation radiating out, but what radiates out is a terrifying and vast energy shockwave. Boom. The Asgard warriors who had just tried to resist were immediately killed on the spot. The place of the explosion even caused the ground to be lifted several meters deep. Goddess Hela swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to say anything more. In her mind, Yun Chen's image was like an omnipotent god. Vulnerable. Yun Chen glanced contemptuously at the corpses within a few hundred meters in front of him. Definitely, the reason why so many people were slaughtered lightly, caused such a big movement, and even shocked the goddess Hela beside him. The reason is also very simple. It is nothing more than the fact that the ability of his own power gem has become more and more sophisticated. Although I indulged myself some time ago, the cheat tool upgrade ability is still too simple. Easily. Add some upgrade. As a power gem, even the slightest release can unleash a shockwave of energy that knocks down a large number of enemies. That's why Goddess Hela was so amazed that a single snap of her fingers still had such majestic and terrifying energy. Kill everything here for me. 0. At this moment, there was a roaring sound from behind. In front are Asgard warriors. Naturally, the ones chasing after him were the Dark Elves who had invaded Asgard. Hela stood up first, as a subordinate, a courtier. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he definitely knew that he would be the first to solve troubles for his monarch. Even if these troubles are not worth mentioning at all. Damn Dark Elves, I didn't expect you to climb out of the grave. Asgard's goddess of death naturally knew their origins. Stupid Odin, who is incompetent to get to such a situation, let you and other reptiles invade here. Her exclusive artifact Night Sky Sword was pulled out of the void. It was a kind of fantasy sword. 0. Goddess Hela can continuously create this black sword out of thin air, endless, like a sword array. Boom. Above the ground, there was a sudden tremor, and a sharp black sword came out, piercing all the Dark Elves on the ground to death. Goddess Hela can enlarge this night sky sword at will. Whoosh. A sharp black sword in the sky appeared to be dozens of meters long, and it directly penetrated a fighter plane and exploded with a bang. Although her god position is the goddess of death, it is definitely far inferior to the death of one of the 5 gods of the universe. However, Hela can be considered to be in charge of life and death, and with a light touch, it either takes away souls or quickly corrupts bodies. It has to be said that Yun Chen still has a reason to look at her. Well done, I have more confidence in you to fight for me in the future. 35 Yun Chen said. Should be. Goddess Hela lowered her head, but did not dare to think much, because she knew that the majesty in front of her had the ability to read minds. Boom. Asgard was full of war, and the menacing Dark Elves began to retreat one after another, not because of the bravery of the Asgard warriors, but because they were ordered to retreat. At the same time, Yun Chen and Goddess Hela have walked through the steps and came to the most brilliant hall above Asgard. There, an old figure barely stood with a spear in his hand. Yun Chen looked at him and smiled suddenly. Don't come here, Odin. Are you ready to lose your life? Chapter 110. Ready to lose your life? This sentence turned out to be said to the great god King Odin, which is simply outrageous. Insanity. Did not wait for Odin to make a statement. The Asgard warrior roared loudly. The king of gods' reputation cannot be slandered and blasphemed. The Asgard warrior in front of him, covered in the enemy's blood, rushed over first. Swish. Carrying his ultra-wide thick sharp blade, he leaped into the air, trying to kill the arrogant person in front of him condescendingly. But Yun Chen just glanced at him, and the Asgard warrior was shocked. A terrifying chill swept through his body, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his back. This guy. Not good. With just one glance, he knew that he was the frog at the bottom of the well. But he couldn't take back his attack. The Asgard warrior who jumped high, looked at 023 and saw a woman in a Gothic court dress in front of him. The black blade in her hand seemed to absorb the light from all around. Shaw. A big head was thrown out like this, and it was cut in two. As the best swordsmanship master of Asgard, Goddess Hela's swordsmanship can be said to be very superb. Asgard's best warriors fell on the spot. Wow! A sound of surprise came from all around. This is the square hall of Asgard, surrounded by thick columns. At the moment Asgard people were stunned on the spot, and even the cursed warrior Agrum who had not retreated in front of him also looked over. This. It is the swordsmanship of Asgard, Who is this woman? 35. Everyone was startled. I only felt that the woman wearing a crown of thorns in front of her was very terrifying, and she also felt a strange familiarity. Who I am? Goddess Hela's gothic face was full of madness. She glared at Odin, who was silent in front of her, and laughed. Old man, I didn't expect me to come out. Everything I've lost, I'll take back. The throne is mine, Asgard is mine, it's all mine. What did she say? You're crazy. This guy is too rebellious to call Roar Odin an old guy. The surrounding Asgard people frowned, thinking that this woman was completely crazy. The patron saint Heimdall was rarely silent and did not express his position. He knew exactly who this woman was. She was Odin's eldest daughter, who successfully established Asgard's power today. When Odin chose a moderate rule, he restrained his edge and completely sealed the eldest daughter who loved war. Unexpectedly, today, she has a new life. And how could this woman be next to that Superman? How did they get together? Odin didn't say a word, just looked at Yunchen with a pair of sullen eyes. He tried to suck on Roar. Obviously he was tired after a big battle. Definitely, his eyes were fixed on Yunchen, as if he was about to tear him apart. He cares more about the Kryptonian Superman who almost killed him than his own daughter. Arrogant. Watch what you call Odin Roar. The Asgard warriors fought to defend Odin's name. But Goddess Hela laughed. That smile was a mockery of their ignorance. Stupid, ignorant. 99. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Hum. As soon as the voice fell, Asgard's earth seemed to have a pulse and beating, and a thumping sound like a drum sounded. Wow. Under the earth is like an underground river. The river is rushing, but how could it be a river? It is a stream of energy. They converge under the feet of the goddess Hela, constantly replenishing her body. Stupid Asgard warrior, feel Asgard calling my roar. Goddess Hela smiled contemptuously. This is impossible. The land of Asgard, how could Roar respond to her? Damn, what magic did this witch cast? The Asgard warriors were completely taken aback and looked at the demon head who was constantly rising with embarrassed expressions. These Asgard people suddenly felt an overwhelming force, and they only felt that they were a little dazed, as if the woman in front of them was this world. In fact, this is not an illusion. Yunchen looked at Hela curiously, and could feel that she was completely connected to this world. No wonder Odin couldn't kill her. Hela is Asgard, Asgard is a part of Hela, not so much the daughter of Odin as the daughter of Asgard. If you want to kill Hela completely, you must destroy the land under your feet. No wonder Odin could only use his divine power to seal Hela in the land of the dead. Prepare to die, my father. Hela smiled softly, and under everyone's disbelief, she had already killed Odin with the night sky sword. Father? Asgard's face was dumbfounded, and he couldn't believe that the two had such a relationship. No wonder this crazy woman was full of thrones. Odin's vicissitudes of life was filled with sullen anger, and his anger was uncontrollable. From the beginning to the end, his eyes did not leave Yunchen. Because he knew it was this Superman who brought his daughter back. Odin is more annoyed by this Superman than his own daughter. It was he who seriously injured himself, let himself fall asleep, and made himself unable to save Frigg's life. Everything is caused by him. Now the monarch of Krypton has brought back this rebellious daughter, and the conspiracy is really vicious. Unforgivable. You must die. Odin roared. His old face was actually rejuvenated, his white hair turned black in an instant, his body became stronger and taller, and his body was filled with inexhaustible vast divine power. No, Father Odin. Heimdall's pupils were flushed, and he shouted bitterly. He knew that Odin's state was undoubtedly a 3.3-degree light. He actually wanted to kill that Superman with a mortal determination? As Heimdall thought, the radiant Odin returned to the state of his prime, even if it was a short time, but it was enough at the end of this life. He took an easy step and jumped over Hela who was rushing in a short distance. Not a breath. Odin, who released golden light all over his body and his eyes were shining brightly, had come to Yunchen, and swung his supreme blow at the young man in front of him. He's no longer the old Odin who was in a state of turmoil in the last fight. He is the king of God Odin. But he didn't know, it didn't make any difference to Yunchen. You know nothing about power. Yunchen also shot. In the face of the opponent's highest blow in his life, he just waved his fist, and a straight fist swept away.